May 1932 193. The original draft of the theses was made in 1930 by Kazuma, then in Moscow, to replace the Bukharinist theses of 1927. The draft was revised on his return to Japan, where a new Central Committee was formed early in 1931 to take the place of those arrested, and published on May 17, 1931. They were condemned by the ECCI because they played down the struggle against the monarchy and for the agrarian revolution on the ground that the stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution was past. They also said that the slogan "Defense of the USSR" was as yet incomprehensible to the masses. These errors were corrected in the present theses. With this weapon in our hands, wrote the Central Committee, we shall now begin the second stage of our rapid advance. The theses, wrote Hayama, opened a new era in the history of the Japanese Communist Party. Sano and Nabuyama, in prison, were said to have been recruited by the police, who had failed to break the party by persecution. In a letter published in 1933 they called for disaffiliation from the Comintern, which was more concerned with the defense of Russia than with the interests of the revolution, and condemned the fight against the monarchy as doctrinaire terrorism, only outwardly revolutionary but in fact fatal, since it alienated the masses from the party and diverted attention from the struggle against the bourgeoisie and landlords, who could take cover behind the monarchy which was the symbol of Japan's unity and independence. Their prediction that the future war in the Pacific would be one between the Asian peoples and the white imperialists was said by the ECCI to be a fascist idea designed to win support for the war in Manchuria. Kazuma himself was arrested in October 1932, M. Yamamoto was sent from Moscow to replace him, he too was arrested. Kazuma and two other former members of the Central Committee, Sano and Nabuyama, who said the Japanese Communist Party was nothing more than a society of friends of the Soviet Union, resigned from the CP, as did two other prominent members, Takahashi and S. Tanaka. The ECCI materials for the 7th Congress described the theses as an important turning point in overcoming the party's serious internal ailments. Its weaknesses, according to an article, by Aki, in March 1932, were its underestimation of the peasants, its failure to emphasize the guilt of the monarchy, and its appeal for fraternization between the Japanese and Chinese troops. This was wrong because, of the two armies, one was imperialist and the other colonial. It should have called on the Japanese soldiers to refuse to fight, and the workers at home to sabotage industry. The same author discussed, in two subsequent issues of the same periodical, the nature of Japanese social fascism. There were two social fascist parties, the right-wing Social Democratic Party, and the left-wing party, and also the organization of professional agents and provocateurs known as the Labor Group of the Communist Party of Japan. In the past the Japanese CP's incorrect strategy had played into the hands of its enemies. It had underestimated the strength of the monarchy and the importance of the agrarian question. Its view of the fascist dictatorship was crude. In its application of the United Front from below it failed to distinguish between leaders and masses in the social fascist organizations. There was anxiety in Moscow about the behavior of communists under interrogation after arrest, not only in Japan, in Bulgaria there were several 194 cases of suicide, while other arrested communists would reveal their knowledge to the police. At the end of 1932, in articles in Preaker celebrating the 10th anniversary of the foundation of the Japanese CP, it was said that its Central Committee is carrying out the theses of the ECCI West European Bureau not in words but in deeds, and in a Bolshevik manner is criticizing and correcting the incorrect formulations and appraisals contained in the draft political theses of April 1931 in respect to the character of the forthcoming revolution and the tasks of the party. The errors were attributed to some individual functionaries in the ECCI and the RILU. Neither the Japanese Central Committee nor the party as a whole was responsible. The party had exposed the liquidators, the sectarians, and the left opportunists. It was now based on the most advanced sections of the Japanese proletariat. The sectarians were the group led by Fukumoto, who resigned and formed the workers' group of the Japanese Communist Party. They were described by the ECCI as the party's most dangerous enemy, and as harboring a number of police agents. Japanese imperialism and the war. The robber war unleashed by Japanese imperialism is plunging the masses into a new historical crisis, the greatest since the end of the world's slaughter. The occupation of Manchuria, the bloody events in Shanghai and elsewhere in China, the entire military operation undertaken by Japanese robber imperialism, are, in the conditions created by the present world economic crisis, the first large-scale warlike enterprise of one of the biggest imperialist powers. The imperialist war which has begun reflects the depth of the general as well as the economic crisis of the capitalist world, the unprecedented acuteness of all its contradictions. It opens an entire period of new political convulsions of the greatest significance. As a result of the present Japanese-Chinese events, the international situation has become extremely complicated, and consequently tasks of the greatest import arise for all sections of the Comintern, and in the first place for the Japanese revolutionary proletariat and its communist vanguard. 1. Bourgeois landlord Japan's growing appetite for conquest perpetually comes into conflict with the plans and claims of the other imperialist great powers. The war which Japan has begun in China makes these contradictions still more acute. It releases all the forces which make more threatening than ever before the danger of a new world war, the danger of a direct armed collision between Japan and America and other, if not all, imperialist great powers, or the most intense preparations for such a collision. 2. Another dominant factor in the policy of world imperialism is the more marked attempt to create a united front of the imperialist powers for war against the Soviet Union. We are confronted with the immediate danger of armed intervention against the land of proletarian dictator. May 1932 195 ship. The instrument of this war is the League of Nations. By making war on the Soviet Union, the international bourgeoisie and their social democratic agents design above all to frustrate the struggle of the international proletariat for its liberation, for the revolutionary way out of the crisis. For the working masses of the capitalist countries, who are condemned by the crisis to unemployment, to indescribable poverty and savage exploitation, the Soviet Union is eloquent testimony and convincing proof of the necessity to fight for the revolutionary way out of the crisis, for the annihilation of capitalism. But the imperialists are planning to shipwreck socialist construction, to strangle the Soviet Union, and to open the way for the still more pitiless exploitation of the working and peasant masses of all countries, for the consolidation of the system which keeps them in economic and political slavery. What is particularly significant is the alliance of two imperialist gendarmes: imperialist France, the gendarme of Europe, and imperialist Japan, the gendarme of the Far East, both of whom have assumed the role of instigators of the campaign against the land of Soviets. By attacking in the East, Japanese imperialism is to create the conditions making possible a simultaneous or subsequent attack by France and its vassals, Poland, etc., on the Soviet Union from the West. It is these anti-Soviet plans which largely explain the support given Japan in its predatory war in China by other imperialist powers and by the League of Nations as a whole. 3. Bourgeois landlord Japan is assuming the role of war instigator, which is wholly in keeping with the character of Japanese imperialism. By this war, Japanese imperialism is trying to use its monopoly of military power to establish a jumping-off ground for attack on the Soviet Union, to crush the Soviet movement in China, to turn as much of China as possible into a Japanese colony, to get a more solid economic foundation, to acquire sources of raw materials, particularly for its armaments industries and military requirements, to settle itself firmly on the Asiatic mainland, and so to arm itself for further wars for mastery in the Pacific. 4. Japanese communists must understand the indissoluble connection between the external aggressiveness of Japanese imperialism and its internal policy, between its imperialist predatory war abroad, its enslavement of colonial countries, and its reactionary policy at home. By entering on the path of war, the Japanese imperialists are seeking to maintain and to strengthen the regime of the army-police monarchy, the regime of unparalleled and arbitrary violence against the working people, to reinforce bondage on the land, to lower the workers' standard of living still more. The war intensifies all class contradictions within the country to the most extreme pitch. It confronts the Japanese proletariat and its Communist Party with the task of combining the fight against the war with the 196. Fight for the most vital daily interests of the workers, peasants, and all working people against their economic and political enslavement, and so to turn the imperialist war into civil war and bring about the revolutionary overthrow of the bourgeois landlord monarchy. Japanese imperialism's robber war does not push the revolution in Japan into the remote distance but, on the contrary, into the immediate forefront. In these circumstances the part falling to the Japanese Communist Party is one of the greatest responsibility. The future course of events and the future course of the revolutionary movement will depend to a significant and decisive extent on the strength and resolution of the Communist Party, on its ability to rally millions of workers behind its slogans and place itself at the head of their struggle. Consequently, the question of the ideological and organizational consolidation of the Japanese CP is of first-class importance. The present situation categorically requires of the Japanese CP the exertion of all its forces to extend and strengthen its links with the industrial workers and peasants and other working people, links which are still very weak. Whatever the cost, the party must liquidate the situation in which it fails to keep pace with the rising activity of the masses, must become a genuine mass party, able to advance with confidence towards the coming revolution. 2. The character of the coming revolution. 5. The CP of Japan must have a correct and clear picture both of the relation of class forces in the country and of the nature and tasks of the forthcoming revolution in Japan. It must correct the erroneous ideas held in its ranks on these cardinal questions. The present relation of class forces, the character and tasks of the coming revolution, cannot possibly be correctly appraised without taking into account and analyzing the peculiarities of the system prevailing in Japan, which combines extraordinarily strong elements of feudalism with a very advanced development of monopoly capitalism. The first is the character and specific weight of the monarchy. The monarchy is the chief pillar of political reaction and of all the survivals of feudalism in Japan. The monarchical state apparatus is the solid backbone of the dictatorship of the exploiting classes. Its destruction must be regarded as the first task of the revolution. The underestimation of the role of the monarch, the contrasting of parliament and party cabinet with the monarchy as though they were separate forms of the bourgeois state, independent of the monarchy, ideas formerly found in the Japanese CP, are totally wrong. The war makes the role of the bureaucracy still more important, particularly that of its most aggressive and reactionary part, the militarists. May 1932 197. The militarist leaders have a greater share of power, which means the acceleration of preparations for anti-Soviet intervention and greater police terror against the Japanese workers and peasants. It would be false to regard as opposites the militarists and the bourgeois landlord monarchy, and it would be particularly dangerous to divert the mass struggle against the monarchy into a struggle against the allegedly growing danger of a fascist coup d'état. Certain historical peculiarities must not hide the basic and decisive fact that the present absolutist regime in Japan is not by any means a less oppressive form of the bourgeois landlord dictatorship over the workers than is fascism in other capitalist countries. The party must expose the treacherous maneuver of the ruling classes and the Social Democrats, which is to use the specter of the fascist threat in order to show the existing monarchist regime in a good light, to delude the masses about the growing pressure of reaction, to maintain and strengthen monarchist illusions, to divert the masses from struggle against the main enemy, which in present circumstances is the bourgeois landlord monarchy. 2. The second main component of the regime prevailing in Japan is land ownership, the backward, Asiatic, semi-feudal regime in the Japanese village, which hampers the development of its productive forces and promotes the degradation of agriculture and the pauperization of the greater part of the peasant population. It is quite impossible that the ruling classes of Japan will themselves undertake on their own initiative any serious measures to change the feudal basis of Japanese agrarian relations. The agrarian revolution is one of the primary tasks of the Japanese Revolution, and its importance must not be underestimated. 3. The third basic element in the prevailing system is predatory monopolist capitalism. Japanese capitalism, which has reached a high level, was and is reactionary and monarchist. This is most clearly revealed in the fact that the Japanese working class, whose labor productivity is not less than that of European industrial workers, is still in a situation characteristic of colonial countries. The wages of a Japanese worker are as wretchedly low and his working day as long. 6. It follows from all this that the entire political and economic state of the country will drive the revolutionary movement to fight the imperialist war, the police regime of the monarchy, the low colonial level of living of the workers, and the denial of political rights, as well as the feudal and usury bondage in the village. The Communist Party of Japan, whose main goal is to establish socialism, must clearly and fully realize that in present Japanese conditions the road to the proletarian dictatorship must lead through the bourgeois democratic revolution, that is, through the overthrow of the monarchy, the expropriation of the landowners, and the establishment of the dictatorship of the workers and peasants. This will take the form of councils of 198 workers, peasants, and soldiers, which will also be the means for transforming the bourgeois democratic into the socialist revolution. The key tasks of the forthcoming stage of the revolution are therefore, I. Overthrow of the monarchy. 2. Liquidation of the large estates. 3. Institution of the 7-hour working day and, in the conditions of a revolutionary situation, amalgamation of all banks into one national bank. This, together with large-scale capitalist undertakings and trusts, to be placed under the supervision of workers, peasants, and soldiers' councils. For the present moment, the chief slogans for action must be, I. Against the imperialist war. Change the imperialist war into civil war. 2. Overthrow the bourgeois landlord monarchy. For a workers' and peasants' Soviet government. 3. Confiscation without compensation of the estates of all landowners, of the Mikado and the churches, on behalf of the peasants. Cancellation of all peasant debts to landlords, moneylenders, and banks. 4. A 7-hour working day. Freedom for the organization and activities of class-conscious trade unions. v. Liberation of the colonies, Korea, Manchuria, Formosa, etc., from the Japanese imperialist yoke. 6. For the defense of the Soviet Union and the Chinese Revolution. The Japanese Communist Party must closely link the fight for the workers' and peasants' Soviet Republic with systematic propaganda for socialism, in which the fullest use must be made of the experiences and successes of the Soviet Union. 7. The chief driving forces of the revolution are the proletariat and the poor and middle peasants. It is incorrect to assume that the middle peasants are incapable of revolutionary struggle against the landlords and the police monarchy. The victorious development of the revolution is possible only if there is the closest alliance between the workers and peasants under proletarian hegemony. To win and consolidate this hegemony is decisive for the triumph of the revolution. In Japan, the workers' and peasants' revolution can succeed only if, parallel with the overthrow of the army-police bureaucratic monarchy, it removes all the exploiting classes, including the bourgeoisie, from political power at the center as well as locally. 8. The workers' and peasants' revolution can triumph only if it sets up the power of the workers, peasants, and soldiers' councils. The imperative tasks of the communists when there is a revolutionary situation are to create these councils throughout the length and breadth of the country, and, particularly at the moment the monarchy is overthrown, to May 1932 199 fight for the complete destruction of the state apparatus of the bourgeois landlord dictatorship. 3. The present state of the revolutionary movement and the immediate tasks of the Communist Party. 9. Because of the deepening of the economic crisis, of the war, and of the developing offensive by the capitalists and landlords against the workers and peasants, the economic struggles of the proletariat and peasantry are becoming sharper. The workers' movement in Japan is at a turning point in its development, moving from scattered defensive struggles to revolutionary mass action. The leftward turn of the masses is proceeding under the heavy pressure of the White Terror and unbridled police violence. For the moment it is taking place spontaneously, with the CP playing an extremely feeble part in the mass movement, and meeting with the strongest resistance from the Social Democrats of all shades. The discontent of the masses has not yet revealed its full strength. The social fascists, particularly the left, still retain the leadership of strikes and of peasant struggles, of course only in order to betray them. 10. The policy of the bourgeois landlord dictatorship is pursued with the active support of the Social Democrats, who have concluded an alliance with the police, which provides the bourgeoisie with the means to combine left democratic speech with police truncheons, rifles, and poison gas. The Social Democrats appear under the banner of the unity of the labor movement, but in reality they are splitting the working class. The more radical their words, the more despicable is the conduct of these traitors in the industrial conflicts in the factories, where they act as organizers of compulsory arbitration by the police, organize strike breaking, betray the workers' interests to the capitalists for money, actively support capitalist rationalization and mass dismissals, make pacts with the police and betray the most active workers to the police. In the war that has broken out, the Japanese Social Democrats of all shades have taken up an openly imperialist position. They are wholly in the camp of the organizers of war against the Chinese people and the Soviet Union. Social democracy and the leaders of the yellow trade unions are the chief danger to the revolutionary movement of workers and peasants. Most dangerous of all are the left Social Democrats, Rono Taisei Uto, and the group of police agents organized by renegades from the Communist Party, which calls itself the Workers' Group of the CPJ, etc., who conceal their treacherous role behind revolutionary phrases. 11. The entire situation in Japan is developing in a way that offers the communists wide opportunities for drawing into the revolutionary 200 movement really large masses of workers, peasants, and the urban poor, who in the course of the struggle will themselves become revolutionary. Consequently, in the very near future great revolutionary events may take place. A number of facts already show that in the very near future there may be spontaneous outbreaks of mass protest and mass struggle. These spontaneous actions might easily be diverted from their revolutionary path if the CP does not immediately explain to the masses who and what are responsible for their poverty, if it does not make clear the real nature and objects of the present war, if it does not systematically expose throughout the length and breadth of the country the policy of the government and the ruling classes, exposing every step and measure they take, if it does not undermine the influence of the social fascists, and really raise itself to the position of leader in the daily mass struggle, if it does not show the masses the revolutionary way out of the crisis. 12. The party's tasks in fighting the war are, I. To carry on untiring agitation and propaganda against the imperialist and counter-revolutionary war. 2. To reveal the counter-revolutionary, imperialist, and anti-national character of the war slogans advanced by the ruling classes and the Social Democrats. 3. To fight resolutely against the policy of the bourgeois landlord monarchy and social democracy, designed to establish class peace in the country. To work persistently and patiently to overcome the chauvinist delirium of the popular masses. 4. To conduct all-round propaganda about the successes of socialist construction, the achievements of the workers and peasants in the Soviet Union, its peace policy, and about the successes and aims of the Soviet movement in China. V. The CPJ, whose guiding object it is to transform the imperialist war into civil war, must adapt its slogans and its work to the character of the war. The slogan of fraternization, obligatory in an imperialist war, must be combined, in the circumstances of the present war of imperialist Japan against the Chinese people, with the demand for the immediate recall of troops from China, and with an appeal to the Japanese soldiers to refuse to wage war, an appeal to leave the front without discarding or surrendering their weapons, and to form soldiers' committees. The slogan of fraternization, in the event of a counter-revolutionary war against the Soviet Union and revolutionary Soviet China, must be combined with active agitation for the soldiers to go over to the side of the Red Army. 6. In a reactionary war, a revolutionary class can desire only the defeat of the government of its own country. Defeat of the government army will weaken the monarchist government of Japan and facilitate the civil war against the ruling classes. In the present war of Japanese May 1932 201 Imperialism for the colonial subjugation of China. The action slogan of the Japanese Communists must be, "Fight for China's complete independence." In the conditions of an imperialist war against China or the Soviet Union, the Japanese Communists must not only be defeatists, but must fight actively for the victory of the Soviet Union and the liberation of the Chinese people. 7. Every effort must be made to carry out strikes on the railways, in the merchant service, and in the armaments factories. The goal set must be the proclamation of a general strike and its transformation into armed insurrection. 9. Communists are obliged to support the partial demands of the soldiers and sailors, such as better material conditions, better treatment, and help the rank and file in their conflicts with the officers. Work must be done to disintegrate the patriotic mass organizations of reservists and young people, etc. 13. The Japanese Communists must keep clearly in mind that the main emphasis in the fight against the war must be on the mass movement, the struggle of the masses. Only work among the masses in the factories and the army, in the trade unions and on the land, will really lead to the transformation of the imperialist war into civil war. The current tasks of the party are, I. To strengthen the CP and expand its contacts with the workers. 2. To expand the industrial struggles of the proletariat, on the basis of the united front from below. 3. To stir up and organize the struggle of the peasants against the landowners. 4. To direct all popular mass expressions of discontent, of protest, and of struggle into the channel of political struggle against the war and the monarchy. 14. The CP has begun and is continuing to turn to mass work, but its contact with the masses, its role in the mass movement, remain intolerably weak. A radical change must be made in the party's mass work, so that it really does lead the daily struggle of the workers, peasants, and soldiers. The party will be able to effect this change only if it finally rids its ranks of the remnants of study group attitudes, of sectarianism, and opportunist passivity. The fear of recruiting workers to the party must be combated as a highly dangerous form of opportunism. Workers must be boldly and energetically promoted to leading posts in all party and mass organizations. Agricultural laborers and poor peasants must also be recruited into the party. The most glaring recent examples of right opportunism are the cases in which communists helped to collect money for the war on the pretext of maintaining contact with the masses, as well as the attempt to ignore and set aside the task of fighting for the defense of the Soviet. 202. Union on the ground that the masses are allegedly not yet mature enough to understand this. Among the left opportunist errors are those tendencies which renounce the struggle for freedom of speech, of the press, of meeting and association for the workers, a sectarian attitude in the left trade unions. Particular attention must be paid to the improvement of conspirative methods, to an examination of the reasons for the success of police raids, to measures designed to avoid them, and particularly to provisions to ensure the continued activity of all party organizations in the event of further successful police raids. 15. The party must make a radical change in its methods of work in the trade unions and other non-party organizations. The habit of giving orders, as though these were party organizations, must be dropped. Communists must win the leading part in these organizations by their energy and ideological zeal, and not by reference to their position as communists. They must use methods of persuasion, and of persuasion alone, to win the members for revolutionary proposals. To secure correct methods of work, competent communist fractions must be set up in these mass organizations. 16. An unceasing struggle for the masses against the social democrats of all shades must be waged. This struggle has up to now had little success because it was not given concrete form, not closely linked with the direct struggle of the masses for their daily needs and the lessons of that struggle. In some cases it was replaced by appeals for physical struggle against individual social fascists. Neither has anything to do with the tasks of the CP. The essence of the fight against social fascism lies in the struggle for the masses and against the influence of the social fascists on the masses. The treachery of the social fascists must be exposed. They must be deprived of the confidence of the masses not through abstract discussions but on the basis of the experiences of the daily struggle. 17. The CPJ must become a party of political mass action. With this in view, the CPJ must in its day-to-day revolutionary practical work bear in mind the task of launching, organizing, and leading every kind of protest against the war, against the police bureaucratic regime of the bourgeois landlord monarchy. 18. The party must work out a program of partial demands which takes due account of the peculiarities of the concrete political situation. In addition to the anti-war demands already considered, the program should include demands, I. Against military police suppression of strikes. For unrestricted freedom of trade unions and peasant unions and all other workers' organizations, against arbitration and against any interference by the authorities in the workers' and peasants' struggle. May 1932 203, 2. For the immediate release of all victims of police action and all political prisoners. 3. For the unrestricted freedom of association, speech, and press for the working people. 4. For the refusal to pay rent, for the cancellation of all peasant debts to landlords, money lenders, trusts, and banks, for the refusal to pay any such debts or to pay tax arrears, v. For the abrogation of all laws directed against the workers and peasants. For equal rights for women, 6. Against the semi-slave conditions of labor, for equal pay for equal work. Judicial prosecution of the open and concealed purchase and sale of women and children, etc. 7. Against capitalist rationalization, for a 7-hour day for adults, a 4-hour day for workers under 16, and a 6-hour day from 16 to 18, prohibition of child labor. 8. For an all-round increase in wages, a compulsory minimum wage. 9. For the immediate introduction of national insurance for unemployment, sickness, accident, and old age, the costs to be borne by the capitalists. X. For higher taxation of the rich and total tax exemption for workers, small peasants, poor artisans, and the urban poor. 11. For the liberation of Korea, Formosa, Manchuria, and other areas stolen from China, for the immediate withdrawal of Japanese troops from these areas, for the defense of the Soviet Union and the Chinese people. The war and the crisis are bringing class contradictions in the country to a pitch of extreme sharpness. The revolutionary mass struggle of the workers and peasants under the leadership of the CPJ will make more acute the revolutionary crisis which will deal the death blow to the monarchy, set up workers and peasants' councils under whose banner the CPJ will lead the working class and all working people to the final victory. Extracts from a resolution of the ECCI Presidium on the work of trade union fractions July 1932 in Preker, 12, 57, p. 1817, July 12, 1932. In August 1931 a conference on the unemployed movement was held in Prague of representatives of 11 communist parties, of the RILU, and of trade union opposition groups. It adopted a resolution saying that the LSI and IFTU were trying to keep the workers from fighting. They engaged in organized strike-breaking and bloody massacres of the unemployed. Their proposals to 204. Raise the school leaving age and to limit hours of work to 40 a week were inimical to the workers. Making the main speech at the conference, Ulbricht said that the communist parties were trying to fight the battle of the unemployed instead of organizing the unemployed to fight. In the Latin Secretariat Doriot attacked the CGTU leaders who had opposed the proposal for a 40-hour working week as an employer's trap, and Piatnitsky at the 12th plenum derided those communists who evaded their duty to work in the reformist unions on the ground that this was opportunism. He criticized those who said that the reformists either led no strikes, or always betrayed them when they did. In 9 countries which he enumerated there had been nearly 3,000 strikes in the first half of 1932, and many of them had been successful. Had they all been led by communists? That kind of propaganda only repelled workers. Experience in carrying out the decisions of the 6th Comintern Congress and the supplementary decisions of the plenary sessions of the ECCI confirms the belief that it is impossible to accomplish the central task of the day to win the majority of the working class in preparation for the fight for the proletarian dictatorship without well-organized, systematic, and persistent work day by day both within the revolutionary trade unions which are under the ideological and organizational influence of the communist parties, and in the reformist and other reactionary unions. Nevertheless, this most vital sector on the front of Communist Party mass work is now as before receiving only slight attention. This neglect is one of the chief obstacles to the further development of the parties. In the resolution of the Second International Organization Conference, ratified by the Sixth Enlarged Plenum of the ECCI, on the structure and methods of work of communist fractions in trade unions, the communist parties were given important and practical directives on trade union work. By and large, these still retain their validity. The changes which have occurred since the Sixth Plenum in the general situation of the proletarian class struggle, and in the structure, methods of work, and composition of the leading cadres of the communist parties and revolutionary trade union movement, require some additions and alterations to be made. What comes out most clearly is the inexpediency of retaining the trade union departments of the party in countries where the revolutionary trade union movement is legal. The communist parties of France, Germany, and Czechoslovakia have already abolished their trade union departments. The ECCI Presidium endorses this action and, as an amendment to the directives of the Second Organization Conference, proposes that other communist parties in countries with a legal revolutionary trade union movement liquidate their trade union departments, and transfer direction of the work of the fractions to the Bureau of the competent party committee. In countries where the revolutionary trade union movement is illegal. July 1932-205, the trade union department is to be replaced, as it has been in the Polish CP, by regular working conferences of representatives of the trade union fractions under the direction of specially appointed representatives of the competent party committees, central, district, and local. These conferences are to exercise the functions of the fraction bureaus, central, district, and local, of the revolutionary trade union centers. When liquidating the trade union departments, it is most important that the party committees should not tackle the job mechanically. Their abolition should help to strengthen the link between fraction and party committee, the committee and the entire party organization being drawn into regular examination and settlement of trade union questions. The most serious weaknesses in the work of communist trade union fractions are, a. The trade union fractions are not well instructed by the corresponding party committees. The guidance they receive is often formal and given mechanically in the form of circular letters and general directives. B. In their work in the unions, communists very often carry out the work of party leadership by giving orders instead of using methods of patient persuasion and personal example. As a result, the revolutionary unions have no life of their own and merely duplicate the party organizations, with roughly the same composition, the members doing no more than repeat mechanically party decisions. C. Very often the party committees fail to discuss and decide the practical questions of trade union work. All Communist Party committees must immediately give the most careful attention to the practical tasks of overcoming the defects and weaknesses in trade union work and of strengthening their positions in union organizations. The ECCI Presidium considers that the most important of these tasks are, I. Efforts must be made to set up as quickly as possible trade union fractions in all unions, whatever their character, of which communists are members. For this purpose the central committees of all parties must send out experienced instructors and organizers. 2. The 11th ECCI Plenum endorsed the decision of the Second International Organization Conference that fractions should be linked not only with their corresponding party committees, but also with each other, the fractions in the higher trade union bodies giving binding instructions to the fractions in the subordinate bodies, so that every fraction has a dual subordination, to both the corresponding party committee and the fraction in the higher trade union body. This regulation has in practice been often ignored, and even disputed. The Presidium recommends all communist parties to put the decision of the 6th ECCI Plenum on the dual subordination of fractions into operation. If the work of the fractions is properly managed by the party committees, the 206 decisions and directives of the fractions will be brought into line with party policy, thus making them directives for all members of the party who work in the trade union organization concerned. 3. the Presidium fully endorses the decision of the Second Organization Conference that trade union fractions should carry out their work through the factory cell. The factory cell must direct all trade union work in the factories. It follows that the fractions working in the various unions represented in the factory must work under the direct control of the factory cell. For its part, the cell must make vigorous use of these factory fractions to penetrate the unions which have branches in the factory, thus consolidating the influence of the Communist Party in these unions. To this end, it is supremely important that the area and local party committees should hold regular conferences with representatives of the factory cells and fractions in their area to discuss the practical current questions of trade union work, with the object of organizing joint action by all the unions represented in the factory under the ideological and organizational leadership of the revolutionary trade union group of that factory. 4. When questions of great political importance arise, such as the formulation of a program of immediate demands, preparations for a strike, etc., the party committees concerned must hold prior consultations with one or more representatives of the fraction, so that clear instructions can be worked out for the fraction, telling it what to do and what not to do, and how to set about it, but leaving detailed practical questions to the fraction. Before meetings, congresses, and conferences of the Red Trade Unions or the Revolutionary Trade Union Opposition, RTUO, the party committees concerned must discuss the agenda for these meetings, calling in representatives of the corresponding communist fractions. The committee must draw up instructions for the fractions on every item of the agenda. If there are to be trade union elections, the party committee, together with representatives of the fraction, must carefully consider which candidates the fraction should support, and which reject. In doing so, the following considerations must be kept in mind. A. There should be a kernel of party members who will carry out the party's policy. B. In addition to members of our party, it is essential to put forward revolutionary-minded workers, non-party, socialist, anarchist, etc., who enjoy the confidence of the masses and have shown themselves to be good organizers of proletarian revolutionary activities. 6. In preparing for party conferences and congresses which are to discuss trade union questions and industrial struggles, the leading trade union fractions must be drawn into active practical collaboration in the drafting of theses. In this way the party will be able to rely on the experience of the trade union movement. The party must instruct its July 1932 207 members in the trade unions that their main task is to convince the bulk of the trade union membership by democratic trade union methods of the correctness of the slogans and the proposals of the Communist Party referring to the strengthening of the revolutionary trade union movement. 7. The most important and the most difficult thing is to establish the correct mutual relations between the communist fractions and the trade unions, particularly the revolutionary unions. It is precisely in this field that most mistakes are made and the greatest confusion exists. Since the revolutionary unions must be mass organizations, embracing all strata of the working class regardless of political affiliation, the communists who work in these organizations must gain influence and a leading position in them by good and intelligent work, by patiently and persistently expounding the communist line, and by their own actions giving a personal example of consistent and devoted struggle. When communists, in accordance with decisions of the fraction or party committee, put forward proposals at trade union meetings, they do not necessarily have to emphasize that these proposals are the outcome of a party directive. By decision of the fraction, one of its members may put forward the proposal in his own name. The other members of the fraction must vote for it as one man and support it by appropriate means, such as taking part in the discussion. This applies also to those members of the fraction who, at the fraction meeting, were not in agreement with the proposal. 8. In carrying out party directives, the fractions, while persevering undeviatingly with their policy, must always act according to trade union democracy, so that the unions retain their separate identity and the initiative of the union officials is not hampered. If at a trade union meeting the majority are opposed to a proposal of the party committee, it should as a rule be withdrawn, no matter how useful and necessary it may be, and communists should not act upon it before the question has been again discussed. The proposal should be put forward again and again, until a majority in its favor has been won. Communists must learn not to force their opinion on others, but to convince the erring, otherwise they will never be able to win new recruits. 9. While adhering irreconcilably to everything that concerns Communist Party policy, and pitilessly exposing the counter-revolutionary role of the reformist leaders, Communists must adopt a comradely attitude to workers belonging to the Socialist Party and the reformist unions. In the revolutionary unions, from top to bottom, an atmosphere must be created in which non-party and social democratic workers feel that they have equal rights with communists and communist sympathizers. The fight against the opposition in the revolutionary unions must be 208. Waged differently from the fight within the party against the right and the left opposition. On no account should questions of party discipline be brought into the fight. The struggle must be waged only on trade union questions. The ECCI Presidium proposes that the central committees should bring these instructions to the knowledge of all party members. They should be thoroughly discussed and popularized in the party press, at party meetings and training schools. Furthermore, all party committees, from the central committee down to the factory cell, must work out practical measures on the basis of these directives for their trade union work, and subsequently examine strictly and methodically how the directives have been put into effect and how the local party organizations have in fact used them in practice. At the same time, the ECCI Presidium demands the most resolute struggle, if necessary by organizational measures, against those party bodies and committees which continue to pay inadequate attention to questions of trade union work. The 12th plenary session of the ECCI. The meeting was held from August 27 to September 15, 1932. There were 174 delegates, 38 with voting powers, from 35 countries. The 4 items on the agenda were the international situation and the tasks of the sections, the lessons of strikes and the struggle of the unemployed, the Far Eastern War and the struggle against imperialist war and anti-Soviet intervention, and socialist construction in the USSR. All the meeting's decisions were unanimous. Summarizing its work in the following month, wrote that it placed the emphasis on mass strikes and political strikes as the chief means of struggle. Communist parties were passing from the stage of agitation and propaganda to the organization of mass activity. The end of capitalist stabilization was once more announced in Manuelski's opening speech. This determined Comintern policy, the Dawes and Young plans had broken down, the Washington Agreement was no more, imperialist rivalries, attacks on the colonies, hatred of Russia were all mounting while production was declining. In these objectively favorable conditions, the communist parties were lagging behind, so delaying the transformation of the capitalist crisis into a revolutionary crisis. The change from a revolutionary mood to a revolutionary crisis could be made, Manuelski said, if the communist parties fought for the economic demands of the masses, which social democracy abandoned on the ground that capitalism was unable to grant them. It depended on the communist parties whether the proletariat would have to suffer new wars before establishing its dictatorship, whether in some countries fascism would precede the revolution. There were fatalists in the communist parties who argued that the historic task of preparing the proletarian revolution will be carried out for us by war and fascism, that war and fascism will undermine and destroy the influence of social democracy, which is the main obstacle in the path of the July 1932 209 proletarian revolution, fascism being an inevitable stage in the development of capitalism, and the sooner fascism comes into power, the sooner will it spend itself and become bankrupt, and finally, that the fascist masses will come over to our side spontaneously. This was a dangerous theory, demoralizing for the working class. Manuelski spoke at length on developments in the USSR. The cause of socialism in the Soviet Union would make undreamed of progress if help came from your side in the form of a proletarian revolution. The world proletariat must know that the delay in the proletarian world revolution made further difficulties for us. He admitted that in some respects the situation in other countries was less favorable than it had been in Russia in 1917, but there were factors working in the other direction too. If capitalism was stronger, so was the proletariat, which also had the benefit of Russian experience and could count on the USSR. It is your fault that you have not been able, given the war and the proletarian revolution in Russia and Central Europe, and the world crisis, to destroy the influence of social democracy which he had earlier referred to as a contemptible reptile. Pravda, commenting on the plenum, said the difference between the present and the earlier cycle of revolutions and wars was that the communist parties in the major countries were now genuinely Bolshevik parties. On October 20 it wrote that, while the strike movement had grown deeper and wider since the 11th plenum, the communist parties were lagging behind objective conditions, particularly in relation to the industrial struggle. The same point was made in an editorial article in the Communist International. With the end of capitalist stabilization, the period of social reforms had come to an end, hence the industrial struggle challenged the very existence of capitalism and undermined social democracy. But many important strikes took place quite independently of the communist parties and red trade unions. This reflected the failure of the communist parties to strike at social democracy by the united front from below. To prepare the masses for decisive fights means, above all, to tear them away from the influence of social democracy. Social Democrats called strikes only in order to keep control of the masses, otherwise they could not carry out their mission as the chief social bulwark of the bourgeoisie. The guide to the 12th plenum stated, the reformists feared to lose their influence on the masses and led a number of strikes, taking the line of starving the strikers out. An article on the execution of the decisions of the plenum in Inpriker, in December 1932, said that events in Central Europe since the plenum had shown how urgent it was to accelerate the execution of their chief strategic task in the preparatory stage of fighting for the proletarian dictatorship to destroy the mass basis of social democracy and to win the majority of the working class. It depended on the communist parties how brief the interval was between the end of stabilization and an immediately revolutionary situation. The writer noted that before the plenum Humbert Draws and his supporters had talked of the chain of defeat suffered by the Comintern, and had called for a bloc, if only temporary, with social democracy. The Comintern had soon put a stop to that. Working class unity could be achieved only under communist leadership. The Guide to the 12th Plenum, a pamphlet which appeared after Hitler had come to power in Germany, said the keynote of the plenum was the nearness of 210. Revolutionary perspectives, preparations for the decisive battles of the proletariat for power, for the dictatorship of the proletariat. It attributed defeatist moods in part to the results of the 1932 presidential election in Germany. The opportunist overestimation of the power of fascism leads to right opportunist strivings to organize a united front with the leaders of social democratic organizations, while the leftist underestimation of fascism had led to passivity, to neglect of the struggle against fascism, to exclusive concentration on fighting social fascism. The fascists wanted to crush the proletariat by naked force, the social fascists wanted to preserve legality and parliamentary forms because this was the only way they could carry out their special job of deceiving the masses. The friction between the two reflected their rivalry for influence over the government of the bourgeois dictatorship. Another big left maneuver of social democracy is the proposal recently made to the communists for joint action in various election campaigns, in the struggle against fascism, against the capitalist offensive, etc. All these left maneuvers of social democracy are attempts to wreck the real united front which is formed from below in the revolutionary struggle. Some communists had taken them seriously, but they were very dangerous and had to be mercilessly and consistently opposed. The plenum passed a resolution addressed to the CPSU and the toilers of the USSR congratulating them on the success of the 5-year plan, which would accelerate the maturing of a revolutionary crisis in capitalist and colonial countries. The duty of defending the Soviet Union to the last drop of blood against all bandit attacks is dictated to the communist parties, to the whole of the international proletariat and to the broad masses of toiling peasants not only by the interests of achieving the victory of socialism throughout the world, but by the most urgent everyday interests of the toilers. The membership of the Comintern, excluding the CPSU, was given as 913,000 for mid-1932. Germany accounted for 332,000, China for 250,000, Czechoslovakia for 75,000, Spain for 17,000, and Poland for 15,000. The plenum elected additional members to the Presidium, no names were given, sent a message of greetings to the CPSU, and passed the financial report for the year 1931. This showed an income of $1,295,000, the largest item being membership dues, given as $1,128,000. The chief items on the expenditure side were, administration, $372,000, subsidies, publishing and editorial, $757,000, travel, $53,000. Extracts from the theses of the 12th ECCI Plenum on the International Situation and the Tasks of the Comintern section September 1932 Theses of the 12th Plenum *. The theses were introduced by Kuusinen. He enumerated the features which marked the new phase of the capitalist crisis: Soviet progress, continued capitalist decay, the expansion of the revolutionary movement in the imperialist and * checked against the German version in Preker, 1282, p. 2629, October 4, 1932, corrections are shown in square brackets. September 1932 211 Colonial countries, the acuteness of imperialist contradictions, the outbreak of war in China, the more intense preparations for war against Russia. For the capitalists there was no economic way out of the crisis, they could only fight and defeat one another. However, the period of new wars and revolutions had not yet opened, they were still approaching it. The degree of mass radicalization was very uneven, it was very marked in the German elections, scarcely visible in the English. Some communists thought that the adherence of previously non-political workers to the fascist movement was a sign of radicalization, but this was not so. This was a sign of activization. Radicalization meant drawing closer to the revolution. To win the majority of the working class was still their main strategic objective, as it had been since the third if not the first Comintern Congress. But they had preferred not to use the old formula in the theses because of the new factor of the transition to a revolutionary situation. The formula used preparing the proletariat for the struggle for power looked not only to the present, but to the future. The end of capitalist stabilization was not a phrase, but a fact with political implications, and preparation for the struggle was the strategic conclusion drawn from the fact. He compared the situation to that at the time of the Second Comintern Congress in 1920, when Lenin asked what should be done to prepare for the proletarian dictatorship. They could not say that even their best party, outside the USSR, the KPD, was really ready for the decisive struggle, in the sense that it not only wanted to fight but was in a position to do so. Lenski asked whether the total destruction of social democracy was necessary before the fascists could complete the establishment of their dictatorship, and, arguing from Polish experience, answered in the negative. This showed that the right-wing and Trotskyists were wrong in arguing that, because fascism threatened it, social democracy was forced to fight fascism. The German bourgeoisie fully appreciate the important role social democracy plays as their chief agent among the working class. The task of the communists was to accelerate the collapse of social democracy. In Poland, the tendency to go part of the way with social democracy, to replace the united front from below by a united front with the social democratic leaders, was the chief danger, leading to isolation from the masses. The danger from the left was the tendency to order strikes from above, without the participation of the factory masses. This too led to isolation. The fall of Bukharin had brought with it the downfall of his supporters in the Polish Central Committee, in particular Worski, Kostrzewa, Stefanski, and Brand, who were in the majority. They were accused of underestimating the weakness of capitalist stabilization and the counter-revolutionary role of the reformist parties, and of encouraging the illusion that the socialists would fight fascism. They, said an ECCI open letter to the Polish CP, were even more dangerous enemies than the fascists. Kostrzewa and Stefanski were told that their declarations of support for the party line were inadequate and unsatisfactory. In June 1929, at the plenary session of the Central Committee, the leadership was taken over by Lenski, Bronkowski, and Henrikowski. Piatnitsky said in World Communists in Action that before the 10th ECCI plenum there existed in fact two factions with their respective central committees. The local organizations were divided into partisans of this or that faction, but with the assistance. 212. Of the ECCI, the Communist Party of Poland has set up a leadership which rallied all the local party organizations. A further dispute arose on whether or not to form breakaway trade unions, as recommended by the RILU. Prukniak led the group which opposed their formation. A writer in August 1930 maintained that the Polish Socialist Party's offer of a united front, and the Bund's demand for the legalization of the Communist Party, were only deceitful slogans intended to conceal their active participation in preparations for war against the Soviet Union. Reporting on the 5th Congress of the Polish CP held, at Peterhof, in August 1930, Lenski said the party was lagging behind the masses, who might be nearer to the direct struggle for power than any other working class. The right opposition had capitulated like a group of bankrupt officers without an army. Prukniak, Stefanski, and others had declared that they accepted the ECCI and Central Committee decisions without reservation. But the fight against Dworsky and Kostrzewa had to be continued. In the Ukrainian and White Russian areas, and in Upper Silesia, the party should take over the leadership of the movement against Polish occupation. In the following April, the Polish Central Committee adopted a resolution protesting against the robber attempts of Polish imperialism to occupy Danzig. Danzig would provide Poland with a naval base in the Baltic from which to attack Russia. The Polish CP should fight against the anti-German campaign of the entire nationalist, bourgeois, and social fascist press and against the ever-growing oppression of the German population of Poland. An article accompanying the report of the Central Committee meeting, in Preker, May 7, 1932, bore the headline, Polish Occupation Threatens Danzig. The conclusion of a non-aggression agreement with the USSR was also said, in the guide to the 12th plenum, to indicate that Poland is zealously playing the part of a first detachment in the preparation of anti-Soviet intervention. In August published a strong attack on Polish nationalist claims to Danzig, Silesia, and East Prussia. In 1930 Lenski gave the membership as 12,000, of whom half were in prison. In the materials for the 7th CI Congress the figure for 1932 was given as 17,000, of whom roughly 7,000 were in the Ukrainian and White Russian areas. Writing at the end of the year on the 6th Congress of the Polish CP, attended by 33 delegates of whom 9 had voting powers, which was held at Mogilev in October, at the time it was said publicly to have been held in Vienna, Lenski said that in Poland right opportunism had fused with Trotskyism on a program calling for a compromise with the Social Democrats and a joint struggle with them against fascism. The moral and political responsibility for the existence of this group lies with Dworsky and Kostrzewa. The Polish Central Committee published a declaration against the Polish threat to annex Danzig, and against the new acts of violence against the oppressed German population, which were further steps in preparing a war of intervention against the Soviet Union. Since the previous plenum the Comintern had issued no public statement dealing with events in Germany in which the KPD was clearly concerned, significant though these were. Nor did the 12th plenum resolutions deal with KPD policies except in the most summary fashion. Although Manuelski explicitly stated that the Comintern wholly and entirely supports the leadership. September 1932 213 of the German Party, it is clear from the speeches which were published and from later accounts that these were closely examined and debated in commission meetings. The widespread uneasiness about them was reflected in Lenski's call for the strongest opposition to any attempt to shake the KPD leadership. Thulman said the Brandlerists, Trotskyists, and SAP put forward the slogan of union of the SPD with the KPD to divert the desire for unity among the masses into false political channels. When such demands are rejected on principle by the Communist Party, there is sometimes a feeling of dissatisfaction among the masses which is quite consciously fostered by renegades. The SAP, the Socialist Workers' Party, was founded at Breslau in October 1931 by discontented left-wing Social Democrats. A number of ex-communists also adhered. Although fascism and social fascism were not synonymous, it was precisely at the present stage of development in Germany that the two appear in their true colors as twin brothers, as Comrade Stalin once acutely emphasized. To neglect the struggle against social democracy might produce new and dangerous illusions among the masses to the effect that the SPD is an anti-fascist force. In accordance with the party line, and with the help of the Comintern, our party has of late been combating with great success all tendencies to weaken the struggle in principle against social democracy, and has fought with all severity against all conceptions that the main offensive within the working class ought no longer to be directed against social democracy and against all deviations in this field. The proposal made by the Berlin Communists for joint demonstrations with the Social Democrats against the Nazis had been rightly rejected by the Central Committee of our party. The SAP, the Brandlerists, and Trotskyists had frequently raised the question of a KPD-SPD alliance and common voting lists. Trotsky has attempted on more than one occasion to lead the working class astray by his writings, by demanding negotiations between the leaders of the KPD and SPD. He had argued for a KPD-SPD bloc against fascism. Thälmann attacked Neumann, in particular for his attempt to discredit the KPD leadership. If he continued in this way, it will very soon spell certain political death for him. At the KPD conference held immediately after the plenum, Neumann was made the scapegoat for the errors of the past. He had been dropped from the political bureau earlier in the year and called to Moscow, where he was deprived of his post as candidate member of the ECCI Presidium. The slogan "Beat the Fascists wherever you find them," attributed to Neumann, was said to be inappropriate once the Nazis had become a mass party, and hampered work by implicitly denying the need for an ideological struggle for the masses already attracted to fascism. The conference welcomed the attitude of the 12th plenum on the disruptive activities of the Neumann Group, which had tried to turn the members against the leaders, and to incite the Youth League against the party. Breitscheid's offer of a united front in November 1931 was rejected by the KPD as a demagogic maneuver. The SPD leaders, said the 7th Congress materials, were finding it more and more difficult to keep their followers from contact with communists. By offering a pact of non-aggression, they tried to 214. Introduce confusion among the working masses, particularly the factory workers. The periodical Propagandist, issued by the Agitprop department of the KPD Central Committee, was criticized at the end of 1931 by Thälmann for its theoretical errors in drawing a liberal contrast between democracy and fascism. The chief and deputy chief of the department were dismissed. Members of the KPD who had cooperated with the SPD during the municipal elections in Württemberg were condemned as opportunists who were working for a united front from above, and a group of communists in Leipzig who had continued to insist on the radical difference between SPD and NSDAP were expelled. An open letter from the KPD Central Committee, published in the Rotfahne of January 5, 1932, dwelt on the dangers of opportunism in the party. The Social Democratic leaders and the SAP were proposing a united front in order to create confusion and to undermine the Proletarian United Front under KPD leadership. The SAP leaders and Brandlerists have demagogically identified the question of the Proletarian United Front with the question of agreement, Einigung, between the SPD leaders and the KPD leadership, counting on the sentimental attitudes and illusions among the working class. They are deliberately trying to deceive the workers. The United Front led by the KPD would create the conditions necessary for annihilating the mass influence of the SPD. Proposals for organizational unity, or even a neutral attitude towards them, were the worst and most dangerous opportunism. All these mistakes arose from drawing a false and undialectical distinction between the fascist and the bourgeois democratic forms of capitalist dictatorship. In January 1932, the KPD announced that it was putting forward Thälmann as candidate in the presidential election not because it believed he would be elected, but as a part of the general class struggle, all the other candidates were class enemies. In February Ramelli wrote that the Nazi candidature was only a sham. Hitler had agreed to withdraw in favor of Hindenburg in the second round. This showed there was a united front from Hitler to the SPD. The KPD election slogan was class against class. For the Red United Front against the entire reaction, from Severing to Hitler. Hindenburg's vote increased from 49.6% of the total in the first round to 53.0% in the second. The vote for Hitler went up from 30.1% to 36.8%, and the vote for Thälmann dropped from 13.2% to 10.2%. During the election campaign, Thälmann said that the danger of an attack on Russia was greater than at any time since 1920. The entire bourgeoisie, including the Social Democrats and the Nazis, are utterly unable to pursue any other policy than the policy of capitulation to French imperialism. The KPD struggle to win the proletariat is directed in the first place against the two most important counter-revolutionary mass parties, the SPD and the NSDAP. But even in this struggle the main blow must be directed against the SPD, and it must be made clear to the masses that the Hitler Party and the possibility of a Hitler government cannot be fought if the mass influence of the moderate wing of fascism, namely the SPD, is not first overthrown. To do this they had to expose the treacherous SPD policy of the lesser evil, Hindenburg rather than Hitler, and their deceptive offers of a united front against Hitler. These were aspects of the shameful role of German social democracy. September 1, 932-215, which, in the service of French imperialism, in the service of the League of Nations and world imperialism, is pursuing a policy of incorporating Germany in the anti-Soviet front, of Germany's participation in the coming war of intervention against the Soviet Union. On March 17, between the first and second electoral rounds, Pravda wrote that the bourgeoisie had put forward Hindenburg as their candidate, and Hitler as their threat to the revolutionary workers. The SPD's hysterical outcry against the fascist danger concealed its alliance with fascism, and would deceive only the inexperienced into thinking there was a difference between the two. The 5 million votes for Thälmann were good, but not good enough. The KPD Central Committee resolution at the end of March called on the party to overcome within its own ranks every tendency to draw a liberal contrast between social fascism and Hitler fascism, between bourgeois democracy and fascist dictatorship. When the results of the second round on April 10 were published, the KPD Central Committee attributed the drop of 1.3 million in the Thälmann vote to abstentions, not to a swing to Hitler, whose vote had risen from 11.3 to 13.4 million. The SPD Reichstag group had published in Vorwärts an open letter to the KPD urging the withdrawal of Thälmann's candidature. Did the KPD believe that there was no difference between Hindenburg and Hitler, or between Brüning and Frick? To think that the Hitler state will be no worse than the Republic under Brüning is to deceive yourselves. Hitler would destroy the trade unions and the trade union opposition, the right of association and meeting and an independent press. Despite the shortcomings of the Republic, you hold hundreds of meetings every day and your newspapers appear. Hitler's state will rob you of all political rights and of every opportunity for economic and social struggle. To this the Rotfani replied, "We do not usually correspond with you because we think of you as enemies of the working class. But we want to open the eyes of the social democratic workers whom you mislead, and so we are making an exception." It was because the KPD wanted to defeat Hitler that it waged a ruthless struggle against Hindenburg and Brüning, Wells, and Severing, who do everything to help Hitler to power. Hitler would never have become important except for the activities of social democracy and the trade union bureaucracy, who split, suppress, betray, and confuse the proletariat. The SPD machine had worked day and night to protect Hitler and the storm troops. Thälmann would defeat Hitler not at the polls but in the factories, the employment exchanges, and the streets. Every vote for Thälmann was a proletarian oath against Hitler, against social democracy, against the Brüning system and the capitalists. A fascist dictatorship was already being exercised by Brüning and the Social Democrats. Whether Hitler would carry that dictatorship further depended on the resolution and militancy of the proletariat. After the Prussian Landtag elections at the end of April, in which the Nazi vote exceeded that of the SPD and KPD combined, the Rotfani said the results reflected the growing acuteness of the class struggle. Pravda commented that the bourgeoisie had succeeded in diverting the masses from the class struggle to hostility to Versailles and the Young Plan. Noren's explanation was 216. That the bourgeoisie had begun to doubt whether the Social Democrats were strong enough to hold the workers back from action, and were therefore putting the Nazis in to do the job their way. The essential thing, Romelli wrote in June 1932, is that the November Republic has run its course. The period of social democratic betrayal is drawing to an end. At the end of April, the KPD Central Committee announced that it was ready to fight together with any organization of workers which is really fighting against wage and benefit cuts, and the KPD fraction in the Prussian Landtag made similar statements, but the SPD leaders were specifically excluded. It is not we, but the Social Democratic workers who must change their line, Thülmann said on May 1. At a meeting early in June 1932 of KPD officials, Thülmann said that the growing fascist terror made it more than ever necessary to detach the Social Democratic workers from their leaders in order to strengthen the anti-fascist mass front. The KPD must get rid of all inhibitions against the Revolutionary United Front from below. On June 17, Rotfani published an offer from the Berlin Committee of the KPD to the local SPD committee proposing joint action against the fascists. The SPD replied that proletarian unity was more necessary than ever, but it could not cooperate unless the KPD ceased its attacks on the Social Democratic leaders and organizations. This, said the Rotfani, showed that the Social Democrats did not want a united front. An SPD circular issued at the end of June 1932 after a meeting of the party executive dealt with the KPD offer. All proposals from the Social Democratic side to stop the mutual fight and concentrate on the common enemy of the working class were rejected with scorn. The hypocrisy of the communist offer of a united front was shown in the Prussian Landtag, when the KPD voted with the NSDAP against the SPD. Successful negotiations were possible only through the central party bodies. Local negotiations only introduced confusion. In an article on the strategy of the anti-fascist struggle published early in July 1932, Thülmann answered those who had suggested that the united front from below should be supplemented by one from above. There were circumstances in which this might be possible, but for the present, since the KPD was the only anti-fascist party, its strategy was to defeat and isolate social democracy. When the lie that the SPD was an anti-fascist party was exposed, the masses would lose their parliamentary and democratic illusions. The fight against Papen and Hitler did not mean that the KPD defended the Weimar Republic, or wanted the restoration of the constitutional order. The dismissal by Papen of the SPD Prussian ministers on July 20 elicited another conditional united front offer from the KPD, although Stampfer noted in his memoirs that the news of their dismissal was received with applause at some KPD meetings. Unofficial conversations between some KPD and SPD officials were fruitless. The KPD call for a general strike aroused no response whatever. Later in the year, an article in explained that the call for a general strike met with no response because the KPD had shown insufficient initiative, although the situation was favorable. Radek commented that July 20 had destroyed working class illusions, but it was bound to take some time before they dropped their old habits. The guide to the 12th plenum said that on July 20 the masses came out into the streets. But the September 1932 217 party was late in its appeal for a strike. The July 20 appeal, said Trotsky, was a shattering verdict on the KPD's previous tactics, but a move of this kind could succeed only if it were based on a coherent and consistent policy. The Nazis in power would mean 10 to 20 years of fascist rule, the end of the KPD, and war against the USSR. The KPD had learned nothing. The Comintern should return to the United Front policy of the Third and Fourth Congresses. 2 years later, at an ECCI Presidium meeting in July 1934, the KPD was criticized for not leading at least part of the proletariat into battle on July 20. Its passivity had had a shattering effect on the working class. The 7th Congress materials said that at the plenum the KPD criticized its own position in this respect. It was weak in the factories, it had failed to undertake genuine mass trade union work, its slogans were abstract, its agitation lacked popular appeal, it was therefore unable to establish its independent leadership of the masses in the fight for the democratic rights and liberties of the working class. Despite all its efforts for a united front, it had been unable to rid itself of sectarianism and establish friendly relations with social democratic workers. The proposal made by the SPD Berlin organization before the Reichstag elections of July 31, 1932 that there should be civil peace between the two parties was rejected by the KPD, whose Central Committee, 3 days before the elections, stated that a vote for the SPD was a vote for strengthening the Hitler-Papen dictatorship. The election results, compared with those of September 1930, showed a drop in the SPD vote from 24.5% of the total to 21.6%, the KPD vote rose from 13.1% to 14.3%, and the NSDAP vote more than doubled, from 18.3% to 37.3%. In Preker commented that the chief tendency was the further decline of the SPD. Its vote had dropped by 1 million since September 1930, the Nazi vote had gone up by more than 7 million. Noren wrote in August that the results showed the continuing rise of the revolutionary wave. Comments in the Czech socialist press, urging better relations between KPD and SPD, were noted by Gottwald. The nervousness in the social fascist press showed how successful we have been at hitting them where it hurts. At the plenum Piatnitsky said the French party was lagging behind despite constant assistance from the Comintern. In the last 2 years the ECCI Presidium and Political Secretariat had given more attention to the CPF than to any other party. There had been 5 meetings to discuss the 7th CPF Congress, 6 to discuss the French elections, 3 to consider work among the French peasants, 2 on the trade unions and others. In the majority of cases, French comrades were present when these questions were discussed. The membership of the party was declining, the circulation of El Humanite was falling, and the work of the parliamentary fraction was extremely poor. Although it had been agreed that a member of the Politburo should sit on El Humanite's editorial board, this had not been done. There was in fact no contact between the bureau and the board. The loss of tempo in the French Communist Party had been discussed at a meeting of its Central Committee in May 1931 which endorsed unanimously the resolutions of the 11th plenum. The report referred to the lack of belief among many members in the correctness of the class against class line. The report on parliamentary tactics to the 7th CPF Congress in March 218. 1932 noted that many members did not understand this policy, while others opposed it. Many workers did not understand the automatic retention of CPF candidates in the second electoral round. In December 1931 a CPF Central Committee resolution outlined the story of the conspirators group in the Central Committee whose activities were largely responsible for the party's decline despite favorable objective conditions. The group, organized by Barbe, Seeler and Lazare, and including among others Billot and Guillot, had concealed its existence from the party and the Comintern. Since 1928 it had been working against them, and had managed to occupy many leading positions. It was sectarian and it feared the masses, it acted as an organized fraction with its own discipline. The Central Committee had not reacted quickly enough to this situation, and was itself therefore partly to blame. In the summer of 1931 Ferrat had broken with the group, and Guillot had helped the party and the Comintern to expose its activities. He had denounced the group at a meeting of the Political Bureau in July 1931. Barbe and Seeler were removed from the Political Bureau and, together with Lazare and Billot, were publicly reprimanded. Seeler was recalled as representative on the ECCI, and the decision of the ECCI Presidium, taken on French initiative, to remove Barbe as member of the ECCI Presidium and Seeler as candidate member of the Presidium and the Political Secretariat, was approved. After the plenum Seeler was expelled from the CPF. In the May 1932 elections the communist vote fell from the 1,067,000 it had reached in 1928 to 790,000. The rise in the radical and socialist vote, Berlioz wrote, reflected the discontent of the masses. The CPF did not know how to exploit this. Its propaganda consisted of abstract generalities. The masses did not look on it as their leader, nor did they understand the Bolshevik line of the CPF. This was in part due to the sectarian policy of the Barbsila group. Kakin, Marty, and Duclos lost their seats. The communist position on Alsace-Lorraine had been discussed at a conference at Skiltingheim in 1929, which came out in favor of self-determination for Alsace-Lorraine as an oppressed people, and again in October 1930 at a conference in Strasbourg attended also by representatives of the KPD and the West European Bureau of the ECCI. Alsace-Lorraine was a case of national oppression by French imperialism. The conference issued a manifesto on its social and national emancipation, calling for the establishment of an independent workers' and peasants' republic. At the Central Committee meeting in May 1931, Thérèse criticized those speakers who doubted whether the autonomy movement had mass support. The movement weakened French imperialism, which Stalin in the previous June had called the most aggressive and militarist of all the aggressive and militarist countries in the world. The question was brought up again in Thérèse's report to the 7th CPF Congress in March 1932. It was French policy to get Germany into the anti-Soviet front, hence the CPF had to fight against Versailles and to support the struggle of Alsace-Lorraine for self-determination. In the elections, communist candidates in Alsace-Lorraine could be withdrawn in the second round in favor of candidates who were fighting French imperialism if they agreed to work for self-determination up to and including secession, to fight all parties, including the socialists. September 1932 219, which upheld French imperialist oppression of Alsace-Lorraine, and to support the economic demands of the workers and peasants. An article in the Communist International at the time of the election criticized the CPF for its indifference to the Alsace-Lorraine national emancipation movement. The position of the CGTU was also unsatisfactory. In an article published before its 6th Congress in November 1931, a steep drop in membership since the 5th Congress in 1929 was reported, more than 20,000 in Paris alone, whereas the CGT was growing. The CGTU was dangerously separated from the masses. The anti-communist minority in the CGTU had been called to Moscow in July 1931 for consultation with the RILU executive, where they were condemned as disintegrators and splitters of the revolutionary labor movement for having advocated the re-establishment of trade union unity by direct negotiations from above, and for having disorganized the campaign for unity on a class basis. In an article in the Comintern journal in November 1931, a certain B. Vassiliev argued that the workers were beginning to turn their backs on the CGT, which was therefore pushing its left minority into the foreground. These people, on behalf of the most vital interests of the French bourgeoisie, were beginning to maneuver for unity among the trade unions, and worked in alliance with the CGTU minority, who objected to communist control, resented RILU interference in internal French affairs, and doubted the imminence of war or the danger of an attack on the USSR. At the plenum, Piatnitsky said the CPF had not responded correctly to the demoralizing activities of the CGTU minority. On this question we had to draft a document jointly with the French comrades and the CGTU. Further meetings were held later in the year, but the situation was still not satisfactory. The failure of so many strikes in France is due in no small degree to the fact that the Red trade unions, which have a membership of about 300,000, are not able to expose the maneuvers of the reformists and social democrats, to establish the united front from below. In the 1931 parliamentary elections, the CPGB put up 25 candidates. They received a total vote of 75,000. The party was severely criticized for failing to provide central political leadership, to follow the decisions of the 11th plenum, or to make it clear to the masses that the Labour Party was deceiving them and supporting the Conservatives. The explanation of the low vote given by Manuelski and Kuusinen at the English Commission of the ECCI in December was that the workers still believed that the Labour Party represented their interests. We are faced with the very serious and important task of exposing the Labour Party. An article published the following March asserted that some communists had actually believed that the Conservative Party was out to destroy the Labour Party in the elections. The CPGB had helped to spread illusions about the lesser evil, had made attempts at a united front from above with the ILP, and had allowed some members of that party to speak at communist meetings. Another article in the same issue stated that the CPGB was divorced from the masses, who were becoming more radical. In May 1932, J.T. Murphy, who disagreed with the official communist analysis of the elections, resigned from the CPGB. He had also wanted the CPGB 220 to work up mass pressure for credits to the USSR to relieve unemployment, arguing that an expansion of Anglo-Soviet trade would help the five-year plan, associate the British workers with it more closely, and link their fate with the fate of the USSR, thus serving as an obstacle to war. This, said the statement of the Political Bureau of the CPGB, made him a propagandist of the peace mission of capitalism, and an exponent of the inability of socialism to overcome capitalism. Murphy's childish argument that international trading relations reduce the danger of war, was nothing but vulgar capitalist propaganda, which is regularly churned out in the columns of the capitalist press in order to disarm the workers and to prevent them from fighting against the warmongers. Wang Ming attended the plenum for the CCP. He had left China at the end of 1931 to act as representative on the ECCI, and stayed there until 1937. Although appointed chairman of the CCP, after the execution of the previous chairman, he was not given any post in the Provisional Chinese Soviet government, of which Mao Zedong was chairman, set up at the First Congress of Representatives of the Soviet areas held in November 1931. In Preker first reported the Congress in a telegram dated from Tokyo on December 17, 1931, with great delay news has reached here of the first Chinese-Soviet Congress held in Jiangxi on 7 November. After the establishment of the provisional government, the Chinese Central Committee moved from Shanghai, where it was in constant danger from the KMT, to the Soviet area. Zhou Enlai was made Commissioner for Military Affairs. The Far Eastern Bureau of the ECCI, also in Shanghai, was dismantled when the two principal members of its staff, A.M. and Madame Newlands, were arrested. Wang Ming reported to the plenum that the Chinese Red Army now had 26 Army Corps, 15 independent divisions, and a well-armed GPU. The movement in China, Manuelsky said, with its repercussions in India, Indochina, Malaya, and elsewhere, is the center of the instability of the whole colonial system of world imperialism. Chinese victories proved the possibility and suitability of the Soviet system not only for China, but for the colonial peoples in general. In February 1932, the Chinese Soviet government declared war on Japan. Although, in an earlier article, the date of foundation of the Indian Communist Party was given as 1930, an open letter from the Communist parties of China, Britain, and Germany to Indian communists, published in the Comintern Journal in June 1932, appealed to them to undertake the formation of the Communist Party. So far there were only a small number of weak groups, not united in any way, and not clearly differentiated in all cases from the national reformists. They had failed to take part in the anti-imperialist movement, this had been left to the Congress Party. The Communists must take up this fight, and isolate the Congress from the masses. The role of the Indian Communists is enormous. The Indian anti-imperialist and agrarian revolution can deliver a death blow to British imperialism. An article published the following month in Preker, over the name of Ratan Singh, elaborated the tactical line. The masses could be won for the anti-imperialist revolution and liberated from reformist influence only if there was an independent illegal party of the proletariat. Such a party could be formed only by vigorous communist participation in all forms of the mass struggle, and by the formation of COM. September 1932, 221 Munist fractions in all mass organizations, they had none so far. These were essential for a unified policy and for proletarian hegemony. The existence of the Workers' and Peasants' Party, described as an organization of leaders, objectively hindered the formation of a communist party. Local legal labor parties offered communists useful opportunities, and their formation was approved on condition that an illegal communist organization existed capable of organized revolutionary activity in such a party, that it did not take the place of a communist party, that it had a class program, that it did not divert the workers from revolutionary into reformist activities. These and other conditions had to be fulfilled before we take on the job of organizing such labor parties. The arrest of Gandhi, Bose, and others, and of the left national reformist Menshevik renegade M. N. Roy was explained by Magyar as demonstrating the desire of the British authorities to provoke the Indian masses to come out onto the streets so that they could then be shot down with machine guns, artillery, and aeroplanes. That was why communists protested against the arrest, although Roy was the worst enemy of the CPP and an agent and defender of British imperialism in the labour movement. Roy had returned to India in December 1930, anxious to promote cooperation with the National Congress, was arrested in July 1931, and given a sentence of 12 years imprisonment. The Comintern Indian Secretariat was set up by C.P. Dude, CPGB, and Chattopadhyaya in Berlin. By the end of capitalist stabilization and the growth of the USSR, the sharpening of the general crisis of capitalism is proceeding with enormous strides which are carrying this crisis to a new stage. The fundamental changes which are taking place in the world's situation are characterized by a number of recent important facts. 1. A tremendous change has taken place in the relation of forces between the socialist and the capitalist worlds, due primarily to the increase in the relative importance of the USSR, which is carrying out its great program of socialist industrialization, collectivization, and the Cultural Revolution at a tremendous rate. That country has completely established itself in the position of socialism. The second five-year plan provides for the final abolition of classes and for the conversion of the whole of the toiling population of the country into active and conscious builders of classless socialist society. The successes achieved in socialist construction are securing to an increasing degree the economic independence of the Soviet Union in relation to the capitalist world, and its international power, its revolutionizing influence on the toilers and the exploited of all countries, and its significance as the basis of the world's socialist revolution have increased. 2. Meanwhile, in the capitalist world there is a continuation of a. The sharpening of the economic crisis. Industry has contracted to such a 222 degree that more than half of the working class is partially or totally unemployed. The expropriation and impoverishment of the peasants has reached unprecedented dimensions. B. The growing revolutionary upsurge both in imperialist and colonial countries, stubborn and turbulent strikes, revolutionary demonstrations, fierce clashes between the workers and the police and fascists, militant activity by the peasant masses, etc., the sharpening of the struggle of the colonial peoples against the imperialists. C. A further sharpening of the antagonisms between the imperialist powers, trade war, acceleration of the imperialist race for armaments, rifts in the Versailles system, the Japanese war against China, an acute sharpening of the relations between Japan and the USA, between Great Britain and USA, between Italy and France, between Germany and France, etc. D. Intensified preparation for a counter-revolutionary war against the USSR. 3. The domination of monopolist capital which, at the present day, has brought under its sway almost the whole economy of capitalist society, makes it extremely difficult, in the conditions of the general crisis of capitalism, to overcome the economic crisis in the way that was usual for capitalism in the period of free competition. This, however, does not imply that capitalism will break down automatically. It implies the inevitable further growth of the revolutionary upsurge and a further sharpening of the fundamental antagonisms which drive the bourgeoisie to seek a violent solution of these antagonisms, both within their own countries and on the international arena. 4. All these facts taken together completely confirm the estimate of the tendencies of development given in the decisions of the 10th and 11th plenums of the ECCI, and also reveal, in the course of the development of the general crisis of capitalism, a definite change, a peculiar swaying gathering momentum of the antagonistic forces, very rapid in some places and slow in others. In certain extremely important key points, the antagonistic forces are already becoming unleashed for the conflict. The end of relative capitalist stabilization has come. But a directly revolutionary situation has not yet arisen in the important and decisive capitalist countries. What is taking place at the present moment is the transition to a new round of big clashes between classes and between states, a new round of wars and revolutions. This transition, which in international relations is especially accelerated by the military aggression of Japan and France, is taking place in the form of an uneven process in the various countries. In Spain a revolution is taking place. In China there is a revolutionary situation, and a Soviet revolution has been victorious over a large territory. In Germany there is a tremendous sharpening of class antagonisms. On the one hand, the September 1932 223 growth of fascism, and on the other hand, the growth of the revolutionary mass struggle, the accelerated maturing of the prerequisites for a revolutionary crisis. Certain other countries are either approaching very closely to a revolutionary crisis, Poland, or, as a result of the extreme sharpening of antagonisms at home and abroad, may find themselves in the situation of a revolutionary crisis in the near future, Japan. In India and the Latin American countries the development of the revolutionary crisis is retarded, primarily by the low degree of organization of the proletariat and the immaturity of the communist parties. In all capitalist countries the forces of the international proletarian revolution are steadily growing, but in such important countries of world capitalism as the USA, Great Britain, and France, the upsurge of the revolutionary movement, although developing, is still greatly lagging behind the high intensity of the whole international situation. To the danger of a new world war, the war of Japan against China, the new phase in the preparations for intervention against the USSR. 1. The fierce struggle the imperialists are waging for markets and colonies, the tariff wars and the race for armaments, have already led to the immediate danger of a new imperialist world war. French imperialism, in developing feverish activity in the struggle for hegemony on the European continent, is trying to strengthen its old military and political alliances and to form new ones, Danube Federation, but encounters the resistance of Germany, USA, and Italy. Germany demands the equal status of an imperialist power, the annulment of reparations, equality of armaments, the revision of eastern frontiers, etc., while Poland is preparing to seize Danzig and East Prussia. Thus Germany is one of the main centers of the sharpest and most intense world imperialist conflicts. 2. The seizure of Manchuria by Japan and the attack on Shanghai have upset the compact that has hitherto existed between the USA, Japan, and Great Britain regarding the establishment of spheres of influence in China. Japanese imperialism, in alliance with France and with the actual support of England, is converting Manchuria into its colony and has thus put the armed struggle for the partition of China and intervention against the USSR on the order of the day. The League of Nations, acting at the behest of France and England, supports Japan. The United States, in pursuing its imperialist aims in the Far East, openly threatens another race for armaments. The agglomeration of antagonisms in the Pacific forms the chief hotbed for breeding a new imperialist world war. 3. For the purpose of preparing a counter-revolutionary war against the USSR under the cloak of the peace declarations of the League of Nations and the 224. Second International, there is proceeding the arming of Japan by the imperialists of Europe and the USA, the concentration of the Japanese army in Manchuria, the formation and arming of White Guard units in the Far East, and also the organization of an expeditionary army in France, feverish preparations of the army in Poland, Romania, Latvia, Estonia, and Finland, and the strengthening and activization of specially selected fascist formations, unceasing provocation, etc. It is only the firm peace policy pursued by the USSR, and the fears the bourgeoisie entertain of the prospects of imperialist war being converted into civil war and of colonial uprisings, that restrain them from slipping into war and intervention. 4. Under these circumstances of rapidly approaching criminal war, especially hastened by fascism, the communist parties must, as an offset to the abstract and hypocritical pacifist statements of the Social Democrats, commence a real struggle against the preparations for war. The ECCI imposes the duty upon all communist parties to apply with greatest persistence and energy the decisions of the Comintern on the question of struggle against imperialist war and intervention. 3. Bourgeois dictatorship, nationalism, fascism, and social fascism. 1. The bourgeois dictatorship continues to undergo transformation in the direction of the further strengthening of political reaction and the fascization of the state, and in this is revealing a contraction of the basis of bourgeois rule and manifestations of fissures and disintegration. The bickerings in the camp of the bourgeoisie frequently result in take the form of splits into hostile camps, Germany, Finland, Yugoslavia, in some cases the assassination of prominent bourgeois politicians, Japan. As a rule, the bourgeoisie are finding it more and more difficult to smooth over the conflicts which arise among them. In most capitalist countries, the big bourgeoisie are organizing fascist units for civil war, are making a system of political banditism, white terror, the torture of political prisoners, provocation, forging documents, the shooting down of strikers and demonstrators, the dissolution and suppression of the organizations of the workers. But while doing this, the bourgeoisie do not cease to utilize parliament and the services of the Social Democratic parties to deceive the masses. In Germany, in an atmosphere of sharpening antagonism abroad and extreme tension in class relations at home, the von Papenschleicher government, with the help of the Reichswehr, the Steel Helmets, and the National Socialists, has established a form of fascist dictatorship, for which the Social Democrats and the Center prepared the way. The further September 1932 225 development or breakdown of this dictatorship depends on the revolutionary struggle of the working class against fascism in all its forms. In those countries where a fascist dictatorship existed before the world economic crisis, a process of disintegration of fascism is observed as a consequence of the growing revolutionary mass upsurge, Poland, Yugoslavia, Italy. 2. The destruction caused by the present world economic crisis, the breakdown of the economic contacts of world capitalism and the sharpening of the struggle for markets favor the spread of unbridled nationalism and chauvinism among the ruling nations. In Germany, a wave of chauvinist sentiments and passions has arisen out of the hatred which has accumulated against the humiliating and predatory conditions of the Versailles Peace Treaty, and out of the impotent desire for revenge combined with fear of the prospects of the further decline and collapse of German capitalism. In France, chauvinism is cloaked by the slogan of safety of the frontiers, in Great Britain, by the theory of unity of the empire, in Japan, by the pan-Asiatic idea, in Italy, by the theory of overpopulation, etc. A stubborn struggle must be carried on everywhere for internationalism and against the dangerous ideology of chauvinism, and account must be taken of the peculiar character and the special forms of chauvinism in each separate country. 3. Both fascism and social fascism, social democracy, stand for the maintenance and the strengthening of capitalism and bourgeois dictatorship, but from this position they each adopt different tactical views. In view of the fact that the position of the ruling bourgeoisie of every country is one of inherent most extreme contradiction at the present time, which compels them now and again to maneuver between a course for determined struggle against their enemies at home and abroad, and the more prudent course, this inherent most extreme contradiction in the position of the bourgeoisie is also reflected in the difference in the positions taken up by fascism and social fascism. The social fascists prefer a more moderate and more lawful application of bourgeois class coercion, because they do not want to contract the basis of the bourgeois dictatorship, they guard its democratic drapings, and strive chiefly to preserve its parliamentary forms, for without these, the social fascists would be hampered in carrying out their special function of deceiving the working masses. At the same time, the social fascists restrain the workers from revolutionary action against the capitalist offensive, and growing fascism, play the part of a screen behind which the fascists are able to organize their forces, and build clear the road for the fascist dictatorship. 4. To the extent that the economic policy of monopolist capital is adapted to the special conditions and difficulties of the economic crisis, Social democracy adapts its ideology to the requirements of the crisis policy. 226. Of the financial oligarchy. The social democratic leaders are again unearthing their threadbare slogans of the nationalization of certain branches of industry. They even draw up for the bourgeoisie ultra-reactionary schemes of forced labor and present these quack schemes as plans to establish socialism under capitalism. 5. The mass influence of the social fascists has declined in almost all countries. For that very reason their maneuvers have become more energetic and varied, leading strikes with the aim of throttling them, in some cases, even demonstrative declaration of general strikes, sham fight against fascism, for peace, in defense of the USSR, etc. In these maneuvers particular zeal is displayed by the left social democratic groups, who simultaneously carry on a frenzied campaign of slander against the Communist Party and the USSR. Only by taking fully into account the variety of the forms of the policy and maneuvers of the social fascist in all their concreteness will the communists be able really to expose and isolate the social fascists. Only by directing the main blows against social democracy, this social mainstay of the bourgeoisie, will it be possible to strike at and defeat the chief class enemy of the proletariat, the bourgeoisie. And only by strict differentiation between social democratic leaders and workers will the communists be able, by means of the revolutionary united front from below, to break down the wall which often separates them from the social democratic workers. For the development of the revolutionary upsurge and the preparation of the struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat 1. The growth of the revolutionary upsurge has become particularly evident since the 11 plenum of the ECCI. 2. During this period the communist parties have increased their strength. In Germany, the party achieved great successes in the last Reichstag elections, and the anti-fascist struggle is developing under the leadership of the party on the basis of the united front from below. A growth of the mass influence of the communist parties is observed in China, Poland, and Bulgaria. In France, in spite of the fact that the Communist Party lost considerably in the parliamentary elections and that the membership of the Unitary Confederation of Labour has declined, there is a considerable upsurge of the revolutionary anti-war movement. Despite the weakness of the mass influence of the communist parties in a number of countries, the communists in all parts of the capitalist world, in numerous fights and trials, under conditions of merciless terror, have shown themselves to be courageous and truly revolutionary, advanced fighters of the proletariat. September 1932 227-3. The end of capitalist stabilization, the rapidly growing prerequisites of a revolutionary crisis in a number of capitalist states, and the international situation in general, sharply raises the problem of solving the main task of the communist parties at the present time, i.e., of preparing the working class and the exploited masses, in the course of the economic and political struggles, for the impending fight for power, for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Precisely because little time remains before the revolutionary crisis matures, it is necessary, without losing a moment, to intensify and accelerate our Bolshevik mass work to win over the majority of the working class, to increase the revolutionary activity of the working class. The opponents of the revolutionary movement have not yet lost the support of an enormous section of organized and unorganized workers, and this circumstance, which enables them to impede the revolutionization of the proletariat, constitutes the fundamental danger from the point of view of preparing for the victory of the proletariat. 4. The successful accomplishment of this task requires that every communist party shall establish, extend, and strengthen permanent and intimate contacts with the majority of the workers, wherever workers may be found. For this it is first of all necessary, a. to organize on a sound basis constant Bolshevik work among non-communist workers in the factories, in the reformist and other trade unions, and among the unemployed, and systematically to expose the treachery of the social democratic and reformist leaders, and to win over the workers who have come under the influence of the fascists, b. to defend the everyday interests of the workers, to be able to respond to every attack of the class enemy, always putting forward concrete slogans that will effectively mobilize the masses for struggle, systematically to pursue the policy of the united front from below, to establish an alliance between the proletariat and the small farmers, to draw into the struggle the office workers and exploited sections of the urban petty bourgeoisie under the leadership of the proletariat, c. to strengthen the Communist Party itself, by training cadres, who are closely connected with the masses and trusted by them. 5. In the practical work of our parties it is necessary to put an end to a number of repeated weaknesses and mistakes which hinder the development of their mass work. The chief of these shortcomings and mistakes are as follows: most of our party workers are isolated from the reformist and other non-communist workers, work in the reformist unions meets with actual resistance, agitation is abstract and stereotyped, and this applies also to the press, and especially to slogans. There is a lack of ability to defend in a practical manner the vital interests of the workers and to take advantage of practical causes which specially excite the workers, for the purpose of organizing the activity of really broad masses, using various forms of the struggle according to the situation. There is a 228. Lack of bold application of the forms and methods of proletarian democracy for the purpose of building up the united front from below, and on the other hand, there is an opportunist slurring over of differences of principle when applying the tactics of the united front. There is a lack of ability to combine the struggle against the employers, the government, and the fascists with the struggle for winning the workers away from the influence of the social fascist agents of the bourgeoisie. There are shortcomings and mistakes in the tactics and strategy of strikes. There is a lack of ability to develop the movement of the broad masses from comparatively elementary movements to higher and higher forms of struggle, big economic and political strikes and other revolutionary actions. 6. The 12th plenum emphasizes the importance and the urgent necessity of overcoming these shortcomings and mistakes in the practice of the communist parties. There must be determined dissociation from right opportunist tailism, which frequently manifests itself in capitulatory moods, in disbelief in the possibility of revolutionizing the reformist working masses, and from left opportunist subjectivism, which wishes to substitute for the necessary, difficult work of the Bolshevik education and mobilization of the masses and of really developing these struggles by organizing and winning the leadership of the everyday struggle of the workers and peasants. Empty phrases about developing revolutionary struggles. The correct Bolshevik mass policy can be carried out only in an irreconcilable struggle against right opportunism as the chief danger and against left deviations from the line of the Comintern. V. The immediate tasks of the sections of the CI1. The general task of the Comintern and its sections in all capitalist countries at the present time is to wage a concrete struggle, 1. Against the capitalist offensive, 2. Against fascism and reaction, 3. Against the impending imperialist war and intervention in the Soviet Union. 2. The specific tasks of the major communist parties are as follows: CP of Germany, to mobilize the vast masses of toilers in defense of their vital interests, against the bandit policy of monopolist capital, against fascism, against the emergency decrees, against nationalism and chauvinism, and by developing economic and political strikes, by struggle for proletarian internationalism, by means of demonstrations, to lead the masses to the point of the general political strike, to win over the bulk of the social democratic masses, and definitely overcome the weaknesses of trade union work. The chief slogan which the CPG must put forward to offset the slogan of the fascist dictatorship, the Third Empire, and the slogan of the Social Democratic Party, the Second Republic, is the slogan of the Workers' and Peasants' Republic, i.e., Socialist Soviet Germany. September 1932 229, which will guarantee the possibility of the voluntary affiliation of the people of Austria and other German territories. CP of France, to turn its work in the direction of defending the interests of the workers and peasant masses, fight against wage cuts, for social insurance, for immediate relief for the unemployed, against the burden of taxes, etc., and to link up this defense with the struggle against the Versailles system, against the subjection of Alsace-Lorraine and the colonies, and against the war policy of French imperialism. And patiently and tirelessly fight for the liberation of the syndicalist and socialist workers from their reformist, parliamentary and pacifist illusions. CP of Great Britain, a sharp turn must be made towards work in the reformist trade unions and in the factories, and to rouse the working masses, on the basis of the united front from below, for a struggle, 1 against the new capitalist offensive on the wages of the workers and unemployment insurance benefits, 2 against the government policy of supporting and encouraging the anti-Soviet aggression of Japanese and French imperialism, 3 for the independence of the British colonies and Ireland. CP of USA, the American Party must mobilize the masses and concentrate chiefly on the struggle, 1 for social insurance, against wage cuts, for immediate assistance for the unemployed, 2 for assistance for the ruined farmers, 3 for equal rights of the Negroes and the right of self-determination for the Black Belt, 4 for the defense of the Chinese people and the Soviet Union. It is necessary to carry out the decision on the turn in the work of the party and the Trade Union Unity League. CP of Japan, the Japanese Party has the task of transforming its struggle against war and the seizure of the territory of China into a real mass movement of the workers and peasants, linking it up closely with the struggle for the immediate needs of the masses. Workers and peasants' self-defense committees and the combined action of villages must be organized against the forcible collection of rents and taxes from the peasants and the seizure of land from tenants. The party must explain to the masses the necessity for a revolutionary struggle for the confiscation of the land of the landlords without compensation for the benefit of the peasants. CP of China, 1. To mobilize the masses under the slogan of the national revolutionary struggle against the Japanese and other imperialists and for the independence and integrity unification of China, 2. To develop and unite the Soviet territories, to strengthen the Red Army, 3. To fight for the overthrow of the Kuomintang regime, 4. To pursue a resolute policy of converting the Red trade unions into mass organizations, to win over the workers belonging to the Kuomintang unions, 5. To develop the guerrilla movement, putting forward in Manchuria slogans. 230. Calling for the formation of peasant committees, for boycotting taxes and government decrees, the confiscation of the property of the agents of the imperialists, the establishment of an elected people's government. 6. The popularization of the achievements of the Soviet districts and the slogan of the Fraternal Alliance of the Workers and Peasants of China with the USSR. CP of India, to strengthen the Communist Party, politically and organizationally, to train Bolshevik cadres, to wage a stubborn struggle in the reformist trade unions, develop a wide anti-imperialist front, to liberate the masses from the influence of the National Congress, to make agitational and organizational preparations for a general strike, to give the greatest possible support to the peasant movement for the non-payment of taxes, rent, and debts, to popularize the basic slogans and tasks of the agrarian revolution. 3. In regard to organization, the chief tasks of the sections of the CIR, a. Carefully to conceal the communist nuclei in the factories, combining this with fearless mass work, b. To create immediately nuclei in military detachments and in the militarized organizations of the bourgeoisie, in war factories, railways, and ports, c. To wage a determined struggle against provocation in all forms, d. To take measures to ensure that the party can promptly pass to an illegal basis in case of necessity, e. To transform the party press into real mass organs which must deal with all questions that concern the workers in simple language, intelligible to the workers. F. There must be a thorough elimination from the leadership of all branches of party work of supercentralism, of the mere issuing of orders. The maintenance of a big central apparatus while the local organizations are bereft of forces must not be permitted. Extracts from the resolution of the 12th ECCI plenum on the lessons of economic strikes and the struggle of the unemployed, September 1932. Theses of the 12th plenum *. The theses were introduced by Thulman, Lenski, and Gottwald. They asked the questions Biatnitsky had asked earlier in a speech to students of the Lenin School: why had the Communist parties and the RILU not won over more workers to their side, in spite of favorable objective conditions and social democratic treachery? Despite dozens of conferences and articles and resolutions, the job had not yet been seriously tackled. They only reached those who were already on the communist side. Work should be concentrated on the factories and the employment exchanges. There is no need at all to shout in the factories and mills that we are communists. It is possible and necessary to *checked against the German version in Inpreker, 12, 55, p. 2733, October 14, 1932. September 1932 231 Carry on real party work, without calling oneself a member of the party or the cell. At the plenum Kuhn and Thälmann emphasized the need to work in the reformist unions, and were supported by Pollitt, who underlined the importance of getting communists elected to trade union branch committees. Wrong formulations on this question of the trade union movement, which have given the impression that we are out to smash and disrupt the trade union movement, have placed weapons in the hands of the Amsterdammers. In March an article in had called for a complete change in the work of the minority movement, which was a small, self-absorbed organization of leaders who have nothing to do with the real struggle of the workers. Less than 7% of the CPGB membership were organized in factory cells, and the percentage of members in trade unions had dropped from 53 in November 1930 to 37 in June 1931. The percentage in the minority movement had dropped from 21 to 15. At the 12th Congress of the CPGB in November 1932, Pollitt described the minority movement as a sectarian organization with a membership of 5,600. Piatnitsky said communist influence in reformist unions had not increased since the previous plenum. Among the unemployed it was also declining. Many parties had failed to work in the spirit of the 11th plenum resolution, which said that the unemployed organizations should be non-party in character. Many comrades had confessed that they had not read the resolution. Many factory cells existed only on paper, and some that did exist did not function. Thälmann reported that the plenum commission on this resolution had dealt chiefly with recruiting new members for the trade union opposition and how to get communists into office in union branches. It also discussed weaknesses in RILU work, the importance of trade union fraction work, and the unemployed. The growth of the revolutionary upsurge and the character of strike struggles and the struggles of the unemployed. The growth of the revolutionary upsurge in the sphere of the economic struggle of the proletariat is expressed in the development of the mass strike movement. The inclusion of new groups of the proletariat in the economic struggle in countries where the crisis developed late. The rapid conversion of small economic movements into mass economic and political strikes. The increase in the role of the communist parties and revolutionary trade union movement in strike struggles and in the struggle of the unemployed, in the rise of a new, non-party group of worker activists who fight heroically against the attacks of capital in spite of and against the reformist trade union bureaucrats. The communist vanguard and the revolutionary trade union movement, however, has not since the 11th plenum of the ECCI succeeded in rousing the majority of the working class to the struggle against the unceasing attacks of capital. The chief cause of the insufficient development 232 of economic struggles is the still unsatisfactory application of the line of independent leadership of economic struggles, on the basis of the tactics of the united front from below, in the underestimation of partial struggles, in the weak contacts with the masses in the factories and among the unemployed, in the weakening of revolutionary positions inside the reformist trade unions, in the inability to expose the maneuvers of the reformist trade union bureaucrats, in capitulation to reformist trade union bureaucrats, openly or concealed by left phrases. The economic struggle of the proletariat is assuming more and more a revolutionary character, and combining, in an increasing number of cases with various elements and forms of political activity, is, at the present stage, in the overwhelming majority of capitalist countries, the fundamental link for leading the masses to the forthcoming big revolutionary battles. The greatest possible development and strengthening of the struggle of the proletariat against wage cuts and the worsening of the conditions of labor, the exertion of all the efforts of the communist parties and the revolutionary trade union organizations to ensure the independent leadership of strike struggles and the unemployed movement, the raising of the fighting capacity of the masses, leading them on the basis of their own experiences from the struggle for everyday partial demands to the struggle for the general class. Tasks of the proletariat represent the chief tasks for all sections of the Communist International, especially under the conditions of the end of capitalist stabilization. 2. The fight against the capitalist offensive and the tactics of the United Front. The experience of a number of strike movements since the 11th plenum shows that the communist parties and the revolutionary trade union organizations have achieved successes in the leadership of the economic struggle of the proletariat in those cases when they have consistently applied the tactics of the United Front from below at all stages of the struggle, when they have promptly put forward demands and slogans of the strike, intelligible to the masses, when they have organized them on the basis of broad proletarian democracy, drawn all sections of the fighting workers into the leadership of the strike, and when they have decisively exposed the maneuvers of the reformist trade union bureaucrats and the confiding conciliatory attitude towards them. In addition to this, the 12th plenum of the ECCI declares that in the overwhelming majority of the sections of the Comintern serious shortcomings and a number of serious opportunist mistakes have been discovered in carrying out the tactics of the United Front from below, which have been utilized by the Social Democrats and the reformist trade union bureaucrats in their tricky September 1932 233 maneuvers. These shortcomings have arisen both from the underestimation and an insufficient application of the tactic of the United Front, especially with regard to social democratic workers, and also from opportunist capitulation to the reformist trade union bureaucrats, unity at any price, and in fact they have been the chief causes of the insufficient advances of the communist parties and the revolutionary trade union movement in the development of the independent leadership of the economic struggle of the proletariat. 3 methods of leading unemployed struggles. The 12th plenum of the ECCI directs the special attention of all sections of the Comintern to the tremendous and ever-growing political significance of the unemployed movement, which is being directed more and more directly against the capitalist state, the struggle for food, for relief, for social insurance, against forced labor, etc. The struggle of the unemployed has up to the present time been prepared by the communist vanguard and organized by it to a much less degree than the strike struggle of the proletariat. The communist parties and the revolutionary trade union organizations have not succeeded in organizing serious mass activity by the employed workers in defense of the interests of the unemployed, although it has been found possible more and more frequently, to get the unemployed to actively support workers on strike. The most serious shortcoming in the mass work of the communist parties among the unemployed has been that insufficient attention has been paid to the organization of the struggle for the partial demands of the unemployed. The unemployed movement has been left without proper revolutionary leadership, which to a certain degree has been taken advantage of by the Social Democrats and Fascists. In cases when communists and adherents of the revolutionary trade union movement have properly estimated the political importance of work among the unemployed, and have widely popularized the program of demands of the unemployed, capably combining them with the concrete defense of the everyday interests of the unemployed, in most cases, they have been able to obtain material successes and to extend their political influence. The communist parties, while systematically explaining to the working masses that unemployment is an inevitable accompaniment of the capitalist system and can only be abolished by the dictatorship of the proletariat, must devote special attention to the wide mobilization and organization of the broad masses of the unemployed for a struggle for their everyday demands and social insurance, but must not allow the red trade unions and the red trade union opposition to serve as substitutes for the broad organization of the unemployed. 234. For work in the reformist trade unions. One of the chief causes of the insufficient mobilization of the masses by the communist parties and the revolutionary trade union organizations in the struggle against the capitalist offensive is the impermissibly weak revolutionary work carried on inside the reformist trade unions. The consistent everyday struggle of communists and supporters of the revolutionary trade union movement for the establishment of the United Front of the Workers urgently raises before all the sections of the Comintern and of the Red International of Labor Unions the question of work inside the reformist trade unions and the methods of this work. The influence of the reformist trade union bureaucracy, especially in countries with long established and strong reformist trade unions, is one of the chief hindrances to the development of the class struggle, and cannot be broken down by shouts about wrecking the trade unions, for which communists are not striving, nor by deserting the trade unions, but by persistent work inside the reformist trade unions, by fighting hard to win every member of the reformist trade unions, for every elected post in the trade unions, for securing the dismissal of the reformist trade union bureaucracy and winning over the local organizations of individual trade unions and the local trade union councils of the reformist unions. The 12th plenum of the ECCI calls upon all sections of the Communist International to continue the struggle with all Bolshevik consistency and determination against capitulation to the reformist trade union bureaucrats, as against the chief danger, and against those opportunist elements in the communist parties and the revolutionary trade union movement which still in practice oppose the existence of red trade unions and the RTUO and the organization and the carrying on of independent economic strikes by them, and who, as substitute for them, support the slogan, "Make the leaders fight." The ECCI instructs all sections of the CI to explain to the party members and the revolutionary non-party workers that the trade union bureaucrats can only be successfully exposed and the mass of members in the mass reformist, Catholic, nationalist, Kuomintang, yellow and similar trade unions can be liberated from their influence only if, in addition to detailed everyday work, explaining and putting forward their own proposals, the supporters of the RILU speak at all meetings, conferences and congresses on all questions concerning the organization and the tactics of the economic struggle and criticize and expose the leaders of these trade unions because they are carrying on negotiations with the employers behind the scenes, because they are in favor of voluntarily worsening the conditions of labor, because they sabotage the struggle of the masses, strangle the initiative of the masses of members and individual members, and when they cannot prevent the struggle any further. September 1932 235 they commence it after considerable delay and then capitulate to the employers behind the backs of the workers. The sections of the CI must wage a ruthless struggle against those leftist sectarian elements in the communist parties and the revolutionary trade union movement who take advantage of the struggle of the Comintern against the opportunist slogan of "Make the leaders fight" in order to give up revolutionary work in the reformist trade unions. The 12th plenum of the ECCI calls on all sections of the Comintern to wage a determined struggle against leftist sectarian refusals to fight for elected positions in the reformist trade unions, which is the duty of every communist according to the decisions of the 10th plenum of the ECCI. In countries where there are mass fascist trade unions or similar mass reactionary organizations, Italy, China, and especially in places where the fascist trade unions have the monopoly, communists must actively work inside them in an organized manner, utilizing all legal and semi-legal opportunities to draw the masses of members of these organizations into the class struggle, to discredit these organizations in the eyes of the masses, to strengthen the positions of the revolutionary trade union movement among the masses. 5 Achievements and defects in the work of the red trade unions. The 12th plenum of the ECCI declares that in spite of a number of important successes, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Spain, Japan, the majority of the red trade unions have not succeeded in taking advantage of the growth of the discontent among the masses against the capitalist offensive, and of the sharpening of the class struggle, in order to take the lead of the strike struggles and of the unemployed movement. The chief shortcomings and weaknesses of the leadership of the economic struggles of the proletariat by the red trade unions, which arise in the main from the absence of a firm and practical line for the independent leadership of economic struggles, from the extremely insufficient contacts with the masses, from the existence of considerable relics of social democratic, in some countries, anarcho-syndicalist, methods of work, have found expression in the inability to seize on the concrete economic demands and the political slogans which excite the masses, the inability in most cases to decide on the concrete moment for commencing a struggle, the narrowness of the organizational basis in the red trade unions, the absence, even now, of a serious organizational basis in the factories, the extremely poor development of democracy in the trade unions, and the smallness and political weakness of the cadres which is due to this. 236. 6 Achievements and defects in the work of the red trade union opposition. The revolutionary trade union opposition, as an organization embracing the organized and unorganized workers, has achieved a number of successes in a number of countries since the 11th plenum of the ECCI. Nevertheless, politically and organizationally, it still lags behind the growing revolutionary upsurge of the masses of the workers. The main task of all the revolutionary trade union oppositions is to unite the organized and unorganized workers on the basis of the class struggle, to independently lead economic battles, to work in the reformist, Catholic and similar trade unions, to isolate the treacherous trade union bureaucracy from the mass of the trade union membership and to build up a mass organization which will link the communist parties with the masses. The main weakness of the RTUO lies in the fact that, with few exceptions, it has not formed groups in the factories, has worked badly in the trade unions, has not set up its organizations in all the links of the reformist, Catholic, etc., trade unions, and, in the majority of cases, has not managed to take the lead in the struggle of the organized and unorganized workers against the capitalist offensive. On the wave of the growing revolutionary upsurge and of the mass movement against the reformist trade union bureaucracy, the RTUO must become the lever and the organizational base for the creation of independent red trade unions. 7. The growth of the revolutionary upsurge and the fight against deviations. The development of the economic struggle of the proletariat under conditions of the end of capitalist stabilization urgently requires that the communist vanguard pursue a clear and distinct struggle against opportunism, which becomes more dangerous in proportion as the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat rises higher. Adaptation to the ideology and policy of social democracy, capitulation to the reformist trade union bureaucrats in the independent leadership of the economic struggle of the proletariat, a confiding attitude to the left maneuvers of the reformist trade union bureaucrats, in particular to the slogan of the demonstrative general strike, refusal to link up partial economic demands with general class slogans, the tactics of a bloc with reformist trade union bureaucrats instead of the policy of a united front from below, refusal to form the RTUO on the pretext of defending the unity of the trade union movement, and finally, repudiation of the leading role of the communist parties in the revolutionary trade union organiza. September 1932 237 Chins and hiding of the face of the CP in economic struggles. These represent the chief danger at the present stage of the development of the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat. A necessary condition for a successful struggle against the chief danger of right opportunism is a determined struggle against left opportunist deviations, which are expressed in a leftist theory that the workers organized in the reformist trade unions represent a uniformly reactionary mass, in the leftist sectarian underestimation of the tactic of the United Front, in the statement that the reformist trade unions are schools of capitalism, in a sectarian attitude to work inside the reformist trade unions, in reducing all the work in the reformist unions to the task of wrecking the apparatus, and in the bureaucratic ignoring of the methods of proletarian democracy. 8. The tasks of the communist parties in the economic struggle of the proletariat. The 12th plenum of the ECCI is of the opinion that an immediate and radical change, not in words but in deeds, is necessary in the whole of the revolutionary work of the communists for the mobilization of the masses for economic struggles, for the organization and leadership of strike struggles and the unemployed movement, and particularly in all trade union work, both in the revolutionary trade unions and the RTUO, and also in the reformist trade unions. The chief condition for the development of the economic struggle and independent leadership of this struggle at the present stage is the correct Bolshevik application of the tactics of the United Front from below, which requires a radical change in the mass work of the communist parties. For this purpose it is necessary, a. to ensure that all party and revolutionary trade union organizations establish contacts with the majority of the employed and unemployed, promptly formulate the slogans of struggle and determine its methods and forms on the basis of a really concrete knowledge of the economic situation, of the requirements and the sentiments of the employed and the unemployed workers, b. to ensure the wide adoption application of the tactic of the United Front from below, and in particular a proper approach to the reformist workers, patiently overcoming their reformist illusions and prejudices, raising their class consciousness step by step, drawing them into the revolutionary organizations and leading them more and more to the decisive revolutionary battles. c. to ensure proletarian democracy in all stages of the economic struggles, election of strike committees and other organs of struggle, attracting the 238. Broad masses of the fighting employed and unemployed workers to the discussion and decision of all questions of the struggle. D. To exert every effort to make the strikes of employed workers and the actions of the unemployed result in some material gain. In this way the confidence of the masses in their revolutionary vanguard will be strengthened. H. To ensure the immediate restoration and extension of revolutionary positions in the reformist trade unions, to ensure the preparation of every strike, of every action of the employed and unemployed also inside the reformist trade unions. I. To ensure the all-round leadership of all factory organizations and the mass organizations of the unemployed, factory committees, unemployed committees, etc., by the Red Trade Unions and the RTUO, without overshadowing or domineering them. J. To ensure that the activities and forces of the party organizations are concentrated on the development of the strike struggle and the unemployed movement, especially in those important branches of industry, metal industry, transport, and munitions, where there has been the greatest lagging behind up to the present. To ensure the rapid formation, consolidation, and regular working of communist fractions in all trade union organizations, including the RTUO, unemployed committees, and factory committees, without which it is impossible to establish a correct political line, to control its application, to give correct instructions, without overshadowing or domineering, or in general to strengthen the role of the party and the revolutionary trade union organizations as the directing and leading force in the strike struggle, the unemployed movement and the general class struggle of the proletariat. Extracts from the resolution of the 12th ECCI Plenum on the War in the Far East and the Tasks of Communists in the Struggle Against Imperialist War and Military Intervention Against the USSR September 1932 Theses of the 12th Plenum *. The theses were introduced by Nozaka, using the name of Okino. To a greater extent than usual, all international events were interpreted by the Comintern in the light of an impending attack on the USSR. Thus the proposal made in the House of Commons early in 1932 to replace the 1921 trade agreement with the USSR by a new one was discussed as the first step towards breaking trade relations, to be followed by the rupture of diplomatic relations. Preparations for war on Russia were coming to a head, timed to coincide with the Japanese attack from the east. Asterisk checked against the German version in Preker, 12, 86. p. 2775, October 18, 1932. September 1932 239. After the outbreak of fighting in Manchuria, an article in the Communist International complained that communist parties underestimated the danger of imperialist intervention. The imperialists were forced to postpone intervention, which they had fixed for 1930-31, and to begin universal preparations for intervention on a more extensive front. This was being done behind a pacifist smokescreen. In January 1932 the Communist parties of Germany, France, Britain, the United States, Czechoslovakia, and Poland issued a joint manifesto calling for the defense of the USSR and the Chinese Revolution. The partition of China and war on Russia was being organized by the League of Nations, supported by the Second International. The prime mover was France, which was giving most aid to Japan, and organizing its satellites in Europe for anti-Soviet aggression. France, said an article in at the end of 1931, while preparing for war on the one hand, entered into negotiations with the Soviet Union on the question of a non-aggression pact and the renewal of trade negotiations on the other. French imperialism had to do this in order to hide from the broad masses the fact that she was organizing the anti-Soviet war on a broader basis. This was followed by an appeal on similar lines signed by all communist parties on the American continent. It stated that Japan in Manchuria, like the United States in the Caribbean, was acting through local puppets. The report of the Lytton Commission, published in October 1932, received varying interpretations in the communist press. Radek said that it offered Japan a leading position in Manchuria, which was to become an international colony. China would receive imperialist support against Russia and its own communists if it would agree to China being run by an international banking consortium. The United States hoped to get Britain and France into its anti-Japanese front by offering debt concessions. The Provisional Chinese Soviet government issued a statement saying the task of the commission had been to draft a plan for the division of China and the suppression of the revolutionary movement. China could be liberated by a national revolutionary war only if the KMT regime were first overthrown. At the instigation of Münzenberg, KPD, Romain Rolland, and Henry Barbusse organized an international committee to call an international anti-war congress. The committee included, inter alia, the names of Gorky, Upton Sinclair, Einstein, Madame Sun Yat-sen, and Theodore Dreiser. The Congress, originally planned for Geneva in July, was held in Amsterdam at the end of August 1932. There were present 2,195 persons, of whom 830 represented communist organizations, and 682 came from RILU organizations, although, curiously enough, the ECCI materials for the 7th Comintern Congress stated that the majority of delegates it gave the number as 3,000 were pacifists. Dimitrov, then working in the West European Bureau of the ECCI, was in charge of the communists present, though he did not speak in public. The Congress elected a committee of 141 members and appointed a permanent secretariat with its seat in Paris and Barbusse as president. A number of national subcommittees were also set up, which subsequently organized regional conferences in London, Montevideo, Copenhagen, Shanghai, and Melbourne. The manifesto issued by the Congress said that war had already begun in China and was moving with 240. The help of the imperialist states towards the USSR. Its instigators were capitalist concerns and banks, using the governments as their tools. It depended on the workers whether the war went further. After the Congress, Thérèse wrote, "The important thing is to make sure of communist direction of this mass movement." 1. The period of relative stability in international relations has ended. The attack of Japanese imperialism on China, which is taking place with the full and open support of France and with the secret support of England, marks the beginning of a new imperialist war. The struggle for the redivision of the world, sharpened as the result of the world economic crisis, is expressed by the intensification of all the contradictions within the imperialist system. The intensification of the main contradictions in the camp of imperialism, the contradiction between the USA and Great Britain, the sharpening of the conflict between the USA and Japan, the extreme intensification of the struggle around the Versailles system between France and Germany, and between Poland and Germany around the questions of Danzig, the Polish corridor, and the question of East Prussia, the sharpening of the struggle between French and Italian imperialism, and in connection with all these facts the regrouping of imperialist powers which is taking place, all these are leading to the outbreak of new military conflicts. The attitude of the League of Nations towards the Japanese attack on China once again plainly shows that the League of Nations serves as an instrument of war and intervention in the hands of French and British imperialism. In opposing the occupation of Manchuria, the USA is pursuing its own imperialist aims of securing a fair redistribution of spheres of influence in the Far East. 2. The intensification of the imperialist antagonisms is increasing the tendency in the camp of imperialism to settle these antagonisms at the expense of the USSR. The imperialist powers, and first of all, the imperialists of France and Japan, are exerting every effort to extend and strengthen the anti-Soviet bloc in order to deliver a decisive military blow at the basis of the world proletarian revolution, the USSR, which is strengthening itself on the socialist path. British imperialism supports all the plans for intervention against the USSR. The USA is striving to provoke war between Japan and the Soviet Union in order that, by weakening both Japan and the USSR, it may strengthen its own position in the Pacific. In Poland, Romania, Czechoslovakia, the Baltic countries and the Balkan countries, preparations for war are being carried on with the greatest possible intensity under the guidance of the French General Staff. 3. The sharpening of all forms of bourgeois dictatorship, the strengthening of reaction, the growth of fascism, the persecution of the revolutionary movement, shootings and hangings, are already the preparation of the rear for an imperialist war and military intervention against the USSR. The 12th plenum of the ECCI is of the opinion that the main task September 1932. 241 of all communist parties is to organize and lead the struggle of the workers, peasants, and all the toilers for the defense of China and the Chinese Revolution, for the defense of the fatherland of the workers of all countries, the USSR, against the closely approaching intervention, and for the defense of the toilers of capitalist countries against a new imperialist war. 4. During the Far Eastern War, the leaders of the Second International and its parties adapted their tactics to suit the requirements of the bourgeoisie of their respective countries. They either silently ignored the danger of intervention against the USSR, or directly deceived the masses by alleging that the USSR is not in danger of intervention. At the same time, the parties of the Second International increased their slanderous anti-Soviet campaign and strove to weaken the influence of the peace policy of the USSR on the toiling masses, and supported the ill-concealed aggressive policy of the imperialist governments in opposition to the Soviet proposal for complete disarmament. The reformist trade unions sabotaged the struggle against the manufacture of munitions and the transport of munitions to Japan, and argued that a war would put an end to unemployment. The Japanese Social Democrats, who are in contact with the Second and Amsterdam Internationals, fully and completely supported the predatory war of the Mikado Japanese bourgeoisie, on the plea that this war is the path to socialism. This position taken by Japanese social democracy is an indication of the position which will be taken up by world social democracy as a whole when a new imperialist war breaks out. Later, under the pressure of the masses, the Executive Committee of the Second International in Zurich adopted a resolution which formally appeared to oppose imperialist war and advocate defense of the USSR, thus passing from the position of intervention and the support of counter-revolutionary efforts against the Soviet state to a position of formal neutrality and verbal defense of the USSR. In reality, however, the parties of the Second International are continuing their slanderous anti-Soviet campaign, supporting the Russian Menshevik interventionists, sabotaging all the concrete actions of the workers against the production and transport of munitions for Japan, continuing to sow pacifist illusions with the aim of diverting the masses from the real struggle against imperialist war and military intervention, boycotting the Amsterdam Anti-War Congress, participating in the preparations and the organization of imperialist war and military intervention, and in every country are supporting their own bourgeois government. 5. The 12th plenum of the ECCI greets the heroic struggle the CP of Japan is waging against the imperialist war commenced by the Japanese bourgeoisie and landlords, and the revolutionary struggle of the CP of China against Japanese imperialism and against all imperialists. The CP of China must continue to exert every effort to guarantee the 242 hegemony of the proletariat in the mass anti-imperialist movement in Kuomintang, China. For this purpose, the CP of China must set itself the task of further developing and deepening the Soviet movement, strengthening the Red Army of the Chinese Soviets, linking up the Soviet movement with the mass anti-imperialist struggle in Kuomintang, China, widely and consistently using the tactic of the united front from below in the anti-imperialist struggle of the masses, organizing the masses under the slogan of a revolutionary national liberation war for the independence, unity and territorial integrity of China, against all imperialists, for the overthrow of the agent of imperialism, the Kuomintang. The CP of Japan must increase its work in the army and navy, especially in Manchuria, must carry on popular agitation among the workers, peasants, and the exploited urban petty bourgeois masses, in language that can be understood by the broad masses, in order to expose the indissoluble connection that exists between imperialist war and the direct preparations for military intervention against the USSR, on the one hand, and the strengthening of the military police reaction and the increased plundering of the toiling masses in Japan itself, on the other hand. The Communists of Korea and Formosa, in close collaboration with the CP of Japan and the CP of China, must mobilize the workers and peasants of Korea and Formosa for the struggle against Japanese imperialism, for the independence of Korea and Formosa, and must establish a revolutionary fighting alliance of all the oppressed and exploited for the national liberation struggle. 6. While recognizing the undoubtedly favorable results in the work of the CPS in imperialist and colonial countries in the matter of mobilizing the masses against imperialist war and against preparations for military intervention, the 12th plenum of the ECCI declares that the communist parties of the imperialist countries have not been able, by their revolutionary actions, to prevent the transport of troops to China and military supplies to Japan, that they have not been able to rouse the broad working masses employed in munition factories and in transport for the struggle, that the mass anti-war campaign has developed slowly, partly because of an opportunist underestimation of the war in the Far East and also because of a leftist fatalistic, frivolous attitude to the war. The 12th plenum of the ECCI calls particular attention to the impermissible weakness of the contacts of the CPS with the principal munition factories, with the chief ports and with the key points on the railroads, and also to the fact that the anti-war work of the communist parties and the YCL in the army, the May Navy and the special fascist semi-military organizations is in an intolerably neglected condition. The 12th plenum of the ECCI particularly emphasizes the weakness and the backwardness of the YCL in the struggle against imperialist war and military. September 1932 243 Intervention. In addition, the 12th plenum states that the communist parties have not succeeded in fulfilling the urgent task of creating legal, semi-legal, or illegal control committees and illegal committees of action, based on the masses, in the factories, railroads, ports and ships, have not succeeded in mobilizing the masses of workers in the reformist trade unions and other mass workers' organizations on the basis of the tactic of the United Front from below for the purpose of preventing the transport of troops to China and munitions of war to Japan, and in developing the agitation against imperialist war and military intervention among the masses of peasants and the urban petty bourgeoisie. Inadequate Bolshevik resistance was shown to the opportunist underestimation of the war in China and to the underestimation of the danger of imperialist war and military intervention. 7. The general tasks of all communist parties in the struggle against imperialist war and military intervention and in the struggle against fascism, social democracy and bourgeois pacifism, which facilitate the various methods of preparing and carrying on imperialist war and military intervention against the USSR, are as follows: a. To develop a systematic ideological struggle against chauvinism and nationalism, to carry on propaganda for real proletarian internationalism, to expose to the masses all the machinations of the foreign policy of their own bourgeoisie, to expose all the measures of the home policy of the bourgeoisie in preparation for war. b. To react actively to all manifestations of the anti-Soviet campaigns, to seriously improve the propaganda about the success of socialist construction in the USSR among the broadest masses, to mobilize the toilers against the White Guards, to popularize the peace policy of the USSR, to mobilize the masses for the active defense of the USSR, China, and the Chinese Soviet Revolution. c. To expose on the basis of actual and well-known facts all the sophisms and maneuvers of the bourgeois pacifist and especially the social democratic parties. d. To expose widely to the masses the peculiar, secret birth and conduct of a new imperialist war, mobilization in parts, formation of a covering army, preparations to cleanse the rear from revolutionary elements, and in deciding the anti-war tactics of the Communist Party, to take into account the variety of new methods employed by the bourgeoisie in preparing and carrying on war. e. By employing the tactic of the United Front, to set up legal, semi-legal, and illegal control committees and committees of action in the munition factories, in ports, in factories, on railroads, and on ships, for the purpose of developing mass activity and carefully prepared protest strikes and economic strikes to prevent the transport of munitions and troops. 244. And to rouse the initiative of the broad masses of workers in this matter. f. To support the national liberation movement of the colonial and subjected nations. g. To carry on extensive anti-imperialist work among the soldiers and sailors, among conscripts, reservists, and in the special military organizations of the bourgeoisie. All the CPs must carry on an irreconcilable Bolshevik struggle in their own ranks against an opportunist underestimation of the war danger, against opportunist passivity in the struggle against imperialist war and military intervention and against a pseudo-left fatalistic attitude towards war. The Communist Party must understand that bare and empty propaganda of peace, unaccompanied by calls for and the organization of the revolutionary actions of the masses, is only capable of sowing illusions, or depraving the proletariat by imbuing them with confidence in the policy of the bourgeoisie and their agents in the working class, and of making the working class a plaything in the hands of the bourgeois governments. The Communist parties, in carrying on a real struggle against the preparations for imperialist war and military intervention against the USSR, must go to the workers with Lenin's teachings that imperialist war is caused by capitalism, and that the only guarantee against new imperialist wars and intervention is the conversion of imperialist war into civil war and the overthrow of capitalism. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto to the workers, peasants, and communists of Spain, November 4, 1932, and Preaker, 12, 93, p. 2998, November 8, 1932. Throughout the year the Comintern continued to reproach the Spanish CP because it was not giving effective leadership to the revolutionary movement, which was still largely spontaneous. It was charged, in an article in February 1932 in the Communist International, with sectarian attitudes, anarchist methods of work, and opportunist passivity. The same article referred to the socialist and syndicalist strikebreakers and traitors, and to the anti-national butcher government of Caballero and Aznar. The party must combat democratic and syndicalist illusions among the workers, organize the masses for the direct struggle for power, win the peasants by launching the agrarian revolution, and expose the treachery of those like Caballero and Aznar who held the revolution back on the pretext of the danger of counter-revolution and restoration of the monarchy. On the failure of General Sanjurjo's coup, Vicente Arroyo wrote that the government's dismissal of 4,000 civil guards who had supported the general. November 1932, 245 was a demagogic maneuver. Again the CP was reproached for having failed to act. The strike against Sanjurjo was a spontaneous action by the workers, and the CP failed to follow it up by setting up workers' and soldiers' councils to continue the fight against the monarchists and their Republican Socialist supporters. The fact that the Aznar Caballero government was the chief bearer of the counter-revolution should not blind the CP to the inner contradictions in the enemy camp. Bolaños and three of his colleagues Adame, Trilla, and Vega on the Central Committee had wished to issue the slogan "Defend the Republic" at the time of Sanjurjo's attempted coup but were overruled. They went to Moscow to argue their case, and, having failed to persuade the Presidium, resigned on October 5. On October 31, one Russian source dates it October 29, the ECCI published a statement on their expulsion from the Spanish CP and the CI. The statement was signed by the members of the Spanish Commission appointed by the 12th ECCI plenum, of which Martí was the chairman. It summarized a resolution adopted the same day at a joint session of the ECCI Presidium and the International Control Commission, which emphasizes their sectarian and anarcho-syndicalist methods, and the policy which allowed the working masses to trail in the wake of the Republican bourgeoisie. The policy of this group was an attempt to prevent the Bolshevization of the party, to hamper the formation of cadres, and to discredit the new cadres. The ECCI materials for the 7th Comintern Congress attributed the backwardness of the Spanish CP chiefly to this group of leaders. There had also been desperate efforts by Trotsky to impose his counter-revolutionary views, but these had been frustrated. Trilla and Vega later rejoined the Communist Party. The Spanish Communists held their 4th Congress in Seville in March 1932, it was attended by 201 voting delegates. The report of the Congress in Preaker referred to the strong Trotskyist offensive which ended in complete defeat. They had exploited the justified discontent in the party in an attempt to disrupt it. An attempt had been made to establish a trade union federation on RILU lines, distinct from the UGT, with approximately 500,000 members, affiliated to the IFTU, and the anarcho-syndicalist CNT, with 400,000 members. A conference was held in Madrid, June 30 to July 2, attended by 118 delegates claiming to represent 133,000 trade unionists. The ECCI materials, 3 years later, doubled this figure. It passed resolutions on the danger of an anti-Soviet war, decided to join the International Anti-War Committee, and to set up a National Trade Union Unity Committee. The Foundation Congress of the RILU Unions was held in April 1934. For 2 years the industrial and agricultural proletariat as well as the working peasants of the Iberian Peninsula have been waging great and heroic revolutionary struggles. On the instructions of the Aznar Caballero government, the civil guard is shooting down proletarians and peasants in the towns and villages of Spain. Throughout Spain, in the industrial centers and on the large landed estates, heroic struggles are taking place, and the slogan of a workers' and peasants' government sounds from the 246 factories, from Barcelona, Seville, Bilbao, and from the smallest and most remote villages. In the midst of this rising mass struggle, 4 former leaders of the Spanish Communist Party, Trilla, Adame, Vega, and Bolaños, having shown with contempt their lack of faith in the militancy of the workers and peasants, broke with the Communist International. For many months these people fought stubbornly to prevent the creation of a real mass party in Spain, to prevent the organization of joint struggle with the honest, revolutionary anarchist and socialist workers, the joint struggle of the workers in the different trade unions against the bourgeois agrarian counter-revolution. While in effect thus supporting the policy of the Spanish counter-revolution, these 4 sabotaged the political line of the CI, which is dominated by the purpose of uniting the masses for struggle and in struggle. The policy of splitting the masses is the policy of the counter-revolution, which does all in its power to split the forces by which it will be defeated. For this criminal purpose it uses its social democratic agents, Caballero and others, give support to the anarchist leaders who revile communism, and try to divert the workers from the fight for the proletarian dictatorship, thereby strengthening the dictatorship of capital. There is no doubt that in the last 2 years the Spanish Communist Party has grown, has led the struggles of the workers and peasants, has risen against the counter-revolutionaries. If it has done so, then no thanks to Adame, Trilla, Vega, and Bolaños, but in spite of them and against them. If the Spanish Communist Party does not occupy a more important place in the revolutionary movement of the Spanish masses, the responsibility lies on this group, which wished to isolate the party from this movement, in defiance of advice and decisions. Tomorrow these 4 will resort to the most contemptible bourgeois calumnies, in an attempt to demoralize the young Communist Party which has chased them out. They will try to sow confusion among the Spanish masses by pointing out that they served prison sentences under the monarchy. But Zamora and other murderers of the exploited were also in prison, and where are they now? What are they doing? Adame, Vega, Trilla, and Bolaños are following the road of the Spanish counter-revolution. Whether they join the Trotskyist camp of splitters, or go directly over to the camp of Spanish fascism is a secondary matter. What is certain is that the Spanish counter-revolution has gained 4 new recruits. November 1932 247. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on the 15th anniversary of the Russian Revolution, November 4, 1932 in Preker, 12, 93, p. 2977, November 8, 1932. The proletarian dictatorship in the Soviet Union has been in existence for 15 years. 15 years ago a new epoch in the history of mankind opened, the epoch of the proletarian world revolution. Socialism, the dream of the best and noblest minds, for which the First International stood, and for which thousands and thousands of the best representatives of the working class went to their death, is today being established in 1/6 of the earth. The successful conclusion of the 5-year plan in 4 years is a tremendous asset to the cause of working class emancipation throughout the world. The mighty Soviet Union stands as an invincible fortress of peace against predatory imperialism, as shock brigade of the proletarian world revolution against fascism, reaction, and unbridled chauvinism in the capitalist countries. Compare the results of 15 years of working class dictatorship in the Soviet Union with the 15 years of bourgeois rule and social democratic policy. Which road was the right one? Which road was cheaper for the working class? The one taken by the working class and peasant millions of Russia under the leadership of the Leninist Bolshevist Party, or the one to which you in the capitalist countries were enticed by the social democratic leaders. It is true that in the Soviet Union the proletariat in power is approaching its lofty goal through a series of difficulties and sacrifices. But what a gulf there is between the temporary deprivations of the Soviet workers, which make for more rapid material and cultural advance, and the unnumbered sufferings and sacrifices demanded of you by your capitalist masters, the capitalist state, the social democratic leaders, to save capitalism, which condemns tens of millions to unemployment, starvation, and death. Yes, the proletariat in power in the Soviet Union is paying dearly for the economic and cultural backwardness inherited from the bourgeoisie and the landlords. The cause of socialism would make still more rapid progress in the Soviet Union if you would set out firmly on the road of revolution by chasing the social democratic leaders out of the ranks of the working class. There is no treachery, no scoundrelly betrayal of the working class, which the social democratic leaders would not deliberately commit to save capitalism. Who thought up and supported the idea of civil peace during the imperialist slaughter? 248. The social democratic leaders. Who, together with the imperialists, with the industrial party, prepared for intervention against the Soviet Union, organized acts of sabotage and wrecking in the Soviet Union. The social democratic leaders. Who acted as watchdog of capitalist rationalization. Who expelled revolutionary workers from the trade unions for striking against capitalist exploitation. The social democratic leaders. Who is clearing the road for fascism. The social democratic leaders. Who opened the road to the fascist generals in Germany on July 20. The social democratic leaders. Take note, workers. The Social Democrats promised you peace. Together with the bourgeoisie they thought up fairy tales for the masses about the League of Nations as an instrument of peace. In reality the League of Nations was exposed long ago as an instrument of war. In reality the first fires of a new imperialist slaughter are spreading in the Far East. In reality the governments of the Social Democrats MacDonald and Boncourt, actively supported by the Second International, are strangling the Indian and Indo-Chinese workers and peasants. In reality social democracy supports the bloody wars in the colonies. Workers, peasants, oppressed colonial peoples. On the 15th anniversary of October turns to you, countless victims of capitalist slavery and imperialist robbery, with the appeal to unite your forces in irreconcilable struggle against imperialism, against colonial slavery, against the bankrupt capitalist system. Only under the leadership of the Communist Party will you win success in your fight. Only with your active participation, with your mass support will the Communist parties strengthen their Bolshevist positions in the factories and the mass organizations, and be able to lead you to decisive class struggles and historical victories. ECCI Statement on the German Situation and on the United Front March 5, 1933 Rundschau, 2. 4, p. 91, March 11, 1933 The Reichstag elections in November 1932 gave the Nazis 33.1% of the total vote as against 37.3% in July, the SPD 20.4%, 21.6%, and the KPD 16.9%, 14.3%. The Center maintained its vote at 15%. In October the Berlin Transport Workers Union had voted on whether to call a strike against a proposed wage reduction. The voting did not give the required majority, but March 1933 249 the KPD and NSDAP called out their members. The strike was called off after the elections. Nazi participation was explained in as being due to the pressure of their own masses. It was at the same time an attempt to deceive and split the proletariat before the elections. Rundschau, which took the place of the German edition of Inpriker in July 1932, wrote that the bourgeoisie wanted a broad mass basis for a new dictatorship which would include the NSDAP, but the negotiations were being drawn out because they feared open civil war. An article in After the Elections, entitled The KPD Takes the Offensive, attacked the SPD leaders who appeal with ever-increasing frequency and urgency to the Comintern to limit its activity, to give up its irreconcilability, in the name of the United Marxist Front for the Salvation of the German Republic. These Marxists say nothing about the bourgeois character of the democracy of the German Republic, and again endeavor to trick the masses with the bait of socialist phrases. The new rise of the revolutionary wave reflected in the election results was the direct and unmistakable reply of the German proletariat to the treacherous work of social democracy and to the defeatists and panic-mongers in the KPD. The second lesson of the campaign is to be found in the defeat of National Socialism. The mass fascist movement had not been destroyed, but the changes in the relationship of the forces of revolution and counter-revolution are continuing to move irresistibly in a direction beneficial to the working class and its communist vanguard. When the Social Democrats said that the question on the agenda of history was not the establishment of a Soviet dictatorship but the struggle for the republic, they were asking for peace with the bourgeoisie, which would strengthen the role of social democracy. The task of the KPD remains, as before, to direct the chief blow, at the present stage, against social democracy. Poppen's fall, said Rundschau, was brought about by the proletarian mass movement and by differences within the bourgeoisie. Schleicher, representing heavy industry as against Poppen's agrarians, was working for collaboration between the Nazis and the reformist trade unions as the foundation of capitalist rule. The ADGB and the Reichsbanner were in favor of Schleicher's plans, and of the incorporation of the unions in a fascist dictatorship, but the SPD wanted to conceal its support of a fascist regime. The fall of Schleicher's government and the appointment of Hitler was said to mark the end of the German bourgeoisie's attempt to halt the revolutionary movement by social means. They would now resort to open terror, although fearing both the greed of the East Prussian landlords who supported Hitler, and the loss, because of the new government's crude measures, of the support of social democracy. The KPD offer of a united front in January 1933 was made, not to the SPD executive, but to local organizations. The SPD were willing to consider united action, provided a non-aggression pact was agreed to beforehand. To this condition the KPD would not agree. Some well-known KPD members, including Erich Wallenberg, and Felix Wolff, who demanded a change of policy after January 30, were expelled. The SPD proposal was repeated by Breitschied on February 12, and again rejected. Trotsky, in exile, wrote that 250. Breitschied's offer, however diplomatic and ambiguous, should have been welcomed with open arms. The KPD's proposals for a united front were for a united front with themselves. The SPD, he said in the Manchester Guardian, had hoped to educate fascism gradually. It had held the workers back and allowed the fascists to carry out their revolution by stages. The policy of the KPD had been thoroughly wrong, its leaders had been blind. Fascism was assisted to power by the united efforts of the leaders of both the workers' parties. Speaking for the KPD Reichstag fraction on February 6, Pike said, "However seriously we take the situation, we are not pessimistic. To a growing extent the KPD is winning the confidence of the masses." The SPD approached Soviet diplomatists in Berlin to intervene with the KPD in the autumn of 1932. Shortly before the Reichstag fire, Stampfer, editor of the SPD central newspaper, Vorwärts, was informed by a Soviet embassy secretary that Moscow believed a period of fascist rule was an unavoidable transitional phase of development. A Pravda editorial of November 16 argued that greater fascist terror would intensify the class struggle and accelerate the growth of the KPD. A meeting between SPD and KPD officials arranged for February 28 did not take place because of the repercussions of the Reichstag fire. It was not until after the fire that the KPD made a direct approach to the SPD and ADGB executives. Rundschau wrote that the Nazi terror was directed in part also against social democracy. The Weimar Republic was in ruins, the constitution a scrap of paper, and any legal communist activity impossible. No direct answer was given to the LSI proposal for a cessation of KPD-SPD hostilities. Commenting on it in the Communist International, Noren wrote, "The Comintern did not believe in the sincerity of the Second International Bureau's proposal, and could not believe in it, in view of all their past behavior. Nevertheless, in the present critical days, it did not refuse the proposal. Mutual hostilities would cease during the joint struggle against the bourgeoisie, although the motive behind the offer was that the SPD hoped to have its past sins forgotten and be free as before to betray the working class. The German proletariat was in the greatest danger, but only a short period of power remains to the bourgeoisie. In the elections on March 5, 1933, the NSDAP received over 17 million votes, 43.9% of total, the SPD over 7 million, 18.3%, the KPD 4.7 million, 12.3%, the center vote fell to 13.9%. After the elections, the KPD was declared illegal, and all its property was sequestrated. In the summer of 1933, all parties other than the NSDAP were banned. Piatnitsky wrote that the Weimar parties had betrayed the workers for so many years that these no longer wished to defend them from destruction by the fascists. The bourgeoisie handed the government over to Hitler so that he could lower wages, stop unemployment benefits, take over the unions, etc. in order to transfer the entire burden of the crisis onto the working class. The KPD alone, bitterly opposed as it was by the SPD and ADGB, was not strong enough to prevent this. Its members, moreover, were taken unaware. Many of the responsible workers of the KPD did not expect that the attacks on the KPD would be made on such a scale so soon. The majority of the members of the KPD were not prepared for such unprecedented mass repression. On March 14, the KPD Central Committee suggested to the SPD Vorstand a joint appeal to organize joint. March 1933, 251 Defense against Nazi attacks on workers' organizations, etc. If the proposal were accepted, the KPD, in agreement with the ECCI, would refrain from attacking the SPD so long as the joint action lasted. In April published a leading article on the collapse of Weimar Germany and preparations for the German October, which asserted that since the Reichstag fire the KPD was successfully establishing a united front. Up to now, social democracy has stood in the way of this unity, has disrupted the working class struggle and gradually brought it under the blows of bloody fascist terror. Now that social democracy was crumbling, the KPD had an exceptional opportunity indeed of winning the majority of the working class. The guide to the 12th plenum argued that to look at events in Germany as a defeat of the revolutionary forces was opportunist and capitulatory. Referring to the present statement, the ECCI materials for the 7th Comintern Congress said, this important political step by the Comintern was conditioned by the revolution in the entire international situation which set in with Hitler's accession to power, reflected in the sharpening of international relations, in the changing relations of class forces in a number of countries, and also in the shifts which occurred within the labor movement as a result of the collapse of German social democracy and the growing crisis of the Second International. Communist United Front offers had been rejected because the Social Democratic workers put up no resistance to their leaders, and because of defeatist sentiments among some communists. At the ECCI Presidium in July 1934, Piatnitsky attributed the failure of the workers to respond to the KPD appeal of March 5 to the absence of any response from the SPD leaders. The workers had also been demobilized by the opportunist tendency to equate fascism with bourgeois democracy. This sectarian attitude had hampered friendly relations with social democratic workers. At the same time, the KPD had to fight against the tendency to establish an unprincipled bloc with social democracy, to work for unity from above without simultaneous mobilization of the masses. It had also to fight erroneous theories about the ADGB reflected in the slogan "Destroy the Reformist Unions." Despite all its efforts, the KPD had been unable to convince the masses of the harmfulness of SPD policy. The decisive lesson of the establishment of open fascist dictatorship in Germany is that without rooting out the mass influence of the reformists, particularly in the trade unions, without an energetic struggle against all varieties of opportunism, it is impossible to win the majority of the working class. No change was made in the customary appraisal of the Nazi movement. From the very beginning, the Comintern and the KPD sharply opposed the attempt of the Social Democrats, the Trotskyist and Brandlerist renegades, to present fascism as the dictatorship of the petty bourgeoisie or lumpenproletariat, as a government above classes, not only above the proletariat but also above the bourgeoisie. Fascism, the worst and bloodiest enemy of the working class, is the openly terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, the most chauvinist, and most imperialist elements of finance capital. At the end of 1934, Martynov, at that time editor of the Communist International, wrote that the Comintern did not give a direct answer to the LSI's proposal because it had no faith in the LSI's declaration, because the LSI did not put forward a program of joint 252 action, and without this any agreement between the parties would be directed against the interests of the working class, and because agreement between the socialist and communist parties of the individual countries themselves would be more promising. To the workers of all countries the crisis continues. Unemployment is steadily increasing. Hunger and poverty are overtaking ever new sections of workers. The capitalist offensive is taking on sharper forms. The bourgeoisie are launching out on a campaign against all the political and economic achievements of the working class. Fascist reaction is gripping one country after another. The establishment of an open fascist dictatorship in Germany confronts millions of workers in all countries with the urgent need to organize the united fighting front against the fascist offensive of the bourgeoisie, above all the German bourgeoisie, who, step by step, are robbing the workers of all their economic and political gains and trying by the most brutal terror to crush the labor movement. The chief obstacle to the formation of the united fighting front of communist and social democratic workers was and remains the policy of class collaboration with the bourgeoisie pursued by the social democratic parties, which has now exposed the international proletariat to the blows of the class enemy. This policy, known as the so-called policy of the lesser evil, has in fact led in Germany to the triumph of fascist reaction. And the communist parties of all countries have repeatedly declared their readiness for a joint struggle with social democratic workers against the capitalist offensive, political reaction, and the war danger. The communist parties were the organizers of the joint struggle of communist, social democratic, and non-party workers, despite the leaders of the social democratic parties, who systematically broke up the united front of the working masses. On July 20 last year, after von Papen had thrown out the Social Democratic government of Prussia, the KPD proposed to the SPD and the ADGB the organization of a joint strike against fascism. But, with the approval of the entire Second International, they described this proposal as provocation. The KPD repeated its proposal of joint action at the moment when Hitler seized power, calling on the SPD Presidium and the ADGB Presidium to organize defense against fascism, but again was met with a refusal. Even more, when in November last year the Berlin transport workers went on strike against wage reductions, the SPD broke their united fighting front. The course of the international labor movement is full of such examples. Now the Bureau of the LSI has published, on February 19 of this year, a statement on the readiness of the social democratic parties affiliated to it to form a united front with the communists to fight against fascist. March 1933 253 reaction in Germany. This statement sharply contradicts the entire previous behavior of the LSI and the social democratic parties. The entire previous policy and action of the LSI justify the CI and the communist parties in doubting the sincerity of this statement, made at a time when in a number of countries, and particularly in Germany, the working masses are taking the initiative in organizing the united fighting front. Nevertheless, in view of fascism's offensive against the German working class, unleashing all the forces of world reaction, the ECCI calls on all communist parties to make a further attempt to establish a united fighting front with the social democratic working masses through the social democratic parties. The ECCI is making this attempt in the firm conviction that the united front of the working class on the basis of the class struggle is capable of repulsing the offensive of capital and fascism and greatly hastening the inevitable end of all capitalist exploitation. Taking into consideration that, because of the variety of the practical fighting tasks confronting the working class, arising from the varied conditions peculiar to each country, an agreement between the Communist and Social Democratic parties on defined actions against the bourgeoisie can be most successfully carried out within the individual countries. The ECCI recommends the Communist parties of the individual countries to approach the central committees of the Social Democratic parties affiliated to the LSI with proposals for joint action against the capitalist offensive and fascism. But the negotiations to this end must be based on the primary conditions for joint struggle. Without a concrete program of action against the bourgeoisie, any agreement between the parties would be directed against the interests of the working class. The ECCI therefore proposes the following conditions as the basis for any such agreement. A. Communists and Social Democrats will at once begin to organize and operate defense against the attacks of fascism and reaction on the political, trade union, cooperative and other workers' organizations, on the workers' press, on the right to assemble, demonstrate, and strike. They will organize joint defense against the armed attacks of fascist groups by mass protests, street demonstrations, political mass strikes. They will set about organizing committees of action in factories, employment exchanges, and working class districts, as well as detachments for self-defense. B. Communists and Social Democrats will start immediately to organize the workers' protest by meetings, demonstrations, and strikes against any wage reductions, any worsening of labor conditions, attacks on social insurance, the reduction of unemployment benefits, dismissals. C. If these two conditions are accepted and executed, the ECCI considers it possible to recommend the Communist parties to refrain, for the period of the common struggle against capital and fascism, from attacks. 254. On social democratic organizations. Anyone who violates the conditions of the agreement in carrying out the United Front must be fought mercilessly as strike breakers disrupting the Workers' United Front. These conditions, which will be put to the LSI, are also valid for those parties, such as the ILP, which have proposed a united fighting front to the Comintern. The ECCI, which makes these proposals in the sight of the international working class, calls on all communist parties, in the first place on the KPD, without waiting for the results of negotiations and for agreement on a joint struggle with social democracy, to set about organizing joint fighting committees with social democratic and all other workers. The communists have shown in years of fighting that they stand and will stand, not in words but in deed, in the foremost ranks of the struggle for the united front in class actions against the bourgeoisie. The ECCI is firmly convinced that social democratic and non-party workers, regardless of the attitude of the social democratic leaders to the creation of the united front, will overcome all obstacles and together with the communists will build the united front not in words, but in actions. Today, when German fascism, in order to crush the workers' movement in Germany, has organized an unparalleled provocation, firing of the Reichstag, forged documents about insurrection, etc., every worker must recognize his class duty in the struggle against the capitalist offensive and fascist reaction. Resolution of the ECCI Presidium on the Situation in Germany, April 1, 1933, Rundschau, 2, 9, p. 229, April 12, 1933. Heckert wrote at this time, in Rundschau, that the events in Germany are a most significant step on the road to the ripening of the revolutionary crisis in the heart of Europe. Fascism had triumphed because social democracy, on behalf of the bourgeoisie, had split the proletariat in order to reduce its fighting capacity, i.e. petty bourgeoisie had been disillusioned in bourgeois democracy, and regarded Weimar, because of Versailles, as Volksfeindlich. German nationalism today is the offspring of Versailles. French bourgeois democracy, the pillar of the Versailles system, produced Hitler. This relation of forces explained why the KPD was unable to organize a decisive political strike on January 30, which would have exposed an unarmed proletariat to all the armed forces of the country. He contrasted this with the situation in Russia in 1917. The KPD Central Committee resolution of May 1933 said, with only the revolutionary vanguard, without the mass following of the decisive proletarian. April 1933, 255 Strata, it was impossible for the KPD to take up a hopeless struggle against the fascist dictatorship, condemned in advance to defeat. The party had been unable to bridge the gap between correct decisions and their execution. The Emancipation Program 1930 had not been taken seriously enough, and the initiative in the movement against Versailles and the Dawes and Young plans had been captured by the Nazis. The party had also been hampered by the opportunism and sectarianism of the Neumann and Merker groups. The charge of the Neumann Group that the KPD was responsible for the rise of Hitler was an attack not only on the Central Committee but on Stalin, Manuelsky, and the decisions of the ECCI 11th and 12th plenums. But the proletariat had not surrendered. The SPD was annihilated, morally and politically, but never had the reputation of the KPD been so high. The collapse of fascism in Germany depended primarily on the KPD winning the working class majority and eliminating SPD influence. Social democracy has proved its readiness to share in all the bloody crimes of fascism against the working class. In this it had found an ally in Trotsky, who was sniffing about among the fascist jackboots in an effort to get into the limelight. He had said that the KPD should have joined with the SPD to defend the parliamentary regime. This was a Hitler-Trotsky platform. It would have meant defending the Bryaning government and the trade union bureaucrats, the united front of reaction which had brought Hitler to power. It was true that the Nazis were attacking Social Democrats, but only rank-and-file members, not the leaders. The Nazis beat the SPD as they would beat a faithful dog who had outlived his usefulness. But fascism needed the trade unions, and was taking the social democratic bosses into its service. Germany was still a bourgeois dictatorship, whether in the form of the Weimar Republic or the Third Reich. The reference to Vorwärts presumably refers to the SPD election program published in that paper, which stated that the SPD government had given equal civil rights to all. In endorsing in the Reichstag the demand for equal rights for Germany, Wells said the SPD stood for equal rights at home as well as abroad, not vengeance by the victors over the vanquished. It demanded equal rights and equal security under the law. The SPD alone voted against the enabling law introduced by the Nazis in the Reichstag on March 23. The KPD had already been outlawed. After the Presidium meeting wrote, "The events of the last few months in Germany have demonstrated the complete correctness of the Comintern theses on social fascism." The trade union leaders were open allies of Hitler. This capitulation will help us communists drive the last nail into the coffin of world social democracy. An article in the following issue spoke of the approach of proletarian revolution in Germany. The KPD was leading the masses from the present temporary lull towards new, big, and ever bigger battles. The struggle for the proletarian dictatorship in Germany is on the order of the day. The road of the German proletariat to victory has been shown by the ECCI Presidium. Only social Hitlerites like Trotsky could talk about basic differences between social democracy and National Socialism. In the same periodical, in June 1933, Heckert wrote that Trotsky and Brandler had recommended the Comintern to form a united front with the LSI and IFTU, but we rejected a united front with the capitulators and party errand boys of the 256 fascists, and criticized those KPD members who maintained that, because of its policy in 1932-3, the KPD would be unfit for struggle for years to come. In Rundschau, a certain Skudel dealt with Trotsky's assertion that it was not the proletarian revolution which was maturing in Germany, but the counter-revolution taking a firmer hold. If events went as Trotsky said, we would have to get ready for many years of fascist rule. The KPD Central Committee resolution following the Presidium meeting argued that the loss by the Social Democrats of their posts in the governmental service, and the brutal suppression of their organizations and press, could not alter the fact that the SPD remained, as before, the chief social pillar of the capitalist dictatorship. The influence of left SPD leaders is the more dangerous because they seek, through persecution by fascism, to give themselves a martyr's popularity. The foundation for a successful anti-fascist struggle was the united front from below, but in certain situations it might be necessary to propose joint action with social fascist leaders in order to expose social fascist sabotage of all anti-fascist action. That was why the CI and KPD had made offers to the Social Democratic leaders. The KPD would fight the Brandler-Trotsky proposals for a bloc. The party's strategy remained unchanged by developing partial struggles to lead the masses up to the political mass strike and the struggle for power, for a workers' and peasants' republic. The objective factors of revolutionary crisis were ripening, everything now depended on the subjective factor, that is, on the capacity for action of the KPD and the working class. In a manifesto of June 20, the KPD Central Committee explained Hitler's attacks on other parties, action against Hugenberg's nationalists, and the center reflected the view of finance capital that undivided Nazi rule was the best guarantee of their profits. The attack on some Junkers was a diversionary maneuver in response to pressure from below. Social Democrats and trade unionists were dismissed in order to give their jobs to NSDAP adherents. The dissolution of the SPD and the arrest of some of its leaders showed that, with growing working-class hostility to the fascist dictatorship, an illegal SPD was most useful, for, while talking of a fight against fascism, it would try to maintain the split in the working class and obstruct the formation of a revolutionary united front. It was incorrect to say that fascist terror and economic crisis made a fight impossible. In August wrote that the task of the KPD was to mobilize the growing indignation of the toiling masses and convert it into an open struggle for the revolutionary overthrow of the power of the fascist hangman. In January 1933 it was impossible for the KPD to fight independently, but it was now preparing for an independent decisive battle. Making actual revolutionary preparations for decisive struggles for a real workers' government and for the proletarian dictatorship. Those in the KPD who smuggled in social fascist contraband by arguing that fascism was a new system and not just another form of bourgeois rule would have to be unmasked. The KPD Political Bureau resolution of October 10, 1933 announced that the fascist dictatorship was trembling before the uninterrupted growth of the forces of communism, the petty bourgeois and peasant masses were desert. April 1933 257ing fascism, and these sections of the German population were urged to refuse to pay taxes, rents, and interest charges. The illegal SPD organizations were designed to prevent the masses from joining the communist camp. Communists must make it clear to the working class that the restoration of the social democratic organizations and of the social democratic leadership in the trade unions is harmful for the cause of the working class. By the end of the year was announcing that a new revolutionary upsurge has already begun and is growing in Germany, which places before the KPD the task of preparing the conditions for the armed overthrow of the fascist dictatorship and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. At the Factory Committee elections in April, the ADGB, Social Democratic, candidates received 73.4% of the votes, the NSBO, Nazi, 11.7%, the Christian Union 7.6%, and the RGO, Communist, 4.9%. The Nazi authorities then put an end to all factory committee elections. The Zionist Congress in Prague in the summer of 1933 was described, in Rundschau, as a peculiar crossbreed of national and social fascism. Of the speakers who dealt with anti-Semitism in Germany, it said that their inhibitions could be felt. True, Hitler is the enemy of the Jews, but Hitler is a national German racist and the Zionists are national Jewish racists. At bottom they speak the same language. And in fact it seems as though there might be some kind of understanding between Hitler and the Zionists. There is no basic conflict of principle between the two, but only a conflict of interest. There were no Zionists from Russia at the Congress because Zionism in the Soviet Union is quite bankrupt, and none from Germany because the Zionists had knuckled under completely to the Hitler dictatorship. A week later an article in the same periodical said that the German Zionists and the Nazis have at last concluded peace with each other, their differences had been set aside. Rosenberg's anti-Jewish outbursts were designed to conceal from the German masses the bargaining going on behind the scenes. If the Nazis went so far as to attack the property of the rich Jews, the policy would be resisted in America and Britain. So the German Jews can look forward hopefully to the future, so long as they have money. Having heard Comrade Heckert's report on the situation in Germany, The Presidium of the ECCI states that the political line and the organizational policy followed by the CC of the Communist Party of Germany, with Comrade Thälmann at its head, up to the Hitlerite coup, and at the moment when it occurred, was completely correct. Confronted by the extreme acuteness of the economic and political situation in Germany, shown on the one hand by the growth of the KPD into a tremendous working class force and by the rapid maturing of the revolutionary crisis, and on the other by the emergence among the ruling classes themselves of deep contradictions, and by the inability of the fascist dictatorship, in the shape of the Papen and Schleicher governments, to stem the advance of communism or to find a way out of the ever more acute economic crisis the German bourgeoisie have handed over. 258. To the fascist Hitler and his National Socialist Party the carrying through of the open fascist dictatorship. Hitler's victory and the establishment of the power of the National Socialists were made possible by the following circumstances: German social democracy, which had the majority of the proletariat behind it in the November 1918 revolution, split the working class and, instead of driving the revolution forward to the proletarian dictatorship and socialism, as would have been the duty of a proletarian party, allied itself with the bourgeoisie and the Wilhelmian generals to crush the rising of the revolutionary masses and opened a deep split in the German working class. As testimony to its policy of collaboration with the bourgeoisie and the tactics of the lesser evil, in alliance with the bourgeoisie and with the approval of the entire Second International, it continued this policy of brutal repression of the revolutionary movement and of splitting the working class up to the most recent past. It prohibited the Red Front Fighters League, it prohibited the revolutionary workers' organizations, it prohibited workers' demonstrations or had them fired on, it broke up industrial and political strikes against the capitalist and fascist offensive, and supported the rule of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. Social democracy concentrated in the hands of its corrupt bureaucratic bosses the leadership of the mass labor organizations. It expelled revolutionary workers from them and through the network of centralized workers' organizations subordinate to it suppressed the initiative of the working masses, broke their capacity to fight capital and fascism, and so obstructed the resolute action against the fascist dictatorship and the terrorist fascist gangs which were passing to the offensive. This policy of fighting the revolutionary masses and of collaborating with the bourgeoisie and supporting reaction on the pretext of the tactics of the lesser evil was and is the policy of the Second and Amsterdam Internationals, from 1914 to the present day. In its imperialist setting, and particularly in a country defeated in imperialist war and profoundly shaken by the general crisis of the capitalist system, the democratic bourgeois Weimar Republic could be nothing but the reactionary dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Labor legislation, social insurance, the democratic rights which the bourgeoisie had to grant to the workers in the years of the revolution, were gradually withdrawn by the Weimar coalition, consisting of Social Democrats, the Centre Party, and the Democrats. An unbroken series of concessions to reaction, the suspension one after another of the provisions of the Constitution, of the gains made by the workers, the development step by step of the entire state machinery towards fascism, discredited the Weimar coalition and the Weimar Republic to such a degree that the masses no longer took them seriously. April 1933 259. The Versailles system plundered Germany and subjected the German working masses to the yoke of unbearable exploitation not only by their own but also by foreign capital, to which the German government had to pay reparations. The Versailles yoke, reinforced by the yoke of the German bourgeoisie, led to an unparalleled decline in the standard of living of the proletariat, and to such impoverishment of the peasantry and the urban petty bourgeoisie that a part of them began to think of pre-war Germany, where there was no general capitalist crisis and no mass impoverishment as there are now, as their ideal. In these circumstances it is understandable that, at the moment when the economic crisis was at its most severe, making the burden of the foreign yoke imposed by the Versailles Treaty even heavier, there was bound to be a violent outbreak of German nationalism and chauvinism, particularly as the proletariat, split by social democracy, was not strong enough to carry the urban petty bourgeoisie and the peasant masses along with it. This outbreak greatly strengthened the position of the bourgeoisie and brought the most demagogic nationalist party of all, the Party of National Socialists, to the top. The communist workers organized and led the struggle against the offensive of capital and fascism. They supported every action of the Social Democratic workers, even the slightest, against capital, whenever such action was taken. Guided by the desire to re-establish the revolutionary unity of the working class, they repeatedly proposed, long before the victory of fascism, to the Social Democratic workers and to the lower Social Democratic organizations a united front of struggle against the bourgeoisie and their lackeys, the fascists. But the Social Democratic workers, behind whom stands the majority of the German working class, shackled by their Social Democratic leaders, who are opposed to the Revolutionary United Front and prefer to maintain their reactionary United Front with the bourgeoisie, for the most part rejected the United Front with the Communists every time, and this broke up the working class fight. While the Communists stood for the Revolutionary United Front of the working class against the bourgeoisie, against fascism, Social Democracy drove the workers into the reactionary United Front with the bourgeoisie, against the Communists, against the revolutionary workers, destroyed and persecuted communist organizations whenever and wherever it had the opportunity to do so. In carrying out its policy of fighting for the revolutionary unity of the working class against the Social Democratic United Front with the bourgeoisie, the Communist Party, as the only revolutionary leader of the German proletariat, despite the strike-breaking activities of Social Democracy on the question of the United Front against the bourgeoisie, called for a political general strike of the working class on July 20, 1932, when the fascists dismissed the Social Democratic government of Prussia. 260. And again on January 30, 1933, when Hitler came to power, and proposed a united front with the Social Democratic Party and the reformist trade unions to carry out the strike. The development of the proletarian struggle against bourgeoisie and fascism, and the general strike, would have brought the hesitating working masses of the peasantry and the urban petty bourgeoisie over to the side of the proletariat. But Social Democracy, continuing its previous policy and seeking further collaboration with the bourgeoisie, clamped down on the initiative of the masses, using for this purpose its network of centralized organizations, above all the reformist trade unions, and prevented the organization of a general strike, shipwrecked it, and so directly abetted the further fascist offensive against the proletariat. As a result of this, the vanguard of the revolutionary wing of the German proletariat, the Communist Party, found itself deprived of the support of the majority of the working class. In these circumstances the proletariat found itself unable to organize immediate and resolute defense against the state apparatus, which had drawn into its sphere of operation the fighting organizations of the fascist bourgeoisie, the storm detachments, SA, the Stahlhelm and the Reichswehr for the fight against the proletariat. The bourgeoisie were able without any serious resistance to hand over state power in the country to the National Socialists, who attacked the working class with provocations, bloody terror and political gangsterism. Analyzing the prerequisites for a victorious proletarian insurrection, Lenin said that the time for the final and decisive battle could be considered ripe when all the class forces hostile to us have become sufficiently entangled, are sufficiently at loggerheads with each other, have sufficiently weakened themselves in a struggle which is beyond their strength, when all the vacillating, wavering, unstable, intermediate elements, the petty bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeois democrats as distinct from the bourgeoisie, have sufficiently exposed themselves in the eyes of the people, have sufficiently disgraced themselves through their practical bankruptcy, and when among the proletariat a mass sentiment in favor of supporting the most determined, supremely bold, revolutionary action against the bourgeoisie has arisen and begun vigorously to grow. Then revolution is indeed ripe, then, indeed, if we have correctly gauged all the conditions indicated and briefly outlined above, and if we have chosen the moment rightly, our victory is assured. The characteristic peculiarity of the situation at the moment of the Hitler coup was that these prerequisites for a victorious insurrection had not yet matured, they were present only in embryo form. As to the proletarian vanguard, the Communist Party, it could not, since it would not slip into adventurism, make up for their absence by its own actions. April 1933 261 Victory cannot be won with the vanguard alone, Lenin wrote. To throw the vanguard alone into the decisive battle before the whole class, before the broad masses have taken up a position either of direct support of the vanguard, or at least of benevolent neutrality towards it, would be not merely folly but a crime. These were the circumstances determining the retreat of the working class and the victory of the counter-revolutionary fascist party in Germany. Thus, in the final analysis, the establishment of the fascist dictatorship in Germany is the consequence of the social democratic policy of collaboration with the bourgeoisie throughout the entire life of the Weimar Republic. Social democracy repeatedly stated that it would have no objection to Hitler's coming to power if he did so constitutionally. Even after he came to power, Vorodras wrote, on February 2, that a man like Hitler would not have been able to become Reich Chancellor except for social democracy. Wells said the same on March 23 in his declaration to the Reichstag, when he said that the Social Democrats had rendered great services to the National Socialists, for it was thanks precisely to social democratic policy that Hitler had come to power. Not to speak of Lippert, Loeb, and other social democratic leaders, who unreservedly support the fascists. The communists were right when they called the Social Democrats social fascists. But, because the fascist dictatorship rests on the armed National Socialist gangs and on the Stahlhelm, because it is waging civil war on the working class and abolishing all the rights of the proletariat, it is thereby also destroying social democratic theories about the possibility of winning an elected parliamentary majority and about a peaceful development to socialism, without revolution. It is destroying social democratic theories about class collaboration with the bourgeoisie and about the policy of the lesser evil, and demolishing all democratic illusions among the broad working masses. It is proving that the state is not a superstructure rising above classes, but an instrument of bourgeois dictatorship, that the state power today is the armed SA gangs, the Stahlhelm, the police, and the officers' mob, who rule in the name of the bourgeoisie and the Junkers. The working class is being convinced by experience that the communists were right when year after year they fought against democratic illusions and the social democratic policy of the lesser evil and of collaboration with the bourgeoisie. However, Hitler's unbridled fascist dictatorship, which has unleashed civil war in the country, is incapable of solving a single one of Germany's economic or political problems. The poverty of the masses is growing day by day. The economic situation is deteriorating, for the government's adventurist policy only accelerates the narrowing of the home and foreign market. There is no prospect of a serious fall in unemployment, nor 262. Can there be? There is no possibility whatever of creating jobs and posts for all the National Socialist adherents. Other workers will have to be sacked to make room for National Socialists. The prolongation of the moratorium to October, and the quotas placed on the import of agricultural products will satisfy a thin layer of the most prosperous peasants for a short time, but will not halt the growth of poverty and of the discontent of the peasant masses. Demagogic action against the big department stores and Jewish capital will not help the needy petty bourgeoisie, whose position will get worse as the purchasing power of the proletariat falls still further, shrinking the home market. The distribution of microscopic amounts of flour and bacon to the needy was only bait to catch votes. The increase in unemployment benefits by 2 marks a month is bound to be withdrawn because the economic situation is getting worse. It is clear that Hitler is leading Germany to an economic catastrophe which is becoming more and more inevitable. National Socialism shot up primarily as a nationalist and chauvinist movement directed by Wilhelmian officers and civil servants, a movement of the petty bourgeois and partly also the peasant masses against Versailles. The 2 months of Hitler's government have been nothing but a single chauvinist tirade against proletarian internationalism and world Bolshevism, a policy of worsening relations with all states without exception. Such a policy will not strengthen Germany but, on the contrary, weaken it and isolate it still more. The attempts of the government in these circumstances to break the Versailles Treaty and to make gains in the field of foreign policy if only by the Anschluss of Austria, in order to raise its prestige in the eyes of the masses whose hunger and poverty it is unable to alleviate, will only make the international situation more acute and greatly increase the danger of war. Every day that passes will expose more clearly the fraud to which the masses who followed Hitler have fallen victim. Every day that passes will show more clearly that Hitler is driving Germany to catastrophe. The calm that has succeeded the triumph of fascism is only a transitory phenomenon. Despite fascist terror, the revolutionary surge in Germany will rise, the revolutionary resistance of the masses to fascism is bound to grow. The establishment of the open fascist dictatorship, which is destroying all democratic illusions among the masses and liberating them from social democratic influence, is accelerating the rate of Germany's advance towards the proletarian revolution. It must be the task of the communists to explain to the masses that the Hitler government is leading the country towards catastrophe. More vigorously than ever before, the working masses must be shown that their only salvation from still greater poverty and wretchedness, the only way of preventing catastrophe, is the proletarian revolution and the proletarian. April 1933 263 Dictatorship. A struggle must be waged to fuse all the forces of the proletariat and to establish the united front of the social democratic and communist workers for the fight against the class enemy. The party and all proletarian mass organizations must be strengthened, to prepare the masses for the decisive revolutionary struggle, for the overthrow of capitalism, for the overthrow of the fascist dictatorship by armed insurrection. Proceeding from these considerations, the Presidium of the ECCI approved the program of practical work put forward by the Communist Party of Germany. Extracts from an ECCI May Day Manifesto. April 1933 Rundschau, 2, 11, p. 301, April 28, 1933 Radek wrote at this time, when negotiations were proceeding for the Four-Power Pact, initialed in Rome on June 7, that the revision of Versailles would only put in its place another piece of prisons, fetters, and enslaved masses, since it was precisely the fascist governments which had become the standard-bearers of revision. The diplomatic exchanges were a form of war preparation. Revision is only another name for world war. The international proletariat remained the enemy of Versailles, but only its own victory would bring peace. An article in the Communist International attributed the proposal for a four-power pact to British imperialism. It was in fact suggested by Mussolini, a step in building a united front of European powers against the USSR. It was also a British move to unite Europe against the United States, and a British attempt to strengthen German fascism and weaken French hegemony in Europe. The policy behind the pact had its parallels in the British embargo on trade with Russia, at the time of the trial of British engineers in Moscow, in the anti-Soviet outbursts of Nazi propaganda, and in Japanese acts of provocation. The British and Japanese were organizing an uprising in Xinjiang to create a base for anti-Soviet activities there and to separate Russia from revolutionary China. The Austro-Marxists and the social fascists of France, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Belgium, who suggested that the USSR should conclude an alliance with the democracies against fascism, pretended to ignore these imperialist activities. Communist attacks on the Second International were again provoked when the agreement prolonging the Soviet-German Treaty of 1926, published on May 6, 1933, was ratified. Izvestia had written, on the same day, that the development of Soviet-German economic relations was in the best interests of both countries. Guided by its policy of maintaining peace, the Soviet Union has nothing to change or to revise in its policy towards Germany. The argument of Trotsky and the socialists was that Germany was isolated internationally, and the protocol would strengthen the fascist regime. The KPD Central Committee stated in Rundschau that the objections of the LSI proved that it is the driving force for military intervention by the imperialist powers against the Soviet. 264. Union. The agreement was consistent with Soviet peace policy, and on the German side reflected Hitler's recognition of Russia's growing power and the postponement of Germany's war plans. Bella Kun wrote in the Comintern's repeated demonstrations that the Second International is the vanguard of international imperialism in the preparation of military intervention in the Soviet Union were confirmed anew by the campaign of incitement against the prolongation of the Berlin Agreement. The Central Committee of the KPD has rightly characterized the Second International's anti-Soviet incitement when it writes in its manifesto, "They are for a war against the Soviet Union because they hope that by an anti-Soviet war the crisis of capitalism may be overcome. They are for military intervention in the Soviet Union and prefer fascism to proletarian dictatorship. They are in all capitalist lands the most extreme enemies of the Soviet Union who want to defer all questions in dispute between the imperialist countries in order to be able to realize the great plan of overthrowing socialism in the Soviet Union by the united forces of the whole imperialist world." Savage incitement against the Soviet Union is the sheet anchor of the Second International. Similar arguments were used when the LSI and IFTU proposed a boycott of German goods. The boycott campaign, wrote in an article on the Leipzig trial of Dimitrov and his fellow prisoners, was designed by the social fascists to draw the masses into a united front with their own bourgeoisie. Under the slogan "Buy British and Dutch goods," the social fascists are carrying out the social orders of the bourgeoisie of their own countries. Bela Kun wrote that the demand to boycott this merchandise is merely dictated in reality by the desire to protect the industries of their respective fatherlands against foreign competition. Communists will not allow themselves to be used as tools in the hands of one imperialist country against another. The 7th Congress materials asserted that the SPD voluntarily entered into political unification with the fascists in the hope of saving their organizational apparatus from destruction. But despite all these efforts, fascism was compelled to break up social democracy, for any organization outside the fascist organizations was bound to become a center of organized resistance. Fascism was able to do this because for the time being the bourgeoisie did not need social democracy, and social democracy was no longer strong enough to guarantee by its support the stability of the capitalist system. Piatnitsky wrote that the only explanation for the continued loyalty of the workers to the social democratic parties and unions was the inadequate work of the Comintern sections, in which the sectarians excused themselves from work in the unions by calling them a part of the state apparatus and strike-breaking fascist organizations in which even the rank and file are reactionary. Recruits could not be won for revolutionary policies if they were approached with insults. The communist press and verbal propaganda was abstract, dry, and boring, and was directed only to the converted. In May, Barbusset called for a conference to organize the fight against fascism, later said to have been convened by the revolutionary unions of Germany, Italy, and Poland. It was held at the Salle Pleyel in Paris on June 4. There was, April 1933, 265 an audience of 3,000, of whom 2,000 were French. The manifesto adopted on June 6 declared that the struggle against fascism could only be a class struggle against capitalism. The call to defend bourgeois democracy was a capitalist device to get the genuine anti-fascist struggle into the service of the bourgeoisie. The conference appointed a committee which in August amalgamated with the International Anti-War Committee set up at Amsterdam a year earlier. A report on the conference in the Communist International said that it was not only in Germany and Italy that fascism had come to power, more and more it was being used in France, Czechoslovakia, Spain, in a social democratic disguise, while in the United States the newly elected president has been given dictatorial powers. The essence of the New Deal, according to an article in the same periodical in September 1933, consists in the prohibition of strikes and the complete identification of the AFL with monopoly capital. Foreign markets were to be captured by reducing the standard of living, the farmers were to be set against the workers, and the employed against the unemployed, these plans being smothered in the most extreme and clever demagogy, which had even influenced certain sections of revolutionary organizations. Roosevelt would probably respond to the disillusionment of the masses with sharpened terror. So far he has tried to deceive them, but this cannot go on indefinitely. Never has the capitalist world presented such a picture of chaos as now. And still no end to the crisis can be seen. Bankrupt capitalism can only increase its exploitation of the working people, but it cannot give work to the unemployed or bread to the hungry. Incapable of finding a way out of the crisis, the bourgeoisie in a number of capitalist countries are going over to open fascist dictatorship, dragging the working people into the abyss of new imperialist wars. Political reaction is spreading throughout the capitalist world. In Germany, the fascist terror is indulging in bloody orgies. Hundreds of workers have been murdered, thousands have been tortured and crippled in the fascist dungeons and barracks, tens of thousands thrown into prison and concentration camp. The communist press has been closed down, the offices of workers' organizations broken up, and their property, bought with the workers' pennies, looted by the fascist gangs. In the Far East, the flames of Japan's robber war on China are spreading. All the contradictions of the capitalist system have reached their most acute stage. An imperialist bloodbath to redivide the world is on the agenda. In Europe, the crisis of the Versailles system threatens hourly to plunge the working people into new bloody hostilities. All those stirring up war against the USSR, the country of proletarian dictatorship and socialism, are setting feverishly to work. The four-power pact devised by the two former socialists MacDonald and Mussolini is a pact to consolidate fascist reaction and the anti-Soviet bloc. The decisive struggle between the world of the exploited and the world of the exploiters is drawing near. Everywhere there is rising the wave of 266. Indignation of the workers and peasants against capitalism, bourgeois dictatorship, and fascist terror. A profound revolutionary ferment has seized the working people, the revolutionary surge is advancing irresistibly. The ground under capitalism is shaking. In the tempestuous strikes, in the heroic struggles of the proletariat against fascism, in the revolts in the navies, in the triumphs of the Red Army in China, capitalist reaction sense the subterranean shocks of the approaching revolutionary explosion. It is enraged because the victories of socialism in the USSR are making the workers and the oppressed of the entire capitalist world still more revolutionary. For years we communists have been telling you that the Second International was leading you towards fascism and imperialist war. Why were the bourgeoisie successful in establishing the bloody fascist dictatorship in Germany? They were successful because social democracy went over to their side, because the bourgeoisie were and are still supported by social democracy, which split the German proletariat. It is German social democracy, the strongest section of the Second International, which, by yielding to the bourgeoisie one after another the positions won by the workers, cleared the road for fascism and helped it to power. It is the Second International which, by slandering the proletarian dictatorship, socialism, and the Red Army, the solid bulwark of the USSR, undermine the striking power and determination of the working class in its struggle for the proletarian dictatorship. It is the Second International which took a direct part in preparing armed intervention in the USSR and is now trying to disarm the proletariat in the international arena too. Were the communists not right when they warned you that the Second International and its parties wanted to have nothing to do with a united class front of proletarian struggle? In order to save capitalism, international social democracy broke up the workers' united front, is breaking it up now, and will continue to do so. In Germany, the most important party of the Second International has gone over to the side of fascism. Through the mouth of its leader Wells it cynically admits that it brought Hitler to power. It is beccing the fascists for the right to be incorporated in the system of the fascist dictatorship and thereby announcing its readiness to take part in all the bloody crimes of fascism against the working class. It is surrendering the trade unions to the fascists. It defends the fascist terrorist dictatorship and is assuming the part of an outright fascist agent outside Germany. In the Reichstag it expressed complete solidarity with the war policy of German fascism. On Hitler's orders it has left the Second International, openly becoming a nationalist German party. The road of German social democracy is the road of the entire Second International. The social democratic policy of the lesser evil, which, April 1933 267 brought Hitler to power, is the reactionary policy of the United Front with the bourgeoisie, of the entire Second International against the revolutionary workers. Have not the most prominent leaders of the Second International MacDonald, Thomas, Snowden, Boncourt gone over openly to the bourgeois camp? The Austrian Socialist Party, under the banner of defending democracy in this following German social democracy, has brought the working class to a position in which it is directly exposed to the blows of fascism. Its earlier arrogant declarations that if the bourgeoisie resorted to force, it would answer with force, embodied the same tactics of disarming the proletariat as does the tactic of the lesser evil. Like Wells and Lippard, the French socialists are advocates of the united front with the bourgeoisie and combat frenziedly the united front of the working class. It does not matter with which fraction of the bourgeoisie, with the left, the moderates, or the right, the socialists unite in a bloc against the proletariat. What matters is that these are only different stages of the development of social democracy into fascism. The hypocritical words of the French socialists and the English Labour Party people against German fascism are nothing but a flimsy cloak which they drape round their own national imperialism, which is preparing the new war. Take note, proletarians, that international social democracy prefers a united front with fascism to defend and save capitalism to a united front with the working class to overthrow fascism by the proletarian revolution. Take note, proletarians, that the Second International, at the moment of greatest war danger and the spread of fascism, rejected S proposal of March 5, 1933 for a united fighting front against fascism and the capitalist offensive. What we need now is the united front from below and not negotiations at the summit with Wells and Renaudel. For the leaders of the Second International, negotiations at top level are only a way of putting off the united working class front, hampering it and breaking it up. Only the initiative of the working masses themselves, their effective intervention, will ensure the fulfillment of this central task of the international labor movement. Only the struggle of the masses themselves under the leadership of the Communist Party will put an end to the exploitation of the workers by social democracy to strengthen the reactionary united front of capital. Only the mass front of proletarian struggle will spread beyond the frontiers of individual countries and become one with the heroic proletariat of the USSR, the lofty cause of socialist construction, the Soviets of China, and so become one fighting front of the entire international working class, which no force in the world will be able to break. By widespread mass strikes against wage reductions, for wage increases, by fighting for the 40-hour week without wage cuts, for immediate aid to the unemployed, for social insurance at the expense of the capitalists, the 268 proletariat will re-establish its revolutionary unity as a class. By political action against fascist terror, in defense of its press, its political rights, and its class organizations, the proletariat will consolidate and extend this unity in the political field. By its devoted advocacy of the demands of the peasants facing ruin, by fighting for immediate aid at the expense of the Junkers, for the annulment of peasant debts and exemption from taxation, the united proletariat will extend its revolutionary united front by drawing in the bulk of the peasantry. In this way and only in this way will it approach the struggle for the proletarian dictatorship and bring it nearer. 85 years ago Marx wrote that communists scorn to hide their views and aims. They openly declare that their purposes can only be achieved by the forcible overthrow of the whole extant social order. Today also declares openly to the millions of workers of the whole world that there can be no real unity of the working class without the fight for the violent overthrow of the entire existing capitalist order, for the establishment of the proletarian dictatorship. The bankruptcy of German social democracy is the bloody collapse of the legend of the entire Second International about democracy as the road to socialism. Workers, you must realize that there is no other way to emancipation from the yoke of capital than the proletarian revolution, no other road to socialism than the proletarian dictatorship. It is only the proletariat of the USSR, which took the road of proletarian revolution and proletarian dictatorship, which today knows neither crises nor unemployment, neither wage reductions nor the ruin of the peasants, neither oppression by one nation of another, nor international enslavement and dependence. The land of Soviets stands as an impregnable wall against international fascism, and by the successes of socialist construction is mobilizing the working class of the entire world against capitalism. By ruthlessly defeating the capitalist elements, by liquidating the big peasants as a class, the proletariat of the USSR is advancing victoriously to the classless society. Day by day the working people of the Soviet Union are showing by practical experience, which the millions can understand, the advantages of the socialist system over the decaying capitalist system. Extracts from a letter from the ECCI Secretariat to the Independent Labour Party, September 17, 1933. Communist International, October 15, 1933, p. 673. The ILP decided to withdraw from the Labour Party at a conference held in July 1932. The CPGB, which welcomed the step, regarded the ILP as a competitor. It could hold back the workers from following the revolutionary path of the Comintern and appealed to its members to join the Communists. September 1933, 269. In the following spring the CPGB attacked those leading members of the ILP who had condemned the KPD rather than the SPD for the course of events in Germany and had rebuked the CI for its rigid sectarian tactics. The ILP conference of April 1933 held in Derby voted 83 to 79 to leave the LSI and to approach the CI, and a letter was sent to the ECCI inquiring about methods of collaboration. The ECCI, in its reply of May 18, expressed its readiness to commence negotiations with the National Administrative Council of the ILP, and suggested that the ILP could begin by organizing solidarity actions with the CPGB, by supporting it in its struggle against the Labour Party, the reformist unions, and the LSI. The editor of the Daily Worker attacked Fenner Brockway, chairman of the ILP, who had said that Hitler's advent to power revealed the bankruptcy of both the Second and the Third International, and that the Soviet agreement with Germany, and its offer to sell the Saar to Japan, compromised the workers' struggle against the Nazis and Japanese imperialism. This latter was a new demonstration of the peaceful policy of the USSR to hinder the organization of new provocations against her by Japan. A number of local ILP committees were opposed to joint activities with the CPGB, arguing that the Communists were intent on wrecking and absorbing the ILP organizations. In July the NAC wrote to the ECCI deploring those Comintern policies which have divided and weakened the industrial organizations of the workers and which, by treating sections of the working class outside its own ranks as enemies indistinguishable from the fascists, had prevented united working class action. It proposed to call a World Congress of all organizations prepared to cooperate on a revolutionary socialist program, and hoped the Comintern and its sections would be willing to take part. In August the ILP was represented at a conference in Paris of those interested in forming a new socialist international. 14 groups and parties were represented in all, for which Trotsky did some preparatory work, drafting some of its resolutions. The ILP did not endorse the resolutions, but later published an article by Trotsky in its journal. At the 13th ECCI plenum in December 1933 Piatnitsky said, "Clearly our task was to drive a wedge between the leaders who sabotaged the Derby resolution and the members of the ILP who were in its favor. This the CPGB had failed to do." In January Brockway asked what were the precise obligations undertaken by a party accepted by the Comintern as a sympathizing party, which of the 21 conditions still remained in force. Would the ILP be free to state publicly its disagreements with the CI and the CPGB, etc. He then referred to the control exercised by the executive over the national sections. It had narrowly circumscribed the latter's powers of initiative. The desires of national sections have been overridden, their policies reversed by instructions from the center, their leaders removed from office against the wishes of their members or expelled from the party, and whole parties forced out of the CI. The recent history of the sections of the CI in most countries has been one of continuous fission. Their prestige is lower than in 1920 and their powers less than in 1923. The letter attributed these disastrous results to CPSU control of the ECCI, to the uniformity of tactics imposed on all sections, and to the deliberate policy of temporarily sacrificing the revolutionary movement in one country in order to strengthen the world revolutionary. 270. Movement by safeguarding the USSR by a network of trading agreements, non-aggression pacts, and treaties of friendship. The reply of the ECCI, signed by Kuusinen and dated February 20, 1934, said that Brockway's letter consisted for the most part of anti-communist and anti-Soviet slanders. Admission as a sympathizing party did not imply recognition of the 21 conditions, nor would such a party be bound by Comintern statutes, but it would have to fight treacherous social democracy, the Second International, the reformist trade union leaders, and any attempt to create a new international. The policy of the USSR had prevented the outbreak of a new world war, and there was no contradiction between that and the interests of the workers' movement in all countries, but this was the policy attacked by Brockway. The charge of over-centralization under CPSU domination was a travesty of the truth. There was iron discipline, without which the parties could not fulfill their role. The leading position of the CPSU was one of the guarantees of their victory. The ILP conference was held at York at the end of March 1934. It voted by 126 to 34 against joining the Comintern as a sympathizing party. After we had given a clear answer to the question put by your party conference as to how the ILP may assist in the work of, we received a letter from the National Administrative Council which made a series of absolutely unfounded charges against, and brought forward a proposal to call a World Congress of all organizations which are prepared to cooperate on a revolutionary socialist basis. We consider that nothing useful can come out of such a proposal. If the National Administrative Council of the ILP, together with the independent fragments of social democratic parties, calls a World Congress, as stated in its letter, nothing will come of this except an attempt, foredoomed to failure, to resurrect the inglorious 2.5 International, as was proved by the recent Paris conference of these organizations. We doubt if this idea will be received with any enthusiasm even by the members of the Independent Labour Party itself. At the Derby conference, the representative of the National Administrative Council advocated the idea of an all-embracing international as against the resolution to approach the Communist International. But the majority decided for the latter. We believe that the members of the ILP wish to adhere to the decision of their party conference, and do not wish to be dragged into new internationals with old bankrupt policies. The idea of a left socialist World Congress, which is advanced by the National Administrative Council, is basically the old idea of the ILP which dates back to 1920. Experience soon showed where this left idea would lead. In 1921 the ILP participated in the formation of the Vienna Organization of Left Socialist Parties, and 2 years later, in 1923, this 2.5. September 1933 271. International brought back to the fold of the Second International those radicalized workers who had left this treacherous international. At that time, by means of this maneuver with the 2.5 International, the left workers in a number of European countries were kept back for a long time from the common fighting front with against the bourgeoisie. In Great Britain, this maneuver guaranteed support for the bourgeois imperialist policy of the Labour government from those workers who were under the influence of the ILP, and made it easier for the leaders of the reformist trade unions to betray the general strike in 1926. At the present time, the radicalization of the working masses in Britain is a fact, from which practical political conclusions should be drawn. We communists put forward the task of organizing the mass struggles for the defense of the vital everyday interests of the workers, for the liberation of the majority of the working class from the influence of the reformists, for rallying together the fighting front of the proletariat, and organizing international united front actions against fascism, the war danger, and the bourgeois offensive against the living standards of the working class. But what could a joint Congress of Social Democratic and Communist parties such as proposed by the leadership of the ILP, give to the poverty-stricken working masses at the present time? Nothing but illusions. The leaders of the social democratic parties do not want to struggle against the capitalist offensive. They want to continue their class collaboration with the bourgeoisie, and a joint Congress with them could only distract the attention of the workers from the necessity of a mass struggle in defense of their interests. For the carrying through of these most important tasks of the revolutionary working class movement, the assistance of the ILP in the work of the Communist International could be of exceptional value. but some parts of the letter of the NAC to us, and statements of prominent members of the NAC, Brockway, Sannem, Jowett, etc., during recent months, the breaking off of the United Front with the Communists by some leading functionaries of the ILP, give grounds for fearing that the intention of the Derby Conference to assist in the work of the Communist International may be frustrated. It seems to us that in your party there are two distinct tendencies, two political lines. Many members of the party are for the new line outlined by the Derby Conference, but many leaders are for the old reformist line. Many members of the party are for an uncompromising fight against the bourgeoisie and the Labour Party, but many leaders are sabotaging the fight against both one and the other. Many members of the party are firm supporters of the USSR, but many leaders are against the USSR. Many members of the party want to get nearer to the Communist International. 272. And to cooperate with it, but many leaders want to get further away from it. In short, many members of your party are revolutionaries, but many leaders are reformists. To be more exact, they are left reformists. The latter are not quite the same as right reformists, the leaders of the Labour Party or National Labour. What do the left reformists stand for? They are in favor of a revolutionary policy in words, but in practice they are against it. They can accept a much more radical program than the right reformists, but they do not cease their resistance to the revolutionizing of the practice of the party. They talk loudly about the united front of the proletariat, but act along the lines of conciliation with the labor leaders and continue their cooperation with the saboteurs of the united front, such as Mr. Sannem, and in this way also helping the national laborists and the national government. Formally, they are for cooperation with, but actually, they are assisting its bitter enemies in the setting up of a new international body, for the purpose of holding back the masses from the revolutionary class struggle, by means of deceptive phrases and left maneuvers which are essentially directed against the communist movement. We also want socialism, say the left reformists, but by a pacifist technique of revolution. In other words, this means we do not actually want revolution, which brings all kinds of dangers. But if socialism could be brought in without dangers and fights, either by a democratic vote in Parliament for a suitable bill, or by means of the peaceful organization of legal workers' councils, then we would have no objection to socialism. But the British bourgeoisie are emphatically against the fate of capitalism being decided by peaceful means. It is strongly armed and is in favor of using the most merciless violence against the proletariat. Its policy is a bloody one and its democracy is shown up as a class dictatorship. Its state is shown up as the apparatus of class violence. Bourgeois class violence cannot be broken by pacifist technique, but only by the class violence of the proletariat. The British working class will be strong enough to do this, if its vanguard, its revolutionary movement and the united front will be strengthened. For this purpose it is necessary to take advantage of all actual possibilities and practical means, including the election campaigns and the parliamentary tribune, to activize, to educate and organize the working class and to win its decisive strata over to the side of the revolution. Such is the line of a genuine revolutionary policy. The reformists complain that the present political situation is disastrous. Some of them resign, Mr. Peyton, secretary of the ILP, or seek a place in the camp of open reformism. Others twist and maneuver desperately so as to hang on somehow, until the old times of stable capitalism. September 1933 273 return. But their calculations are mistaken. The capitalist system is bankrupt. We say that the political situation is favorable for revolutionary work. A period of great class battles for power is approaching with the inevitability of historic law. This signifies the possibility of great victories for the proletariat. But everything depends on how the conscious revolutionaries carry on their work at the present time to prepare the working class for these struggles for power. For this purpose it is necessary, above all, to have a clear political line. The path of the ILP lies forward and not backwards. Backwards means to bankrupt reformism. Forward means to communism, which is already leading the working class on 1/6 of the globe from victory to victory, and which will grow and conquer in all countries. We propose that the following questions be raised for discussion in all the organizations of the Independent Labour Party. 1. What concrete mass actions on the basis of the united front of the CPGB and the ILP can and must be carried out in the near future, with the aim of a successful struggle for a 10% wage increase, against the means test, and other similar demands advanced by the CPGB and the ILP? 2. Is it desirable for the Independent Labour Party to join the Communist International as a party sympathizing with communism, with the right to a consultative vote, according to paragraph 18 of the Statutes of the Communist International? We are aware that the latter question has been advanced by some members of the Independent Labour Party. We consider it timely for the party to discuss this question fundamentally. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on the 16th anniversary of the Russian Revolution, November 1933, Rundschau, 2, 42, p. 1625, November 10, 1933 in Rundschau, September 1933, A. Kellerman took to task those Czech communists who said the official attitude to the Social Democrats prevented a united front, and writers in the Czech communist press who interpreted fascism as a movement of the proletarianized middle classes and urged concessions to the Social Democrats. There could be no mobilization for struggle, the author concluded, that was not directed against social democracy. In the following month, an article by Gottwald, attacking opportunism in the Czech party, argued that a conciliatory policy towards social democracy would make it more difficult for socialists to leave their party and join the communists. The united front was possible only under communist leadership. As a later article explained, it was not a policy of a communist social democratic bloc. But 274. On the contrary, one of the chief levers for eradicating social democratic ideology from the working class ranks. The offer by the Social Democrats of a non-aggression pact with the CP was a social fascist swindle. The social fascist cohort of leaders is sold body and soul to the bourgeoisie and serves it to the end without hesitation in plundering and suppressing the proletariat. On the Sudetenland question it was said, Communist International, May 1933, that the Czech bourgeoisie were trying to present the defense of Versailles as the defense of democracy against fascism. Karl Braun wrote in June that the alleged measures by the Czech government against the Nazis in that area were only a pretense, designed to keep the workers back from the real struggle. The attitude of the government, which was itself moving towards fascism, towards the Nazis, was one of benevolent toleration. The Czech bourgeoisie, Kellerman wrote, determined to defend by war their privileges to exploit the oppressed nations of Czechoslovakia acquired under the Versailles Treaty, and at a favorable moment to attack, in alliance with their imperialist allies, the Soviet Union, are preparing all their forces for war. Support by the Social Democrats for Beneš's attempt to dissolve German nationalist organizations in the Sudetenland was described by Karl Neumann as this disgusting alliance with the national and social oppressors. Criticism of communist policy within the communist parties was reflected in an article in December 1933 which, after urging the parties to prepare for the revolutionary overthrow of their governments in Germany, Poland, and Czechoslovakia, to lead the struggle of the masses for the power of the Soviets in Spain, and to convert the imperialist war into civil war in Japan, attacked the opportunists who denied that the world revolutionary crisis was maturing and wanted a united front from above. The danger was great in the Czechoslovak CP, where there was a tendency to make a bloc with the Social Democrats, and in France, where communists passively supported the betrayal of a strike by reformist trade union bosses. The following issue of the periodical attacked the Social Democrats for saying that the German proletariat was defeated, and an epoch of fascism and reaction had set in. This attitude, taken up by the Trotskyist Brandlerist traders, had found some echo in the communist parties, the Neumann-Romelli group in the KPD, the Gutmann group in Czechoslovakia. It also attacked those in the United States Party who exaggerated the importance of Roosevelt and believed that he genuinely intended to improve the conditions of the workers. Social democracy, as against us and in contradiction to the truth, tries to make a distinction of principle between the regime of bourgeois democracy and that of fascist dictatorship, which it considered the dictatorship not of monopoly capitalism but of the petty bourgeoisie and the lumpen proletariat. In Czechoslovakia, many communists at first did not understand that social democracy is not only the conductor but also the bearer of fascism. They attributed the decline in the CP to the depression among the Czech proletariat following the defeat in Germany. In France, the Central Committee at one time thought it possible to have unity with the reformists and entered into negotiations with the French Socialist Party. This mistake the Central Committee of the CPF has corrected, and the situation is now changed. The Young Communist. November 1933, 275. League in Saxony had made the opportunist error of exchanging representatives with the Union of Social Democratic Youth. The United Front would be carried out only in proportion as the social fascist leaders are exposed. Heckert, in the first issue of the periodical for 1934, wrote that the question of the proletarian dictatorship was now on the agenda in Germany, as Nazi policies were bankrupt, but the slogan of the struggle for power was still premature. The decisive task of the KPD, in its struggle to prepare the conditions for a violent overthrow of the fascist dictatorship, is the task of becoming the only mass party of the workers of Germany in the shortest possible time. It must do this by liquidating the mass influence of social democracy. When the hatred against the Social Democrats embraces the working class, and when the CP wins over to its side the majority of the working class, the last hour of fascism would strike. The SPD had been made illegal because the fascists found this the best way of using the help of social democracy to restrain the workers from going over to communism. The renegades and pseudo-lefts, from Thalheimer to Trotsky, argued that the KPD was as ineffective as the SPD, and that a new revolutionary organization ought to be created. Hitler's speech at a specially summoned session of the Reichstag on May 17 was made after a number of speeches by Nazi leaders and diplomatists had created great uneasiness and suspicion abroad, which prompted a British warning that German attempts to rearm in contravention of the Versailles Treaty would bring into operation the sanctions which that treaty provides, and induced Roosevelt to send a message to all heads of governments represented at the disarmament conference. He welcomed Roosevelt's message, and said that Germany was willing to disarm completely, if others would do the same. If there was no disarmament, Germany would maintain its claim to equality. There was no debate following the speech, and no other speeches. The SPD Vorstand had instructed its deputies not to attend the sitting of May 17, but the remnants of the SPD parliamentary fraction, more than half its members were dead, in prison, or in hiding, decided to attend, to answer the Nazi charge of SPD treason and in the hope that it might prevent another wave of terror against the party. The SPD members voted with the rest of the Reichstag for a resolution approving the declaration. A few weeks after the November anniversary, Stalin hinted at a changed attitude towards the League of Nations in an interview with the American journalist Duranty when he said, "The League may become a certain factor in retarding the outbreak of hostilities or in preventing them altogether. If that is so, then we shall not be against the League." Despite its colossal shortcomings, the LSI Bureau met twice in March, first in Zurich and then in Paris, to examine the situation after Hitler's accession to power. It recommended the constituent parties to refrain from negotiations with the communist parties so long as the Comintern refused to agree to the one preliminary condition put by the LSI: the cessation of attacks by the Comintern on the LSI. This, said Rundschau, was sabotage. At an LSI conference in Paris in August 1933, Nani, who proposed a meeting between the two internationals, said that those who lived in a country where there was no democracy learned to value it. Russia. 276. Outlawed its social democrats, but concluded friendship treaties with Mussolini and Hitler. Otto Bauer said the split in the working class movement was less justified than ever, but communist literature now being distributed in Germany was still full of insults to the SPD. The proposal put forward by Nani, Blum, and Alder, that the LSI and IFTU should propose an international united front to the Comintern, described by Rundschau as a cunning maneuver, was defeated, but the Bureau was left a free hand to act according to circumstances. The LSI slogan "Fascism means war" was deceptive, Bellakun wrote. It should be "Capitalism means war," but the Social Democrats used it as part of their policy of exempting capitalism from responsibility for war. Social democratic pacifist treachery was one way by which the bourgeoisie could draw the working class onto the side of imperialist war and intervention. The anti-fascism of social democracy was, is, and will remain a means of defending the existence of the shaken capitalist system from the proletarian revolution. A few days before the LSI meeting, the same writer said its job was to find new methods of betrayal to replace the old bankrupt methods. The leaders of the Second International are out to use the temporary victory of fascism in Germany for maintaining the split in the labor movement, for preparing the way for fascism in other countries too. At the IFTU meeting in Weymouth later in August, the RILU proposal for a united front was rejected. The RILU and its affiliated organizations should be dissolved and their members join the IFTU unions. Answering criticisms of the Soviet offer to sell the SAR to Japan, made on May 2, 1933, Wang Ming wrote in Rundschau that the railway was being used as a pretext to provoke war against the USSR. Russia's offer was designed to remove a possible source of conflict with Japan and was in the interests of the workers and peasants of the entire world. If the KMT had defended China against Japan, instead of crushing the anti-Japanese forces, the question would not have arisen. An article in the Communist International in September 1933 said, the KMT took advantage of the negotiations for the sale of the SAR to develop a gigantic demagogic campaign against the Soviet Union. To counteract this, the local party organizations resolutely exposed the slanderous inventions of the KMT. Katayama wrote that American, French, and British imperialism will not allow Japan to enlarge the sphere of its robbery in China, but would allow it to consolidate its positions, because they want to weaken revolutionary China and prepare the ground for war against the Soviet Union, which threatens the capitalist world with destruction. Japan would prefer to fight the United States before fighting the Soviet Union, but for this it needed Britain as an ally, and Great Britain is not so keen on a war with America as it raises a grave danger of losing Canada. Consequently, the danger of war on Russia was imminent. The capitalist world is approaching this anniversary in a state of unusual disorder and anxiety. The great achievements of October, the mighty victories of socialism in the Soviet Union, are inspiring the workers of the whole world in their struggle against the exploiters and oppressors. Like an impregnable rock, the Soviet country stands in the midst of the November 1933 277 capitalist countries in which chaos, destruction, and decay reign. To save their rule, the bourgeoisie are resorting to the weapons of fascism and imperialist slaughter. We are on the eve of a new world war. In the East, Japanese imperialism is acting the part of pacemaker in the anti-Soviet war, the part of instigator of the new imperialist world war. In the West, fascist Germany offers its services to the entire imperialist world as counter-revolutionary mercenary. British imperialism is taking the part of chief organizer of the counter-revolutionary war against the Soviet Union. French imperialism is rallying its forces to defend the Versailles robber peace. The frantic armaments competition between the United States, Japan, and England, between France and Germany, is accelerating the development of the extremely acute imperialist contradictions into the outbreak of war. The danger of a new war is growing from the Geneva Disarmament Conference itself. 16 years of proletarian dictatorship in the Soviet Union. These were 16 years of the gigantic struggle of millions of workers and peasants for socialism. The balance sheet of this struggle is now being drawn before the judgment seat of history. Workers. International social democracy promised you a peaceful and bloodless road to socialism through democracy. In the name of this democracy, they helped the bourgeoisie to defeat with blood and iron the revolutionary struggle of the workers for the proletarian dictatorship. In Germany, Italy, Poland, Austria, Hungary, and Finland, it wrought vengeance on the revolutionary workers, cleared the road for the fascist dictatorship, and brought hundreds of thousands of workers and peasants under the guillotine of the fascist executioners. In the Soviet Union, the workers and working peasants hold power fast in their hands. In the Soviet Union there are no unemployed. The workers and collective peasants have no painful anxiety about tomorrow, do not fear to be out on the street, workless and homeless. In the capitalist world there are tens of millions of unemployed and tens of millions on part-time, there are millions of young workers who have never had a job. In the Soviet Union the welfare of the workers is rising uninterruptedly. Together with rising wages, social insurance is being improved year after year. In all the capitalist countries the theft of wages and benefits has taken on the most cynical forms. The end of the world economic crisis is not in sight. The attempts of the big bourgeoisie of the imperialist countries to find a capitalist way out of the crisis at the expense of the working people and of foreign nations, by plundering the national treasury, by arms contracts and inflation, are making the internal and external contradictions of the capitalist system still more acute. In all capitalist countries, more than ever before, the 278 workers are becoming galley slaves of capitalist labor. In Germany and the other fascist countries their most elementary rights are being stolen from them. The trade unions are shattered, the workers' press forbidden, the communist parties driven into illegality. In the so-called democratic countries, too, the bourgeoisie are making their state fascist. Year after year hundreds of millions of small and medium-sized farms in the capitalist and colonial world are falling into ruin. The peasant is losing his last bit of property, plundered by the landlord, the money lender, the banker, and the tax collector. The agrarian crisis is raging throughout the capitalist world. The rising anger of the peasant is answered with unparalleled terror and the dispatch of punitive expeditions manned by fascist gangs. 16 years ago the October Revolution dealt an annihilating blow to the World War. In those 16 years the imperialists have tried hundreds of times to provoke the Soviet Union into war. A new imperialist slaughter, a counter-revolutionary war against the Soviet Union, would have broken out long ago if the Soviet Union had not stood steadily on guard for peace. The Soviet Union has exposed the war plans of the imperialists and more than once frustrated them. More than once fear of the revolutionary defense of the Soviet Union by the proletariat of their own countries has bridled the imperialists, thirsting for war. The Soviet Union has become the strongest center of peace and the protector of the oppressed nations and colonial peoples. Fascism is hastening the opening of imperialist war and provoking intervention against the Soviet Union. Supported by the League of Nations and Social Democracy, the Japanese fascist military camarilla is already in occupation of large parts of China. Every day it thinks up new provocations of the Soviet Union. It is exploiting the chaos created by the crisis and hurrying forward war on the Soviet Union in the hope of drawing the other imperialist countries into the war. In the West, German fascism is increasing the danger of war. The Hitler government, the chief incendiary in Europe, is offering the international bourgeoisie the services of German mercenaries against the Soviet Union. Stricken British imperialism is inciting the nations to a bloodbath, mobilizing counter-revolutionary forces everywhere against the Soviet Union. The League of Nations was from the first a league for preparing war. The Second International was always a faithful servant of the League of Nations. Revolutionary defense of the Soviet Union by the workers of the whole world is the best answer to fascism and to the Second International, which is becoming more and more fascist. Proletarians. Working people. Colonial peoples. For several years the Soviet banner has been waving victoriously over the vast area of the Chinese Soviet districts. It is arousing the entire colonial world, mobilizing. November 1933 279 tens of millions of colonial slaves for the revolutionary struggle against imperialism. Covered in glory, and with unshakable confidence in victory, the Chinese Red Army is meeting the 6th Kuomintang campaign, organized with the help of American, Japanese, English, and other imperialists. The German proletariat has not bowed and will not bow its head before fascism. It is putting up a heroic resistance. Out of fear of communism, Hitler arranged the provocative Reichstag fire, to divert the anger of the hungry masses. he is flourishing the axe over the heads of the communist leaders. But communism is growing in Germany from day to day. By its selfless struggle, the KPD serves as an example to the workers of all capitalist countries. Only the Communist Party can lead the revolutionary united front against fascism. Only the Communist Party, with the active support of the entire world proletariat, can free the German proletariat from the clutches of fascism and lead it on the road to October. More than ever before, the fate of the proletariat, the fate of socialism, depends on the degree of class organization, and the revolutionary solidarity of the working class. Criminal social democracy is perpetuating the split in the working class in order to continue its reactionary united front with the capitalists. The Paris Conference of the Second International once more forbade social democratic workers to fight together with their class brothers, the communists, against fascism and imperialist war. It intensified the struggle of counter-revolutionary social democracy against communism and the proletarian dictatorship. Under Loeb's leadership, the German Social Democrats voted as one on May 17 for the Hitler government. The Social Democratic leaders tell the workers, as Otto Bauer did, that the struggle now is not for proletarian dictatorship, but for an alliance with bourgeois democracy. They defend Dollfuss's clerical fascism in Austria as a lesser evil than the fascism of Hitler's National Socialism. They say openly that on the day when the structure of fascism breaks down under the assault of the working masses, the proletarian revolution must at all costs be prevented. Only over the heads of the social democratic leaders, only by uniting its forces under the banner of proletarian revolution, will the proletariat destroy fascism and imperialist reaction and bury the capitalist system. Proletarians and working people of all countries, in your hands lies the fate of entire working humanity. Your only road is the road of Lenin, of the October Revolution. That is the road to which untiringly calls all the exploited and oppressed, for only the conquest of power by the proletariat is able to bring all working people work, bread, freedom, and peace, the complete victory of socialism. 280. The 13th plenary session of the ECCI. At the 13th, and last, plenary session of the ECCI, held in December 1933, 72 sections were represented. Piatnitsky reported that of these 16 were legal parties, including the Chinese Party in the Soviet areas, and 7 semi-legal. In some countries there were legal non-communist mass organizations, in which communist fractions should work. In other countries, there should be fractions in the fascist mass organizations. The CP of Italy had erred in not working in these. The KPD should not make the same mistake. The KPD had lost a great part of its active members at the lower and middle levels by arrest. The parties should decentralize their organizations in preparation for illegality. A number of speakers dealt with the need to prepare for illegality. Vassiliev said that if the KPD had had good fractions in mass organizations, they would have survived the destruction of the legal apparatus of those organizations. Other parties should sift and regroup their cadres, establish an illegal press and flexible machinery for distributing its output, arrange for the destruction of membership cards, etc. Krajewski said it was essential to select and train cadres for illegal work. They should be primarily proletarians, as petty bourgeois were not on the whole steadfast enough. The secret political agents of the bourgeoisie were internationalized men and ideas were exchanged. In this respect the Comintern lagged far behind its enemies. The parties should set up an organization to supervise the behavior under examination and in prison of arrested communists. Prison could steal comrades, but it could also turn them into renegades, and it was important to know about this. Ercole said the imminence of an attack on the Soviet Union made preparations for illegality more urgent than ever. Piatnitsky spoke of the need to select cadres, decentralize the party apparatus, and instruct members on behavior under investigation. Vassiliev stated that since the 12th plenum no party had done systematic recruiting or work to improve its social composition, with the result that, though the masses were becoming more radical, the communist parties had not grown and the turnover in membership was very high. He gave as examples the CP of the United States, which between 1931 and 1933 had made 27,000 new members, but which on October 1, 1933 reported a total membership of 20,000. Between 1930 and 1932 the CP of France had made 25,000 new members, and lost 33,000, a turnover of 134%. Piatnitsky referred to the attitude of socialists to the Russo-German agreement. The SFIO had been critical of the Soviet agreement with Germany, but the USSR, surrounded by imperialists, could hamper the formation of a united anti-Soviet front by making temporary agreements with capitalist states at the economic and diplomatic levels. Is the Soviet Union to be guided by the form taken by the bourgeois dictatorship, democratic or fascist? The form might make a difference to the revolutionary struggle within the country, but from the point of view of relations between the proletarian state and the capitalist world, all capitalist countries are the same. The French CP had accused the SFIO of treachery because it supported Herriot's policy, while in Moscow Herriot's visit had been welcomed as the dawn of a new era. This had caused confusion in communist ranks only because the French Central November 1933 281 committee had not done enough to explain Soviet peace policy. The rumors about a possible military alliance between Russia and France, and the supply of French arms to Russia, were spread only to hamper the work of the anti-war committee set up by the CPF and CGTU. On the pretext of sending arms to Russia, France could continue to send arms to Japan. The CP of Poland had also failed to achieve clarity on this point. Lozovsky dealt with the proposal made by a number of trade unions for a boycott of German goods. The IFTU, he said, was an Entente organization serving Entente aims, and the proposed boycott was designed to give better opportunities for the goods of Entente countries. IFTU actions go in the direction prescribed by the French General Staff, and do not go beyond their instructions. Norin also spoke on the boycott proposal. What could the boycott bring to the proletariat of Germany and the German Revolution? Can a boycott undermine the existence of a capitalist country? Obviously not. Why should we take part in such a boycott, which was aimless and doomed to failure? The spread of fascism had, Lozovsky continued, created new difficulties, but the acuteness of class relations, the uninterrupted collapse of the Second and Amsterdam Internationals also give us immense new opportunities. The area open to maneuvers by international social democracy has become significantly narrower, and this creates new opportunities for the Comintern and the Profintern not only in capitalist but also in colonial and semi-colonial countries. The ordinary social democratic worker now listens more willingly to what we say. Despite these opportunities, one thing is common to all our sections: they are all lagging behind the tempo of development of events. Kostanyan also referred to the unsatisfactory state of trade union work. There had been losses in RILU membership. The CGTU did practically no opposition work in the CGT. In Spain the CP had overestimated the rate of disintegration and decay in the reformist and anarcho-syndicalist unions. In many places they were in fact growing. The strength of the AFL had also been underestimated. Reformist influence would not decay automatically. Communists had to fight actively against it. Too many communists thought of the party and the Red Unions as identical, doing the same work. Trade union statements read precisely like Communist Party statements, with references to the proletarian dictatorship and the transformation of imperialist into civil war, etc. The RILU press was equally guilty in this. The trade unions were not the party, but transmission belts from the party to the masses. The party had failed to interpret United Front tactics as the unity of the rank and file for the struggle against the reformist leaders. At every plenum and congresses, Lozovsky said, we disclose all our weaknesses and shortcomings over and over again, and it appears that part of the mistakes are repeated year after year, and simultaneously new ones are added. Kostanyan, speaking as a member of the CP fraction on the RILU Bureau, also spoke of the different tactics required for trade union work, summarizing a joint resolution of the ECCI Presidium and the RILU Bureau adopted in March 1932. Opposition in the revolutionary unions had to be fought only on trade union questions and within the framework of union statutes. What was most required was education and persuasion. 282. Our task of convincing the masses and isolating the leaders cannot be accomplished by flat accusations of reformism or anarcho-syndicalism, but only by persistent and patient educational work, avoiding disciplinary measures except in extreme cases. Lozovsky referred to the election of Horner, CPGB, to a leading position in the mine workers' union. Of course, the party exerted pretty big efforts to attain this. And what followed? Did the political bureau and the leaders of the minority movement discuss how Horner should work, how to utilize this position? They regard elections as an end in themselves, and not as a means of widening our influence, of consolidating our positions and struggling for new positions. In Germany, the communists should mobilize the workers against compulsory membership of the fascist unions, organize a boycott of all functionaries appointed by the fascists, call meetings to find out what membership dues were spent on, and expose all the fascists as hangers-on of the capitalists. At the RILU Bureau meeting held at the same time as the plenum, Piatnitsky advised RILU adherents to sign any obligation which the trade union bureaucrats force upon them under threat of expulsion so that they could actively carry on their work. Perhaps we shall have to change the outer forms of the work of the RTUO, to give it another name, perhaps an absolutely innocent one. And if necessary we must organize secret communist fractions in the reformist unions. What sort of revolutionaries would we be if, because of some formalities, we could not or would not work in the reformist unions? Marty made a statement on behalf of the ECCI Presidium about the position of Romelli, KPD. Romelli had resigned his mandate as member of the Presidium of the ECCI and as member of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. At its last meeting the Presidium had accepted his resignation and recommended the plenum to do the same. At the 12th plenum, Marty said, Romelli and Newman defended a group line opposed to the line of the KPD and the Comintern. They argued that the fascist seizure of power meant a change in the system of capitalist rule, that fascism stood in contradiction to bourgeois democracy. Both in the struggle against fascism, and in the struggle against social democracy, Romelli and Newman had an incorrect attitude towards questions of the United Front, of strikes, and of the development of the class struggle in Germany, and held incorrect views on the question of the People's Revolution. On his return to Germany, Romelli had continued his group work. He had sent an 80-page letter to the CI, containing a fully elaborated platform. The guiding idea in this letter was a counter-revolutionary theory of Western socialism, a theory which rejected the Bolshevization of the parties and especially of the KPD and was incompatible with international Bolshevism. At the National Conference of Party Workers of the KPD on October 16, 1932, Romelli had declared that he would cease all group activity, but had not in fact done so. The former secretary of the Central Committee of the Youth League had described these activities in detail to the Investigation Commission of the CI. Romelli, said Marty, had also maintained his relations with the Newman Group. With the fascist seizure of power, this group activity became fractional activity under Romelli's leadership. He had said that when Hitler seized November 1933 283 power, the party should have proceeded to armed insurrection to save its honor. But none of the necessary conditions formulated by Lenin were present, and such an act of desperation would have given the Nazis the opportunity they sought of breaking up the party. KPD tactics on this as on other points were completely correct, while Romelli was totally mistaken. Romelli maintained that the KPD had suffered the greatest defeat of the proletariat since 1914. The working class of all countries knew that 1914 meant the bankruptcy of the Second International, and if Romelli were right, the seizure of power by the fascists in Germany would be not only a defeat for the German proletariat, but would also mean the collapse of the Communist International. To compare the Leninist Communist International with the shameful actions of social democracy in 1914 was despicable. In maintaining that they were now in an epoch of fascism and reaction, Romelli was taking up precisely the same position as the Social Democrats, whereas favorable prospects lay ahead for the Comintern. After Marti had made his statement, Richter Schubert spoke for the KPD. The Comintern, he said, had always helped the KPD to fight opportunism and deviation. With its help the opportunists had been got rid of, just as this last Romelli-Neumann group has been. Their idea of a West European communism was an echo of Otto Bauer's idea that Bolshevism was appropriate for Asia, but not for Europe. We want to give Romelli the opportunity, under the Bolshevist vigilance of the CPSU, to rectify his errors. Piatnitsky said the mistakes of the KPD before Hitler's accession to power were mainly the fault of Neumann, at that time in the leadership. Pike said the idea advanced by Bauer and Trotsky that fascism was a petty bourgeois counter-revolution was very dangerous. It would imply that it would have been in principle right to enter into a coalition with Brüning and parts of the bourgeoisie against fascism. The Neumann-Romelli group described it as the dictatorship of the lumpenproletariat, thus denying that class content and class rule were the same under a fascist dictatorship as in Weimar democracy. This was a justification of social democratic policy, and a denial that fascist dictatorship grew out of bourgeois democracy. The only force that could have stopped Hitler was a united working class, and this the social democratic leaders had prevented. Thus the unity of the German working class can be achieved only by liquidating the influence of social democracy on the masses. It was only because social democracy deprived the KPD of the support of the majority of workers that finance capital had been able to establish the fascist dictatorship. Social democracy had done all it could to deceive the workers about the true nature of fascism, to keep them back from struggle. Even now, though suppressed, it was the chief social support of the bourgeoisie. It was in a state of crisis, but it still existed. It is up to us communists to destroy it. Any hesitation in our attitude of struggle against social democracy, any confusion in our united front policy to win the social democratic masses, increases the danger that social democracy may be reconsolidated and block the way to our re-establishing working class unity. Togliatti also referred to Neumann and Romelli as social democratic deviators. There had been no change in the class nature of the German regime, whereas the Social Democrats 284 believed that a period of reaction had set in. The assertion of the Social Democrats that the aim of the proletarian struggle under fascism must be a return to bourgeois democracy is nothing but an admission that in the forthcoming struggle for power social democracy will play the same part of bloodhound for the bourgeoisie as in 1919 and up to today. Romelli was transferred from the KPD to the CPSU. After the plenum Romelli confessed his errors, he admitted the charge of fractionalism, denounced his theory of West European communism as erroneous, and agreed that it would have been a mistake to call for armed insurrection on January 30, 1933. His statement that they were now in an epoch of fascism was dangerously false, and incompatible with Lenin's theory of the epoch of imperialism, etc. Neumann also recanted, his fractional struggle against the Central Committee was irresponsible, anti-party, and criminal. I repeat my unconditional agreement with the historic ECCI resolution of April 1933 on the German question. The KPD Central Committee, in publishing Neumann's statement, added that he had made declarations of loyalty before, and would have to prove this latest one by prolonged practical work. Humbert Droz was charged with pessimism and defeatism, and, while denying the charge, admitted to having said that the Comintern instruction to communist parties to undertake United Front activities with the socialist parties marked an important change in Comintern policy on United Front tactics, a return to United Front tactics from above and below. I admit that this appraisal of Comintern policy was a grave relapse into the opportunist errors I committed in 1928. Norin asserted that there was no need for the Comintern to change its line. In all our estimates of the situation we have been proved right. Our analysis has been justified from year to year. We have not had occasion to revise our views on any point. Our analysis of the situation is true, our tactics are correct. It was the left Social Democrats who had given the arch-sphinx Humbert Draws the idea that in its reply to the LSI the Comintern began a new tactic on the question of the United Front. There are not and cannot be any lefts except our party. We are the only lefts. Either join us, or we fight you. There is no other way. Moreover, our fight against the lefts will be the fiercest of all. The plenum approved the action of the political secretariat in regard to the ILP. Winding up the plenum, Togliatti said it had given a conscientious and scientific analysis of the situation. All parties would have to re-examine and reorganize their work, to establish and eradicate the reasons why they were lagging behind. All decisions of the plenum were unanimous. It was decided to call the 7th Congress in the latter half of 1934, the agenda was to be published not later than June 1, 1934. The accounts for 1932 showed an income of $1,135,000, of which membership dues accounted for $968,000. These were in respect of 38 parties, with a membership of 3.6 million, 19 parties were exempted from paying dues. The chief items on the expenditure side were, administration, $418,000, subsidies, publications and educational, $601,000, travel, $48,000. An article in the Comintern Journal following the plenum stated that what was new in its decisions was the realization that the general slogan of struggle for November 1933 285 a revolutionary way out of the crisis was now inadequate. The parties now had to formulate the concrete program which they would put into effect after the seizure of power. This underlined the importance of popularizing the achievements of the USSR. It was cited as another sign of the deficiencies of communist work that those who left the social democratic parties either joined the fascists or renounced political activity altogether. Some of the speeches at the plenum, the article continued, had revealed serious opportunist distortions. In one case in France, the main thesis of the program of the United Front spoke of the defense of French democracy. Similar attempts to hide the face of the party had been made in Czechoslovakia and Norway. The ECCI materials for the 7th Congress said that the plenum met at a time when the objective conditions of a revolutionary crisis were maturing, and when the behavior of the German and Japanese parties was enhancing the authority and prestige of the Comintern. Nevertheless, the sections failed to take advantage of the world crisis and the crisis in social democracy. The severe criticism which marked the plenum had since shown good results. Extracts from the theses of the 13th ECCI plenum on fascism, the war danger, and the tasks of communist parties December 1933 13th plenum of the ECCI*. The theses were introduced in speeches given by Köszenen on fascism, war, and the tasks of communist parties, by Pike, on the KPD, and by Pollitt, on the United Front in Britain. The resolution on Pike's report ran, "The plenum approves the work of the KPD since the fascists came to power and the plans submitted for its further activities." On Pollitt's report that the CPGB has had some successes to show in carrying through the United Front, particularly in relation to the ILP. Köszenen gave the main report. He dealt first with the economic crisis, which was becoming a revolutionary crisis. It depended on the international proletariat to transform this into revolution. On the international situation he spoke in contemptuous terms of the League of Nations. Britain was taking the lead in organizing an anti-Soviet war, and in these preparations social democracy was taking an active part. In the countries of fascist dictatorship, the social fascist leaders are ingratiating themselves with the fascist cutthroats. The communist press outside the USSR did not always correctly explain Soviet peace policy, which was not only honest and consistent, but also Bolshevik, to be clearly distinguished from bourgeois pacifism. Otherwise, workers might ask why the Soviet government concluded agreements with reactionary governments. They should be told that this policy, even if it could not prevent war, made difficulties for the imperialist enemies of the USSR and might postpone war, particularly if it were actively supported by the proletariat of capitalist *. Checked with German version in Rundschau, 1934, January 2, 1934. 286. Countries. It was obvious that the capitalist governments regarded non-aggression pacts and similar instruments as scraps of paper, but they had their value in exposing the hypocrisy of these governments and made it more difficult for them to deceive the workers. A government which refused a non-aggression pact exposed itself to the whole world. The longer war was delayed, the more time for the revolutionary crisis to mature, and for the Soviet Union and the anti-imperialist forces to grow stronger. The growth of Soviet power was the chief reason why the imperialists had not yet attacked. Growing Soviet strength was also the chief factor in the development of the world capitalist crisis. If this were explained, every worker will understand that there is not and cannot be any incompatibility between the interests of the Soviet Union and the interests of the international workers' movement. Kosinin then turned to an analysis of fascism. As a movement, its class composition was very mixed, but the class character of fascism was shown in its policy, which was the policy of the big bourgeoisie. The Trotskyists and Thalheimers called it Bonapartism, petty bourgeois counter-revolution, in order to divert the attention of the masses from the struggle against the bourgeoisie which they served. Romelli's position was the same. Fascist terror both accelerated revolutionary development and made it more difficult. The indignation of the masses would bring them more quickly to communism if the parties took the correct line. Fascist demagogy would facilitate the liberation of the masses from the illusions of parliamentary democracy and peaceful evolution. There were differences between fascism and social fascism, but they were not differences of principle, the two were still twins. In the United States, the AFL supported Roosevelt's economic measures, which were essentially fascist in character. Dutt wrote of the Roosevelt administration's measures that they showed more clearly than elsewhere the development towards fascism. Extreme violence against the workers and intensified war preparations, all under a cover of extreme social demagogy. Here is the classic type of the most modern process of fascisation within the Western imperialist, still nominally bourgeois democratic states. But, in spite of the depth and extent of the crisis of the Second International, social fascism was still a force, a dangerously great force in the struggle against the United Front, against the communist parties, and against the USSR. That means that the communists must exert all their strength to destroy the mass influence of social democracy. The stronger the influence of social democracy, the greater the danger of fascism. Therefore, success in the struggle against fascism as well as against war requires of all Comintern sections intensified activity in detaching the workers from the influence of the social democratic parties. Norin also dealt with the relation between fascism and social democracy. The victory of fascism is inevitable or possible only in those countries where social democracy, by means of its system of centralized proletarian mass organizations, has succeeded in keeping its followers back from a revolutionary united front with the communists, in preventing the Communist Party, despite the profound crisis, from winning the majority of the proletariat, obstructing success in the proletarian class struggle, and so compromising Marxism and the class struggle in the eyes of the masses. In no single country can fascism, December 1933 287 succeed without the direct support of social democracy, which for a long time has split the proletariat, kept it back from struggle, enfeebled its fighting capacity by police violence, terror, and treachery, and handed it over entirely to fascism. Fascism had come to power in Germany because social democracy, while strong enough to prevent the workers from resisting fascism, was not strong enough to guarantee the security of the capitalist system. German capitalism could for a time be saved only by the super-centralized dictatorial power of the fascist state. Hitler had destroyed the social democratic organizations in order to gain control of a disorganized working class and fit it into the fascist system. Now the Trotskyists and Brandlerites were taking over the work social democracy was no longer able to undertake, of keeping the workers back from struggle. But they would not succeed. Great revolutionary events may occur quite unexpectedly. Therefore we must place on the order of the day the question of the struggle for Soviet power, of the overthrow of the power of the ruling classes by armed insurrection. There was as yet no directly revolutionary situation in any country. In Germany the proletarian revolution is closer than in any other country, and their task was to create the revolutionary army for the decisive class struggle for power. For this they had to use the united front without for a moment letting control of the movement out of our hands. Bela Kun also pursued this theme. Since the victory of fascism in Germany, the contradiction between communism and social democracy has not become less, on the contrary the gulf is wider and deeper, and the parties must take a firm stand against those who seek to revise the theory that social democracy is the chief social pillar of the bourgeoisie and want a reconciliation between communism and social democracy on the ground that both are persecuted by fascism. The aim of United Front tactics was to overcome the split in the working class by demonstrating to the masses that there were two camps in the class struggle, one to defend capitalism, to which social democracy belonged, and the other to overthrow capitalism, which was led by the Communist Party. Martynov said that only an understanding of Leninist theory would enable the parties to avoid opportunist errors. Immediately after Hitler came to power, the Social Democrats talked of the United Front with the Communists, of the conclusion of a non-aggression pact with them. In reply to these maneuvers, the ECCI, with a view to defeating this lying maneuver, instructed the Communist parties to conclude fighting agreements with the Social Democratic parties regarding the United Front of struggle. In this statement the ECCI enumerated all the past acts of treachery committed by social democracy and put forward two essential conditions for agreement. We have already heard here how our French comrades took up this appeal of the Comintern and how they committed a serious opportunist mistake in carrying it into practice, nor were they alone in so doing. This had happened because they failed to understand that whatever tactical steps we may take in respect to social democracy, at the basis of our tactics there lies an unalterably irreconcilable attitude in principle towards social democracy. Vassiliev said, "The chief enemy is the bourgeoisie, fascism in power. But in order to overthrow fascism the chief blow must be directed against the Social Democratic Party. The cardinal fighting task of the communist parties of these 288 countries is to isolate the Social Democratic parties from the masses. Unless this was grasped, communists might begin to believe with Social Democrats that the Social Democratic Party and the Communist Party have one common fascist enemy." Togliatti thought there were aspects of fascist ideology to which greater attention should be paid, particularly the strengthening of the state apparatus, the emphasis on nationalism, and its anti-capitalist demagogy, designed to win a mass basis. Before dealing with the tasks of the communist parties, Manuelski enumerated the main features of the international situation. These were that though the economic crisis was now not so deep as before, it was so closely interwoven with the general capitalist crisis that world capitalism would continue to decline. Bourgeois attempts to find a way out, such as the New Deal in the United States, had been failures. The elements of fascism and war were developing more quickly than the elements of revolutionary crisis, but there was every sign that the latter would develop into a revolutionary crisis of the entire capitalist system. There could be such a crisis without there being a revolutionary crisis in any one country. The encouragement given to fascism by Hitler's accession to power had given rise to certain vacillations among those communists least capable of resistance. In France and England, in Czechoslovakia, Switzerland, and Austria, even in Germany itself, there were individuals who had not stood the test. But the parties as a whole showed strength and maturity. Fascism was making gains among the urban and rural petty bourgeoisie, and not a single communist party in the capitalist world had paid attention to winning over or neutralizing the urban petty bourgeoisie. Although class antagonisms had never been so acute, and mass indignation was growing, as well as the influence of the communist parties and communist ideas, the parties had failed to exploit the crisis to strengthen their ranks, or to exploit the crisis of democracy in Germany by undermining the foundations of the Second International. With the exception of China, Japan, and France, they had failed to mobilize the masses against the war danger. Although Hitler had dealt a severe blow to the working class movement, the victories in China and Russia had shifted the international balance of class forces in favor of the proletariat. Added to this was the revolutionary ferment in the colonies. Manuelsky enumerated four main tasks for the communist parties. 1. To do everything to prevent war against Russia. This was not a remote and abstract danger, but an immediate one from the Japanese side. This meant fighting Japanese imperialism in China. Defense of China was equivalent to defense of the Soviet Union. 2. The French, German, and Polish parties must do their utmost to prevent war between France and Germany, and between Poland and Germany. 3. The establishment of fascist dictatorships had to be prevented in those countries where the bourgeoisie had begun to give fascist forms to the state apparatus. 4. To overthrow fascist dictatorships where they already existed. The idea that only the proletarian dictatorship could replace the fascist dictatorship was too schematic. It was true for Germany, but where communist parties were weak, where the working class was not under communist leadership, the fascist dictatorship could be replaced by a bourgeois dictatorship, in the form of a republic, as in Spain. All these four tasks lead to December 1933 289. The central slogan of our theses, the overthrow of bourgeois dictatorship and the establishment of Soviet power throughout the world. The way to realize this central slogan is the old one, to win the majority of the working class as the condition for re-establishing the unity of the proletariat in the revolutionary struggle and gaining revolutionary reserves for the proletariat. This presupposes the destruction of the agent of the class enemy in the working class international social democracy. By advancing the slogan of Soviet power, we want to underline the importance of armed insurrection of the masses as the only means of overthrowing bourgeois dictatorship. He ended with a warning that the parties must prepare thoroughly for illegality. If they were not illegal now, they would be when war broke out. Pike reported that the KPD was creating the preconditions for the overthrow of fascism and the establishment of the proletarian dictatorship. The present situation in Germany is characterized by the advance of a new wave of the revolutionary mass movement under KPD leadership. The KPD is organizing mass struggles against the Hitler dictatorship. Its chief task was to turn the anti-fascist campaign from agitation to action, and industrial struggles into political strikes. This was extremely difficult under Nazi terror. So far there were only small partial strikes. Now that the trade unions had been gleichgeschaltet, the KPD was trying, by strikes and mass trade union work, to create the preconditions for founding independent class trade unions. The party must have as its slogan, on which all agitation and propaganda must be focused, armed insurrection to overthrow the fascist dictatorship. This could be the work only of the revolutionary proletariat in alliance with all the oppressed and exploited. Pike then outlined a 10-point program for the KPD once it had established Soviets in Germany. In his reply to the discussion on Germany, he said that in order to popularize the idea of Soviets, the KPD had revived its program of national and social emancipation, to show what the victorious proletariat under KPD leadership would do for the working people when it got power. Kosinin also spoke of the need to prevent the re-establishment of social democratic organizations in Germany. It would be fatal for the victorious struggle against fascism. The KPD had to become the only mass party of the German proletariat, though there were exceptional cases when Bolshevik tactics required them to make proposals to social fascists with a mass following. It was only social fascists who could call what had happened in Germany a catastrophe. It was a severe blow. Trotsky had said that it was not the proletarian revolution that was maturing in Germany, but the fascist counter-revolution that was deepening. This, said Kosinin, was Trotsky's Horst Wessel song. Trotsky had asked how, if the KPD had been unable to stop Hitler coming to power, it could overthrow him when he had seized power. Richter added a sober note. The KPD, he said, had believed that Hitler would not dare to ban the party, or the ban would be a temporary and unreal measure, as in 1923. He said that contact was lost for weeks at a time between the Central Committee and the districts, and between the districts and the cells. Those who had argued that the KPD should have fought, Togliatti said, did not understand that the conditions for a fight were not present in January 1933. Those who said that, however hopeless the position, something should 290 have been done to save the honor of the working class only brought confusion and demoralization into the proletarian ranks. The KPD was not defeated, it had rallied and taken up the revolutionary fight at the head of the masses. Manuelski argued that had the KPD taken up armed struggle against Hitler it would have fallen into the trap set by the Reichstag fire. That was also the intention of the SPD and the Second International when they turned down the Comintern offer of March 5, 1933. To lead the German Communists to the fascist executioner's axe, to put an end to the KPD, one of the vanguards of world Bolshevism, at one blow that would have been in accordance with the wishes of Herr Wels II. International Social Democracy, in alliance with the Trotskyists, would like the military destruction of the Soviet Union because they know that the victory of socialism means the death of social democracy. Piatnitsky said the KPD had failed to pay enough attention to the fight against Versailles, the hatred of Versailles had been exploited by the Nazis and nationalists. The KPD did not wage widely enough, stubbornly enough, and deeply enough the campaign against the Weimar Coalition, and principally against social democracy. The KPD had founded a number of mass organizations: Red Aid, International Workers' Aid, Freethinkers, War Veterans, Friends of the Soviet Union, Red Sportsmen, the Unemployed, and the Trade Union Opposition. The sad thing was that the membership of all those organizations was practically identical. The broad electoral masses had not been drawn in. Now, however, in spite of the incredible terror, it is easier to work among the German proletariat, because a large part of the Social Democrats and the non-party workers who followed the SPD, as well as the members of the reformist trade unions, have been disillusioned about social democratic policy. Thanks to the changed situation in Germany and to the heroic work of the KPD, the communists no longer meet such resistance within the working class as the trade union bureaucrats and the SPD used formerly to offer them. However, communists still did not get up and speak at fascist trade union meetings to answer lying fascist demagogic propaganda. An editorial in the Communist International after the plenum said the KPD was becoming the only mass party of the German proletariat and is preparing to storm the fascist regime. It was becoming more difficult for the class enemy to damage the party organizations, which were consolidating and extending their contacts with the masses. The situation opens up huge possibilities for liquidating the mass influence of social democracy. Class contradictions were more acute than ever before. Therefore the proletarian revolution is nearer at hand in Germany than in any other country. After the plenum Pravda wrote, the lesson of the German events for the world proletariat lies in this, that the establishment of the fascist dictatorship shows the broadest working masses how fascism grows out of bourgeois democracy, how social democratic policy prepares the way for fascism, and how the Communist Party is the only party which fights to overthrow the fascist dictatorship. Pollitt said the British government had become the organizer of an anti-Soviet war. It was supporting Japan in the Far East, and was trying to establish the most friendly relations with Hitler. The country was moving rapidly towards fascism. What Hitler was doing by force, MacDonald would do gradually, as December 1933 291 shown in the new regulations about unemployment benefit. The Labour Party rejected Communist United Front proposals. In making these overtures, the CPGB had to answer questions put by the workers. Why, when the Communists used to say a united front with the Labour Party was impossible, was the approach now made? Why should the big and powerful Labour Party and trade unions bother about the tiny Communist Party? They were themselves a united front of many millions. How could the CPGB propose a united front when it put up its own parliamentary candidates against the Labour Party? Was this no more than a tactical maneuver? Pollitt also gave an account of the negotiations between the CPGB and the ILP. Thérèse gave a picture of confusion, doubt, and indiscipline in the French CP. Some communist municipal councillors had voted in favor of resolutions in defense of bourgeois democracy, Some CP members had proposed the abandonment of anti-Versailles slogans, some local party committees had asked the CC to deny the rumors of a Franco-Soviet alliance, others had protested against the reception of Aereo in Moscow, others had talked of France's peaceful intentions. There were doubts about the correctness of KPD policy. The talk about the capitulation of the KPD had been severely condemned by the CC. Some communist trade union leaders had entered into negotiations with the CGT about a joint strike, which was also condemned as an error by the CC. In a number of strikes, communists had neglected the fight against social democracy and formed joint committees with the CGT and the Christian trade unions. A year before, the Socialist Party had written to the CC proposing negotiations for the formation of one workers' party. Their representatives had met but no decisions had been taken, and later we broke off connections. The mistake of the Central Committee was not the exchange of views itself, but in allowing the idea to arise that in certain circumstances we communists were ready to discuss organizational union with the Socialist Party. The aim of the Socialist Party in this move had been to sabotage mass action. In addition to opportunist errors in United Front tactics, and to the tendency to relax the fight against the Socialist Party, there were many proposals made to abandon the class against class tactics. There were even members of the CPF in 1933 who blamed us for playing into the hands of reaction. Some proposed that in the second electoral round we should vote for the socialists. In the municipal elections, many communists proposed a joint communist-socialist list in the second and even in the first round. The Central Committee vigorously rejected these opportunist proposals and condemned their adoption. The root of the error lay in illusions about democracy, and the failure to understand the role of social fascism as agent of the imperialist bourgeoisie in the working class. Social democracy was actively helping the bourgeoisie to prepare war, for though, under pressure of the mass enthusiasm for the construction of socialism in the USSR, the relations between France and Russia were changing, the basic hostility of the French bourgeoisie to Russia remained. They sought salvation in war, which they were organizing in the name of security and the defense of democracy. There were many fascist organizations in France, but what was characteristic of the situation was that in all left parties, including the Socialist Party, there is a wing which more or less openly advocates. 292. A fascist program. The open division in the Socialist Party, between Blum and Renaudel, was merely a cunning division of labor in support of the bourgeoisie. The CP fight had to be directed primarily against the Blum faction, because they were liable to arouse illusions. Never have we been so successful as now in shaking the position of the Socialist Party and the CGT by the tactics of the United Front from below. Marty also spoke of misunderstandings in the CPF since Hitler had come to power. There have even been vacillations among members of the Politburo. It remains an essential task to overcome resistance to the Comintern line, for this confuses the party and cripples its action. Norin said that in March and April 1933 the French CP revealed some Trotskyist views. The Cahiers du Bolchevisme was more concerned with investigating the errors of the KPD than with exposing the treacherous role of social democracy in the triumph of fascism in Germany. Like Gutmann in Czechoslovakia, these people had lost the revolutionary perspective, had fallen under the influence of Trotsky and Brandler. They argued that if no blame attached to the KPD, that implied that fascism was inevitable. Analyzing the weaknesses of El Humanite, Bellicon referred to the disquiet among French workers about possible negotiations between France and Hitler. In the interests of French imperialism, Blum and company are mounting a sharp attack against this and taking the opportunity to pass themselves off as friends of the Soviet Union. Behind the scenes they are instigating a new campaign against the Soviet Union and the Comintern, attacking the Soviet Union on the pretext that, instead of relying on the real forces, i.e. the social democratic parties, it is splitting the working class and bargaining with imperialist diplomats. Our Humanite did not reveal to the social democratic workers the real background reasons why Blum and company now dress themselves up as friends of the Soviet Union, why they are against direct negotiations with Hitler, in the service of French imperialism. He added later, The central point of our attacks on the social fascists must be to split the Socialist Party. Piatnitsky explained the growth of social fascism in the working class by the poor work of communist parties. He reported that while the circulation of El Humanite was falling, that of Le Populaire was rising. Between 1928 and 1932 the socialist vote in France had risen from 1.7 to 2.0 million, the communist vote fallen from 1.1 to 0.8 million, and the membership of the CGTU had dropped from 465,000 in 1926 to 288,000 in 1933. It was not a mistake for the Central Committee to negotiate with the SFIO, the mistake was to have negotiated not about a united front of action on a definite platform for specific purposes, but about possible discussions on how to organize the united front. The object of the SFIO was to halt the process of disintegration in its own ranks, not to get action. Gottwald said the bourgeoisie in Czechoslovakia, as elsewhere, were seeking a way out of their difficulties in war. Beneš talked hypocritically about his friendly attitude to Russia, but secretly he was hatching plots against the Soviet Ukraine. Czechoslovakia is a classic example of how bourgeois democracy, organically and in legal form, becomes a fascist dictatorship. The opportunists and petty bourgeois in the ranks of the Czech CP had panicked after Hitler came to power, blaming the KPD as well as the SPD. Gutmann, a member of December 1933 293 the Politburo, unfortunately shared these views. At the 12th plenum he had criticized KPD tactics. He had not understood that the collapse of the SPD meant the collapse of the Second International, thus giving the communist parties their best opportunity to demonstrate the correctness of their policy. Such errors had made it easier for the Czech Socialist Party to get the masses behind it in defense of democracy. The reason why the discontent of the masses had not brought them over from social democracy to the Communist Party was the opportunism in the ranks of the CP, urging concessions to social democracy. Gutmann had said that Comintern policy was leading the proletariat into the abyss. He had been invited to Moscow but had refused. He did not wish to be forced into silence for years. Gutmann was expelled as a Trotskyist counter-revolutionary and class enemy. Lenski noted that Polish-German relations were strained, but this did not mean that they were not at one in their hostility to the USSR, although Poland had strengthened its alliance with France and concluded the so-called Eastern Pact with the Soviet Union. Pilsudski's policy was designed to disorient the masses and diminish their vigilance against the danger of war on the USSR. The Polish CP had refuted the idea held by many comrades that a German-Polish understanding was impossible. Earlier in the year Lenski had written in Rundschau that Polish fascism and social fascism were coming forward as defenders of Polish independence against the danger of a German attack. The Polish social fascists concealed their chauvinism behind an anti-fascist mask in order to divert the attention of the masses from the revolutionary struggle against their own bourgeoisie. Britain was working for a Polish-German rapprochement because Germany played so important a part in its anti-Soviet preparations. Hernandez reported that a group in the Spanish CP took the Trotskyist line on Germany, arguing that the Comintern and the KPD shared responsibility for the severe defeat, but it had no support. Spanish social democracy defended not only the capitalists, but the landlords and feudalists as well. It was betraying not only the proletarian but the bourgeois democratic revolution, with the aim of legalizing the counter-revolution. But it was less dangerous than the anarchists, who by their putschism were helping the fascists. Many workers were deserting the anarchists, but not finding their way to the CP. The party had not yet convinced the masses that it was the only force capable of halting fascism which, stretching from the extreme right to the anarchists, was gaining influence among the petty bourgeoisie, the peasants, and parts of the working class. There were powerful movements in town and country, but unfortunately their leadership is not in the hands of our party, except in a very few cases. However, the party, having got rid of its renegade group, was growing. Its vote had increased from 60,000 in July 1931 to 400,000 in the last elections. The communist vote was in fact 200,000. Both Browder and Weinstein referred to the fascist character of Roosevelt's New Deal. The United States government was unleashing a wave of nationalism, chauvinism, and patriotism and accelerating the establishment of fascism behind a democratic mask. The economic measures taken were making for a war economy, unemployment relief was used for military training, and run by the 294 Defense Department. The whole world sees clearly that Roosevelt's policy is leading the United States in the direction of fascism. Morales reported for Latin America where, he said, revolutionary developments were taking place unevenly in different countries. In 1932 there had been a revolutionary situation in Chile, now there was one in Cuba, which had international significance because of the volume of American capital investment, and because of Cuba's strategic position as key to the Panama Canal. It has given the anti-imperialist movement on the entire continent a powerful impulse forward. We have formed hands-off Cuba committees everywhere. Wang Ming spoke of the defection of right-wing opportunists from the CCP under the impact of the KMT campaigns. The sixth campaign, which opened in October 1933, was distinguished from the earlier five by the open and direct participation of the international imperialist counter-revolution. The KMT forces had United States aircraft, German poison gas, imperialist officers, etc. The destruction of the Chinese Soviet Republic was the essential prelude to imperialist world war in the Pacific and intervention against the USSR from the east. The CCP called for a national revolutionary war of the armed people against Japanese and all other imperialisms, for the overthrow of the KMT government, and the establishment of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants throughout China in the form of Soviets. Only such a government and its Red Army could defeat the imperialists. He complained of the lack of interest shown by other Comintern sections in what was happening in China. They underestimated the danger of imperialist intervention, and failed to see the connection between the fight of the CCP and their own struggles. Neither Wang Ming, nor Kang Xin, who reported on the strike movement in China, mentioned the name of Mao Zedong. Peter Fleming estimated the Red Army strength at this time at not less than 50,000 rifles and described them as hard, well-disciplined, and very mobile troops with a formidable reputation. There were in addition semi-independent units composed mostly of bandits. Mao Zedong, political advisor to Chu Tai, he described as a gifted and fanatical young man suffering from an incurable disease. Okino predicted that the Japanese attack on Russia would begin in 1934. Among the evidence he cited for this was the establishment of direct telephone communication between Tokyo and the Manchurian capital. The chief task of the Japanese CP was to stop the war preparations against the USSR and turn the coming war into civil war. Unfortunately, the Social Democrats, who were actively helping to prepare war, still had the support of 85% of the organized workers. In 1933 and 1934, the series of arrests of Japanese communist leaders, the suspicion that many members were police provocateurs, the discontent and unease of local organizations, disturbed the ECCI, where Nozawa represented Japan after Katayama's death in November 1933. The party was said to be threatened by a split and the total disorganization of its work. The extreme fragmentation of the trade union movement was also matter for concern. In June 1935, the Comintern Journal wrote that communists and their adherents are an insignificant minority of the working class. This was due not only to police terror, but to sectarianism and factionalism. December 1933, 295. In his final speech, Kyoshinin said that though the masses were becoming revolutionary, there would be no automatic collapse of capitalism. Communists should not be guided by subjective wishes, nor should they be the slaves of objective development. They were the active revolutionary instruments of history. The large number of working people who were seeking revolutionary leadership were not finding their way into the communist parties, and this was because the parties had failed to exploit the bankruptcy of social democracy. Comrade Gallagher helplessly asked the question here: how should we explain to the masses that we do not rejoice in the accession to power of the fascists? In Comrade Gallagher's speech there was also a touch of uncertainty on the question how to make comprehensible to the masses the dialectical link between the two forms of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, bourgeois democracy, and fascist dictatorship. Is that really so difficult? We do not say that bourgeois democracy is the same thing as fascist dictatorship. The egg is not the same thing as the chicken. Kyosin then enumerated the essential tasks of the chief Comintern sections. The KPD was to mobilize the masses for the overthrow of the fascist dictatorship. The French party was to develop industrial struggles in close connection with the struggle against the dictatorship of the French bourgeoisie, and against the war which the French bourgeoisie are preparing under a democratic cloak. The CPGB was to become a mass party. The CP of the United States was to become a mass party and mobilize the masses against Roosevelt's demagogic legislation. In China the CP was to extend and strengthen the Soviet areas and the Red Army and defeat the KMT campaign. The slogan of the Japanese CP should be "Clear out of Manchuria and North China." All parties were to fight against opportunism and for revolutionary working class unity. In June 1933 the Central Committees of the Communist Parties of Germany, France, Britain, Italy, Poland, Romania, and Austria issued a manifesto on the war danger. It described the Four-Power Pact as a joint attempt by MacDonald and Mussolini to solve imperialist contradictions at the cost of the Soviet Union. The Second International was held together only by its hatred of the USSR and its endeavors to promote a war of intervention. This explained its hostility to the Soviet-German agreement, and its proposal that the USSR should join the democratic countries in a fighting alliance against fascist countries, but the USSR would not be exploited by an imperialist power. In the Comintern Journal in the following month Dut explained that the attack on Russia had to be postponed because of American disapproval of Japanese action in the Far East and of the decline of fascist power in Germany. The anti-Soviet character of the Four-Power Pact was concealed behind revision of Versailles. Before the plenum opened, an article in the same journal rebuked those communists who disputed the imminence of war, and those whose anti-war propaganda was conducted on incorrect lines. In the preparations for a youth anti-war conference in Paris, comrades in some parties attempted to turn these preparations into a vulgar pacifist demonstration. They even went so far as to invite an archbishop to take part in a peace demonstration. In February 1934, commenting on the discussion of the war danger at the plenum, noted that the wise use made by the USSR of the contradictions in the 296 imperialist camp and of its own strength had brought about a change of front on the part of France, Poland, Czechoslovakia, in the direction of a rapprochement with the USSR. This change of front, caused by the establishment of the fascist dictatorship in Germany, is also finding its reflection in the League of Nations. When Germany and Japan left the League, its imperialist nature remained unchanged, but it might act as a brake on military operations. The Second and Amsterdam Internationals, wearing pacifist masks, shout about the war danger and adopt anti-military resolutions, in order to retain their hold upon the masses by shamming a fight against war, so as to disrupt, smash, and pulverize the revolutionary energy of these masses. In February 1934 a conference was held in Moscow of editors of communist daily newspapers, as agreed by the Presidium after the plenum. The conference agreed that the language used in their press was dry, abstract, and lacking in appeal, and undertook to make improvements. The development of the general crisis of capitalism, after the end of the relative stabilization that was noted by the last, 12th, plenum of the ECCI, has already shaken the capitalist system to a far-reaching degree all over the world. The tremendous strain of the internal class antagonisms in the capitalist countries, as well as of the international antagonisms, testify to the fact that the objective prerequisites for a revolutionary crisis have matured to such an extent that at the present time the world is closely approaching a new round of revolutions and wars. Fascism and the maturing of the revolutionary crisis. 1. Fascism is the open, terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, most chauvinist and most imperialist elements of finance capital. Fascism tries to secure a mass basis for monopolist capital among the petty bourgeoisie, appealing to the peasantry, artisans, office employees, and civil servants who have been thrown out of their normal course of life, and particularly to the déclassé elements in the big cities, also trying to penetrate into the working class. The growth of fascism and its coming into power in Germany and in a number of other capitalist countries means, a. that the revolutionary crisis and the indignation of the broad masses against the rule of capital is growing, b. that the capitalists are no longer able to maintain their dictatorship by the old methods of parliamentarism and of bourgeois democracy in general, c. that, moreover, the methods of parliamentarism and bourgeois democracy in general are becoming a hindrance to the capitalists both in their internal politics, the struggle against the proletariat, and in their December 1933 297 foreign politics, war for the imperialist redistribution of the world, d. that in view of this, capital is compelled to pass to open terrorist dictatorship within the country and to unrestrained chauvinism in foreign politics, which represents direct preparation for imperialist wars. Born in the womb of bourgeois democracy, fascism in the eyes of the capitalists is a means of saving capitalism from collapse. It is only for the purpose of deceiving and disarming the workers that social democracy denies the fascisation of bourgeois democracy and draws a contrast in principle between the democratic countries and the countries of the fascist dictatorship. On the other hand, the fascist dictatorship is not an inevitable stage of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie in all countries. The possibility of averting it depends upon the forces of the fighting proletariat, which are paralyzed by the corrupting disintegrating influence of social democracy more than by anything else. 2. While the general line of all bourgeois parties, including social democracy, is towards the fascisation of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, the realization of this line inevitably gives rise to disagreements among them as to forms and methods of fascisation. Certain bourgeois groups, particularly including the social fascists, who in practice stick at nothing in their acts of police violence against the proletariat, urge the maintenance of parliamentary forms when carrying through the fascisation of the bourgeois dictatorship. The fascists, however, insist on the full or partial abolition of these old, shaken forms of bourgeois democracy, on carrying through fascisation by means of the establishment of an open fascist dictatorship and by a wide application of both police violence and the terrorism of fascist gangs. Having come to power, fascism pushes aside, splits and disintegrates the other bourgeois parties, for instance, Poland, or dissolves them, Germany and Italy. This striving of fascism for political monopoly intensifies the discord and conflicts in the ranks of the ruling classes which follow from the internal contradictions in the position of the bourgeoisie who are becoming fascized. 3. The establishment of the fascist dictatorship in Germany has unmasked German social democracy before the whole world. From the bloody crushing of the proletarian revolution in 1918, through an uninterrupted chain of treachery and strike-breaking, through all the coalition governments, the savage police massacres of revolutionary workers, voting for Hindenburg as the lesser evil, to servile endeavors to cooperate openly with the fascist gangs, such is the record of German social democracy, the leading party in the Second International. Social democracy continues to play the role of the main social prop of the bourgeoisie also in the countries of open fascist dictatorship. In fighting against the revolutionary unity of the proletariat and against the USSR, it helps the bourgeoisie to prolong the existence of capitalism by 298. Splitting the working class. In the majority of countries, however, it is already in the process of disintegration. The radicalization of the social democratic workers intensifies the squabbles among the leading circle of the social fascists. Avowed neo-fascist groups are arising, left fragments break away and try to patch together a new two-and-a-half international. Trotsky, the lackey of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie, is unsuccessfully trying to prevent the social democratic workers from coming over to the side of communism by his despicable attempts to form a fourth international and by spreading anti-Soviet slanders. On the basis of the sharp antagonisms between the imperialist countries, the International Organization of Social Democracy is disintegrating. The crisis of the Second International is a fact. 4. The economic policy of the financial oligarchy for overcoming the crisis, the robbery of the workers and peasants, subsidies to the capitalists and landlords, is unable to restore the stabilization of capitalism. On the contrary, it is helping still further to disintegrate the mechanism of capitalist economy, disorganization of the money system, of the budget, state bankruptcies, a further deepening of the agrarian crisis, and to sharply intensify the fundamental contradictions of capitalism. In this situation, all the capitalist countries are developing their war industries to unprecedented dimensions, and are adapting all the principal branches of industry, as well as agriculture, to the needs of war. The demand thus created for means of extermination and destruction, combined with open inflation, USA, Great Britain, and Japan, superdumping, Japan, and hidden inflation, Germany, has in the past year caused an increase in output in some branches of industry in a number of countries, particularly iron, steel, non-ferrous metals, the chemical and textile industries. But this whipping up of production for non-productive purposes, or the speculative leaps in production on the basis of inflation, is accompanied by stagnation or a fall in production in a number of other branches, machine construction, building, the production of articles of mass consumption, and in the near future cannot but lead to the still greater disturbance of state finances and to a still further intensification of the general crisis of capitalism. The furious struggle for foreign and colonial markets has already assumed the form of an actual international economic war. 5. Therefore, the social democratic estimation of the present world's situation as one in which capitalism has succeeded in consolidating its position, in which it is already on the path towards overcoming its general crisis, is completely wrong. As distinguished from the first wave of the fascization of capitalist states which took place at the time of the transition from a revolutionary crisis to partial stabilization, the capitalist world is now passing from the end of capitalist stabilization to a revolutionary crisis. December 1933 299, which determines other perspectives of development of fascism and the world revolutionary movement of the toilers. Even the most savage terror, which the bourgeoisie employs in order to suppress the revolutionary movement cannot, in the conditions when capitalism is shaken, for long frighten the advanced strata of the toilers and restrain it from taking action. The indignation which this terror has roused even among the majority of the workers who followed the Social Democrats, makes them more susceptible to communist agitation and propaganda. When the bourgeoisie reorganizes its tottering dictatorship on a fascist basis in order to create a firm, solid government, this, in the present conditions, leads to the strengthening, not only of its class terrorism, but also of the elements which disrupt its power, to the destruction of the authority of bourgeois law legality in the eyes of the broad masses, to the growth of internal friction among the bourgeoisie and to the acceleration of the collapse of its main social support, social democracy. Finally, when the bourgeoisie tries, by an aggressive war policy, to strengthen its foreign position, it extremely intensifies international antagonisms and the danger for capitalism which arises from them. 6. It would, therefore, be a right opportunist error to fail to see, now, the objective tendencies of the accelerated maturing of a revolutionary crisis in the capitalist world. But the presence and operation of these tendencies, both economic and political, do not imply that revolutionary development is proceeding upwards by itself, or unhindered, without resistance from counteracting forces. Revolutionary development is simultaneously hindered and accelerated by the fascist fury of the bourgeoisie. The question of how soon the rule of bankrupt capitalism will be overthrown by the proletariat will be determined by the fighting preparedness of the majority of the working class, by the successful work of the communist parties in undermining the mass influence of social democracy. The mainstays of capitalism are already being destroyed by virtue of its profound, insoluble contradictions. The world economic crisis is most closely interwoven with the general crisis of capitalism, and sharpens all the cardinal contradictions of the capitalist world to such an extent that a turn may take place at any moment, a turn which will signify the transformation of the economic crisis into a revolutionary crisis. The great task of the international proletariat is to turn this crisis of the capitalist world into the victory of the proletarian revolution. 2. The imperialist preparations for a new world war. The growing uncertainty of the bourgeoisie as to the possibility of finding a way out of the crisis only by the intensified exploitation of the toilers of their own countries has led the imperialists to put their main 300 stake on war. The international situation bears all the features of the eve of a new world war. 1. The flames of a new world war are flaring up in the Pacific. The Japanese militarists, spurred on by the profound internal crisis which the bourgeois landlord monarchy is undergoing, are continuing the predatory war against China and, with the aid of the Kuomintang, are subjugating northern China and are preparing a blow against the Mongolian People's Republic. British imperialism is stretching out its hand to the southeastern provinces of China, Tibet, Sichuan, while French imperialism is stretching out its hand towards Yunnan. The fascist military clique of Japan is acting as the battering ram against the anti-imperialist and agrarian revolution in China. The American, Japanese and British imperialisms are behind the Kuomintang in its sixth campaign against the only people's government in China, against the Chinese Soviets. The victories of the Soviet Revolution in China, the partisan war in Manchuria, the growth of the revolutionary forces in Japan and of the liberation movement of the colonial peoples, create a new front in the rear of the imperialists. The Soviet Revolution in China has become a big factor in the world revolution. 2. The Japanese militarists are calling to the German fascists and the British imperialists to unleash a counter-revolutionary war against the USSR from the east and from the west. At the same time, German fascism is inviting the international bourgeoisie to purchase its National Socialist mercenaries to fight against the USSR, intriguing with British, Italian, and Polish imperialism, the German-Polish negotiations. The British imperialists at the present time have taken the place of the French as the chief organizers of an anti-Soviet war. The Soviet Union has achieved considerable successes in the unswerving and firm policy of peace it has pursued in the interests of all the toilers, a number of pacts of non-aggression, a number of new recognitions, the definition of the aggressor, the forced raising of the embargo by Great Britain. The land of the Soviets is the only bulwark of peace and of the independence of the weak states against the attacks of the predatory imperialists. 3. The fascist government of Germany, which is the chief instigator of war in Europe, is provoking trouble in Danzig, in Austria, in the Saar, in the Baltic countries and in Scandinavia and, on the pretext of fighting against Versailles, is trying to form a bloc for the purpose of bringing about a new bloody carving up of Europe for the benefit of German imperialism. Imperialist blocs, headed either by France or Italy or by Great Britain, which intrigues behind their backs, are being feverishly reorganized around the key points of imperialist contradictions. Europe has become a powder magazine which may explode at any moment. December 1933 301-4. In this situation, social democracy sticks at nothing in the support of the imperialist interests of its own bourgeoisie and combines this support with service to international capital against the USSR. At the same time, the Second and Amsterdam Internationals are adapting their policy to the situation of the eve of war, trying to safeguard the interests of their own bourgeoisie and to ensure that the main blow will be directed at the USSR. They hypocritically mask this by expressing readiness to reply to war by a general strike and a boycott, but they declare in advance that they will do so only against the government that will be declared the aggressor by the League of Nations. They pretend to be leading a boycott against goods from fascist Germany, but they persecute the workers who really carry out this boycott. Under the slogans of pacifism and of a fight against war and fascism, they act as pioneers in working up public opinion in the capitalist countries in favor of a counter-revolutionary war against the USSR. The bourgeoisie want to postpone the doom of capitalism by a criminal imperialist war and a counter-revolutionary campaign against the land of victorious socialism. The great historical task of international communism is to mobilize the broad masses against war even before war has begun, and thereby hasten the doom of capitalism. Only a Bolshevik struggle before the outbreak of war for the triumph of revolution can assure the victory of a revolution that breaks out in connection with war. 3. The tasks of the communist parties. In the conditions of the maturing of the world revolutionary crisis, when the bourgeoisie is trying to divert the ferment, the discontent, and the indignation of the masses into the channel of fascisation and war in order to strengthen its dictatorship, the main task of the communists is to direct this mass movement towards the fight for the overthrow of the dictatorship of the exploiting classes. A. The fight against fascist ideology. The communist must, a. daily and concretely expose chauvinism to the masses in every country and oppose it by proletarian internationalism, b. in the imperialist countries, come out determinately for the independence of the colonies, for the liberation of the dependent nations from all national oppression. In the key points of national antagonisms, communists must struggle against imperialist occupation and violence, for the right of self-determination, Upper Silesia, the Saar, Northern Bohemia, etc., coming out in all these regions. And also in Austria and Danzig. 302. Against the chauvinism of their national bourgeoisie and against incorporation in the hangman's Third Empire of German fascism, c. widely popularize the solution of the national question in the USSR and the tremendous economic, social and cultural successes achieved by the peoples which were liberated by the October Revolution. b. The fight against the fascisation of the bourgeois governments and against war in the fight against the fascisation of the so-called democratic countries. The communist parties must first of all brush aside, repudiate the fatalist, defeatist line of the inevitability of a fascist dictatorship and imperialist war, and also the opportunist underestimation of the tempo of fascisation and the threat of imperialist wars, which condemn the communist parties to passivity. In carefully explaining the economic and political slavery which the fascist dictatorship is bringing to the toilers, in showing the masses that the fascists are not socialists and are not bringing in a new social order, but are lackeys, lickspittles of capital, the communists must rouse the masses in time for the defense of the trade unions, of the labor press, of the workers' clubs, of the freedom to strike and of workers' meetings, organizing protests, demonstrations, strikes, and setting up fighting self-defense detachments to resist the terrorist gangs. In the fight against the fascist dictatorship, the communists must, a. taking as the starting point the defense of the everyday economic and political interests of the toilers, rouse the masses against the fascist dictatorship which deceived the workers, the peasants, and the urban toilers, expose the demagogy and all provocations of fascism, the burning of the Reichstag, the faking of the Reichstag elections, etc., stirring up strikes and leading the proletariat up to mass political strikes. b. Penetrate all the fascist mass organizations and also carry on revolutionary work in the forced labor camps, while fighting against the revolutionary workers leaving the fascist trade union individually, but not calling upon the workers to join the fascist trade unions. The communists must utilize all mass movements as well as all manifestations of discontent shown by the masses in the fascist trade unions in order to form and consolidate independent class trade unions, while at the same time continuing their revolutionary work inside the fascist organizations. c. Expose in the eyes of the peasants the policy which fascism pursues in the interests of the landlords and the kulaks, illustrating this by concrete examples from their own farm life. Join the mass fascist organizations in the rural districts in order to split off the toiling peasants, organize the agricultural proletariat in independent trade unions which are to serve as the main lever for the whole work in the rural districts. December 1933 303. In fighting against war, the communists must prepare even now for the transformation of the imperialist war into civil war, and concentrate their forces in each country at the vital parts of the war machine of imperialism. In addition to increased agitation, the communist parties must by all means in their power ensure the practical organization of mass action, preventing the shipping of arms and troops, hindering the execution of orders for belligerent countries, organizing demonstrations against military maneuvers, etc., and must intensify political, educational work in the army and in the navy. The 13th plenum of the ECCI calls upon all the sections of the Communist International, upon all the workers and the toilers of the world self-sacrificingly to defend the USSR against the counter-revolutionary conspiracy of the imperialists, and to defend the Chinese Revolution and its Soviet power from imperialist intervention. C. Against social democracy and for a united front from below in their fight against social democracy. The Communists must prove to the workers that the new bankruptcy of social democracy and the Second International was historically inevitable. While carefully exposing to the masses and refuting the hypocritical and treacherous sophistries of social democracy, the Communists must win over the social democratic workers for active revolutionary struggle under the leadership of the Communist parties. The 13th Plenum of the ECCI fully approves the appeal for a united front issued by the Presidium of the ECCI, and the position of the Political Secretariat of the ECCI in the correspondence with the British Independent Labour Party. Social democracy, which split the working class by its treachery at the time of the imperialist war and the October Revolution, has in all countries, in accordance with the directives of the Second International, refused the offers made by the Communist parties for united working class action, and sabotaged the united anti-fascist and anti-war movements created in Amsterdam and Paris, and in the face of fascism and war, strove to deepen the split in the ranks of the proletariat. The 13th Plenum of the ECCI calls upon all sections of the Communist International persistently to fight for the realization of a united militant front with the social democratic workers, in spite of and against the will of the treacherous leaders of social democracy. The plenum fully approves the resolution of the Presidium of the ECCI of April 1, 1933 on the situation in Germany and the political line pursued by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Germany, headed by Comrade Thalmann, before and at the time of the fascist coup. The plenum notes the heroic Bolshevik struggle waged by the Communist Party of Germany against the fascist dictatorship. 304. D. The tasks of mass work and the strengthening of the Communist parties. The fulfillment of these fundamental tasks demands the genuine reorganization of the whole of the mass work of the Communist parties, especially the work in the factories and trade unions, which still represents their weakest sector. In the situation when the toilers are in a state of great ferment, the Communists, while taking into account the moods of the masses, must formulate slogans and demands in such a way as to make them arise from the present level of the movement. At the same time they must show the workers the revolutionary way out. This means, a. that the content and language of agitation and the press must henceforth be addressed to the broadest strata of the proletariat and the toilers. b. securing within the shortest possible time a decisive turn to work in the factories, concentrating the forces of the party organization in the decisive enterprises and raising the political level of the leadership given by the factory nuclei to the daily class struggles. c. putting an end to the opportunist, defeatist neglect of trade union work and, in particular, work inside the reformist unions and the mass fascist and Christian trade unions. d. really developing mass work among the unemployed, carrying on an untiring fight for social insurance, for all kinds of municipal relief. e. intensifying revolutionary work in the rural districts, opposing the landlord-kulak slogan of a united countryside by the class slogans of the toilers and by the agrarian programs of the Soviet Revolution, developing the fight for all the partial demands of the peasantry, at the same time opposing the kulak demands which conflict with the interests of the proletariat and the village poor, obtaining a foothold, trade unions of agricultural workers, peasant committees, among the farm laborers, poor peasants, and the semi-proletarian elements of the villages, to win over the basic masses of the small and middle peasants. The whole situation demands that the Communist parties prepare in good time cadres for underground work, that they seriously tackle the questions of combating provocateurs, that they combine the methods of strict secrecy with securing the best contacts with the masses, and avoiding a schematic structure and work of the underground organizations. Only the concentration of all the efforts of the party organizations on forming underground factory nuclei and intensifying the work of the communist fractions in all the mass organizations can ensure contacts with the masses and also the maximum of secrecy and efficiency. In carrying out these tasks, the communists must utilize all legal possibilities to develop mass work, and to link up legal and illegal work. December 1933 305. The 13th Plenum of the ECCI calls on all sections of the Comintern to ruthlessly root out opportunism in all its forms, and, above all, right opportunism. Goodman Romelli, Newman, the defeatists in other countries in their estimate of the prospects of the German Revolution, for unless this is done the communist parties will not be able to lead the working masses up to the victorious struggles for the Soviet power. For a revolutionary way out of the crisis for a Soviet government. 1. The communist parties must with all resoluteness raise before the masses the task of the revolutionary way out of the crisis of capitalism. Against the quack recipes of the fascists and the social fascists for saving decaying capitalism, the communists must prove to the masses that the ills of capitalism are incurable. Therefore, the communists, while defending in every way the demands of the toilers, must untiringly disclose to the masses who are suffering from starvation and exploitation the whole truth, viz., that their catastrophic conditions will grow worse and worse under the blows of the continuous offensive of capitalism, until the toilers succeed in uniting their forces for a counter-blow and the crushing of bourgeois rule. There is no way out of the general crisis of capitalism other than the one shown by the October Revolution, viz., the overthrow of the exploiting classes by the proletariat, the confiscation of the banks, of the factories, the mines, transport, houses, the stocks of goods of the capitalists, the lands of the landlords, the church and the crown. 2. It is necessary to increasingly popularize the living example of the land of the Soviets and to explain to the toilers and the exploited masses in all capitalist countries how Soviet economy, freed from the anarchy and the crises of capitalism, is in the position to develop unhindered the productive forces on the basis of a socialist plan. It is necessary to unfold before the toilers of each country a program which, basing itself on the experience of the great triumphs of the Soviet workers and collective farmers on all fronts of the class struggle and socialist construction, should, while making allowance for the peculiar conditions of the different countries, show what the Soviet power will give them in their own country. 3. It is necessary with all insistence to raise the question of power in the mass work of the communist parties. The chief slogan of is, Soviet power. The example of the USSR is the example of Bolshevism. Only this example shows the way out, and the way to save the exploited and oppressed in all the imperialist and colonial countries. The example of Bolshevism is the example of Proletarian International. 306. Ism. The victory of the socialist revolution is possible only by strengthening the international ties of the revolutionary proletariat. The way of Bolshevism is the way of uniting the proletarian forces of all nationalities and races, it is the way of their joint struggle hand in hand with the Soviet proletariat against the oppressors and exploiters. The plenum of the ECCI obliges all sections of to be on their guard at every turn of events, and to exert every effort, without losing a moment, for the revolutionary preparation of the proletariat for the impending decisive battles for power. Extracts from a manifesto on the events in Austria issued by the ECCI, RILU, and YCI March 3, 1934 Rundschau, 3, 19, p. 711, March 8, 1934 The Austrian government, attempting to maintain itself against the growth of the Austrian Nazi movement, and unwilling to offend its right-wing supporters by conciliating the Social Democrats, was coming to rely more and more on the paramilitary right-wing Heimwehr. On February 11, 1934 the socialist mayor of Vienna was forced to hand over his powers for maintenance of security in the capital to a public safety commissioner. On the 12th the socialists in Linz resisted the Heimwehr auxiliary police who attempted to search their premises and fighting broke out, and on the following day the socialists in Vienna called a general strike. This was followed by severe fighting between the Social Democrats entrenched in the municipal apartment houses and regular army and police forces, as well as the Heimwehr. Fighting in Vienna, Linz, Graz, and elsewhere lasted until the evening of the 15th. Government figures gave the casualties as 102 killed on the government side, and 193 among the socialists. The Socialist Party put their losses in killed alone at 1,500, and this figure is generally taken as nearer the truth. The government's charge that the Socialist Schutzbund had been preparing to revolt was not substantiated. The Socialist Party and trade unions were prohibited, The Austrian CP had been declared illegal earlier, 8 socialists were executed, and about 2,000 arrested. The Vienna Municipal Council, with its overwhelming socialist majority, was dissolved. In an article in Rundschau immediately after these events, Gruber wrote that social democracy led the uprising to defeat, and another article in the same issue said, Austro-Marxism lived in shame and died in shame. It was now up to the Austrian Communist Party to see that the Social Democrats could no longer wield influence, working-class unity must be established within the CP. Pravda wrote that the events in Austria are a brilliant confirmation of Stalin's thesis that the idea of revolt was ripening in the consciousness of the masses. Gottwald wrote that the Austrian proletariat would soon rise again, this time under revolutionary communist leadership. An unsigned article in Rundschau early in March said all the objective conditions for victory were present, but the March 1934 307 revolt lacked a strong revolutionary party to lead it. Historically, February 1934 in Austria could be compared to 1905 in Russia, its 1917 would come not in 12 years, but perhaps in 12 months. In New York, communists broke up a socialist meeting called in honor of the Austrian socialists who had died in the fighting. When Doriot's paper Emancipation, in dealing with the Austrian events, referred to Vienna as a socialist city, and spoke of Dollfuss's campaign to put an end to social democracy, wrote that Vienna never had been socialist because the Social Democrats had a bourgeois policy. Austrian social democracy put an end to itself politically by revealing its anti-democratic and social fascist nature to the masses. Dollfuss had attacked the social democratic organizations because they might have been used by the workers against the wishes of the socialist leaders. In the same journal, at the beginning of June, Lenski wrote that it would be a mistake to underestimate the fact that the social fascists have earned a certain moral capital from the struggle of the Austrian workers. The 7th Congress material said the slogans of the Austrian communists in February had been correct, but they were too weak to put them into effect. After the fascist coup in Germany, the bourgeoisie in France made an attempt to mobilize the fascist forces, and in Austria set out to deal a decisive blow against the working class. In France the proletariat replied with mass demonstrations and a general strike, in Austria with a general strike and armed insurrection. Tormented by hunger and unemployment, the Austrian workers lost their belief in democracy, they rose to the only just war, the war against their oppressors. For 4 days they fought courageously against Austrian fascism. Thousands of the boldest and most devoted working-class fighters fell, weapon in hand, among them women and children. Thousands fell into the hands of the fascist executioners, many have met their death on the gallows, others await court-martial. But neither the difficulties of the fight nor the immense sacrifices can break the militancy of the Austrian proletarians. The temporary victory of fascism and its atrocities will only draw the working class closer together, increase their hatred of the bourgeoisie and their determination to overthrow the rule of capital, will spur them on in their inexorable struggle against the bourgeoisie. Responsibility for the shedding of the workers' blood in Austria lies not only on Dollfuss, Fay, and the Austrian bourgeoisie. It rests in equal measure on the German fascists. German fascism is the pacemaker of reaction throughout Europe, the most rabid executioner of the European working class, the spiritual origin of the bloody sadism which now rages in the capitalist world. Austrian proletarians. The world working class and give full recognition to your heroism, and lower their banners at the bier of the fallen. Betrayed by social democracy, you fought like lions for the cause of socialism. You gave the first example. 308. In Europe of armed insurrection against fascism. By your insurrection you have strengthened the belief of the working class in its own power, and demonstrated how to fight fascism with deeds, not words. You did not break fascism, but severely shook its confidence. Inspired by your rising, tens and hundreds of thousands of workers in other capitalist countries are rising against fascist reaction. Your rising marked an extremely important stage in the movement of the social democratic working masses towards communism. Out of the blood shed by Dollfuss and Fey, new and stronger cohorts of proletarian fighters will arise, who will not let themselves be betrayed as before by social democracy. And that is why your fight and your heavy sacrifice were not in vain. More than once the social democratic workers broke out in a storm of indignation against the treacherous policy of their leaders, and in the end they lost patience. In answer to the Dollfuss government's provocative actions in Linz, the Austrian proletariat called for a general strike and took to arms. Social democracy later agreed in words to the general strike, which was already in operation, but it did not want to fight. It only wanted to intimidate the Dollfuss government and reach a peaceful settlement of the conflict. The rising flared up against its will, for the Austrian proletariat, having learned from the bitter experience of the German workers betrayed by social democracy, did not want to submit to fascism. But were the Austrian workers as well equipped for this armed struggle as the situation demanded? No. The social democratic leaders prevented them from seizing the initiative in the struggle. The Schutzbund did not start by occupying the central bourgeois areas of the city, they did not make them the arena of the fight. They did not occupy the railway stations or the important strategic buildings. The rebels limited themselves to defense in the working-class apartment houses of Floridsdorf, Simmering, etc., without going over to the offensive against the armed enemy. But to keep to the defensive is fatal to armed insurrection. The Schutzbund fighters had no central leadership. Some of the Austrian social democratic leaders from the outset went over openly to the fascists, the others shamefully ran away at the height of the struggle or capitulated at the very beginning. They allowed themselves to be arrested by the police in order to evade responsibility for the further course of events. The trade union bosses betrayed the workers on the very first day by failing to call out the railway workers and sending workers who were on strike back to the factories. But the Austrian proletariat could have been victorious in its insurrection in February 1934, if the rising had taken place under the Bolshevik slogan of the seizure of power and the establishment of workers' soviets. Only the communists, who fought shoulder to shoulder with the social. March 1934, 309 democratic workers, put forward clear and unambiguous fighting slogans. 2 days before the events in Linz, the Austrian CP called on the Austrian workers to arm and to begin a general strike. It was the misfortune of the Austrian proletariat that the CP was still too weak to place itself independently at the head of the insurrection. Merely by resorting to arms in the fight against the bourgeoisie, the social democratic workers have broken with the ideology, policy, and tactics of social democracy. Whoever takes the road of armed insurrection thereby places himself at the side of the World Communist Party, thereby turns his back on the Second International. The Bolshevik road is the road to victory, the reformist road is the road to defeat. Proletarians of all countries, the Austrian and French workers who came out on the streets against growing fascist reaction, fought and are fighting for your common cause, for liberation from the yoke of capitalism. By their actions they are destroying everything taught by international social democracy since the imperialist war of 1914-18. In doing so they are creating the conditions for a real united front from below. This united front can be welded only in ruthless struggle to destroy that treacherous Second International which has brought the workers of the capitalist countries to their present position, has surrendered them to the insolent offensive of capital and the terror of fascist reaction. Today, when millions of proletarians in all countries are ready to support the fight of the Austrian and German workers against fascism, the agents of Hitler and Starhemberg in Spain, the Spanish socialists and anarchists, are breaking the solidarity strike of the Spanish proletariat. In all capitalist countries the Social Democrats frustrate the fight against fascism, the cause for which the revolutionary Austrian workers gave their lives. Down with the henchmen of Hitler and Dollfuss in the working class. Otherwise, workers, your victory, success in your fight against capital and fascism, is impossible. Extracts from the Theses of the Agitprop. Department of the ECCI on the 15th anniversary of the foundation of March 1934. 15 tiers of the CI*. The earlier paragraphs dealt with the Second International, the foundation of the Third, post-war risings in Europe, Comintern congresses, and the treachery of the socialist parties. The Sixth Kuomintang campaign against the Soviet areas in China ended *checked against the German version in Rundschau, 3, 19, p. 677, I March 1934. 310. In the withdrawal of the Chinese Soviet forces to the northwest, the Long March, which lasted a year. It was from this march that Mao emerged as undisputed leader of the Chinese CP. A brief official history of the CCP, published after the communist victory in China in 1949, says of this incident, at the time of the Long March the Central Committee continued to pursue an incorrect line on military questions, as a result of which the Red Army, when it encountered detachments of the enemy and was constantly harassed by them, more than once faced a critical situation and suffered heavy losses. In order to save the Red Army and the revolutionary cause in China, the party in January 1935, as a result of a resolute struggle against the opportunists conducted by Comrade Mao and other comrades, held a meeting of the enlarged Politburo where the left opportunists were dismissed from the leadership and a new leadership formed headed by Mao. Mao argued that it was in order to mount the sixth anti-communist campaign that the KMT agreed to an armistice with Japan and sent its finance minister to Europe and the United States for money and arms. To strengthen their army and ensure good supplies, the CCP would have to intensify the class struggle in the village and improve the economy. The executive of the Soviet Republic issued a manifesto, signed by Mao and Chu Tai, appealing to the workers of Britain, France, Germany, Japan, and the United States, to stop the attack on the Soviet areas and not to prevent the masses from organizing forces to resist the Japanese robbers. An article on the 6th KMT campaign, Communist International, January 1935, complained of the almost complete absence of real direct aid on the part of the proletariat and our fraternal parties in the imperialist countries. The offer of an alliance with the CCP, made as a protest against Chiang Kai-shek's reluctance to resist Japan by the 19th Route Army which had defended Shanghai against the Japanese, was rejected by the CCP committee in Shanghai on the ground that it was made by social fascists. The 7th CI Congress materials stated that the Chinese Soviet government offered a truce to the troops fighting the Red Army if they would fight the Japanese and guarantee freedom of association and the right of self-defense against the Japanese to the population of KMT China. This offer was said to have dealt a crushing blow to the counter-revolutionary demagoguery of Chiang Kai-shek and Wang Qingwei, who justified their struggle against the CCP by saying that its war on Nanking weakened Chinese resistance to Japan. Thus the CCP realized the need to take the lead in the anti-imperialist movement, which would have been impossible if the CP, with the help of the ECCI, had not carried through beforehand the liquidation of the adventurist opportunism of the lefts, Li San and his supporters, who deliberately ignored the unevenness of growth in the revolutionary movement in different parts of China. The party was also strengthened by the defeat of the right opportunist liquidator Lo Chenglung. An article in support of its assertion that the 6th KMT campaign was prepared and carried out with the direct participation of the international imperialist counter-revolution, explained that the United States grain and cotton loan to China was being used for the purchase of arms, that the British ambassador personally, by means of bribery, organized. March 1934 311 A united front of the generals to conduct the war against Soviet China, that the Japanese have their fingers in every pie, that the French had wiped out Soviets in South China, the Germans supplied military advisors, American and Canadian pilots were flying Jiang's aircraft, Italian warships had joined American, Japanese, and British ships for the purpose of shooting down the revolutionary Chinese soldiers. By training their naval guns on them, while the League of Nations technical aid mission was being exploited for counter-revolutionary purposes. It is clear from statements in Moscow and articles in the Comintern press that direct communication between the Chinese Communists and Moscow at this time was very poor. The death of Mao Zedong was announced in Preker as early as March 1930, an article by MIF in May 1933 relies on Reuters for a good deal of its information. An article in the same journal in the following month by Safarov, dealing primarily with the policy of the CCP towards the oppressed national minorities in China and the need for the most pitiless eradication of every manifestation of great power chauvinism in its own ranks, reveals a similar absence of direct information. The newspapers issued in China are studded with information of uprisings. Recently the newspapers reported an uprising in the northwest part of Guangxi. There have been frequent reports of similar movements in Yunnan. In the November 1934 issue of Rundschau, Wang Ming reported the opening of the Long March from a Japanese press source. In September 1933 in the same periodical, news about the Chinese Red Army is given as according to information received. Nor was Mao Zedong accorded a high place of honor. Manuelski's report to the 17th CPSU Congress, January 1934, mentioned no Chinese leader by name, while a review of the state of communist parties published in March 1934, which mentioned Communist Party leaders such as Pollitt, Lenski, etc. made no mention of Mao, who had earlier been elected chairman of the Chinese Central Soviet government. The Comintern's reluctance to acknowledge his position was later interpreted as arising from the realization that his success destroyed the accepted theory of the relations between the Communist Party and the industrial working class. It was in fact because of this severance from the proletariat that Trotsky and Chen attacked the CCP. There were also wide divergences between the Chinese and the Russian estimates of the structure and strength of the CCP. MIF claimed that between 1931 and 1933 both union membership and the number of strikes had increased, whereas the Shanghai Party Committee reported loss of membership. The Chinese Youth League paper wrote in 1934 that as a result of their own isolation they not only could not lead mass struggles, but we cannot even grasp them by the tail. Of the 60,000 CCP members in 1927, 58% were industrial workers. At the Third CC Plenum, September 1930, Zhou Enlai reported a membership of 120,000, of whom no more than 2,000 or 1.6%, were industrial workers. In Moscow, Wang Ming gave a membership of 410,000 for 1933, of whom 25 to 30% were said to be industrial workers. Sovtvenikity, published in Moscow in 1933, stated that the CCP's principal base was the proletarian centers whose underground organizations directed. 312. The Soviets recruited their cadres from among industrial workers, but at the Second Chinese Soviet Congress, which met in Juakan in January 1934, only 8 of the 821 delegates were described as industrial workers. An article by Konsin in the Communist International in September 1933 claimed 2 million trade union members in the Soviet areas, and a membership of 300,000 for the CCP, of whom 20% were said to be industrial workers. In the days of Li Lisan there were no trade union organizations in the territory of the Soviets. To give further proof of the advantages of having dropped Li Lisan, the writer of the article referred to the following incident. Here is another instance from a Soviet district which shows how deeply the response of the toiling masses to our struggle for the party line has been. A certain peasant beat his wife who, in defending herself, said, "You think we are still living in the days of Li Lisan? We are now living along the line of the Comintern. The 7th Congress materials stated that the immediate task of the Chinese Soviet Republic was not the liquidation of capitalism. This was not a proletarian government, though it was under proletarian hegemony, since the Communists monopolized the leadership. The Central Committee of the KPD, meeting after the 13th ECCI plenum, decided to reissue its 1930 program of national and social emancipation. The accompanying statement, published in Rundschau on May 9, 1934, said that fascism had cut off the Germans of Austria, Silesia, Danzig, the Saar, etc. from the road to the Reich. Only the proletarian revolution would open the doors of the Reich for the free union of all working Germans. Because we love our homeland and our working Volk. We are ashamed before the working people of the whole world to have to say that this Germany has become a country of barbarism. Discontent and resistance in the country, said the committee, indicate the ripening of a revolutionary crisis, which will become broader and stronger than it was in 1918. It appealed to all members to put an end to conciliatory attitudes towards social democracy, which, even in illegality, is still the chief social support of the bourgeoisie in the working class. Only the KPD could save Germany, and for this it was essential to build up independent class trade unions as broad, illegal, mass organizations. The KPD should organize political strikes against Nazi terror, against arrests, and for freedom to hold meetings and demonstrations. These will bring us nearer to the general strike and to insurrection. A KPD manifesto of February 5, 1934 repeated that Social Democrats and Nazis are twins in the service of capitalism. The attempt of the SPD to reorganize its ranks illegally was designed to deepen the split in the working class. It is therefore the task of the KPD and the revolutionary proletariat to make the re-establishment of the SPD impossible. An article in At the beginning of April 1934 attacked the two journals Gegenangriff and Unserzeit published by Munzenberg in Prague and Paris respectively, because they differentiated in principle between fascist and democratic countries. This was a social democratic trick. The fact that fascism and social democracy are not antipodes but twins has been established. They were also charged with treating Trotskyism not as a dangerous counter-revolutionary trend, but as a political deviation with which discussion was permissible. They wrote about Trotskyism, not against it. March 1934 313. An editorial in the same journal at the beginning of March 1934 attacked the Social Democrats because, instead of conducting a struggle against the bourgeoisie, they are engaged in a campaign of slander against the communists. It concluded that social democracy as mass parties will soon cease to exist, but only on condition that the communist parties expose them to the end. In his report to the 17th GPSU Congress, Manuelski said, "The crisis of social democracy is first and foremost the result of long years of struggle by the Comintern and its sections against the Second International. That the crisis was not more severe was a reflection on communist work. The fascist victory in Germany could have been avoided," Manuelski said, "if the Social Democrats had not prevented the United Front, if they had arrested a few dozen Nazi leaders and the 2 or 3 capitalists who gave them money, dissolved the Nazi organizations, dissolved the Reichswehr, and armed the workers. This they could have done at any time from 1928, even under the governments of Schleicher and Papen. If they had worked with the KPD, the Social Democrats could have overthrown the Nazis even after Hitler came to power." More than a year after Hitler's accession to power, Radek wrote in The Place of Fascism in History that fascism was finance capital in fear of the workers' revolution. It was the method chosen by the financial oligarchy to keep the proletariat in chains in those countries where the revolution was approaching. It was a manifestation of the decay of capitalism. But it was not an inevitable interlude, it had no historical function, it made no change in the relations of production, it was the final attempt to postpone the inevitable proletarian victory. Bourgeois democracy, on the other hand, was not a complete swindle. It could not bring real liberty, equality, and fraternity, but it gave freedom to the forces of production, to trade and movement, and had carried industry to the most backward countries. The condemnation of the CP of France for attempts to arrange blocks at the top suggests that there was a strong group in the CPF which was agitating for a change in the communist attitude to the Socialist Party. In January 1934 the French Central Committee met to approve the resolutions of the 13th ECCI plenum. Thérèse said events were moving so fast in France that some elements in the party, yes, even in the Central Committee, became confused by the pressure of the enemy, defense of democracy against fascism, distortion of the Soviet Union's peace policy, etc. The party failed to understand the role of social democracy, and some party organizations were not convinced of the necessity of a bitter struggle against the Socialist Party. One Central Committee member, Doriot, made proposals which meant changing the entire political line about social democracy, making United Front proposals to the socialist leaders. This proposal was indignantly rejected by all members of the Central Committee unanimously, for it would have led to capitulation to social democracy. The meeting approved a resolution on the party's tasks which said, "The Central Committee calls upon the entire party to apply resolutely the tactics of a militant united front from below, combating vigorously any opportunist attempt to propose a united front to the leadership of the Socialist Party." Berlioz wrote that as a result of the longing for unity among French workers and of socialist maneuverers, officials of the CP have in many places succumbed. 314. To this pressure and concluded vague agreements with the socialists in which the face of the CP is lost. It would be a crime to hush up the responsibility for the fascist danger of the socialist and other left parties. In France, financial and political scandals, the transfer to another post of the prefect of police, rumors of corruption, plots, and planned coups d'état, culminated on February 6, 1934 in a demonstration, composed mainly of right-wing and royalist organizations, which led to the resignation of the French government. After many hours of rioting, both the demonstrators and the police used firearms, several people were killed, and some hundreds injured. Communist demonstrators joined in the attack on the police. In El Humanite on the 6th, Marty had called on the workers to demonstrate against the fascists, the government, and social democracy. The Times reported, February 7, that communists joined in the attack on the police who were attempting to keep the demonstrators at bay, and the Manchester Guardian wrote that the mob was composed of royalists, nationalists, communists, and ex-servicemen, and attributed the first act of hooliganism to communist rioters. Le Populaire on the same day said the socialists would do their best to make a loyal and fraternal agreement with the CPF and CGTU, and on the following day reported that the CGTU had refused to join in joint action against fascism. The letter from the SFIO to the CP said, "This is not the time for divisions. All proletarian organizations should join hands to form an unbreakable barrier against the fascist peril. We ask for an interview to determine the basis of agreement for working-class unity of action." The CP reply said the socialist and radical parties had paved the way for reaction and fascism. SFIO representatives on February 7 called at the CP Central Office to propose an agreement on joint action, and were told that the proposal would be referred to the Central Committee. El Humanite on the following day referred to the odious treason of the social fascists, and Thérèse referred to the good work of the CP which has hastened the disintegration of the SFIO. Berlioz wrote that the sham struggle between Democrats and open fascists grew sharper, but in reality they were supporting each other. The CP would yield neither to fascist daggers nor to democratic bayonets. A CPF-CGTU statement placed responsibility for the disturbances on the Socialist Party, but instructed their members to join in the strike and demonstration called by the Socialists for February 12. They themselves organized a series of small demonstrations on February. On February 14, Le Populaire again advanced a plea for trade union unity. After February 12, the CPF claimed the credit for the success of the demonstration, while noting that the socialist papers dare to say that the strike and demonstration of February 12 was the work of the Socialist Party. In March, the collaboration of communists with the right-wing demonstrators on February 6 was presented as follows. On February 6 the fascists organized a demonstration and marched to Parliament to overthrow the government of the Left Bloc. In reply to this demonstration, the workers spontaneously came out onto the streets. One part of the workers openly demonstrated against the fascists, while another part of the workers also marched to Parliament with their own demands without, however. March 1934 315 separating their demonstration sufficiently clearly from that of the fascists. Leadership by the Communist Party over the workers' demonstrations which spontaneously took place was not in evidence on that day. The Socialists began a campaign against the Communist Party, accusing communists of demonstrating together with the fascists. However, on February 7 the Communist Party not only advanced correct slogans, but also developed an energetic campaign against the fascists. Another article in the same issue asserted that the CGT had wished to call off the strike on February 12, but had been prevented from doing so by mass pressure. To prevent the development of this proletarian counteroffensive, French social democracy resorted to the most elaborate forms of treacherous maneuvers and left demagoguery. At the same time, the social fascists made and are making feverish efforts to adapt their demagoguery to the striving of the workers for a united front. They wanted to impose a non-aggression pact upon the CP in order to be able to continue their treacherous policy with impunity. In clutching at the slogan of unity of action, the French Social Democrats are striving to take the lead of the mass movement towards the creation of a united front in order to deprive it of its class content and to divert it to the defense of the French Republic, which is now becoming fascist. The SFIO leaders had invited the CP to negotiate a truce in preparation for joint activity. However, the object of all these left gestures of the social fascists was first and foremost to gain time for the bourgeoisie, to secure a peaceful transition to the new stage of accelerated preparation for an open fascist dictatorship. Before February 6, the article continued, the CP had underestimated the growing intensity of the political situation, and instead of acting in serried anti-fascist ranks, the proletarian counter-demonstrators in many cases got mixed up with the fascist crowd. It had also prevented the CPF from making a quick enough change to meet the situation. Its job now was to prevent the socialists from diverting the anti-fascist mass movement onto the lines of defense of the Republic. It would continue the struggle against the social fascists and expose their maneuvers, while extending and leading the United Front movement. When Piatnitsky addressed the ECCI Presidium in the summer of 1934, he reported that at the end of 1932 the SFIO proposed negotiations on working-class unity to the CPF, but this was rejected as a maneuver to halt the movement of the socialist masses into the Communist Party. The LSI had also proposed negotiations for a communist-socialist pact of non-aggression, also rejected on the ground that the socialist parties were concerned only to get the communists into larger bodies where they would be in a minority. It was only after February 1934, he concluded, that mass pressure from below forced the SFIO to cease to sabotage the United Front. At the 7th Comintern Congress, Lozovsky claimed that it was the CGTU which made proposals to the CGT for a joint strike on February 12. After the Congress, Manuilsky, referring to these events, wrote, "At first there was confusion in the ranks of the Communist Party. The fascist slogan 'Down with the Daladier government, the government of murderers,' did not at first meet with sufficient resistance from the CP. In some places the communists echoed the fascist cry for the overthrow of the Daladier government. But the CP quickly 316 got its bearings and began to criticize Daladier not for having fired, but for not having fired enough. In India the formation of a socialist group, led by Nehru, within the Congress Party was described by Dutt as a maneuver by bankrupt leaders to meet the demands of the masses betrayed by the Congress leaders. Gandhi was a hypocrite and Nehru and his supporters had capitulated to British imperialism because they feared the revolutionary movement more. Safarov wrote that the program of the Congress Socialist Party was a cunning forgery, counterfeiting revolutionary sentiments, intended to distract attention from the failure of the policy of nonviolence. The Congress Socialists act as errand boys for the national reformist bourgeoisie. These latter had for years exploited the humiliated and downtrodden state of the enslaved people of India in order to emasculate and destroy the mass anti-imperialist struggle by betraying the masses at every stage. In the Comintern Journal, February 1933, an article signed Valia said that communist groups, in their anxiety to show that the National Congress was a bourgeois class organization, inimical to the struggle for independence, had drifted away from the anti-imperialist movement, confusing the Congress leaders with their followers. They had been put on the right path by an open letter from the communist parties of China, Britain, and Germany, and would now enter all organizations of an anti-imperialist character and found a united All India CP. The attempt by Joshi and his colleagues to start a Labour Party, said Rundschau in May, was an attempt to obstruct the formation of a communist party. Only such a party, it was said in the same journal in October, could eliminate the influence of national reformism and ensure the victory of the Indian people. The bankruptcy of Gundaism is rapidly accelerating the process of disillusionment among the revolutionary sections of the petty bourgeoisie. The road of national reformism is the road of defeat and slavery. In the summer of 1932, a Provisional Central Committee of the Indochinese Communist Party issued an action program aimed at complete economic and political independence, the overthrow of the dynasties in Annam, Cambodia, and Laos and confiscation of their property, the nationalization of all foreign undertakings, cancellation of all foreign loans, and expropriation of the land. In a letter to the Indochinese Party in 1934, the Chinese CP warned them against the pseudo-left bourgeoisie who were pretending to fight French imperialism in order to gain control of the revolutionary movement. There can be no all-national united front in your country today against French imperialism. In January 1934, Manuelski reported to the 17th CPSU Congress that communist parties in capitalist countries now had a membership of 860,000. The KPD was said to be growing. Czechoslovakia claimed 55,000, France 40,000, Poland, including YCL, 30,000, Spain 30,000, the United States 20,000, and Bulgaria the majority of the working class. At the same Congress, Belikun reported on Comintern activities in initiating and promoting the formation of committees and the calling of conferences to fight war and defend the USSR. Into these they had drawn the best representatives of the intelligentsia of capitalist countries. It was stated that, after prolonged internal March 1934 317 struggles, the right wing in the Polish CP had been completely defeated and the party was now consolidated and united. Although pretending friendship for Russia, the Polish bourgeoisie were trying behind the scenes to reach agreement with Hitler, as shown by their non-aggression pact with Germany. For their part, the Nazis were encouraging Ukrainian nationalism in Poland, Skrypinicism. Skripnik had criticized Stalin's policy in the Ukraine in 1922, he committed suicide in May 1933. He was then Ukrainian Commissar for Education during the purge of Ukrainian officials following collectivization, had penetrated the party ranks in Polish White Russia and Ukraine, and this had hampered the fight against bourgeois nationalism and against Polish occupation. An article by Bronkowski in the Comintern Journal in March 1934, which alleged that Sakaki, a member of the CPP since 1921, was a police agent, also referred to strong traces of bourgeois nationalism in the Polish party. There were members who believed that Poland was not an imperialist state, but bore a semi-colonial character. Although these traces of bourgeois nationalism were said to have been overcome, the charge was repeated in June of the following year in the same journal. Groups in the White Russian and Ukrainian sections of the CPP had fallen victim to the pressure of local counter-revolutionary nationalism. In an article on the anniversary, Piatnitsky wrote that, organizationally, the parties were still lagging behind the radicalization of the masses. This was due both to social democratic survivals and to sectarianism. He listed the chief defects of the sections as inadequate struggle against social democracy and other enemies, with the frequent use of insults instead of argument, inadequate exposure of fascism as the most reactionary and imperialist representative of finance capital, the failure to work systematically in reformist and fascist unions and in the factories, the deteriorating standard of work among the unemployed, and insufficient use of the devotion and love of the working masses for the Soviet Union in order to extend and consolidate communist influence. 23. The whole world development after the Sixth Congress fully confirmed the correctness of the analysis given by the Comintern of the third period of the general crisis of capitalism which had set in. The economic crisis which began in the middle of 1929 in the United States became the most severe and prolonged world crisis in the history of capitalism. This crisis caused a sharp decline in the standard of living of the workers and gave rise to unemployment on a monstrous scale and an unprecedented ruination of the peasantry. On the one hand, the completion of the 5-year plan of the USSR, one of the results of which was the liquidation of unemployment and a general improvement in the welfare of the masses, and on the other hand, the colossal misery of the masses in the capitalist countries, extremely sharpened the class struggle within each country and hastened the growth of the revolutionary movement throughout the world. The revolutionary battles of this period have been distinguished by their desperate and stubborn character, and frequently assumed the form of 318. Civil War and Revolution, and thus hastened the end of capitalist stabilization. The years of 1930 to 33 were years of the rapid weakening of all the positions of capitalism and of the crisis of the Second International on the one hand, and of the reinforcement of the positions of socialism in the USSR, of the world revolutionary movement, and of, on the other hand. 24. The Revolution in Spain, April 14, 1931, which overthrew the fascist regime and involved millions of workers and peasants in a struggle against the power of the bourgeoisie and the landlords, the heroic struggle of the workers, peasants, and soldiers who broke through the military terror in Japan, the unemployed hunger marches in Great Britain and the United States, the turbulent growth of the revolutionary movement of the peasants in practically all countries of the world, the demonstrations of the war veterans, the anti-war demonstrations, mutinies, disturbances in the armies and navies of the capitalist countries, assuming the form of open rebellions, the strike in the British Navy on September 14, 1931, in Invergordon, the mutiny of February 5, 1933 in the Dutch Navy on one of the biggest cruisers, Des Avent Provincienne, the mutinies, disturbances in the Austrian Navy, the spontaneous uprising in the Chilean Navy in September, 1931, mutinies, unrest and ferment in the Japanese Army of Occupation. All these represent a series of links of the chain of uneven but constant maturing of the revolutionary crisis. 25. The Soviet Revolution in China, which is successfully developing, its leader the Communist Party of China, and its offspring, the Red Army, are the standards of struggle of all subjected Oriental nations which are rebelling against the yoke of imperialism. At the time of the Japanese attack on China, the Communist Party of China was already a menacing and imposing force at the head of a powerful and invincible Soviet movement over a vast territory, and the only leader in the anti-imperialist struggle of the Chinese people. On the streets of Taipei and Shanghai, on the battle-fields of Manchuria, Jahal, and Chahar, the Communists fought in the front ranks against Japanese imperialism. From the anti-imperialist and agrarian revolution emerged the Soviets and their workers and peasants' Red Army. Breaking the yoke of imperialism, carrying out the agrarian revolution, consolidating the Soviet state, organizing trade unions, organizing groups of poor peasants, rallying the middle peasants around the Soviets and strengthening the alliance of the workers and peasants, the Chinese Soviet Republic has already repelled 6 counter-revolutionary campaigns of the Kuomintang and imperialist interventionists, and has become one of the greatest factors in the world proletarian revolution. March 1934 319. The successes of the Soviet Revolution in China have proved by the experience of a vast semi-colonial country that the Soviet power is the state form of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, which ensures the growing over of the bourgeois democratic revolution into a socialist revolution, theses and decisions of the 13th Plenum ECCI. In all the colonial and semi-colonial countries, national reformism plays the same role of the chief impediment of break on revolution, as the Second International plays in the imperialist countries. The Kuomintang paved the way for the partition of China among the imperialists. The National Congress in India, WAFD in Egypt, Kut el-Watani in Syria, the Arabian Executive Committee in Palestine, and the African National Congress are following in the footsteps of the Kuomintang. By exposing their treachery, the Communists are undermining the influence of these organizations on the masses. In Indochina and in India, the proletariat has already commenced a struggle under the leadership of the Communist Party for hegemony in the national liberation movement. In the Philippines, in Korea, Egypt, Syria, Palestine, Algeria, and in the Union of South Africa and Indonesia, communist parties have already been formed. The colonial and semi-colonial countries are approaching the second round of revolutions and wars with growing and tempered communist parties. 26. The third period has brought to the fore as the main task of the communist parties the accelerated leading of the masses, through partial economic and political battles, to the dictatorship of the proletariat, for a Soviet government. Although they lag behind the revolutionary upsurge to a certain extent, the communist parties are on the upward grade, having achieved the consolidation of their ranks on the basis of the general line of as a result of the smashing of the right and left opportunists, the counter-revolutionary Trotskyists in all sections of the right-wing Bukharin-Tomsky Rykov group and the right-left Surtsov bloc in the CPSU, Sarah S group in Italy, the Barb group in France, the Li Lisan leftist group and the counter-revolutionary Lo Changlung group in China, the group of Ramelli-Neumann conciliators in Germany and Gutmann in Czechoslovakia. The creation of genuine Bolshevik mass parties has already been achieved in the weakest links of the imperialist chain, viz., in China, Germany, Poland, France, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, and Spain. The communist parties have thousands and tens of thousands of members each, their influence extends over hundreds of thousands and millions of workers and peasants. They have already scored their first successes in establishing 320. The United Front. There is not a single communist party whose influence has not grown among the masses since the beginning of the economic crisis. The communists are the only leaders of the masses, the motor of every revolutionary struggle, and they are the first to receive the blows of the class enemy. Most of the communist parties have gained the necessary prerequisites for becoming real mass-fighting parties of the proletariat in the near future. 27. The social democratic survivals in the communist parties have not yet, however, been overcome. They are not yet quite able to conduct mass work, and especially to organizationally consolidate their political influence. This results in the communist parties lagging behind the extremely favorable objective conditions for the offensive. Although the disintegration of social democracy is largely the result of the struggle of the communists, the communist parties are not yet developing sufficiently their offensive against international social democracy, the unexampled treachery and collapse decay of which creates unusually favorable conditions for this offensive. During the past year, the opportunist mistakes of the Communist Party in the United Front tactics were expressed in dragging at the tail, in adaptation to the backward moods of the Social Democratic workers, Norway, Czechoslovakia, in attempts to arrange blocs with the Social Democratic leaders at the top, France. The development of the United Front in the struggle jointly with the Social Democratic workers of the reformist, Christian, and mass fascist trade unions, and energetic exposure of the Social Democratic parties by the Communists is the central task of the Communist parties in the present circumstances. This task makes it necessary for the Communists to work in absolutely all hostile mass organizations, and especially in the reformist unions, which still embrace the decisive mass of the organized proletariat. The Communist Party of Italy began very belatedly to organize its work in the fascist organizations. The Chinese Communist Party was similarly tardy in developing its activity in the Yellow Kuomintang unions. The French and Spanish Communist parties are still weak in the reformist unions. The young communist leagues have not yet been able to carry on systematic work in the numerous bourgeois youth sport and other organizations with their millions of members. The task of winning over the majority of the working class demands the transformation of the factory committees, of the trade union oppositions, of the committees of unemployed, of the peasant committees, and especially the transformation of the big enterprises, into strongholds of the communist parties. Abolishing their political and organizational lag and their opportunist passivity, fighting against the tendency to leave things to take their own. March 1934 321 course, rejecting all theories of the automatic collapse of capitalism and fatalistic ideas of the inevitability of the triumph of fascism, the communist parties are rising ever higher to the level of the great tasks which history has raised before them. 28. A number of historical tests have already shown that the Comintern has achieved colossal successes in the most difficult and most important matter, Lenin, that of creating genuine Bolshevik parties. The War of 1914-18 was the test which proved that the Second International was bankrupt. In the struggle on two fronts, in the struggle against the opportunist underestimation of the danger of war, against pacifist illusions, against mechanical theories about war as the only road to revolution and against the theories of adventurism and putschism, the sections of the Comintern have mastered the Marxian-Leninist policy in relation to war and have accumulated rich experience in applying that policy in actual practice. The communist parties are conducting a constant struggle in defense of the USSR as the fatherland of the toilers of all countries. The communist parties have led the broad masses many times into the streets against imperialist war and preparations of an armed attack on the USSR and in the defense of China and the colonies, and they are exposing all anti-Soviet intrigues and provocations, are fighting first and foremost the enemy in their home countries, and are displaying examples of true proletarian internationalism. Examples of this nature were displayed in the struggle of the French Communist Party against French imperialism during the war in Morocco, when, in an atmosphere poisoned with chauvinism, it organized open proletarian action against colonial plunder, for the defense of the right of Morocco and other colonies to self-determination and for the withdrawal of French troops from Morocco. An example of Bolshevik struggle against war has been displayed by the Communist Party of China, which revealed itself as the only party capable of leading the mass anti-imperialist movement, the National Revolutionary War against Japanese and world imperialism, in defense of China's independence and integrity. The Communist Party of China is organizing mighty resistance to Japanese imperialism, and is at the same time fighting against its own bourgeoisie and landlords represented by the Kuomintang government of national betrayal and disgrace. Enriching the world revolutionary movement with forms of struggle such as the creation of an invincible Red Army, the experience of guerrilla warfare and mass demoralization of the enemy and of the rear, the Communist Party of China has already become the most dangerous enemy of imperialism in the Orient. An example of Bolshevik struggle against imperialist war is displayed by the Communist Party of Japan, which, in an atmosphere of poisonous 322 Japanese chauvinism and bloody terror of the monarchist militarist dictatorship, has been able to go against the stream, to hold aloft the banner of proletarian internationalism, to organize resistance to Japanese imperialism and to mobilize the workers, peasants, and soldiers of the Japanese army under the Bolshevik slogans of defeat your own government, transform the imperialist war into civil war, withdraw the Japanese forces from China, and defense of the USSR. The sections of have already shown in the decisive countries that they represent a serious obstacle on the road to imperialist war, that they alone will fight to the end to prevent war by means of revolution, and in the event of an outbreak of war will organize a powerful blow in the rear of the imperialist armies and hasten the transformation of war into revolution. 29. Hitler's coming to power was a test especially for the Communist Party of Germany and also for all other sections of the Comintern. The Communist Party of Germany, far from being frightened by the severe test, turned it into a starting point for the further consolidation of the whole party around the Central Committee and, although the fascists threw Comrade Thälmann, the party leader, into jail and imprisoned thousands of active party members, drove 60,000 revolutionary workers into concentration camps, and are killing communists daily with and without trial, the KPD has not discontinued its struggle for a single hour. Having gone underground as a mass party, it is organizing and is at the head of the United Front of Communist, Social Democratic, and non-party workers in their struggle against fascism, leads the workers in demonstrations in spite of the reign of terror, is leading strikes. The KPD is the force which is leading and will bring the German proletariat to the victory of Soviet Germany. Hitler's coming to power, which increased the activity of the fascist gangs in all other countries, far from catching the communist parties of these countries unawares and demoralizing their ranks, has on the contrary consolidated them more than ever in the struggle against fascism as a united army. 31. The unshakable unity of the ranks of the CPSU, the leading section of the Comintern, accomplished under the leadership of Comrade Stalin, is a decisive factor in the growth and consolidation of the forces of communism throughout the world. The party of Lenin and Stalin is able, on the 15th anniversary of the Comintern, to report victories of world historical importance. The 17th Congress of the CPSU, a congress of the decisive victory of socialism, admitted not only by Franz, but also by the enemies of the USSR, held the attention of the whole world. Under the leadership of the CPSU, the proletarian revolution has fulfilled its March 1934 323 fundamental tasks and has achieved splendid victories over the forces and traditions of the capitalist world. The CPSU has demonstrated to the workers of all countries that it is possible to build socialism in a single country. The CPSU has shown to the revolutionary fighters of all countries the Bolshevik art of rousing millions for the struggle for socialism and of leading them through all obstacles from victory to victory. The 17th Congress of the CPSU, having demonstrated to the world that the ranks of the CPSU and the Comintern are monolithic and solidly united around their leader, Comrade Stalin, has already become a new mighty lever in the cause of Bolshevization of all sections of the CI. For on the threshold of a second round of revolutions and wars 32. Having intensified the struggle for foreign markets, having destroyed the last remnants of free trade, and called forth a trade and currency war, the world economic crisis strengthens nationalism in the economic policy of the bourgeoisie and places war on the order of the day as a means of bringing about a redivision of the world. The extension of the war of Japanese imperialism against China, the extreme intensification of antagonisms in the Pacific, the preparations of Japanese and German imperialism, with the support of Great Britain, for a counter-revolutionary war against the USSR, the withdrawal of Germany and Japan from the League of Nations, the decline of bourgeois pacifism and the fascization of the dictatorship of finance capital, all signify the attempt of decaying capitalism to find a way out of the crisis and frustrate the revolutionary blow onslaught of the proletariat by demolishing the vanguard of the working class through fascism and war. 33. The general strike in France, the armed struggle uprising of the Austrian proletariat, February 1934, is another historical landmark in the struggle for Soviet power, the beginning of a new counter-offensive of the working class against capitalism, against fascism, for socialism, the beginning of a wave of civil war in Europe. The proletariat of Austria, doubly enslaved by its own and foreign capital, reduced to despair by starvation and unemployment, by the onslaught of fascism, the menace of war, and by the treacherous policy of the leaders of Austro-Marxism, courageously raised the banner of struggle for power, and heroically threw the lives of its men, women, and children on the scales of the proletarian revolution. The armed struggle uprising of the Austrian proletariat dealt a severe blow to Austrian social democracy. A militant united front of all the workers of Austria was realized in the Civil War, over the heads of Bauer and Renner. 324. In those days the United Front also triumphed over the heads of the Blooms and Fours in France in the form of revolutionary demonstrations attended by hundreds of thousands, and in the great general strike of the French proletariat which held the attention of the world, scared the bourgeoisie to death and revealed the invincible strength of the proletariat. The events of Austria and France which found a revolutionary echo in Spain, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Great Britain, the United States and other countries, revealed the sharp turn of the social democratic masses to the side of the proletarian revolution. These events will mark a turning point in the history of the struggle for the United Front. 34. In the conditions when the last and decisive battle is approaching, a cleavage in the working class is the main source of its weakness, the main obstacle in the way of winning over its numerous reserves to the side of the proletarian revolution. This cleavage is the result of the treachery of social democracy, a result of its policy of saving bourgeois rule from the proletarian revolution. There can be no other unity for the working class than fighting unity against the bourgeoisie, the unity of struggle for the achievement of the historical aims of the working class, for the revolutionary overthrow of bourgeois rule, for the dictatorship of the proletariat, for socialism. Such unity will be accomplished by the world proletariat, in spite of all obstacles, in a relentless struggle not only against the bourgeoisie, but also against the main social support of the latter, international social democracy. 35. The Second International stands exposed, is breaking down. Bankrupt at the beginning of the World War in 1914, the Second International consolidated its ranks in 1924 after the proletarian revolution in Western Europe was defeated. The Second International retained its influence on the workers by relying on the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, on the temporary stabilization of capitalism. Under the banner of democracy, it defended bourgeois dictatorship against the revolutionary workers with the aid of machine guns used by Niski, Wells, and Grzezinski. It tore out of the hands of the German workers the weapon of the mass political strike, when it became necessary for the masses to defend themselves against the fascist onslaught. It invariably sabotaged the daily struggle of the proletariat and hundreds of times broke up the united proletarian front, which alone would have been able to deliver a decisive blow at fascism. The most despicable behavior of German social democracy at the time of Hitler's coming to power summed up a whole period of betrayal, treachery and provocation. The political suicide of German social democracy, the leading section of the Second International, the split of the French Socialist Party into three parts, the complete bankruptcy of Austrian social democracy, the March 1934 325 withdrawal of the British Independent Labour Party from the Second International, the drop in the membership of the reformist unions, the formation in secession from practically every social democratic party of neo-fascists on the one hand and left groups on the other, the unprecedented ideological confusion in the leadership and the surging mass movement of the social democratic workers in favor of a united front with the communists, all this clearly speaks of the disintegration of the Second International. The new crisis of social democracy, which is part of the crisis of bourgeois rule, is the result of the successful struggle of the communist parties to win over the majority of the working class, and is the forerunner of the new round of proletarian revolutions. 36. Establishing a united front against the entire system of wage slavery and colonial oppression, the international proletariat, on the threshold of the great impending battles, is equipped with a faultless compass which shows the way to power and emancipation. That compass is Leninism, Marxism of the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolutions, Stalin. There is not a country in the world in which the advanced workers are not waging a revolutionary struggle for a Soviet government. Even the weakest communist party strikes terror into the hearts of the exploiters. The world proletariat has its world communist party, hardened, united, and trained in the course of 15 years of battles in the cause of the working class. The great strength of the Communist International and of its sections in face of war and fascism lies in the iron unity they have won. During the 15 years of its existence has welded the struggle of the international proletariat with the cause of October, with the victorious construction of socialism in the USSR, and the protection of the latter, and it has united the struggle of the colonial peoples against imperialism with the struggle of the proletariat for the world socialist revolution into one indivisible whole. Comrade Stalin mapped out the path of the world proletarian revolution and the fundamentals of Bolshevik strategy and tactics in the new conditions of world development. Comrade Stalin not only defended and splendidly developed Lenin's teachings of the possibility of building socialism in a single country, he has headed the struggle of tens of millions for the realization of this theory and has transformed the USSR into the greatest a great lever of history, that is hastening the downfall of capitalism. Comrade Stalin's fight against Trotskyism and against the right liquidators on the questions of the Chinese Revolution placed the Communist Party of China on the right track, and secured the conditions necessary for its transition to the Soviet phase of development. The struggle against all anti-Leninist deviations conducted in the CPSU and in the Comintern under Comrade Stalin's leadership revealed to all communist parties the 326. Profound, fundamental, and practical revolutionary significance of the fight for the purity of the Marxian-Leninist teachings, the struggle on two fronts, for the leading and organizing role of the party, for winning the majority of the working class, for winning its allies, for correct concrete and operative leadership in the class battles of all detachments of toilers. Comrade Stalin took a leading part in working out the program of. There is not a single important decision of the CI, not a single forecast that is not permeated with Stalin's farsightedness, his ability to map out the line of attack and strike a crushing blow at the enemy. Lenin led the proletariat to the victory of October on 1/6 of the globe, formed, and headed its struggle in the period of the first round of wars and revolutions. In the period of the second round of wars and revolutions, the Leninist Communist International under Stalin's leadership will lead the proletariat of all countries to the victory of the world October. Extracts from the May Day Manifesto of the ECCI, April 1934, Rundschau, 3, 27, p. 1005, April 26, 1934. Commenting on the international situation at the 17th CPSU Congress in January 1934, Manuelski said that no worker anywhere would now support fascist Germany's fight against Versailles. Editorials in the communist press at the same time said that the agreement between Germany and Poland was bound to raise questions in other countries, and particularly Poland's neighbors. Pan-German chauvinism brought Germany into opposition to all other powers, but these were too divided to form an anti-fascist bloc. Italy was trying to turn Germany against France, Britain trying to turn it against Russia, etc. German overtures to Poland indicated the direction of Nazi aggression. The rejection by Germany of the Soviet proposal for a joint guarantee of the Baltic states showed that Germany wanted to use the Baltic to attack the USSR. The Poles, anxious for German support for their plans to annex Lithuania and the Ukraine, were counting on the contradictions between the Soviet Union and the imperialist states, but in this they might be mistaken. The dialectical process of imperialist contradictions, the resignation of Germany and Japan from the League of Nations, and the proposal that Russia should join, were transforming that body from an instrument of imperialist oppression and a means to prepare anti-Soviet intervention into one where those interested in maintaining peace were gaining the upper hand. France was doing everything possible to hamper German war designs and so had withdrawn from the anti-Soviet camp, but Britain was encouraging Berlin and Tokyo to attack the USSR. British imperialism, the most consistent and irreconcilable enemy of the toilers of the Soviet Union, places itself at the head of all the anti-Soviet forces. It is precisely Britain which is now the organizer of the anti-Soviet war. It was April 1934 327 trying to get the French to agree to German rearmament, and it refused to guarantee the security of the frontiers established at Versailles, which was the object of French diplomacy. Soviet entry into the League was celebrated as a great victory for Soviet peace policy. It had baffled and confused the imperialists. Soviet power and policies, the dangers from Japan and Germany, now recognized by Britain, compelled even the worst enemies of the proletarian dictatorship to draw nearer to the Soviet Union and seek its entrance into the League of Nations. Russia was still opposed to the Versailles Treaty, but it was also opposed to changing it by war. Every day the position of the working masses in capitalist countries is growing worse. The slight amelioration of the economic crisis has brought no relief worth mentioning to the workers and small peasants. Capitalism is unable to set the economy on its feet again or to eliminate unemployment. Heavier and heavier burdens and taxes are imposed on the workers to pay for more and more armaments, for maintaining large armies, large numbers of government officials, and for increasing the police force. The hungry working masses, driven to desperation, are rising to the struggle against their oppressors and exploiters. Their hatred of capitalism is growing. Everywhere the urge to form a united fighting front against the capitalist offensive, against fascism and the danger of imperialist war, is growing. More and more the working people are coming to see that they will be able to resist their exploitation by capital and bar the road to fascist reaction and imperialist war only by creating a united fighting front. Throughout the world the revolutionary crisis is maturing. May Day this year finds the working class in the midst of fiery class battles. The strikes and demonstrations of the working masses driven to the utmost limit of poverty and desperation, the spontaneous outbreaks of the ruined and robbed peasantry, are beginning to break over the entire capitalist world in ever broader waves. Every day the will of the masses for a united front fight against capitalism, against fascist dictatorship and the preparations for imperialist war, is growing. Day by day the contradictions among the imperialist powers are growing more acute. So are the contradictions between the imperialist powers and the oppressed colonies striving for freedom. Nationalism and chauvinism are rising to furious heights, imperialist armaments are increasing madly, and for these the workers must give up their meager crust of bread, the unemployed the pitiful pennies of their unemployment benefit, the small peasants and the urban petty bourgeoisie their last possessions. Gripped by fear of the growing mass movement, the bourgeoisie are abolishing the last remains of democratic freedom and setting up regimes of bestial fascist terror. Fascism and war, these are the means. 328. By which capital tries to save itself from the anger of the masses. But fascism and the drive to war only strengthen the anger of the masses, in whom tremendous revolutionary energy has already built up, which more and more often breaks out in furious attacks on the capitalist system. Thanks to the treachery of the social democratic leaders, fascism has won a temporary victory in Germany and Austria. It has robbed millions of working people of their most elementary rights. But fascism has not succeeded and never will succeed in destroying the revolutionary workers' movement. The more bloodthirsty the fascist terror, the more oppressive the capitalist yoke, the greater grows the hatred of the masses of the entire capitalist system. The Japanese and German imperialists are marching in the front ranks of the warmongers. Japanese imperialism, armed to the teeth, is continuing its robber war in China and by unceasing provocation is preparing counter-revolutionary war against the Soviet Union. The German imperialists are arming feverishly and seeking allies everywhere for the coming war. The English imperialists inspire the plans for a counter-revolutionary robber campaign against the Soviet Union. But the more openly the bourgeoisie arm for war, the greater grows the hatred of all working people for the entire capitalist system. Imperialist war, a new monstrous slaughter of the peoples, can be prevented only by strengthening the revolutionary struggle of the working masses in a united resolute front against capitalism. Social democracy promised to lead you to socialism by the road of bourgeois parliamentary democracy and class collaboration. It weakened the working class by splitting its ranks. It strangled the workers' will to fight, it capitulated to fascism. The social democratic road was not the road to socialism but the road to fascism. To fend off fascism, to overthrow the fascist dictatorship, you must break with social democracy, unite under the fighting banner of for the revolutionary struggle for working class power, for a Soviet government. Look at the Soviet Union. Look how the proletariat and working people of the Soviet Union, who know neither unemployment in the towns nor impoverishment in the village, who are free of the capitalist yoke, are building a new classless socialist society. Follow the example of the Soviet proletariat. Rally to the banner of the Communist International. ECCI proposal to the LSI for joint action in support of the Spanish workers. October 10, 1934. Rundschau, 3, 60, p. 2680. November 15, 1934. An article in Rundschau by Chavarotch in May 1933 asserted that the Spanish masses were beginning to understand the counter-revolutionary character of the October 1934. 329. Socialist Republican government, and the fatal policies of the anarchists and anarcho-syndicalists. Although the urban and rural proletariat were not yet ready for the decisive fight, now was the time to prepare for the seizure of power, by forming factory committees and peasant committees as mass organizations through which the Communist Party could operate its policy. This task had been neglected. The Social Democrats and anarchists had to be politically isolated. The Social Democrats were counter-revolutionaries, the anarchists, though not traitors, were putschists. In the following issue of Rundschau, Arroyo, writing on the April meeting of the Spanish Central Committee, said that one Trotskyist there had proposed an unconditional united front with the socialists. Since the Comintern line had suffered complete bankruptcy in Germany, the committee, however, unanimously approved the policy of the CI and the KPD. In face of the fascist danger, the CP had sent an open letter to the Socialist Party and the trade union centers proposing joint meetings and demonstrations and a joint anti-fascist militia. The Spanish CP membership, he wrote, was now 20,000. A month later, in the same periodical, Arroyo wrote that the communist deputies were opposed equally to the Azanaprito government and the right-wing opposition under Lerou. The capitalists thought it time for the socialists to leave the government, as greater demagogic use could be made of them in opposition. When Lerou's government was installed after the November 1933 elections, the Spanish Central Committee said its class character and role were the same as that of the Aznar Caballero government, both were counter-revolutionary dictatorships. We repeat once more that the entire and inescapable responsibility for this situation rests on the Socialist Party. The masses overthrew the hateful government of Aznar Caballero, and will overthrow Lerou. In the elections, the CP polled 200,000 votes and one communist deputy was elected. The social fascist leaders, in particular Caballero and Co., said the CP had kept the working masses from coming over to our party by left demagoguing. At the 17th CPSU Congress in January 1934, Dolores Eberri said that Caballero's law for the defense of the Republic could be compared with Hitler's. In July 1934, following the change in Comintern policy, the Spanish CP wrote to the Socialist Party executive that, although they would not withdraw their criticism of the Socialist Party, they would cease their attacks on it if these impeded united action. The Socialists replied that a united front had already been established and was operating through the committees of the Workers' Alliance organized at the end of 1933, which the CP could join. Until then they had refused to do so. In September 1934 the CC decided to join the alliance provided they retained the right to criticize and to put their own point of view. In October 1934 the miners of the Asturias region rose against the inclusion in Lerou's government of representatives of CETA, a large right-wing anti-republican Catholic party. Socialists, anarchists, and communists collaborated in establishing a local socialist republic. The local regular troops were reinforced by forces dispatched from Madrid, under General Franco, and by detachments of the Foreign Legion. After 15 days fighting, the miners surrendered. Widespread and dreadful reprisals followed, and between 20 and 30,000 Asturians were imprisoned. The anarchists in Madrid and Barcelona held aloof from the short-lived riots and strikes organized by the socialists in these two cities against CETA representation in the government. The ECCI materials for the 7th Comintern Congress said, the revolutionary miners in Asturias tried to establish Soviets. As a result of anarchist treachery, and of sabotage by the majority of social democratic leaders, and of inadequate preparation of the proletariat and peasantry, the result of earlier social democratic policies, the Spanish proletariat was forced to retreat. The ECCI letter was handed by Kakin and Thérèse on October 15 to Van der Velde and Adler in Brussels, who said it would be discussed by the LSI Bureau, meeting in Paris on November 13. Both internationals had asked their affiliated parties to take action on behalf of Spain without awaiting the outcome of the negotiations. At that meeting the LSI decided not to forbid its affiliated parties to make agreements with the communist parties, but refused to collaborate with the CI, whose past actions aroused doubt as to the genuineness of the proposal. Had the Comintern agreed to negotiations when Hitler came to power, joint action on Spain would have been easier. There was strong opposition to joint action from the British, Scandinavian, and Dutch Labour parties. Kakin and Thérèse denied that the offer was a manœuvre. Van der Velde and Adler replied that after the last 12 years they could not be expected to agree at 5 minutes' notice to an ad hoc pact. This had taken months even in France. Adler asked whether the Comintern now recognized that social democrats were not fascists and traitors, and that the liberties enjoyed in democratic countries were not a sham. Thérèse replied that once agreement was reached, mutual criticism would cease, but there was and could be no change in Comintern policy. We think that what we did was right. An article in the Communist International at the end of the year stated that the communists will not restrict themselves to the framework of the agreement already arrived at. They will on the one hand unmask those who oppose the United Front, on the other, they will criticize in a comradely and business-like manner the hesitations and indecisions of those who participate in United Front agreements but hinder the transition to more mature, higher forms of struggle. After the rising, Togliatti wrote in Rundschau that the October fighting was part of the European fight against fascism. It showed that the Spanish workers understood that fascism could be fought only by the workers seizing power. The reason why the strike did not spread was anarchist treachery. In Barcelona they had joined the counter-revolution. The Socialist Party had failed to organize a broad mass movement which would have been the basis for Soviets. But from the fighting the Spanish workers would learn that only the communist policy would give them victory. An article in December analyzing the failure of the strike accused the socialists and anarchists of disrupting the committees of the Workers' Alliance. Although communist policy was correct, their preparatory measures were inferior to those of the fascists. From first to last our party was in the forefront of the armed uprising. Their failure was due to inadequate preparation, to be explained by the fact that the majority of the working class were under the leadership not of the communists but of the socialists and October 1934 331 anarchists, and it was they who were responsible for the defeat. The peasants, moreover, were unwilling to defend the republic which had given them nothing. The army was not on the side of the proletariat. This again was largely the fault of the socialists, who were interested only in the officers, not the rank and file. Finally, the movement lacked central leadership. The anarchists were the Black Hundreds of Spain, and the socialists were bankrupt. At the 7th Comintern Congress, Garcia said that although the rising was premature, the CP had to take part. It tried to bring it under communist leadership and turn it into a broad and victorious popular rising. Fascist monarchist reaction in Spain has attacked with all the forces of the army, navy, and air force the working class and peasantry, who are fighting under the leadership of the Workers' Alliance, which represents the fighting union of communists and socialists and has sealed this union in bloodshed in battle. Victory for fascist monarchist reaction in Spain would, after the seizure of power by fascism in Germany and Austria, not only bring immeasurable suffering to the Spanish working class and peasantry, but also deal a severe blow to the entire international proletariat. Only the fighting unity of the working class of all countries can bring effective help to the Spanish workers and bar the road to Spanish and world reaction. At this moment, when the bourgeoisie are seeking to destroy one of the fighting detachments of the international working class, the Spanish proletariat, the Communist International has called on its sections to organize, jointly with other workers' organizations, mass meetings and demonstrations to show their solidarity with the Spanish working class. At the same time proposes to the Labor and Socialist International to undertake immediately joint actions to support both the fighting Spanish proletariat and the struggle against the support given to the Lara government by other capitalist countries. Is instructing Comrade Kakin to make contact at once with the representatives of the LSI in order to reach agreement on concrete methods and practical execution of such joint actions. Extracts from an ECCI manifesto on the 17th anniversary of the Russian Revolution, November 1934, Communist International, November 5, p. 804. Rundschau, 3, 58, p. 2569, 8 November 1934. Although the United Front from above was not yet official Comintern policy, it had in fact been adopted by the French CP by a sudden reversal of tactics in the summer of 1934. A resolution of the Central Committee, at the end of March 332, 1934, stated that while the party organizations will increase tenfold their efforts to bring about a united front of action, they will reject any policy which makes for a bloc with social democracy. The policy of the Socialist Party must be exposed in the eyes of the socialist workers and the entire working class, and a few weeks later Berlioz wrote of the anxiety of the CGT to serve as an instrument of fascism. He rebuked those members of the CPF who took the statements of the SFIO seriously, and are inclined to think of the United Front as a loyal alliance between the socialist and communist parties. The communist program and tactics had done much to disintegrate social democracy. In an article in Rundschau early in May 1934, Berlioz published a strong attack on Doriot, recalling his behavior at the January Central Committee meeting, his attitude to the socialists, his denial that Hitler's seizure of power was the result of socialist treachery, At the March Central Committee he had said that the repulse of fascism in France was the outcome not of communist activity, but of the stand taken by the CGT and the SFIO, and had urged the CC to change its attitude to those two bodies. From there to the idea of a bloc between the socialist and communist parties is only one step, and Doriot had taken this step and had resigned from the Central Committee. Doriot's policy would have run counter to the essential task of undermining socialist influence, which is the pledge of victory over fascism. It aimed at the liquidation of the CP of France. Bolsheviks, said an article in May 1934, must not capitulate to the social democratic slogans of defense of the Republic, defense of democracy, etc. On April 23, 1934 the French Central Committee and Doriot were asked to submit their differences to the ECCI, but Doriot refused to go to Moscow, and the ECCI declared that he was concerned, not to establish a united front, as he claimed, but to split the CPF. Doriot thereupon sent an open letter to the ECCI putting forth his views, and arguing that El Humanite's campaign against the Socialist Party was conducted in a way which made a united front impossible. The ECCI empowered the French CC to take all the necessary measures against Doriot to preserve the unity of the party. Doriot was asked by the Political Bureau to make a public statement that he would give up all forms of struggle against the CC, and would submit his paper Emancipation to the party's control. Doriot's CP cell, Saint Denis, was the first to make an agreement on unity of action with the local branch of the SFIO, and this was one of the charges against him when he was expelled from the CPF. Another was that he wished to replace the slogan Defend the Soviet Union by alliance with the Soviet Union. When he spoke at a joint CGT-CGTU meeting early in June it was broken up by communists. At its conference in Ivory on 23 to 26 June 1934 the CPF reversed its attitude and no longer insisted on the united front from below only. This, it said, was not a change in policy, but in tactics. Duclos denied Doriot's assertion that the CPF was now belatedly taking his advice and pursuing the policy he had advocated. Doriot had wanted a Trotskyist bloc of the two parties. Communists, said Thérèse, had always worked for the United Front, they were doing so now in a way the Social Democratic workers would understand. The conference requested the Central Committee to expel Doriot. This was done on the ground of splitting activities and open anti-party struggle. Trotsky referred to the November 1934 333 expulsion of all those who were imprudent enough to grasp the lessons of the situation before the Comintern did. On June 23 Le Populaire proposed a non-aggression and non-intervention pact between the two parties. On July 2 El Humanite put forward counter-proposals, previously endorsed by Moscow, for a pact on unity of action. The parties would refrain from attacking each other so long as joint action lasted. Representatives of the two parties met on July 15 and on July 27 signed an agreement on joint struggle against fascism, imperialist war, etc. United Front proposals on similar lines were made by the communist parties of Czechoslovakia, Austria, Switzerland, Spain, etc. In June 1934 Dimitrov, drafting the speech he proposed to make at the 7th CI Congress, later postponed, suggested that the terms social fascist and social democratic treachery should be dropped, and the policy of a united front only from below abandoned. The united front should be led and directed by the communists not in words but in action. A manifesto issued by the central committees of the communist parties of France, Britain, Germany, and Poland and published at the beginning of July 1934 which made no mention of social fascism or social democratic treachery appealed for unity to all working people whatever party or trade union you belong to, and proposed that the communist and socialist parties should demonstrate jointly on the 20th anniversary of the outbreak of war in 1914 under slogans calling for the defense of Russia, the Chinese Revolution, and the colonial peoples. Bella Kun wrote, Communist International, July 1934, that Hitler's opposition to the united front of the international proletariat which is developing against German fascism is sufficient to show that in proposing to act in unison with the social democratic parties the communist parties acted correctly. Communists would not abandon their political or organizational independence. We do not think it possible to unite the Communist International and the Second International. But we have firmly resolved with all our strength, to strive for and to ensure the unity of action of the proletariat. The renunciation of polemics against the Social Democrats was a concession for which they asked in return action by the socialist parties to establish a common front against the common class enemy. It is necessary to make up in the nearest future for all that has been neglected until now in this campaign against fascism. At the ECCI Presidium on July 9, Piatnitsky said the Nazis were steadily losing mass support, and relying more and more on the army and police. Richter spoke of widespread discontent in Germany. On the one hand, fascism has made the struggle to win the masses more difficult, but on the other made it easier by destroying illusions. We have not done enough to establish working class unity in Germany. We are still somewhat in a state of isolation from the social democratic workers. Something in our tactics is not right. Pike said had there been unity, then on June 30, the crisis of the Nazi dictatorship, united mass action in the form of street demonstrations might have given impulse to serious mass struggles against the regime. The KPD was the only force capable of conducting and organizing resistance to Hitlerism. The SPD leaders had capitulated and were ready to conclude an alliance with fascism. They want 334. To continue their old policy of cooperation with the bourgeoisie and splitting the working class. Whoever wants German working class unity must decide in favor of the KPD. In September Piatnitsky wrote, "We must do everything in our power so that the Social Democratic Party of Germany, as such, should no longer be able to exist. If the local KPD organizations did not change their tactics, the SPD might one day be restored to life." In November Dimitrov warned communists that success in United Front efforts did not mean a relaxation of the struggle against social democratic ideology, which on the contrary had to be intensified. An editorial in the Communist International on the anniversary said that the masses had to be detached from social democracy in the course of the revolutionary struggle for power. The workers were beginning to recognize the inevitability of the Soviet path. This is irrespective of the fact that due to the crisis which social democracy is experiencing, the United Front may be and is being operated by us not only from below but also from above, a state of things which makes it easier for us to approach the social democratic masses. At the end of 1934 a discussion article in the Communist International suggested that in future communists should make a distinction between the left social democrats in inverted commas and those who are genuinely left, since the changed situation required a change in tactics. We do not change our tactics because our former tactics were incorrect, as the Social Democrats and the renegades from communism are now trying to prove. In spite of isolated mistakes, our former tactics were correct. We are changing the tactics of the United Front now because conditions have changed. This meant fighting those Social Democrats who resisted the United Front, and those who urged organizational unity. The Comintern could not tie its hands. The chief aim of the United Front is to make it easier for the social democratic masses to come over to the side of communism for the conquest of Soviet power. This was and still remains our chief objective in the new tactics of the United Front. To do this meant overcoming left sectarian isolation and the right danger of separating the tactics of the United Front from our strategic tasks. The right danger was all the greater because the socialist parties in a number of countries were still growing, while in countries where they had been driven underground the members who had left them had not gone over to communism. They would do so only when convinced that the bankruptcy of social democracy was not accidental, but inherent in its policy. The Seventh Congress materials noted that the KPD, hampered by its sectarianism, did not change its policy quickly enough after June 30. Their attitude was, the door to unity is open. Social democratic workers, join the KPD, although these workers were not prepared to do so. Its United Front policy was primarily a method of recruiting into the KPD. The attempt to organize independent class trade unions had been a mistake and a failure. There was majority opposition to the new line in the KPD Central Committee, represented by Florine, Delem, Heckert, Schubert, and others. The minority, represented by Pike and Ulbricht, were supported by the ECCI Presidium at a joint meeting in January 1935, and on February 11 the committee made its first open overtures to the SPD executive in Prague, proposing joint action in specified fields. These were rejected. The Presidium Resolution, November 1934 335 instructed the KPD Central Committee to extend its activities to organize resistance to Hitler, to the Catholics, the middle classes, and the intelligentsia. In the previous autumn the KPD periodical Die Internationale had referred to the dissolution by the German government of Catholic associations, and warned its readers against believing that this made the Catholics allies of the KPD. The KPD was the leader of the entire workers' opposition to the Hitler regime. Unless the communists prevented it, the Catholics and Social Democrats could become the basis for a new form of capitalist dictatorship. The change was set forth in two articles in March 1935, by Pike, and April, by Müller. The KPD should not overestimate its influence over the Social Democratic workers. It had not yet learned how to advance slogans which would attract the masses, which the masses could understand, and for which they would be prepared to fight. It still had to fight the sectarians who thought the United Front a deviation from the revolutionary line, and the opportunists who would use it to capitulate to social democracy. The SPD had succeeded in re-establishing a definite and centralized organizational network, but the Comintern did not promptly take account of the fact that the situation had changed. The KPD had tried to recruit the active socialists, failing to understand that it is only a broad united front policy that can prevent the renewal of the split in the working class. The KPD was prepared to make proposals to the SPD committee in a suitable form. By means of the United Front we want to link up more closely with our social democratic class comrades, to paralyze the right social democratic leaders and restrict their freedom of action in the struggle which they are carrying on for collaboration with the bourgeoisie. We want to destroy all the illusions of the social democratic workers. By means of the United Front we shall be able to bring the masses closer to the proletarian revolution. The KPD had been mistaken in its trade union policy. We will therefore also work for the liquidation of the district committees of the RTUO, as they are frequently a hindrance to the re-establishment of the free trade unions. The United Front was the transmission belt to the anti-fascist People's Front. The struggle against sectarianism in the KPD must be vigorously pursued, the more so because we, the leaders, are ourselves responsible to a certain degree for this. At the end of July the KPD Central Committee, proclaiming fascism the enemy, stated that although the SPD had misled the workers, today we communists do not wish to argue about the past. The door to unity is open. All KPD organizations were instructed to approach all SPD organizations with practical proposals. The KPD's gravest weakness, said a political bureau statement, had been its failure to work for trade union unity. Our common experiences and common sacrifices under Hitler's bloody regime have eliminated much that separated us and still keeps us apart. We can overthrow the Hitler dictatorship if the working class is united and follows the revolutionary path according to the principles and tactics of the Comintern. Unite with the Communist Party into a single revolutionary mass party of the German working class. In Italy, after 4 meetings between representatives of the two parties, the SPI and CPI on August 17, 1934 agreed on joint action on a number of specified 336 issues. In Poland the Communists met with little success, although Lenski explained that there was a fundamental change in entire party practice, designed to eradicate the last vestiges of sectarianism. Negotiations with the Bund broke down, while the PPS leaders are doing everything in their power to prevent the formation of a wide united front, using as one of their pretexts that the Polish CP supports the foreign policy of the Soviets, a policy of agreement even with fascist states. This was a reference to the Soviet proposal for an Eastern Locarno. Lenski explained that not all members of the CP had adapted themselves to the new situation. Some of our active comrades have seen a narrow maneuver in our tactics, and have thought not so much of how to reach agreement with the social democratic organizations for a joint struggle, as of how to expose the leaders of these parties at once. Hence, on more than one occasion, demands have been put forward in the form of an ultimatum, and this has made it easier for the social democratic leaders to reject these demands. Nevertheless, the Chinese wall between the two parties was breaking down. At the ECCI Presidium in October 1934, Pollitt reported on the progress of the United Front policy in Britain. There were many members who adopted it reluctantly, and sighed with relief when the Labour Party turned the proposal down. At meetings, the CPGB was asked how they could talk of the United Front and at the same time fight the Labour Party at elections. The Labour Party and the TUC said they were the United Front, and the CPGB the splitters. Pollitt asked for a clear line on United Front tactics in elections. The reformist workers deeply resented CP vote splitting. In future they would consider on its merits each case where a CPGB or ILP candidate would mean the victory of a capitalist candidate. It withdrew a number of its candidates in the October 1934 municipal elections. Its anti-fascist work had brought the CPGB closer to the masses than at any time in its history. Changes were also made in trade union tactics. At a meeting of the Communist fraction of the RILU executive on August 2, 1934, Piatnitsky said that while the United Front from below remained the basic form of their tactics, the United Front from above could also be used. CI and RILU directives on work in reformist unions had been correct, but had been very badly applied. The proposal for unconditional entry into the reformist unions was correct if this gave communists a good opportunity to stand for elective posts and carry on their work, but it could not become the main communist trade union policy. This would mean unconditional surrender to reformist demands. They must retain freedom of action inside the unions. They had to consider very carefully the advisability of liquidating even a small mass organization which is under our influence, if in so doing there is no chance at all of really winning influence in a broader organization still under the influence of a hostile leadership. Only the reformists were to blame for the existence of parallel organizations, but it had been a serious mistake, after the Fifth RILU Congress, to transfer mechanically from the German and Polish parties to other parties the instructions not to use the slogan "Go into the reformist unions." It was a complete mistake to try to build up a revolutionary trade union opposition in all countries on the lines adopted in Germany. It had been right in Germany, but the failure to work in November 1934 337 the ADGB had greatly harmed the KPD. The reformists had looked on the trade union opposition as parallel organizations designed to split the unions, and they were suspicious and resentful. That was why the opposition attracted only the unemployed. Lozovsky wrote, in November 1934, that the entire meaning of RILU policy, in the past and now, was trade union unity, without any arrière-pensée, nationally and internationally. The danger of a new imperialist war menaces the toilers of all countries. The capitalist world is feverishly arming itself, preparing more and more new hitherto unknown weapons for mass extermination. But war can be postponed only by uniting all the forces of the proletariat into the united front for a decisive struggle against capitalism, for the power of the working class. It is possible to prevent war, a new bloodbath of the toilers, only by the workers making a clean break with the compromise policy of the social democracy, only by a victorious fight for the dictatorship of the proletariat. In order to find a way out of the crisis in which the capitalist world is writhing, the bourgeoisie are still further increasing the robbery of the workers, farmers, and peasants of the colonies and the economically weak countries. They are trying first and foremost to crush the working class, to deprive it of the last vestiges of democratic rights, to cut down the beggarly wages still more, to worsen its situation still further, to destroy its revolutionary vanguard. Fascism has come to power in Germany and Austria, it is in power in Italy and Poland, it menaces the toilers of all countries. As the storm detachment of the bourgeoisie against the working class, fascism is trying in the first place to organize an attack on the shock brigade of the world proletariat, the Soviet Union. But the proletariat and the toiling masses can beat back the attack of fascism only if the proletariat establishes the fighting unity of its ranks, and, together with all the toilers, carries on a decisive struggle against capitalism. For the proletariat there is no peaceful path to power. There is no peaceful path to socialism. True to its historic mission, the preparation of the masses for the winning of the state power by the proletariat calls on the workers more insistently than ever to join in the united front for the organization of joint actions by all workers against fascism and the war danger. It calls on the workers of all countries to unite under the tested red banner of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, under the banner of for the overthrow of the power of the bourgeoisie. The idea of the storming of capitalism is ever more maturing in the consciousness of the masses. The social democratic workers are breaking away from reformism and from compromise with the bourgeoisie, and are 338. Taking the path of the class struggle. In February this year, the heroic workers of Austria, rejecting in practice the social democratic policy of class collaboration, took up arms to bar the path of fascism. But they were defeated, because the Social Democratic Party, which led them, had disarmed them politically, had not prepared them for the decisive struggle, and did not lead them to the attack on capitalism. In France, in the days of February, the working class gave the first rebuff to fascism by the general strike. But their fight against fascism, which is attacking, will be the more successful the more quickly the proletariat rids itself of democratic illusions and the more quickly it unites under the banner of communism. In October, the toilers of Spain, led by the working class, took up arms in defense of their bread and freedom, and to beat back the attack of fascist reaction. The workers of Asturias entered on the fight for the power of the workers and peasants, under the leadership of the Communist Party. The workers in the social democratic parties are more and more beginning to break with the policy of collaboration with the bourgeoisie. Together with the communists, the social democratic workers are beginning more and more to take up the struggle against fascism, capitalism, and war. Brothers, workers. Propose to the Labor and Socialist International the organization of immediate joint actions of the communist and socialist parties in all countries, for the defense of the fighting Spanish people. But at the moment when the government artillery was bombarding the mines of Asturias, burying alive the mine workers who had taken shelter there, at the moment when the military aeroplanes were bombing the towns and the villages of Spain from the air, when every day, even every hour, cost the lives of thousands of heroic workers and peasants of Spain, together with their wives and children, at this moment the official leaders of the Labor and Socialist International postponed for 3 weeks the discussion of the question of joint activity on formal grounds. Is continuing its policy of the United Front. Workers of all countries, show your solidarity with the fighting Spanish workers. Come forward like one man against the Spanish bourgeoisie, who have called up all their forces in order bloodily to crush the working class and the peasants. The Spanish workers, who have entered into the battle against capitalism, are our class brothers. The workers of Asturias, who have raised the banner of struggle for the power of the workers and peasants, are our brothers. Their cause is the cause of the whole of the world proletariat. Class brothers. Comrades. Exert every effort to establish, as soon as possible, the united front of November 1934. 339 The working class for the struggle against fascism and imperialist war, for bread and freedom, for the struggle for power, for socialism. Social democratic workers. Workers of all political views. Unite under the banner of march along the revolutionary path on which the October Revolution of the proletariat of Russia was victorious, along which alone the working class may conquer. ECCI Statement on LSI Rejection of Joint May Day Demonstrations, April 22, 1935. Rundschau, 4, 19, p. 963, April 25, 1935. The RILU also made proposals to the IFTU. In March 1935, Lozovsky said the RILU wanted amalgamation of parallel unions on the basis of conferences with proportionate representation, and executives elected on the same basis. Since they were in most cases in the minority, the RILU claimed that its unions were larger in China, Italy, Cuba, and Chile. This would give them a representation on the executives which they would not otherwise receive. This too, he said, was the reason why the IFTU wanted the RILU unions to be dissolved, and their members to join the IFTU unions as individuals. The RILU executive proposed a joint meeting with the IFTU executive to discuss joint May Day demonstrations, the promotion of trade union unity in France and Spain, the re-establishment of unions in Germany, and conditions of IFTU-RILU unity. The IFTU replied in April that no practical results could be expected from such a meeting. The IFTU provided the center which all could join through their national unions, and it could have in each country only one national trade union organization. The RILU found it impossible to accept the condition of the dissolution of its unions, and repeated its proposal for numerically proportionate representation. Meanwhile, it would recommend to its unions to work for joint May Day demonstrations and joint meetings to discuss unity. The RILU, said the Communist International, was formed 15 years ago to do away with the split in the working class movement caused by the policy of class collaboration pursued by the Amsterdam International. The entire history of the RILU is a history of the struggle to bring about the unity of the trade union organizations so as to carry on active class struggle. At the 7th Comintern Congress, Lozovsky explained that the RILU had not approached the IFTU earlier because it knew that Amsterdam was not interested in the United Front. The Communist parties and RILU unions had been at fault in their attitude to the lower-ranking union officials. He himself at the 6th CI Congress had called the reformist unions a school of capitalism. Particularly dangerous in the present new situation are the residues of the old views, that the economic struggle can be waged without and against the trade unions, that serious results can be achieved without penetrating the reformist and other mass unions. The false formulations which crept into our former decisions must be eradicated. 340. The Executive Committee proposed to the Executive of the Labor and Socialist International to organize in all capitalist countries joint May Day demonstrations against the capitalist offensive, against fascism, to safeguard peace, against imperialist war, and for the defense of the Soviet Union. On behalf of the LSI Secretariat, Friedrich Adler informed the CI in a letter of April 15 that, in accordance with the decisions of the executive of the LSI, which were communicated to comrades Kakin and Thérèse in a letter dated November 7, 1934, there can be no doubt that the decision whether or not May Day may be celebrated jointly is to be left to each individual socialist party. In all capitalist countries, the CI has promoted agreements between the communist and socialist parties for a joint struggle against the common enemy of the working class. But recently events have occurred which give particular emphasis to the need for joint international working class action beyond the national framework. The reintroduction of universal conscription by the fascist Hitler government, its warlike threats against Lithuania and the other Baltic states, against Austria and particularly against the Soviet Union, the extreme acuteness of the danger of a new imperialist world war started by Hitler Germany and its allies, military fascist Japan and fascist Poland. Precisely because of these new factors in the international situation, which make it urgently necessary to concentrate all the forces of the world proletariat against the chief instigator of war, German fascism, and its allies, in common international action, a joint display of the two internationals on May Day would be commendable. Joint demonstrations would also open the way for the further joint struggle of the proletariat to raise the living standards of the working class, to defend their rights against fascism in every capitalist country, and to maintain the peace. The ECCI Secretariat is convinced that the members of the Social Democratic parties, as well as the broad masses of the militant proletariat, approved and welcomed the CI proposal to organize joint May Day demonstrations. The Social Democratic workers will however remember that the LSI first made joint action by Communists and Social Democrats on a national scale dependent upon prior agreement between the two internationals. then rejected the new CI proposals to the LSI for joint international action on the ground that such action could only be arranged by agreement between the individual national parties affiliated to the LSI and the CI. After these mutually contradictory statements on the question of establishing international unity of action, the workers will ask in wonderment, what events will make the LSI leaders consider that the April 1935 341 appropriate time has come to give their consent to united international proletarian action? Despite the rejection by the LSI of its United Front proposals in support of the fighting Spanish workers, did not refrain from making new proposals to the LSI, when new events of international import occurred, for joint May Day demonstrations by the two internationals. Nor in the future will the CI leave any means untried to convince the Social Democratic workers that the policy of class collaboration pursued by the Social Democratic leaders is incompatible with working class interests, and is the chief obstacle to international proletarian unity of action. Supported by the efforts of militant workers for a united front against the bourgeoisie, the CI will do all it can to bring about working class unity of action on the national and international scale, for the fight against the capitalist offensive, against fascism, to maintain peace, against imperialist war, and in defense of the Soviet Union. The negative reply of the LSI Secretariat makes it impossible for joint May Day demonstrations of the two internationals to be held this year. The ECCI recommends all communist parties to renew their proposals to the socialist parties of the individual capitalist countries for the joint organization of May Day demonstrations, referring to the LSI Secretariat letter of April 15, 1935 to the CI quoted above, with the object of overcoming the resistance of the Social Democratic Party leaders. The more broadly and energetically the Social Democratic workers and their organizations, nationally and locally, conclude a united front with communist organizations against the common class enemy, the more quickly will the International United Front of Communists and Social Democrats, fighting under the banner of proletarian internationalism in defense of the vital interests of the working class, become a fact. Extracts from the May Day Manifesto of the ECCI April 1935 Communist International, April 20, 1935, p. 335. At the end of March 1935 the CPF Central Committee wrote to the SFIO proposing negotiations to prepare a unity congress, and a similar letter was addressed by the CGTU to the CGT. In the same month Thérèse attacked Doriot, the counter-revolutionary degenerate who hobnobs with Trotsky, for claiming that he was right to fight against class tactics in 1928-9. Conditions had changed, and now success in the fight against fascism required an alliance, under CP leadership, with the middle classes. This would establish a People's Front. The CPF had first made proposals to the radicals in October 1934 for common action in defense of the Constitution, for the dissolution of the fascist leagues, etc. In May Thérèse wrote that in the existing circumstances it was necessary to make proposals for a united front to the leaders. 342. Of the SFIO and GGT. Together with the CG of the CPF, wrote Pravda, the Comintern is of the opinion that, in view of the fascist danger, proposals from the CPF to the SFIO on these lines are not only permissible but in certain circumstances necessary. The attitude to socialist parties was not programmatic but determined by considerations of revolutionary expediency. There was no mention in the article of social fascism or social democratic treachery. The April 1935 elections in Danzig had given the NSDAP 60% of the vote. In the May elections in Czechoslovakia the Henlein Party, Hitler's followers in the Sudetenland, gained 44 seats, they had none in the 1929 elections. At the 7th Comintern Congress Gottwald said the Czech CP was determined to defend the bourgeois democratic republic against fascism. Henlein's followers were said to have been encouraged by the results of the Saar plebiscite. In the summer of 1933 the Saar Communist Party advised its adherents not to vote for French imperialism, or German fascism, or the League of Nations, but to take the revolutionary road to solve the Saar question, fighting with the German proletariat for social and national emancipation. In June 1934 the Tsar Communists said the Social Democrats were responsible for loading the fascist yoke onto the German people and the oppression of the League of Nations onto the shoulders of the working people of the Tsar, but since their own policy of a Red Tsar within a Soviet Germany was not now possible, the working people should vote for the status quo. In July the Communists and Socialists of the Tsar agreed on joint anti-fascist action. In the plebiscite of January 1935 the vote for Germany was 476,000, for the status quo 47,000, for France 2,000. Rundschau explained that this was a vote for Germany, not for Hitler. The materials for the 7th Congress stated, after the party liquidated its first erroneous and sectarian slogan for a Red Tsar, it campaigned for the status quo. The status quo was a defeatist slogan requiring a high level of class consciousness. The result emphasized the decisive importance of the national question, to which up to the present the party has paid too little attention in its struggle against the fascist dictatorship. Articles on May Day said capitalist contradictions were greater than in 1914, but war had not been unleashed because the struggle against it is under the leadership of the World Revolutionary Party. Dutt wrote that the basic antagonism of world imperialism was that between Britain and the United States, and the Franco-Soviet Pact the principal obstacle, to the war plans of imperialism. Radek wrote, at the time of Eden's visit to Moscow, that if Hitler were convinced that in a war against Russia he would have England and France against him too, he would choose peaceful means of improving Germany's position. Britain's fear of German ambitions meant that its role as organizer of anti-Soviet tendencies in world politics has somewhat diminished. Dutt continued to write of the British-German alliance. Any uneasiness among communists about the course of Soviet policy was met with the argument, developed in an article in April 1935, that never in the past and never in the future can the interests of the Soviet Union contradict or fail to correspond to the interests of the international working class movement, just as the maintenance, consolidation, and prosperity of the USSR. April 1935 343 The base of the world proletarian revolution is the vital task facing the working class of the whole world. An article in July in the same periodical stated, just as in time of peace so in time of war, the actions of every revolutionary organization must be determined by the interests of strengthening the might of the USSR as the base of world socialist revolution. In April 1935 the central committees of the Communist parties of Germany, France, Britain, Poland, Italy, Czechoslovakia, Belgium, Austria, Hungary, and Lithuania issued a manifesto greeting the expansion of Soviet defensive capacity, pledging support to the Red Army, and undertaking to work for the defeat of any state that made war on the USSR. The sufferings of the working class and of all the toilers in the capitalist, colonial and dependent countries are growing from day to day. The partial increase of industrial production has been advantageous to only a handful of the biggest capitalist magnates. Their profits are growing, while the broad masses of the toiling people are sinking into ever deeper poverty. The bourgeoisie are making a desperate effort to find a way out of the crisis at the expense of the toilers by establishing terrorist fascist governments. Fascist gangs, in the countries under fascist dictatorship, deprive the toilers of their last vestiges of freedom, disperse the trade unions, take possession of and plunder the workers' cooperative societies, destroy the legal working class press, militarize the workers' sport organizations, dispatch the unemployed and the young people who have finished school to forced labor camps, while tens of thousands of proletarian fighters, regardless of the political parties they follow, are interned in concentration camps. A similar fate awaits the toilers in the countries where bourgeois democracy exists, by means of which the Social Democrats promised to bring them to socialism. The democratic rights of the toilers in these countries are now being more and more curtailed, while the oppression of the broad masses is being uninterruptedly intensified, and thus the road to fascism is being paved. The world is on the verge of a new imperialist world war. The strained international relations are coming ever more closely to a point like that at which the World War broke out in 1914. The expenditure on the preparation for the New World slaughter is being mercilessly squeezed out of the toilers, who are doomed first and foremost to be the victims of that war. Fascist Germany, the principal instigator of imperialist war, has already created an army which leaves the old army of the Kaiser far behind. The introduction of universal conscription, and the legalization and further increase of German armaments production, which has hitherto been carried on secretly, are a warning that German fascism is feverishly completing its last preparations for war. The military alliance between Fascist Germany, military Fascist Japan, 344, and Fascist Poland is becoming a fact. This military alliance is directed first and foremost against the land of socialism, against the USSR. While a counter-revolutionary onslaught is being prepared against the USSR, imperialist wars are already being carried on between various countries. The robber war being conducted by Japanese imperialism in China has been going on for years, and is now menacing the whole of China. War is being waged in South America between British and American imperialism through their vassal states, Paraguay and Bolivia. Italian imperialism is calling up one group of recruits after another to the army, and is dispatching troops to Abyssinia, preparing to subject the people of Abyssinia to colonial plunder and servitude. German fascism is already reaching out its mailed fist against Austria, Lithuania, and Danzig, and is making ready to put its plans of colonial plunder into operation. Only by mustering the broad masses of the working class into a united front of struggle will it be possible to stop the fleecing of the toilers by the capitalists. Only in this way will it be possible to stop the further advance of the most reactionary sections of the bourgeoisie in establishing their bloody fascist domination. Only thus can a stop be put to the mad armament race of the war-thirsty imperialist cliques. Wherever communist and social democratic workers, members of the revolutionary and reformist trade unions, whom also unorganized workers follow, have proceeded to consolidate their forces, the United Front has already yielded its first successes. The workers of France have entered the path of the United Front, and have repelled the first onslaughts of fascism. The United Front of the working class in Austria prevented the fascists from demoralizing the ranks of the Austrian proletariat, which is carrying on a heroic struggle to overthrow the fascist dictatorship. Workers of all political shades in Spain fought shoulder to shoulder in armed struggles. They were not the victors in this combat, but they prevented the consolidation of the fascist dictatorship, and they are continuing heroically and in serried ranks to carry on the struggle against fascism. These first United Front successes can be increased manifold provided that the united will of the working masses will put a stop to the policy of class collaboration, pursued by social democracy. The oppressed peoples in the colonial, semi-colonial and dependent countries are more and more entering the world front of struggle against imperialism. The Red Army in Soviet China is fighting the Kuomintang, the traitor to and hangman of the Chinese people, and is becoming the central gathering point for the forces of the national liberation struggle against Japanese imperialism, and against the partition of China between the imperialist powers. April 1935 345. Communist, Social Democratic and non-party workers. Members of reformist, revolutionary, anarcho-syndicalist and Christian trade unions, members of cooperative societies, sports societies, cultural and all other working class organizations. Build the united front of all proletarians in joint struggle. The united front of the struggle against the class enemy can prevent the destruction of the rights of the toilers, can overcome fascism and strengthen the struggle for the victory of the dictatorship of the proletariat, for real government by the people, for proletarian democracy, and for Soviet power, which will do away forever with capitalist exploitation and oppression. In the name of the World Party of the Revolutionary Proletariat, the Executive Committee addresses to the Executive Committee of the Labor and Socialist International the proposal that joint May Day actions be organized in all capitalist countries against the capitalist offensive, against fascism, for the preservation of peace, against imperialist war and in defense of the Soviet Union. The Red International of Labor Unions has already addressed a proposal to the International Federation of Trade Unions that joint demonstrations be organized on May 1. Joint action by communist and social democratic workers, by members of the reformist and revolutionary unions will also attract the unorganized workers, and the members of the anarcho-syndicalist and Christian trade unions. Joint action will draw in and weld together the broad masses who still stand aside from the class struggle, and who may fall victim to fascist demagogy. Against fascism, and for the defense of the democratic rights of the toilers. For the release of Ernst Thälmann, Matthias Rákosi, and all revolutionary fighters. For the liberation of Largo Caballero and all anti-fascists. Against the bloody terror in China, Japan, Romania, Yugoslavia, Poland, Finland, Hungary, and all other capitalist countries. Against the death sentences in Spain, Germany, and Bulgaria. Against the imperialist armaments race, against the principal instigator of war, fascist Germany and its allies, the Polish fascists, against Japan engaged in pillaging China and preparing to attack the Soviet Union. Against British imperialism, inciting anti-Soviet war, against fascist Italy, engaged in throttling Abyssinia. Render active support to the struggle of the Soviet Union for peace. For the defense of the USSR, the fatherland of the toilers in all lands. Protect Soviet China. Fight for the united front of all fighting proletarians. Fight for the unity of the international trade union movement. Forward to the victorious struggle against fascism, against capitalism, for the dictatorship of the proletariat, for Soviet power and for socialism. 346. The 7th Comintern Congress. The 7th and last Comintern Congress opened on July 25, 1935 and closed on August 20. 65 parties were represented. 7 new parties were admitted to membership on 20 August from Indochina, the Philippines, Peru, Colombia, Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, and Venezuela, and the People's Revolutionary Party of Tanutuva was admitted as a sympathizing party. The number of parties had increased since the 6th Congress from 65 to 76, of which 19 were sympathizing parties and total membership from 1.7 to 3.1 million. Of the parties attending, 22, excluding the CPSU, were legal, 11 of these were in Europe. There were 371 voting, and 139 consultative delegates. All decisions, resolutions, and elections were unanimous. It had originally been decided to hold the Congress in 1934, and on May 29 of that year the ECCI Presidium published the agenda. On September 5 it decided, at the request of several sections, to postpone the Congress for a year. The reports on the work of the sections, referred to in these notes as 7th Congress materials, were prepared in the autumn of 1934, some additions being made subsequently. The introduction says it does not give a full picture of the state of affairs in July 1935. An editorial in Before the Congress Opened said, the main task of the CI sections is to stand at the head of the masses in the fight for peace against the instigators of war, preparing the proletariat for the struggle to convert the imperialist war into civil war, assisting to the utmost in bringing about the defeat of their own bourgeoisie, fighting with all the forces at their disposal for the victory of the Red Army. Another task was to see that social democracy did not recover from its defeats. It depends upon us, upon the activities of the communist parties first and foremost, whether we shall be able to prevent the revival of social democracy in those countries where it has disintegrated. Manuelski spoke on the results of socialist construction in the USSR. The triumph of socialism was the triumph of the Comintern, of its program, policy, and tactics. The social democratic parties had suffered defeats, but the CPSU had fulfilled its duty to all the enslaved and exploited. Its victories were destroying the mass basis of capitalism and fascism, and smashing the influence of social democracy upon the working class. The defense of the USSR must be made the starting point for a broad, general people's front of classes, organizations, and political parties which are beginning to render the USSR active support. Although the growing antagonism between fascist and democratic states was of subsidiary importance compared with the fundamental division of the world into the world of socialism and the world of capitalism, the proletariat cannot adopt a neutral attitude towards the struggle that is going on in the capitalist camp. It must do everything to extend the anti-fascist front in the international arena. Although the capitalist world cannot exist without wars, there were bourgeois governments of important imperialist countries which today are not interested in war. What their motives may be is a matter of secondary importance at the present time. The Congress passed a resolution on the victory of socialism in the USSR. April 1935, 347. For the first time, the question of Communist Party participation in bourgeois governments was brought up. It was suggested that communist parties could on certain conditions enter United Front governments which were committed to fight fascism and reaction and were supported by powerful mass movements. In closing the Congress, Dimitrov said, "At this Congress we have adopted a course for the formation of a single mass political party of the working class, for putting an end to the political split in the ranks of the proletariat, a split caused by the class collaboration policy of social democracy. We lay down definite fundamental conditions to serve as the basis for such unity. Ours has been a Congress of a new tactical orientation for the Comintern. There was to be no mass hunting imaginary deviations or deviators, but there was to be no factionalism either. The party is above everything else." Reporting on the Congress to the Moscow Leningrad Party active, Manuelsky said that the change in the Comintern line meant that the communist parties had to abandon their old propagandist view that they represented the militant revolutionary opposition in the working class, while disclaiming responsibility for what happened. Because social democracy was bankrupt, they now had greater opportunities than ever to carry through their policy, and this places on them responsibility for the fate of the working class movement. They must become the most important factor in the political life of their country and of the world. To fight fascism did not mean to abandon the fight against capitalism, because fascism was becoming the predominant form of capitalism. Many people believe that by our attitude to the United Front with the Social Democrats we are deviating from Stalin's theory that fascism and social democracy are not antipodes but twins. By its entire policy of class collaboration, social democracy paved the way for fascism and demonstrated the correctness of the thesis that it was fascism's twin brother. Precisely because of this, social democracy led the working masses of Central Europe to defeat and help the offensive of fascist reaction throughout the world. Now the threat of war divided all classes, peoples, and states into two camps: the camps of war and of peace. The war camp was represented by the fascist powers, whose aggression was directed against the USSR. The interests of the defense of the Soviet Union determine the attitude of the world proletariat to war. To those who questioned why, if the Comintern now proposed amalgamation with the socialist parties, there had been for so many years an irreconcilable struggle against socialist parties and against those communists who opposed that struggle, Manuelsky said that the communist parties were now steeled in struggle and free of deviations, and so could approach unity without misgivings. The 5 conditions put forward by the Congress corresponded to the present situation, as did the 21 conditions in 1920. It was not the communists, but the socialists who had rejected the United Front. The cause of unity, however, had not been advanced by creating our own small trade unions which isolated the communists from the masses, leaving them to stew in their own juice. Their meetings had been a sheer waste of time because everything had been agreed beforehand. Instead of trying to understand the specific situation in which the communists in fascist countries have to work, we preferred to explain everything by the fact 348. That they failed to carry out decisions. The gulf between desire and deed was created because those who drew up the resolutions paid little attention to the possibilities of carrying them out, and while the situation changed, the resolutions were repeated in identical terms. He reaffirmed the intention of the ECCI to interfere less in the work of the sections, whose cadres were now reliable and mature. A Bolshevik-Stalinist guard has grown up. On August 1, 1935, the Chinese CP and Soviet government published an appeal to all sons and daughters of the mother country, despite differences of opinion and interest, and despite past and present hostilities, to unite against Japanese aggression, since the national existence of the Chinese people is at stake. What was wanted was a united all-China popular government of national defense, which would include representatives of the Chinese Soviet government, to fight Japan, confiscate the property of the Japanese and of traders, reduce taxes, raise wages, release political prisoners, and form a united anti-Japanese army. Chinese speakers at the 7th Comintern Congress continued for the most part to bracket the Kuomintang with the Japanese and other imperialists as the enemy to be fought. At the Third Conference of Latin American Parties, 19 in all, at Montevideo in October 1934, Popular Front tactics were introduced. The conference was admonished not to underestimate the importance of bourgeois national reformism, which exercised great influence on the peasants and on many workers. It was necessary to differentiate between the different bourgeois parties, not all of which were reactionary. The Brazilian and Peruvian parties were commended, the severe fluctuations in membership were deplored. The Argentine delegate confessed that his party had been sectarian and isolated. Our sectarian policy perpetuated the split in the proletariat. It had now abandoned its earlier policy of breaking up the peasant unions and agricultural cooperatives, and was trying to persuade all workers to join the socialist trade unions. The Chilean delegate said his party's United Front offer to the Socialist Party had been rejected. It was now trying to get into the left radical bloc, which had the majority of the country behind it, and transform it into a popular front. The Cuban delegate also confessed to sectarian sins. His party had opposed the Grau government, although that government opposed imperialism and gave wide opportunities to the labor movement. During the coup against Grau, the CP had remained neutral, thus objectively facilitating the seizure of power by the present reactionary government. In the spring of 1935, the Brazilian camp had formed the National Liberation Alliance, with Prestes as its president, on a program of national independence, land for the peasants, etc. In April 1935, Musso was sent back to Indonesia from Moscow to introduce the new line and to revive the PKI, which had been virtually paralyzed for some years, but with little effect. An article by Togliatti published while the Congress was in session attributed the move of the Social Democrats towards the United Front to the defeat suffered by reformism, and referred to past communist errors. We have often spoken of the defeat of reformism. We must confess that in many cases we overestimated the importance of particular successes achieved by our movement. In the April 1935 349 same way we have on several occasions been mistaken in our estimate of the forces of fascism. One of the most important things they had to do now was to change their polemical style. It was not enough to send an ultimatum on the United Front to the Social Democratic leaders and then register the fact of its rejection. They were prepared to make concessions, and to insist only on important questions, such as the formation of local United Front committees elected directly by the masses, like the local Soviets in 1917, because in France, for example, the combined forces of the CPF, SFIO, CGT, and CGTU were still only a minority of the proletariat, and the rest had to be drawn in. Why, Togliatti asked, do we defend bourgeois democratic liberties? Primarily because we, the party of the working class, have no other interests than those of the entire proletariat. We are quite well aware that however reactionary the real essence of the bourgeois democratic regime, it is still better for the working class than open fascist dictatorship. Real liberty, however, could be secured only by the proletarian dictatorship. In an article on the work of the Congress published in October, Manuelski spoke of the possibility of international trade union unity. The IFTU had about G million members, the RILU, excluding the USSR, about 1 million, but mechanical and arithmetical arguments were to be avoided. If we were to end the division which the bourgeoisie have succeeded in bringing about in the ranks of the organized working class movement, we would multiply the forces of the movement. We do not put forward any conditions for the realization of trade union unity. Political unity was a much more difficult question. Some comrades would ask, in that case why had they carried on an irreconcilable struggle against social democracy? The answer was that if they had not split they would not now be in a position to unite. Had we not carried on the struggle during the entire post-war period against social democracy, against all sorts of deviations in our ranks, for the Bolshevization of the communist parties, then we would never be able to put the question of a single party as we are doing at the present time. They now had the basic communist framework and could take the initiative in establishing a single working class political party. Only we communists have the right to raise the banner of political unity of the working class, the banner of a single revolutionary party of the proletariat. The 5 conditions for unity put forward by the Congress cover the 21 conditions of the Second Congresses. Membership figures in the Congress materials gave an increase of 300,000 since the 6th Congress. Since Hitler the KPD had fallen to 100,000, China now had more than 400,000, the Spanish CP had grown from 800 at the 6th Congress to 20,000, Poland had 17,000, of whom 10,000 were said to be in prison. The membership turnover was very high, amounting in many sections to 50 to 70%. An examination of 19 sections showed that 64% of Central Committee members were from the working class. The proportion was higher in European than in Eastern countries. Half of the Central Committee members had party membership since 1923, 16% had joined after 1929, and 24% in 1931-2. 35 degrees extracts from the resolution of the 7th Comintern Congress on the report of the ECCI August 1, 1935 Resolutions and Decisions, p5 the 5th paragraph, omitted here, refers to the YGI. Pike gave the report for the ECCI. He did not in fact deal with the work of the ECCI at all, nor did he explain why there had been a delay of 5 years in convening the Congress, which under Comintern statutes should have been held in 1930. He referred obliquely to the changes which had taken place in the leadership of the sections. In all the communist parties of the large countries, leaderships faithful to our principles have been formed who are able, on the basis of the decisions of our congresses and plenums, to decide the most complex political and tactical questions of their countries independently. This changes the function of the ECCI and enables it to devote the greater part of its activity to working out the fundamental political and tactical positions of the international labor movement. Leading representatives of the sections should take a more active and permanent share in the work of the ECCI, its presidium and secretariat. Pike divided the period since the 6th Congress into 3 phases up to the economic crisis, the years of crisis, and the later years marked by the move among the socialist workers to establish a united front with communism. He started with the defense of class against class tactics, which, he claimed, had strengthened the communist parties and had not been directed against the united front of communists and socialists. It was only by pursuing these tactics that the KPD had been able to create a powerful front of revolutionary class struggle. But these successes could not conceal the sectarian mistakes that had been made. It was wrong of the KPD to dissociate itself from the social democratic workers. Owing to this defective application of our class against class tactics, and frequently even to the distorted idea that these tactics supposedly precluded the united front, the sections had not made the progress they should have done. Among sectarian mistakes he listed, continuing a strike after the majority of workers had resumed work, failure to secure the consent of the majority before calling a strike, underestimating the importance of the organized workers, as against the unorganized and the unemployed, and of the reformist unions. It was right to destroy the monopolist claims of the trade union bureaucracy, but again a sectarian mistake was committed. The revolutionary trade union opposition was transformed into new trade unions and as a result found itself isolated. In Britain tactics were so clumsy and sectarian that the minority movement actually fell to pieces. Turning to the years of acute economic crisis, Pike explained that the communists had failed to mobilize the industrial workers for strike struggles because of reformist sabotage. Such movements as there were largely spontaneous, not in response to communist action. The parties had not been prompt enough in changing their tactics from the united front from below to a united front with the organizations. In Germany some communists had even spoken of the need to destroy the reformist unions. In the United States the CP had described the AFL as a purely capitalist strike-breaking organizer. August 1935 351 Jan. Pike went on to analyze the mistakes made by the KPD in describing the Brüning government as a fascist dictatorship while underrating the danger of Hitler's movement. Until bourgeois democracy was replaced by proletarian democracy, the proletariat is interested in retaining every scrap of bourgeois democracy and using it to overthrow capitalism. The third phase was opened when the workers realized the horrors of Hitlerism and were convinced of the victory of socialism in Russia. The armed struggles in Austria and Spain in 1934 had ended in defeat because they lacked Bolshevik leadership. In France, the fate of the Republic, of democracy, and of the working masses depended on the progress of the People's Front, which had produced the greatest change in the international labor movement since the October Revolution. The Chinese Revolution, Pike said, was the outstanding event of the whole post-war period. Since the Sixth Congress it had taken on a Soviet form, and now provided the first model of a colonial revolution embodying the ideological and state hegemony of the proletariat. The Chinese CP, however, which now numbered 300,000, had not yet succeeded in organizing the industrial proletariat. It was also an event of great importance in the colonial revolution that a communist party had at last been established in India. In the discussion of Pike's report, which lasted 6 days, and in which 60 delegates from 46 countries spoke, Franz, a speaker for the KPD, criticized that party for its failure to lay sufficient stress on the struggle for democratic rights and liberties. This mistake was aggravated by its concentration on fighting the SPD when it should have been fighting the Nazis, but the KPD would still maintain that the SPD lent direct assistance to the fascists and paved the way for their accession to power. After Hitler's accession to power, the KPD leaders entertained the view that the SPD had been utterly destroyed and that the ideology of reformism had been fully overcome. Instead of taking account of the new situation, they took a narrow view of the United Front and tried to reduce it to the recruiting of members for the Communist Party. This also made it impossible for the KPD to exploit the events of June 30, 1934 by approaching the disorganized and disillusioned sections of the storm troops. The KPD was now working much more flexibly and trying to reach agreement with the SPD executive. Kakin, who gave the membership of the French CP as 71,000, said the CP alone was not strong enough to repulse fascism, it had to have allies, hence the United Front. The fascists and Trotskyists had tried to make capital out of Stalin's approval of the French government's military policy, but this campaign had failed. An Austrian delegate asserted that many more workers would have joined the Austrian CP but for its attitude to social democracy and its dictatorship of leaders. It was simply not true that the socialist leaders were traitors, while the workers were revolutionary. The situation was far more complex than that. Campbell criticized Pike for his failure to deal with ECCI activities since the Sixth Congress, and to examine the policies worked out at the various plenary sessions. It goes without saying that the ECCI must examine its own work in those 7 years in the same objective spirit as it examines the work of the various parties. Of course, there will be no tendencies in this Congress which deny that the decisions of these 7 years were as a whole correct. But there, 352, is much more than merely arriving at correct decisions. A decision may be correct, but belated. Other decisions might be correct on the whole, but promote incorrect tendencies which destroyed their essence. He instanced sectarianism in trade union work, which was encouraged by the Strasbourg Resolution on strike strategy, and the distortion of the theory of social fascism. Can the executive really say that the entire responsibility for this rests on the individual parties? Can the executive really say that in a timely fashion it took the initiative in correcting these tendencies? Our own experience in Britain was that, 2 years after the Strasbourg Resolution was passed, it was being imposed on us in Britain as being fundamentally correct in all particulars and in all its formulations. The ECCI, in addition to criticizing the parties, should examine how it itself reacted to the question, and whether it corrected the incorrect tendencies in good time. Did the ECCI, when the change was made from United Front from below tactics to United Front from above and below tactics, ensure that the change was made with promptness and vigor? At any rate, we raise the question for the Congress to discuss. It must be discussed. There can be no question of our passing it over as if it simply does not exist. It was a pity that the ECCI had allowed the LSI to get in first with a United Front declaration in March 1933, particularly as the LSI move was only a maneuver to obstruct the United Front. Campbell went on to criticize the minority movement, which appeared as a body outside the trade unions, dictating to the unions what they had to do. It was a movement of communist sympathizers, repeating CP slogans and advancing a communist program. It had an apparatus outside the trade union movement and appeared as an alternative apparatus to that of the unions. The new rank-and-file movement, on the other hand, was growing as part of the unions themselves. Campbell gave CPGB membership as 7,700, of these 600 held trade union office. Pike replied that his report had drawn attention to ECCI shortcomings. He welcomed Campbell's criticisms, but they were sometimes off-target. The ECCI shared responsibility for shortcomings with the sections, which had not always given adequate support to the executive. The 10th, 11th, and 12th plenums had drawn attention to sectarian tendencies on the trade union question. Perhaps the ECCI had not always dealt with them promptly and vigorously enough. He countered the charge that the Strasbourg resolution had been forced on the CPGB by asserting that the ECCI had always given heed to the peculiarity of British conditions. Some speakers, Pike went on, had shown too much self-satisfaction, and had not explained why, in spite of favorable circumstances, communist influence on the masses was not greater. After the armed fighting in October 1934, our comrades in Spain were not able to enlighten the masses as to the mistakes of the Social Democratic leaders of the fight, nor to induce large numbers of Social Democrats to turn towards communism. He dealt with the negotiations between the Second and Third Internationals, and the unpromising replies from the LSI to Comintern proposals. Either the Second International is unable to act as an international organization or it is sabotaging the unity of the proletariat. If the LSI leaders believed that there would once again be a situation favorable to reformism, they were mistaken. August 1935, 353. And if it were to happen, it would be a catastrophe for the working class. We must all leave this Congress clearly realizing that the fate of the proletariat and of all mankind depends on us and on our work. He repeated what he had said in his earlier speech, that in future the ECCI would concentrate its work on questions at the international level. It would refrain from intervening in the internal organizational affairs of the sections. The executive will, of course, continue to intervene if the work of our sections betrays serious defects. The Congress instructed the ECCI to revise the statutes of the Comintern in accordance with the resolution on the report of the ECCI for submission to the next Congress. 1. The Seventh World Congress of endorses the political line and practical activity of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. 2. The Seventh World Congress of approves the proposals of the Executive Committee of March 1933, October 1934, and April 1935 to the national sections and the leadership of the Second International for joint action in the struggle against fascism, the offensive of capital and war. Expressing its regret that, to the detriment of the working class, all these proposals were rejected by the Executive Committee of the Second International and by most of its sections, and noting the historic significance of the fact that the Social Democratic workers and a number of Social Democratic organizations are already struggling hand in hand with the Communists against fascism and for the interests of the toiling masses, the Seventh World Congress of the Communist International enjoins the Executive Committee of the Communist International and all parties affiliated with to strive in the future by every means to establish a united front on a national as well as international scale. 3. The Seventh World Congress of records the growing revolutionary influence of the work and slogans of the communist parties on the broad masses of the workers, including the members of the Social Democratic parties. With this as its point of departure, the Congress enjoins all sections of the Communist International to overcome, in the shortest time possible, the survivals of sectarian traditions which prevented them from finding a way of approach to the Social Democratic workers, and to change the methods of agitation and propaganda which hitherto were at times abstract in character and scarcely reached the masses, by giving these methods absolutely definite direction and linking them to the immediate needs and the day-to-day interests of the masses. For the Seventh World Congress of notes the serious shortcomings in the work of a number of sections of the belated carrying out of the tactics of the 354 United Front, inability to mobilize the masses around partial demands, political as well as economic in character, failure to realize the necessity of struggling in defense of the remnants of bourgeois democracy, failure to realize the necessity of creating an anti-imperialist people's front in the colonial and dependent countries, neglect of work in the reformist and fascist trade unions and mass organizations of the toilers formed by bourgeois parties, underestimation of the importance of work among the toiling women, underestimation of the importance of work among the peasants and the urban petty bourgeois masses, also the delay with which the Executive Committee gave political assistance to these sections. Taking into consideration the constantly growing importance and responsibility of the communist parties which are called to head the movement of the masses in process of revolutionization, taking into consideration the necessity of concentrating day-to-day leadership within the sections themselves, the Seventh World Congress of the Communist International instructs the Executive Committee of the Communist International, a, while shifting the main stress of its activity to the elaboration of the fundamental political and tactical lines of the world labor movement, to proceed, in deciding any question, from the concrete situation and specific conditions obtaining in each particular country, and as a rule to avoid direct intervention in internal organizational matters of the communist parties, b. systematically to assist in the formation and training of cadres and genuinely Bolshevik leaders in the communist parties, so that the parties may be able at sharp turns of events independently and quickly to find, on the basis of the decisions of the congresses of and of the plenums of the Executive Committee of, correct solutions for the political and tactical problems of the communist movement, c. to render effective aid to the communist parties in their ideological struggle against political opponents, d. to assist the communist parties in making use of their own experience as well as the experience of the world communist movement, avoiding however the mechanical application of the experience of one country to another country and the substitution of stereotyped methods and general formulations for concrete Marxian analysis, e. to ensure closer contact between the leading bodies of the Communist International and the various sections of by still more active participation on the part of authoritative representatives of the most important sections of in the day-to-day work of the Executive Committee of 6. The Seventh World Congress of Notes. August 1935 355 that during the last few years, under the influence of the victory of socialism in the USSR, of the crisis in the capitalist countries, the fiendishness of German fascism and the danger of a new war, a turn of the broad masses of the workers and the toilers in general from reformism to revolutionary struggle, from disunity and dispersion to the united front, has set in all over the world. The Seventh World Congress of, taking into account the fact that the striving of the toilers for unity of action will continue to grow in the future despite the resistance of individual leaders of social democracy, instructs all sections of the Communist International, in the process of struggle for the united front of the proletariat and the people's front of all toilers against the offensive of capital, against fascism and the danger of a new war, to focus their attention on the further consolidation of their ranks and the winning over of the majority of the working class to the side of communism. 7. The Seventh World Congress of points out that the transformation of the maturing political crisis into a victorious proletarian revolution depends solely on the strength and influence of the communist parties among the broad masses of the proletariat, on the energy and self-sacrificing devotion of the communists. Now, when a political crisis is maturing in a number of capitalist countries, it is the most important, the paramount task of the communists not to rest on the successes already achieved but to advance towards new successes, extend the contacts with the working class, gain the confidence of the millions of toilers, transform the various sections of into mass parties, bring the majority of the working class under the influence of the communist parties and thus secure the conditions necessary for the victory of the proletarian revolution. Extracts from the resolution of the 7th Comintern Congress on Fascism, Working Class Unity and the Tasks of the Comintern, August 20, 1935. Resolutions and Decisions. P11 Dimitrov made a long speech on the fascist offensive and the tasks of the Comintern. The imperialists, he said, needed fascism in order to shift the entire burden of the economic crisis onto the workers, to enslave the weak nations, intensify colonial exploitation, redivide the world, forestall the growth of the revolutionary movement, and organize the attack on the Soviet Union. The Social Democrats, by their policy of class collaboration with the bourgeoisie, had cleared fascism's path to power in Germany, Austria, and Spain. On their side, the communists had underestimated both the fascist danger and the strength of national sentiment. The only condition put forward by the Comintern for united action, nationally and internationally, was that it should be directed 356 against fascism, the capitalist offensive, war, and the class enemy. Communists would criticize and attack only those who hindered unity of action. In capitalist countries they were prepared to defend every inch of bourgeois democratic liberty. National and international trade union unity had to be established. The Comintern sections had been talking endlessly about the crisis of Amsterdam, the flight of disgusted workers from the unions, etc., but in fact the unions had grown because the workers saw in them the champions of their interests. As examples of correct tactics, Dimitrov gave the decision of the CPGB to support the fight for a labor government, and the formation by the Brazilian CP of a National Liberation Alliance. In India, communists should support all anti-imperialist activities, including those led by the national reformists, and should work in Congress organizations. Communists were prepared to carry their United Front policy as far as taking part in a United Front or Popular Front government, on an anti-fascist platform, when the masses were in revolt against fascism though not yet ready for a revolution under communist leadership. Such a government would take over the control of production, disband the police, establish a workers' militia, and give full freedom for Communist Party activities. There was, however, still a good deal of sectarianism in the parties, reflected in an overestimation of the degree to which the workers were becoming disillusioned in reformism and deserting their traditional leaders. On the other hand, as the United Front movement made progress, there was a greater danger of right opportunism. United Front tactics did not imply a reconciliation with social democratic ideology and practice. The interests of the class struggle demanded a single party of the proletariat in each country, and the communist parties should take the initiative in bringing this about. But political unity, Dimitrov said, was impossible unless the socialists recognized the necessity for the revolutionary overthrow of bourgeois rule and the establishment of the proletarian dictatorship in the form of Soviets, rejected support of the bourgeoisie in time of war, etc. The United Party would have to be constructed on the basis of democratic centralism. The bourgeoisie would rather drown the labor movement in a sea of blood than allow the proletariat to establish socialism by peaceful means. In pursuing these reconstructed policies and tactics, the parties did not have to follow a cut-and-dried plan, but in all cases they must find a common language with the masses and end their isolation. The discussion of Dimitrov's report lasted 8 days. Wang Ming dealt with United Front tactics in the colonial struggle. In China, these tactics pointed the way to the defeat of Japanese imperialism. They had not been applied consistently, because some communists thought a union of workers, peasants, soldiers, merchants, and intellectuals inadmissible. This was not so. The CCP and the Chinese Soviet government should unite all Chinese parties and armies and people to form an all-China United People's Government of National Defense. All anti-Japanese forces had to be brought in, even if only as temporary, uncertain, and vacillating allies. This was justified by the situation in China and the growth in power of the Chinese Red Army and Soviets. The CCP now had nearly 500,000 members. In order to realize our new, wholly correct tactical line, the CCP will also revise a number of measures in the field of August 1935 357 Economic policy which it was forced to carry out in the past. For instance, the policy towards the kulaks will be made more precise. The policy with regard to small landowners who can by no means be considered landed gentry, will be corrected. The fact is that the land of even these petty owners was often confiscated as a result of individual, incorrect instructions of local Soviets. Taxation and trade policy would also be given a popular and clearly national character. In India, communists had been guilty of sectarian errors, failing to participate in all the mass demonstrations organized by the National Congress and its affiliated organizations. Since they were not strong enough to organize a mass anti-imperialist movement of their own, this had led to their isolation. In December 1934 they had proposed a united anti-imperialist front with the National Congress, but had made it a condition that it should work for a workers' and peasants' Soviet government in India, confiscation of land without compensation, etc. This error had been corrected, and in April 1935 the reformist and revolutionary unions had amalgamated, and the CP now had a working agreement with the Congress Socialist Party. Florin, for the KPD, said the chief question in Germany, if the fascist dictatorship was to be overthrown, was to establish relations with the social democratic masses and their organizations appropriate to the new conditions. In the past their united front work had been attended by grave defects and shortcomings. They had believed a united front with the SPD to be impossible, and had concentrated, even after Hitler's coming to power, on the propaganda of communist doctrine. The change to a policy of united front and popular front had been made at the beginning of 1935. They had to enter the fascist mass organizations, where they could exercise a decisive influence on the opposition movements, and they would have to combat the social democratic theory that the fascist regime could be overthrown only in war or with outside help. He spoke of the KPD's mistakes before and after January 1933. We thought we could stop the rebuilding of social democracy. At the beginning of 1935, after a serious and critical examination, we made the change to a united front and popular front policy, and changed our methods. They were now in favor of one proletarian party, and would form one front with the Catholic and other opposition groups, with anybody willing to fight for democratic liberties. Walter Ulbricht, another speaker at the Congress for the KPD, said many workers were hypnotized by the power of Hitlerism. As the heirs of Kant, Fichte, and Hegel, the KPD stood for enlightenment, progress, and culture. R.P. Dude, who in May 1935 published an article saying that up to the very end the German Social Democratic leadership sought to carry through the role of social fascism to its logical conclusion, and openly offered their services to the Hitler fascist dictatorship, said, "In our agitation and propaganda we were sometimes inclined to call practically anything outside the communist camp fascist. This had had serious consequences, and had delayed the adoption of the new United Front tactics. But it was still true that communists must fight social democratic ideology, even those social democrats who came into the United Front thought the aim of the anti-fascist struggle was the defense of bourgeois democracy, and this difference in the communist and socialist approach would grow deeper as the struggle went on." 358. Thérèse said one factor in the recent successes of the French CP was its consistent position on questions of bourgeois democracy and its utilization of French revolutionary traditions. "We claim the intellectual and revolutionary heritage of the encyclopedists who paved the way for the Great Revolution of 1789, of the Jacobins and the Commune. We present ourselves to the masses of the people as the champions of the liberty and independence of the country. Soviet power could not be their immediate goal, because only a small minority of the people shared their convictions, but the CPF would support a popular front government and, if necessary, participate in it." In November 1934 and again in May 1935 the CPF had proposed a joint conference with the SFIO to form a single party, but this had not yet been agreed on. In elections they would put forward CP candidates in the first ballot. If there were a second ballot they would reach agreement with the socialists and the radicals on the candidates to be supported. Pollitt explained the difficulties of establishing a united front in Britain, where the Labour Party and the TUC replied that they were the united front of the working class. In an indirect plea for the withdrawal of communist candidates at elections, he said that the CPGB must make proposals that will take out of the hands of the Labour leaders the weapons which they now use to prevent united action. Dude, CPGB, and Browder, USA, spoke of the growing danger of fascism in their countries. In the 1935 general election, the CPGB put forward two candidates. One was returned and for the rest supported the Labour candidates. In most cases it was regarded as a victory if communist offers of help were accepted. The help was given individually, not as an organized communist group. The CPGB application for affiliation to the Labour Party, in November 1935, was rejected. Manuelski said that capitalism would never be able to give the masses their pre-1914 standard of living. The American worker is sinking to the level of the majority of the European workers, as the Bolsheviks foresaw. The colonial workers are not becoming decolonized. The European white worker is sinking more and more to the level of the colonial coolie. Replying to the discussion, Dimitrov claimed that it had shown complete ideological and political solidarity and genuine enthusiasm for the new Comintern line. Was social democracy still the main bulwark of the bourgeoisie? Its position was now changing. The labor aristocracy were questioning the policy of class collaboration, while in a number of countries the bourgeoisie were abandoning bourgeois democracy. The events of the last few years were in some cases making it difficult, if not impossible, for social democracy to maintain its former role as bulwark of the bourgeoisie. It was by their attitude to the united front that social democratic parties could be divided. The choice now was not between proletarian dictatorship and bourgeois democracy, but between bourgeois democracy and fascism. This marked the change from the period of capitalist stabilization, and it was in failing to recognize this change that the KPD had erred. August 1935 359. I Fascism and the Working Class 1. The Seventh Congress of declares that the alignment of class forces in the international arena and the tasks facing the labor movement of the world are determined by the following basic changes in the world's situation: a. The final and irrevocable victory of socialism in the land of the Soviets. b. The most profound economic crisis in the history of capitalism. Despite a growth of industrial production in a number of countries and an increase in the profits of the financial magnates, the world bourgeoisie has not succeeded on the whole either in emerging from the crisis and the depression, or in retarding the further accentuation of the contradictions of capitalism. c. The offensive of fascism, the advent to power of the fascists in Germany, the growth of the threat of a new imperialist world war and of an attack on the USSR, by means of which the capitalist world is seeking a way out of the impasse of its contradictions. d. The political crisis, expressed in the armed struggle of the workers in Austria and Spain against the fascists, a struggle which has not yet led to the victory of the proletariat over fascism, but which prevented the bourgeoisie from consolidating its fascist dictatorship. The powerful anti-fascist movement in France, which began with the February demonstration and the general strike of the proletariat in 1934. e. The revolutionization of the toiling masses throughout the whole capitalist world, which is taking place under the influence of the victory of socialism in the USSR and of the world economic crisis, also on the basis of the lessons derived from the temporary defeat of the proletariat in the central part of Europe in Germany, as well as in Austria and Spain, that is, in countries where the majority of the organized workers supported social democratic parties. A powerful urge for unity of action is growing in the ranks of the international working class. The revolutionary movement in the colonial countries and the Soviet Revolution in China are extending. The relation of class forces on a world scale is changing more and more in the direction of a growth of the forces of revolution. In this situation, the ruling bourgeoisie is increasingly seeking salvation in fascism, in the establishment of the open, terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, the most chauvinist and the most imperialist elements of finance capital, with the aim of putting into effect extraordinary measures for despoiling the toilers, of preparing a predatory, imperialist war, of attacking the USSR, enslaving and dividing up China, and, on the basis of all this, preventing revolution. Finance capital is striving to curb the indignation of the petty bourgeois masses against capitalism. 360. Through the medium of its fascist agents who demagogically adapt their slogans to the moods of these sections of the population. Fascism is thus setting up for itself a mass basis and, by directing these sections as a reactionary force against the working class, leads to the still greater enslavement of all the toilers by finance capital. 2. The most reactionary variety of fascism is the German type of fascism, which brazenly calls itself National Socialism, though it has absolutely nothing in common either with socialism or with the defense of the real national interests of the German people, and merely fulfills the role of lackey of the big bourgeoisie and constitutes not only bourgeois nationalism but also bestial chauvinism. Fascist Germany is plainly showing to the whole world what the masses of the people may expect where fascism is victorious. The raging fascist government is annihilating the flower of the working class, its leaders and organizers, in jails and concentration camps. It has destroyed the trade unions, the cooperative societies, all legal organizations of the workers as well as all other non-fascist political and cultural organizations. It has deprived the workers of the elementary right to defend their interests. It has converted a cultured country into a hotbed of obscurantism, barbarity, and war. German fascism is the main instigator of a new imperialist war and comes forward as the shock troop of international counter-revolution. 3. In emphasizing the growth of the threat of fascism in all capitalist countries, the Seventh Congress warns against any underestimation of the fascist danger. The Congress also rejects the fatalistic views regarding the inevitability of the victory of fascism. These views are basically incorrect and can only give rise to passivity and weaken the mass struggle against fascism. 4. The victory of fascism is insecure. In spite of the formidable difficulties that fascist dictatorship creates for the working class movement, the foundations of bourgeois domination are being further shaken under the rule of the fascists. The internal conflicts in the camp of the bourgeoisie are becoming especially acute. The legalistic illusions of the masses are being shattered. The revolutionary hatred of the workers is accumulating. The baseness and falsity of the social demagogy of fascism is revealing itself more and more. Fascism not only did not bring the masses the improvement in their material conditions which they had been promised, but has brought about a further increase in the profits of the capitalists by lowering the living standard of the toiling masses, has intensified their exploitation by a handful of financial magnates. The Congress, however, warns against the dangerous illusions about an automatic collapse of the fascist dictatorship, and points out that only the united revolutionary struggle of the working class at the head of all the toilers will bring about the overthrow of the fascist dictatorship. August 1935 361-5. Although the United Front movement is as yet only in the initial stage of its development, the Communists and Social Democratic workers of France, fighting side by side, succeeded in beating off the first attacks of fascism, thereby exerting a mobilizing influence on the United Front movement internationally. The joint armed struggle of the Social Democratic and Communist workers in Austria and Spain not only set an heroic example to the toilers of other countries, but also demonstrated that a successful struggle against fascism would have been fully possible but for the sabotage of the right and wavering of the left Social Democratic leaders. In Spain there must be added the open treachery of the majority of the anarcho-syndicalist leaders, whose influence over the masses deprived the proletariat of determined revolutionary leadership and of clarity in the aims of the struggle. 6. The bankruptcy of the leading party of the Second International, of German Social Democracy, which by its entire policy facilitated the victory of fascism, also the failure of left reformist social democracy in Austria, which drew the broad masses away from the struggle even when the inevitable armed clash with fascism was drawing close, have tremendously increased the disillusionment of the social democratic workers in the policy of the social democratic parties. The Second International is undergoing a profound crisis. Within the social democratic parties and the whole Second International, a process of differentiation into two main camps is taking place side by side with the existing camp of the reactionary elements who are trying to continue the policy of class collaboration with the bourgeoisie. There is being formed a camp of elements who are becoming revolutionized, elements who declare for the establishment of the United Proletarian Front and are adopting more and more the position of the revolutionary class struggle. The Seventh Congress of welcomes the aspiration of the Social Democratic workers to establish a united front with the Communists, regarding this as a sign that their class consciousness is growing, and that a beginning has been made toward overcoming the split in the ranks of the working class in the interests of a successful struggle against fascism, against the bourgeoisie. To the united front of the working class against fascism in face of the towering menace of fascism to the working class and all the gains it has made, to all toilers and their elementary rights, to the peace and liberty of the peoples, the Seventh Congress of declares that at the present historic stage it is the main and immediate task of the international labor movement to establish the united fighting front of the working class for a successful struggle against 362. The offensive of capital, against the reactionary measures of the bourgeoisie, against fascism, the bitterest enemy of all the toilers, who, without distinction of political views, have been deprived of all rights and liberties. It is imperative that unity of action be established between all sections of the working class, irrespective of what organization they belong to, even before the majority of the working class unites on a common fighting platform for the overthrow of capitalism and the victory of the proletarian revolution. But it is precisely for this very reason that this task makes it the duty of the communist parties to take into consideration the changed circumstances and to apply the united front tactics in a new manner, by seeking to reach agreements with the organizations of the toilers of various political trends for joint action on a factory, local, district, national and international scale. With this as its point of departure, the Seventh Congress of the Communist International enjoins the Communist parties to be guided by the following instructions when carrying out the United Front tactics. 1. The defense of the immediate economic and political interests of the working class, the defense of the latter against fascism, must be the starting point and form the main content of the workers' united front in all capitalist countries. While preparing the working class for rapid shifts in the forms and methods of struggle as circumstances change, it is necessary to organize, in proportion as the movement grows, the transition from the defensive to the offensive against capital, steering toward the organization of a mass political strike, in which it is indispensable that the participation of the principal trade unions of the country should be secured. 2. Without for a moment giving up their independent work in the sphere of communist education, organization and mobilization of the masses, the communists, in order to render the road to unity of action easier for the workers, must strive to secure joint action with the social democratic parties, reformist trade unions and other organizations of the toilers against the class enemies of the proletariat, on the basis of short or long-term agreements. At the same time, attention must be directed mainly to the development of mass action in the various localities, conducted by the lower organizations through local agreements. Loyally fulfilling the conditions of the agreements, the communists must promptly expose any sabotage of joint action by persons or organizations participating in the United Front, and if the agreement is broken, must immediately appeal to the masses while continuing their tireless struggle for the restoration of the disrupted unity of action. 3. The forms in which the United Proletarian Front is realized, which depend on the condition and character of the labor organizations and on the concrete situation, must be varied in character. August 1935 363. In order to develop the United Front movement as the cause of the masses themselves, communists must strive to secure the establishment of elective, or, in the countries under fascist dictatorship, selected from the most authoritative participants in the movement, non-party class organs of the United Front in the factories, among the unemployed, in the working class districts, among the petty townsfolk, and in the villages. Only such bodies, which, of course, should not supplant the organizations participating in the United Front, will be able to bring into the United Front movement also the vast unorganized mass of toilers, will be able to assist in developing the initiative of the masses in the struggle against the offensive of capital and against fascism, and on this basis help to create a large body of working-class United Front activists. 4. Wherever the Social Democratic leaders, in their efforts to deflect the workers from the struggle in defense of their everyday interests and in order to frustrate the United Front, put forward widely advertised socialist projects, the demand plan, etc., the demagogic nature of such projects must be exposed, and the toilers must be shown the impossibility of bringing about socialism so long as power remains in the hands of the bourgeoisie. At the same time, however, some of the measures put forward in these projects that can be linked up with the vital demands of the toilers should be utilized as the starting point for developing a mass united front struggle jointly with the Social Democratic workers. 5. Joint action with the Social Democratic parties and organizations not only does not preclude, but, on the contrary, renders still more necessary the serious and well-founded criticism of reformism, of social democracy as the ideology and practice of class collaboration with the bourgeoisie, and the patient exposition of the principles and program of communism to the Social Democratic workers. While revealing to the masses the meaning of the demagogic arguments advanced by the right Social Democratic leaders against the United Front, while intensifying the struggle against the reactionary section of social democracy, the Communists must establish the closest cooperation with those left Social Democratic workers, functionaries, and organizations that fight against the reformist policy and advocate a united front with the Communist Party. The more we intensify our fight against the reactionary camp of social democracy, which is participating in a bloc with the bourgeoisie, the more effective will be the assistance we give to that part of social democracy which is becoming revolutionized. And the self-determination crystallization of the various elements within the left camp will take place the sooner, the more resolutely the Communists fight for a united front with the Social Democratic parties. The attitude to the practical realization of the united front will be the chief indication of the true position of the various groups among the social. 364. Democrats. In the fight for the practical realization of the united front, those Social Democratic leaders who come forward as lefts in words will be obliged to show by deeds whether they are really ready to fight the bourgeoisie and the right Social Democrats, or are on the side of the bourgeoisie, that is, against the cause of the working class. 6. Election campaigns must be utilized for the further development and strengthening of the united fighting front of the proletariat. While coming forward independently in the elections and unfolding the program of the Communist Party before the masses, the Communists must seek to establish a united front with the Social Democratic parties and the trade unions, also with the organizations of the toiling peasants, handicraftsmen, etc., and exert every effort to prevent the election of reactionary and fascist candidates. In face of fascist danger, the Communists, while reserving for themselves freedom of political agitation and criticism may, in election campaigns, declare for a common platform and a common ticket with the anti-fascist front, depending on the growth and success of the United Front movement, and on the electoral system in operation. 7. In striving to unite, under the leadership of the proletariat, the struggle of the toiling peasants, the urban petty bourgeoisie and the toiling masses of the oppressed nationalities, the Communists must seek to bring about the establishment of a wide anti-fascist People's Front on the basis of the Proletarian United Front, supporting all those specific demands of these sections of the toilers which are in line with the fundamental interests of the proletariat. It is particularly important to mobilize the toiling peasants against the fascist policy of robbing the basic masses of the peasantry. While working everywhere among the urban petty bourgeoisie and the intelligentsia as well as among the office workers, the Communists must rouse these sections against increasing taxation and the high cost of living, against their spoliation by monopoly capital, by the trusts, against the thraldom of interest payments, and against dismissals and reductions in salary of government and municipal employees. While defending the interests and rights of the progressive intellectuals, it is necessary to give them every support in their movement against cultural reaction, and to facilitate their going over to the side of the working class in the struggle against fascism. 8. In the circumstances of a political crisis, when the ruling classes are no longer in a position to cope with the powerful sweep of the mass movement, the communists must advance fundamental revolutionary slogans, such as, for instance, control of production and the banks, disbandment of the police force and its replacement by an armed workers' militia, etc., which are directed toward still further shaking the economic and political power of the bourgeoisie and increasing the strength of the working class, toward isolating the parties of compromise, and which lead the August 1935 365 working masses right up to the point of the revolutionary seizure of power. If with such an upsurge of the mass movement it will prove possible, and necessary in the interests of the proletariat, to create a proletarian united front government, or an anti-fascist People's Front government, which is not yet a government of the proletarian dictatorship, but one which undertakes to put into effect decisive measures against fascism and reaction, the Communist Party must see to it that such a government is formed. The following situation is an essential prerequisite for the formation of a united front government: a. When the state apparatus of the bourgeoisie is seriously paralysed so that the bourgeoisie is not in a condition to prevent formation of such a government; b. When vast masses of the toilers vehemently take action against fascism and reaction, but are not yet ready to rise and fight for Soviet power; c. When already a considerable proportion of the organizations of the Social Democratic and other parties participating in the United Front demand ruthless measures against the fascists and other reactionaries, and are ready to fight together with the communists for the carrying out of these measures. In so far as the United Front government will really undertake decisive measures against the counter-revolutionary financial magnates and their fascist agents, and will in no way restrict the activity of the Community Communist Party and the struggle of the working class, the Communist Party will support such a government in every way. The participation of the Communists in a united front government will be decided separately in each particular case, as the concrete situation may warrant. 3. The unity of the trade union movement. Emphasizing the special importance of forming a united front in the sphere of the economic struggle of the workers and the establishment of the unity of the trade union movement as a most important step in consolidating the united front of the proletariat, the Congress makes it a duty of the Communists to adopt all practical measures for the realization of the unity of the trade unions by industries and on a national scale. The Communists are decidedly for the re-establishment of trade union unity in each country and on an international scale, for united class trade unions as one of the major bulwarks of the working class against the offensive of capital and fascism, for one trade union in each industry, for one trade union center in each country, for one international federation of trade unions organized according to industries, for one international of trade unions based on the class struggle. In countries where small red trade unions exist, efforts must be made to secure their admission into the big reformist trade unions, with demands put forward for the right to defend their views and the reinstatement of 366 expelled members. In countries where big red and reformist trade unions exist side by side, efforts must be made to secure their amalgamation on an equal footing, on the basis of a platform of struggle against the offensive of capital and a guarantee of trade union democracy. It is the duty of communists to work actively in the reformist and united trade unions, to consolidate them and to recruit the unorganized workers for them, and at the same time exert every effort to have these organizations actually defend the interests of the workers and really become genuine class organizations. To this end the communists must strive to secure the support of the entire membership, of the officials, and of the organizations as a whole. It is the duty of the communists to defend the trade unions against all attempts on the part of the bourgeoisie and fascism to restrict their rights or to destroy them. 4 Tasks of the communists in the individual sectors of the anti-fascist movement. 1. The Congress calls particular attention to the necessity of carrying on a systematic ideological struggle against fascism. In view of the fact that the most dangerous form of fascist ideology is chauvinism, it must be made plain to the masses that the fascist bourgeoisie uses the pretext of defending the national interests to carry out its sordid class policy of oppressing and exploiting its own peoples as well as robbing and enslaving other peoples. They must be shown that the working class, which fights against every form of servitude and national oppression, is the only genuine protagonist of national freedom and the independence of the people. The communists must in every way combat the fascist falsification of the history of the people, and do everything to enlighten the toiling masses on the past of their own people in an historically correct fashion, in the true spirit of Lenin and Stalin, so as to link up their present struggle with the revolutionary traditions of the past. The Congress warns against adopting a disparaging attitude on the question of national independence and the national sentiments of the broad masses of the people, an attitude which renders it easier for fascism to develop its chauvinist campaigns, the Tsar, the German regions in Czechoslovakia, etc., and insists on a correct and concrete application of the Leninist-Stalinist national policy. While communists are irreconcilable opponents, on principle, of bourgeois nationalism of every variety, they are by no means supporters of national nihilism, of an attitude of unconcern for the fate of their own people. 2. Communists must enter all fascist mass organizations which have a monopoly of legal existence in the given country, and must make use of August 1935 367 even the smallest legal or semi-legal opportunity of working in them, in order to counterpose the interests of the masses in these organizations to the policy of fascism, and to undermine the mass basis of the latter. 7. The Communists must take the initiative in establishing anti-fascist mass defense corps against the attacks of the fascist bands, recruiting these corps from reliable, tested elements of the United Front movement. V. The anti-imperialist People's Front in the colonial countries. In the colonial and semi-colonial countries, the most important task facing the Communists consists in working to establish an anti-imperialist People's Front. For this purpose it is necessary to draw the widest masses into the national liberation movement against growing imperialist exploitation, against cruel enslavement, for the driving out of the imperialists, for the independence of the country, to take an active part in the mass anti-imperialist movements headed by the national reformists and strive to bring about joint action with the national revolutionary and national reformist organizations on the basis of a definite anti-imperialist platform. In the interests of its own struggle for emancipation, the proletariat of the imperialist countries must give its unstinted support to the liberation struggle of the colonial and semi-colonial peoples against the imperialist pirates. 6. The strengthening of the communist parties and the struggle for the political unity of the working class. The Congress emphasizes with particular stress that only the further all-round consolidation of the communist parties themselves, the development of their initiative, the carrying out of a policy based on Marxist-Leninist principles, and the application of correct flexible tactics, which take into account the concrete situation and the alignment of class forces, can ensure the mobilization of the widest masses of toilers for the united struggle against fascism, against capitalism. In order that the united front may be really brought about, the communists must overcome the self-satisfied sectarianism in their own ranks, which in our day is, in a number of cases, no longer an infantile disorder of the communist movement but an ingrained vice. By overestimating the degree of revolutionization of the masses, by creating the illusion that the path had already been blocked in the way of fascism while the fascist movement was continuing to grow, this sectarianism actually fostered passivity in relation to fascism. In practice it replaced the methods of 368. Leading masses by the methods of leading a narrow party group, substituted abstract propaganda and left doctrinarism for a mass policy, refusing to work in the reformist trade unions and fascist mass organizations, and adopting stereotype tactics and slogans for all countries without taking account of the special features of the concrete situation in each particular country. This sectarianism to a great extent retarded the growth of the communist parties, made it difficult for a genuine mass policy to be carried out, and hindered these parties in making use of the difficulties of the class enemy to strengthen the revolutionary movement, hindered the cause of winning over the wide masses of the proletariat to the side of the communist parties. While carrying on a most energetic struggle to root out all vestiges of sectarianism, which at the present moment is a most serious obstacle to the pursuing of a real mass, Bolshevik policy by the communist parties, the Communists must increase their vigilance in guarding against the danger of right opportunism, and must carry on a determined struggle against all its concrete manifestations, bearing in mind that the right danger will grow as the tactics of the United Front are widely applied. The struggle for the establishment of the United Front, of the unity of action of the working class, gives rise to the necessity that the Social Democratic workers be convinced by object lessons of the correctness of the communist policy and the incorrectness of the reformist policy, and charges every communist party to wage an irreconcilable struggle against any tendency to gloss over the differences in principle between communism and reformism, against weakening the criticism of social democracy as the ideology and practice of class collaboration with the bourgeoisie, against the illusion that it is possible to bring about socialism by peaceful, legal methods, against any reliance on automatism or spontaneity, whether in the liquidation of fascism or in the realization of the United Front, against belittling the role of the party and against the slightest vacillation at the moment of decisive action. Holding that the interests of the class struggle of the proletariat and the success of the proletarian revolution make it imperative that a single mass political party of the working class exist in each country, the Congress sets the communist parties the task of taking the initiative in bringing about this unity, relying on the growing desire of the workers to unite the social democratic parties or individual organizations with the communist parties. At the same time, it must be explained to the workers without fail that such unity is possible only on certain conditions, on condition of complete independence from the bourgeoisie and the complete severance of the bloc between social democracy and the bourgeoisie, on the condition that unity of action be first brought about, that the necessity of the revolutionary overthrow of the rule of the bourgeoisie and the establishment of August 1935 369 the dictatorship of the proletariat in the form of Soviets be recognized, that support of one's own bourgeoisie in imperialist war be rejected, and that the party be constructed on the basis of democratic centralism which ensures unity of will and action and has been tested by the experience of the Russian Bolsheviks. At the same time, it is necessary to act resolutely against the attempts of the left social democratic demagogues to utilize the disillusionment among the social democratic workers to form new socialist parties and a new international, which are directed against the communist movement and thus widen the split in the working class. Considering that unity of action is an urgent necessity and the surest way to bring about the political unity of the proletariat, the 7th Congress of the Communist International declares in the name of all sections of that they are ready to begin immediate negotiations with the corresponding parties of the Second International for the establishment of unity of action of the working class against the offensive of capital, against fascism and the threat of imperialist war, and likewise declares that is prepared to enter into negotiations with the Second International directed to this end. 7. For Soviet power. In the struggle to defend against fascism the bourgeois democratic liberties and the gains of the toilers, in the struggle to overthrow fascist dictatorship, the revolutionary proletariat prepares its forces, strengthens its fighting contacts with its allies and directs the struggle toward the goal of achieving real democracy of the toiler Soviet power. The further consolidation of the land of the Soviets, the rallying of the world proletariat around it, and the mighty growth of the international authority of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the turn toward revolutionary class struggle which has set in among the social democratic workers and the workers organized in the reformist trade unions, the increasing mass resistance to fascism and the growth of the revolutionary movement in the colonies, the decline of the Second International, and the growth of, are all accelerating and will continue to accelerate the development of the world's socialist revolution. The capitalist world is entering a period of sharp clashes as a result of the accentuation of the internal and external contradictions of capitalism. Steering a course in the direction of this perspective of the revolutionary development, the 7th Congress of calls on the Communist parties to display the greatest political activity and daring, to carry on a tireless struggle to bring about unity of action by the working class. The establishment of the United Front of the Working Class. 370. Is the decisive link in the preparation of the toilers for the forthcoming great battles of the second round of proletarian revolutions. Only the welding of the proletariat into a single mass political army will ensure its victory in the struggle against fascism and the power of capital, for the dictatorship of the proletariat and the power of the Soviets. The victory of revolution never comes by itself. It has to be prepared for and won. And only a strong proletarian revolutionary party can prepare for and win victory. Stalin. Extracts from a resolution of the 7th Comintern Congress on the Danger of a New World War, August 20, 1935. Resolutions and Decisions, p. 35. Ercole, Togliatti, introduced the resolution. War against the USSR, he said, had been prepared for 1930-1, by some big imperialist powers, not without the benevolent aid of some of the leaders of international social democracy. The reason why it had not broken out was that the Comintern had sounded the alarm and a large number of workers had responded. The war danger now was much greater, and to fight it required tactical changes by the Comintern. We do not have to withdraw a single word of our condemnation of the Versailles Treaty. But at the present moment, it is our duty to face squarely the new situation confronting the proletariat. This is still not understood by everyone, especially by certain groups of pacifists, for whom the struggle against Versailles becomes at times a pretext for closing their eyes to the aggressive policy and war provocation of German National Socialism. The three fundamental facts in the international situation were the growing power of the USSR, Japanese aggression in the Far East, and the fascist drive in Germany. As a result, relations between the USSR and capitalist states had entered a new phase. Soviet policy had deterred the Japanese. The Comintern would concentrate all its forces against German fascism. Every concession to fascism brought war nearer. There was a group of capitalist states which for the most part have preserved a parliamentary regime and which are more or less interested in the preservation of peace. This is one more argument, and by no means a secondary one, for those who ask us why we put the defense of bourgeois democratic liberties at the center of our United Front and People's Front policy. The United States had no immediate aims of conquest. On the contrary, it was worried by Japanese action. France was intelligent enough to see the threat to its security, but Britain had repeatedly supported National Socialism in order to help Germany prepare for war against the USSR. The Red Army was an instrument of peace because its officers were working class, whereas in other armies they represented reactionary circles and cliques. Will not the miners from the Ruhr? Will not the unfortunate workers in the textile factories of Japan recognize in Comrade Voroshilov and in the other leaders of the Red Army? August 1935, 371 their class brothers and comrades in arms, when the time came for the historically determined inevitability of the attack of the imperialists against the socialist state. The League of Nations, said Togliatti, could be used to postpone the outbreak of war. In the discussion on Pike's report to the Congress, Campbell had said, "We know that, in a number of individual sections, there was hesitation and confusion for a time on this question of the USSR joining the League of Nations and of the signing of the Mutual Assistance Pacts. The USSR had always taken account of the contradictions between capitalist states, which offered the possibility of combining the permanent peace policy of the Soviet Union with the temporary peace policy of other states, as in the mutual aid pacts with France and Czechoslovakia. On this account we are surprised that anyone could find it strange that the conclusion of the mutual aid pact with France was accompanied by a declaration of Comrade Stalin in which he expressed complete understanding and approval of the policy of national defense pursued by France for maintaining its armed forces at the level corresponding to the needs of its security. Even from the theoretical point of view, the possibility under certain conditions of concluding an agreement envisaging military collaboration between the workers' state and a capitalist state is not open to doubt. The USSR would do everything to avoid having to face a consolidated bloc of capitalist countries. He criticized those parties which tried to take over pacifist organizations and give them a communist character. The theses of the Sixth Congress urging young workers not to join voluntary associations for military training were no longer appropriate. In the present circumstances it would be a mistake not to join such organizations in all countries in which they have assumed a mass character. 5. It was also necessary to correct the mistake of some communist parties which have adopted decisions for boycotting defense against air attack. They should demand the best gas masks, free, for the working population, and protest against shelters for the wealthy only. Shortly before the Congress, Bela Kun wrote that in capitalist countries allied with Russia and at war with other capitalist countries the communists must preserve their class independence. The proletariat cannot conclude the usual social democratic civil peace with the ruling classes. The workers do not boycott the war. They participate in the war. They do not simply disintegrate the army which is fighting together with the Red Army of the Soviet Union against the common enemy, but they struggle to win over this army. They should fight for democratic control over the commanding officers to prevent sabotage, but the only reliable guarantee was the seizure of power by the proletariat. Marty explained why from the very start the French political bureau favored the Franco-Soviet Mutual Assistance Pact, and referred to Lenin's exploitation of contradictions in the imperialist camp. The pact was attacked only by renegades, and by certain French capitalist groups and their fascist agents. The communist deputies had voted against the war credits because they did not trust the French government to put the pact into operation. Kyousinin spoke of the work of the communist youth leagues in a number of countries. Norin welcomed the LSI decision of May 1935 urging the mobilization of 372 world public opinion against Hitler, advocating collective security and cooperation between the European democracies and the USSR. This, he said, would promote agreement on joint communist-socialist action against war. In an article published at this time, Bela Kun explained that many pacifist and religious bodies were now joining in the struggle against fascism, hence against war, and this required a new approach by communists to pacifists. The parties should cooperate with all those prepared to take part in mass action against war. If war should break out, the Comintern has from the very outset adhered to the point of view that in a war against the Soviet state the proletariat of the capitalist countries engaged in war against the land of the Soviets must aim not merely at the defeat of their own government, but at the victory of the Soviet government. The interests of the defense of the USSR, Manuelsky wrote, determine the basic line of the world proletariat in relation to war. The preparation of war for a new repartition of the world economic crisis and the shattering of capitalist stabilization have given rise to the extreme instability of all international relations. The intensified struggle on the world market, which has shrunk extremely as a result of the economic crisis, has passed into fierce economic war. A new repartition of the world has in fact already begun. Japanese imperialism, waging war in the Far East, has already made a start toward a new repartition of the world. The military occupation of Manchuria and North China signifies the virtual annulment of the Washington treaties which regulated the division of the spheres of influence among the imperialist powers in China and their mutual relations in the Pacific. Japan's rapacious expedition is already leading to the weakening of the influence of British and American imperialism in China, is menacing the position of Great Britain and the USA in the Pacific, and is preparing for a counter-revolutionary war against the Soviet Union. All that is left of the Versailles Treaty is state frontiers and the distribution of mandates for colonies. The liquidation of the Versailles Treaty took place as a result of the stoppage of reparation payments, the re-establishment of universal conscription by the Hitler government as well as the conclusion of a naval agreement between Britain and Germany. Being the chief instigators of war, the German fascists, who strive for the hegemony of German imperialism in Europe, raise the question of changing the boundaries of Europe at the expense of their neighbors by means of war. The adventurous plans of the German fascists are very far-reaching and count on a war of revenge against France, dismemberment of Czechoslovakia, annexation of Austria, destruction of the independence of the Baltic states, which they are striving to convert into a base for attack on the Soviet Union, and the wresting of the Soviet Ukraine from the USSR. August 1935 373. They are demanding colonies and are endeavoring to stir up sentiment in favor of a world war for a new repartition of the world. All these intrigues of the reckless inciters of war help to intensify the contradictions between the capitalist states and create disturbance throughout Europe. German imperialism has found an ally in Europe, fascist Poland, which is also striving to extend its territory at the expense of Czechoslovakia, the Baltic countries and the Soviet Union. The dominant circles of the British bourgeoisie support the German armaments in order to weaken the hegemony of France on the European continent, to turn the spearhead of German armaments from the west to the east and to direct Germany's aggressiveness against the Soviet Union. By this policy, Great Britain is striving to set up a counterbalance to the United States on a worldwide scale and, simultaneously, to strengthen the anti-Soviet tendencies not only of Germany but also of Japan and Poland. This policy of British imperialism is one of the factors accelerating the outbreak of a world imperialist war. Italian imperialism is directly proceeding to the seizure of Abyssinia, thus creating new tension in the relations between the great imperialist powers. The main contradiction in the camp of the imperialists is the Anglo-American antagonism, which exerts its influence on all the contradictions in world politics. In South America, where the hostile interests of Great Britain and the United States clash most sharply, this antagonism led to wars between the respective South American vassals of these powers, between Bolivia and Paraguay, Colombia and Peru, and threatens further armed conflicts in South and Central America, Colombia and Venezuela. At a time when particularly the fascist states Germany, Poland, Hungary, Italy are openly striving for a new repartition of the world and a change in the frontiers of Europe, there is a tendency among a number of other countries to maintain the status quo. At the present time, this tendency is represented on a world scale by the United States, in Europe, primarily by France. The efforts of these two leading imperialist powers to maintain the status quo are supported by several smaller countries, the Little and Balkan Ententes, some of the Baltic states, whose independence is threatened by a new imperialist war. The victory of German National Socialism, the most reactionary, the most aggressive form of fascism, and its war provocations have spurred on the war parties, which represent the most reactionary and chauvinist elements of the bourgeoisie, to fight in all countries more vigorously for power and to intensify the fascisation of the state apparatus. The frantic arming of fascist Germany, especially the restoration of military conscription and the enormous increase of the navy and air fleet in Germany, have given rise to a new, intensified race for armaments. 374. Throughout the capitalist world. Despite the world economic crisis, the war industry flourishes more than ever before. The countries which have gone farthest in preparing for war, Germany, Japan, Italy, Poland, have already placed their national economy on a war footing. Alongside the regular armies, special fascist detachments are trained to safeguard the rear and to do gendarme service at the front. Pre-conscription training is widespread in all capitalist countries, and even includes juveniles. Education and propaganda in the spirit of chauvinism and racial demagoguery are encouraged in every way, their cost being defrayed by the government. Although the acuteness of the imperialist contradictions renders the formation of an anti-Soviet bloc difficult at the present moment, the fascist governments and war parties in the capitalist countries endeavor to solve these contradictions at the expense of the fatherland of all the toilers, at the expense of the Soviet Union. The danger of the outbreak of a new imperialist war daily threatens humanity. 2. The role of the Soviet Union in the struggle for peace on the basis of the rapid rise of socialist industry and agriculture, on the basis of the liquidation of the last capitalist class, the kulaks, on the basis of the final victory of socialism over capitalism and the strengthening of the defensive power of the country resulting therefrom. The mutual relations between the Soviet Union and the capitalist countries have entered a new phase. The basic contradiction, that between the socialist and the capitalist world, has become still more acute. But due to its growing might, the Soviet Union has been able to avert the attack that was already prepared by the imperialist powers and their vassals, and to unfold its consistent policy of peace directed against all instigators of war. This has made the Soviet Union the center of attraction not only for class-conscious workers but for all the toiling people in the capitalist and colonial countries who strive for peace. Moreover, the peace policy of the USSR has not only upset the plans of the imperialists to isolate the Soviet Union, but has laid the basis for its cooperation in the cause of the preservation of peace with the small states to whom war represents a special danger, by placing their independence in jeopardy, as well as with those governments which at the present moment are interested in the preservation of peace. The peace policy of the USSR, putting forward proletarian internationalism as against national and racial dissension, is not only directed towards the defense of the land of the Soviets, towards ensuring the safety of socialist construction, it also protects the lives of the workers of all countries, the lives of all the oppressed and exploited. It means the defense. August 1935 375. Of the national independence of small nations, it serves the vital interests of humanity, it defends culture from the barbarities of war. 3. The tasks of in the struggle for peace and against imperialist war. On the basis of the teaching of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin on war, the Sixth World Congress of concretely formulated the tasks of the communist parties and the revolutionary proletariat in the struggle against imperialist war. Guided by these principles, the communist parties of Japan and China, both directly affected by war, have waged and are waging a Bolshevik struggle against imperialist war and for the defense of the Chinese people. The Seventh World Congress of, confirming the decisions of the Sixth Congress on the struggle against imperialist war, sets the following main tasks before the communist parties, the revolutionary workers, toilers, peasants, and oppressed peoples of the whole world. 1. The struggle for peace and for the defense of the USSR. In face of the war provocations of the German fascists and Japanese militarists, and the speeding up of armaments by the war parties in the capitalist countries, in face of the immediate danger of a counter-revolutionary war breaking out against the Soviet Union, the central slogan of the communist parties must be, struggle for peace. 2. The United People's Front in the struggle for peace and against the instigators of war. The struggle for peace opens up before the communist parties the greatest opportunities for creating the broadest united front. All those interested in the preservation of peace should be drawn into this united front. The concentration of forces against the chief instigators of war at any given moment, at the present time against fascist Germany, and against Poland and Japan which are in league with it, constitutes a most important tactical task of the communist parties. It is of especially great importance for the Communist Party of Germany to expose the national demagogy of Hitler fascism, which screens itself behind phrases about the unification of the German people but in fact leads to the isolation of the German people and to a new war catastrophe. The overthrow of Hitler fascism is an indispensable condition and prerequisite for the unification of the German people. The establishment of a united front with social democratic and reformist organizations, party, trade union, cooperative, sports and cultural and educational organizations, and with the bulk of their members, also with mass national liberation, religious democratic and pacifist organizations and their adherents, is of decisive importance for the struggle against war and its fascist instigators in all countries. The formation of a united front with social democratic and reformist. 376. Organizations for the struggle for peace necessitates a determined ideological struggle against the reactionary elements within the social democratic parties which, in face of the immediate danger of war, proceed to collaborate even more closely with the bourgeoisie for the defense of the bourgeois fatherland, and by their campaigns of slander against the Soviet Union directly aid the preparations for an anti-Soviet war. It necessitates close collaboration with those forces in the social democratic parties, reformist trade unions and other mass labor organizations whose position is approaching ever closer to that of revolutionary struggle against imperialist war. The drawing of pacifist organizations and their adherents into the united front of struggle for peace acquires great importance in mobilizing the petty bourgeois masses, progressive intellectuals, women, and youth against war. While constantly subjecting the erroneous views of sincere pacifists to constructive criticism, and vigorously combating those pacifists who by their policy screen the preparations of the German fascists for imperialist war, the leadership of the Labour Party in Great Britain, etc., the Communists must invite the collaboration of all pacifist organizations that are prepared to go with them even if only part of the way towards a genuine struggle against imperialist wars. The Communists must support the Amsterdam-Pleyel anti-war and anti-fascist movement by active collaboration with it and help to extend it. 3. The combination of the struggle against imperialist war with the struggle against fascism. The anti-war struggle of the masses striving to preserve peace must be very closely combined with the struggle against fascism and the fascist movement. It is necessary to conduct not only general propaganda for peace, but primarily propaganda directed against the chief instigators of war, against the fascist and other imperialist war parties, and against concrete measures of preparation for imperialist war. 4. The struggle against militarism and armaments. The communist parties of all capitalist countries must fight against military expenditures, war budgets, for the recall of military forces from the colonies and mandated territories, against militarization measures taken by capitalist governments, especially the militarization of the youth, women, and the unemployed, against emergency decrees restricting bourgeois democratic liberties with the aim of preparing for war, against restricting the rights of workers employed in war industry plants, against subsidizing the war industry and against trading in or transporting arms. The struggle against war preparation measures can be conducted only in closest connection with the defense of the economic interests and political rights of the workers, office employees, toiling peasants, and urban petty bourgeoisie. 5. The struggle against chauvinism. In the struggle against chauvinism, the task of the communists consists in educating the workers and the whole of the toiling population in the spirit of proletarian internationalism. August 1935, 377. Which can be accomplished only in the struggle against the exploiters and oppressors for the vital class interests of the proletariat, as well as in the struggle against the bestial chauvinism of the National Socialist parties and all other fascist parties. At the same time, the communists must show that the working class carries on a consistent struggle in defense of the national freedom and independence of all the people against any oppression or exportation, because only the communist policy defends to the very end the national freedom and independence of the people of one's country. 6. The national liberation struggle and the support of wars of national liberation. If any weak state is attacked by one or more big imperialist powers which want to destroy its national independence and national unity or to dismember it, as in the historic instance of the partition of Poland, a war conducted by the national bourgeoisie of such a country to repel this attack may assume the character of a war of liberation, in which the working class and the communists of that country cannot abstain from intervening. It is the task of the communists of such a country, while carrying on an irreconcilable struggle to safeguard the economic and political positions of the workers, toiling peasants, and national minorities, to be, at the same time, in the front ranks of the fighters for national independence and to fight the war of liberation to a finish, without allowing their bourgeoisie to strike a bargain with the attacking powers to the prejudice of the interests of their country. It is the duty of the communists actively to support the national liberation struggle of the oppressed peoples of the colonial and semi-colonial countries, especially the Red Army of the Chinese Soviets, in their struggle against the Japanese and other imperialists and the Kuomintang. The Communist Party of China must exert every effort to extend the front of the struggle for national liberation and to draw into it all the national forces that are ready to repulse the robber campaign of the Japanese and other imperialists. For from the struggle for peace to the struggle for revolution, the Seventh World Congress of most determinedly repudiates the slanderous contention that communists desire war, expecting it to bring revolution. The communists, while fighting also against the illusion that war can be eliminated while the capitalist system still exists, are exerting and will exert every effort to prevent war. Should a new imperialist world war break out, despite all efforts of the working class to prevent it, the communists will strive to lead the opponents of war, organized in the struggle for peace, to the struggle for the transformation of the imperialist war into 378. Civil war against the fascist instigators of war, against the bourgeoisie, for the overthrow of capitalism. At the present historical juncture, when on 1/6 part of the globe the Soviet Union defends socialism and peace for all humanity, the most vital interests of the workers and toilers of all countries demand that in pursuing the policy of the working class, in waging the struggle for peace, the struggle against imperialist war before and after the outbreak of hostilities, the defense of the Soviet Union must be considered paramount. if the commencement of a counter-revolutionary war forces the Soviet Union to set the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army in motion for the defense of socialism, the Communists will call upon all toilers to work, with all the means at their disposal and at any price, for the victory of the Red Army over the armies of the imperialists. Telegram from the ECCI to the LSI Secretariat on the danger of war in Abyssinia, September 23, 1935. Rundschau 4, 57, p. 2165, 26 August 1935. A further telegram followed on October 7, after the outbreak of hostilities in Abyssinia, complaining that no reply had yet been received. The fact that there was not immediate joint action by both internationals undoubtedly encouraged the fascist instigators of war to open hostilities. Now that so much time has been lost, it is all the more your duty and ours at the present moment to get hostilities brought to an end and to prevent the extension of the war to other parts of the world. Every further delay in establishing unity of action in the struggle against the war that has begun would be fatal. Whoever, in this grave hour, still refuses or delays to bring together all the forces of the working class and of all working people, or to exert every effort to get Italian hostilities against Abyssinia brought to an end, to prevent the war spreading to other parts of the world and not to become the prelude to a new world slaughter, will bear historical responsibility before the world proletariat. Britain was said to be arming for war against Italy for the possession of Abyssinia. Germany would take advantage of the war to attack Lithuania. Japan would exploit the opportunity to intensify aggressive action against China and Russia. The League of Nations was once again being condemned to impotence. The only hope of salvation from war lay in the hands of the international proletariat, and Comintern sections were instructed to proceed at once to organize mighty actions of all working people against the war. Comrades, war in Abyssinia may break out at any moment. The German fascists are only waiting for this moment to attack weak Lithuania and occupy Memel. Such warlike measures by Italian and German *sic. The previous number of Rundschau is dated September 25, the subsequent number October 2. The pagination is regular. Elsewhere the date of this telegram is given as September 25. September 1935. 379. Fascism would have unforeseeable consequences. They might lead to world war. The 7th Comintern Congress instructed the Comintern executive to approach the LSI leaders with a proposal to establish an international united front of proletarian action. We know that your executive has decided to examine thoroughly the decisions of the 7th CI Congress before coming to a decision on the question of united action. To give you the opportunity to do so, we would have waited before submitting concrete proposals to you and opening negotiations for this purpose. But the international situation is so tense, the danger of imperialist war so close and threatening, that not a single hour should be lost. At their last consultations the LSI and IFTU decided on a number of measures against the threatening war. The Comintern welcomes your decision. But everything so far done, from your side and ours, is inadequate in view of the greatness of the danger. The efforts of the two internationals to maintain peace must be united. The two should proceed jointly, and jointly frustrate the fascist instigators of war. Joint action by the two internationals will mobilize the working class and carry with them all the forces for peace in other classes of the population. It would rally entire peoples to the struggle for peace. It would launch such a mighty world movement against war that the League of Nations would be forced to act effectively against aggression by Italian and German fascism. It is still not too late to avert the threatening catastrophe towards which the fascist criminals are driving mankind. Tomorrow it may no longer be possible. We therefore suggest immediate negotiations between representatives of the two internationals on the best possible means of carrying out jointly the measures proposed by your international and ours to maintain peace. For this purpose the ECCI appoints as its representatives Comrades Kakin and Thérèse, of France, Comrade Pollitt from England, and Comrade Sverma from Czechoslovakia. We request an early reply. With greetings, for the ECCI Dimitrov, General Secretary. Extracts from an ECCI statement on the attitude taken by the LSI executive November 5, 1935 Rundschau, 4, 63, p. 2523, November 7, 1935 The two ECCI telegrams were considered by the LSI on October 12. The 5 parties which objected were those from Britain, Holland, Czechoslovakia, Sweden, and Denmark. The proposal was rejected unanimously, with 1,380 abstention. Individual parties were reminded that they were free to make their own decisions. The LSI, together with the IFTU, had made their own plans concerning the war. This, wrote Gottwald, would encourage all fascist warmongers to start their bloody adventures. He expressed surprise that communist overtures for a united front should be regarded with suspicion. Thérèse, in an article on the proposal for negotiations, referred to the LSI as our socialist comrades. The Political Bureau of the French GP, meeting on October 3, 1935, expressed itself in favor of the application by the League of Nations of the Covenant against Italy. Peace, it said, could be saved if France, Britain, and Russia united their efforts. Before the war started, Radek wrote that the French would not object to Italian action in Abyssinia because they hoped to win Italy as an ally against Germany. Britain objected because it feared the results at home if it yielded, and wished to preserve the prestige of the League of Nations, through which it hoped to act as mediator between France and Germany. Moreover, an Italian advance in Africa would threaten the British position in Egypt, the Sudan, and the Red Sea. After the outbreak of war, Dude wrote that this had happened because Britain and France consistently furthered the fascist offensive and did everything to obstruct and weaken a genuine world front for peace. Britain had been in favor of German rearmament, and by its naval agreement with Germany had broken the Stresa front. Only when it realized that the Italian plans threatened its empire did Britain show opposition. Manuelski dealt with the Soviet attitude to sanctions against Italy in his report to the Moscow and Leningrad communist organizations on the 7th Comintern Congress. The LSI and IFTU, he said, wanted members of the League of Nations to impose sanctions. Can they guarantee that all the states belonging to the League will apply such sanctions to Italy? Without deceit? Of course not. But all the reactionary elements of social democracy demand of the proletarian state that it should apply sanctions first and foremost. If the Soviet Union were the only country to apply sanctions honestly, who would gain from this? The capitalist states. Who would lose from this? Not Italy, but the USSR. In actual fact, the boycott would be turned not against fascist Italy but against the USSR. The IFTU and LSI demand for the closure of the Suez Canal follows the line of the interests of British imperialism. Will it not be better therefore if the communists transfer the main might of their activity to the independent action of the masses under the slogan of not a single train, not a single ship for the support of the Italian war in Abyssinia? Padmar wrote later that a number of Negro members of the American Communist Party resigned in protest against the sale of oil to Italy by the USSR. Togliatti wrote that the Comintern supported the use of economic sanctions, but the demand for military sanctions was wrong. It would lead to the working class being towed along in the wake of British imperialism, which is preparing for war against Italy under the pretext of military sanctions. The British bourgeoisie were also anxious to undermine the French position in the League of Nations, as part of their preparations, in conjunction with Germany, to isolate the USSR. On September 25, 1935 the ECCI made a proposal to the LSI for united November 1935-38 action in the struggle against the attack by Italian fascism on the Abyssinian people. On October 7, when war had already become a fact, Comrade Dimitrov, General Secretary of the Comintern, repeated this proposal on its behalf. At its meeting on October 12 in Brussels, the LSI executive decided to reply to the Comintern proposal in the negative. In view of this decision, the ECCI declares, first, the LSI executive decision will cause deep disappointment among all workers, who cherished the hope that after the decisions of the 7th Comintern Congress, which did everything possible to establish unity of action of the international proletariat, the Comintern's United Front proposal would be accepted. Although the majority of the Social Democratic Party representatives at the LSI executive meeting voted in favor of accepting the Comintern's proposal, it was rejected at the categorical request of 5 parties. At the meeting of the LSI executive, these people did what the reactionary bourgeoisie wanted of the social democratic leaders who are seeking ministerial posts. In order to keep the confidence of the bourgeoisie, they sacrificed the interests of the working class and of the struggle for peace. Second, we leave it to the international proletariat to judge the attitude of these people who, at the moment when war is flaming in Abyssinia, when Japanese imperialism is reinforcing its military aggression in China, and when the danger of a world war is growing greater, obstruct the establishment of united action by the 2 internationals and so pour water on the mills of the instigators of war in the different countries. Under the pressure of the leaders of these 5 social democratic parties, the LSI executive has for the 3rd time rejected the Comintern's proposals for united action, and so gives the most reactionary and warmongering elements of the bourgeoisie a free hand. By yielding to the reactionary aspirations of the representatives of the 5 parties, the LSI executive, without even one word of condemnation for their attitude, which splits the working class and is profoundly inimical to its interests, placed these reactionary efforts to maintain the alliance with the bourgeoisie above the vital interests of the international labor movement. Third, since the LSI executive in its resolution mentions that at a joint conference with representatives of the IFTU on October 1 a number of measures were agreed upon for a successful struggle against the Italian fascist attack on Abyssinia and against the danger of war in Europe, the ECCI is regretfully compelled to state that, judging from the information it has received from the LSI executive, these measures amount to no more than empty assurances of support for the peace policy of the League of Nations and some demands and desires, referring largely to sanctions, addressed to the League. This exclusive concentration. 382. On action by the League of Nations at bottom reflects the desire of the English Labour Party leaders to direct the international labour movement along lines consistent with the foreign policy of the imperialist English government. But it would be madness to believe that the League of Nations will do everything necessary to guarantee peace and that consequently the masses of the people can remain in a state of passive waiting. It should not be forgotten that within the League of Nations the conflicting interests of the imperialist powers make it extremely difficult to use the League as a factor for peace. Up till now the League of Nations has taken no serious step to safeguard peace. Within the League, however, a few imperialist powers are trying to reach agreement about partitioning Abyssinia. But even if the League is regarded as a factor which to some degree is in a position to prevent the outbreak of war, that does not mean that the policy of the League can replace the struggle of the proletariat. On the contrary, it is precisely independent and united mass action of the workers and of all honest adherents of peace which is necessary to move the League of Nations to take effective action against the war danger. Fourth, the ECCI notes with satisfaction that the number of representatives of social democratic parties who spoke out in favor of accepting the Comintern's proposal increased in comparison with earlier sessions of the LSI executive, which is an undoubted success for the idea of proletarian unity. The ECCI trusts that those social democratic parties whose representatives at the LSI were in favor of united proletarian action will without delay act in their own countries to establish or to strengthen the United Front, the more so as the LSI executive decision left it to the social democratic parties to decide for themselves whether they wish to undertake joint action with the Communist Party of their respective country. For its part, the ECCI instructs communists to do everything in their power to facilitate the achievement of this urgent task. In accordance with the decisions of its 7th World Congress, the Comintern proclaims its readiness to enter at any moment into negotiations for united action. The ECCI calls on all communist parties to multiply tenfold their efforts in the fight for a united front and to establish the closest collaboration with all adherents of the United Front in the ranks of the LSI for the common struggle against fascism, imperialist war, and the capitalist offensive. Long live the great cause of international proletarian unity. January 1936 383 Extracts from an ECCI message to the 8th Congress of the French Communist Party. January 1936 Rundschau, v. 4, p. 167, January 23, 1936 On July 27, 1934 7 representatives of the SFIO and 5 representatives of the CPF signed a pact on unity of action against fascism and war, and for the defense of democratic liberties. The persistent efforts of our party, wrote Berlioz, are at fast crowned with success, although in April the CPF had been congratulated for having resisted the pressure for top-level negotiations with the socialists. The two parties undertook to refrain from mutual criticism during joint actions, but to maintain full independence in other respects. A commission was to be set up to settle conflicts. Wrote in September 1934 that the socialist leaders might have agreed to the pact, which involved many concessions on the communist side, only in order to frighten the bourgeoisie and so prepare for a renewal of class collaboration in conditions more favorable to their party. The pact nevertheless was a positive factor. It did not imply organizational unity, which presupposed unity on the basis of the program and tactics of the Comintern. Independently of the pact, the CPF would continue an open struggle for its program, and for the proletarian dictatorship, and would endeavor to organize independent mass actions. The article went on to criticize the French socialist press, which alleged that the agreement reached between the two parties signifies that the CPF and the Comintern have adopted new tactics, namely, tactics of collaboration with the Socialist Party. Is this true? No, it is not true. The change had been in the sentiments of the socialist workers who had seen that in some countries the bourgeoisie, instead of using social democracy, had thrown it aside. In most countries social democracy was still splitting the working class in order to establish unity with the bourgeoisie. In November 1934 the CPF proposed a unity conference with the SFIO, and this was repeated in March and May of the following year. The platform suggested by the CPF including defense of the Soviet Union in all circumstances and by all means, the transformation of imperialist into civil war, proletarian dictatorship on the basis of Soviets, etc. In March 1935 Thérèse introduced the term Popular Front to cover agreements with the Radical Party. Success in the fight against fascism required an alliance, under communist leadership, with the middle classes. A government which took action against fascism would receive communist support, but participation in the government was out of the question. There can be no participation whatever in such a government within the bounds of capitalism. A joint Socialist-Communist committee was set up in July 1935 to discuss proposals for unification. At the 7th Comintern Congress, where Dimitrov said that the actions of the French CP helped to prepare the decisions of our congresses, Thérèse said that the CPF was prepared to take part in a popular front government, since its immediate goal was not revolution and proletarian dictatorship, but the defeat of fascism. The entire credit for the United Front, he said, was due to the CPF, which had been anxious to establish it since 1922, now the SFIO and CGT had been forced to come in. 384. Negotiations between the two trade union federations began in October 1934. The CGT proposed that the CGTU should be dissolved, and its members join the appropriate CGT unions. This was resisted. Discussing the negotiations, Piatnitsky wrote in November 1934 that it was a matter of practical politics not to insist on the affiliation of an eventually united trade union federation to a political party. In the CGTU the Communists had made recognition of CPF leadership part of their platform, and this had given the opposition in the CGTU, led by Chambellan and his Committee of 22, the pretext for their campaign for trade union independence. Had insistence on recognition of GP leadership been dropped, the opposition could have been fought more successfully. But the Communists would continue to have their fractions. Talks were resumed in January 1935, when the CGT insisted on the dissolution of communist trade union fractions, and were again broken off. Benoît Fracon went to Moscow to discuss the question of fractions, and on June 7 the CGTU executive published a statement that freedom of opinion and the exercise of trade union democratic rights should not entail the formation of bodies which act as fractions within the unions. Negotiations were resumed on June 27, and the two bodies agreed on a joint demonstration on July 14. The main demonstration on that day was led by Daladier, Blum, and Thérèse. The two trade unions federations met independently on September 24, and then at a joint session which agreed on amalgamation, with proportional representation on the leading committees. A conference to discuss the constitution and program of the new federation would be held in January 1936, meanwhile a mixed commission would settle questions in dispute. Approximate membership at the time was CGT, 800,000, CGTU, 300,000. In March 1936 the two federations met jointly at Toulouse, and decided to affiliate to the IFTU and to remain independent of any political party. The communist proposal to affiliate to both the IFTU and the RILU, to facilitate unity at the international level, was rejected by a majority of more than 2-1. At the Congress, which was said to represent a membership of nearly 100,000, Thérèse said the CPF did not think that in modern society there are only two forces confronting each other, two big armies, the army of the bourgeoisie and the socialist army. This would be a simplified view of things. In January 1936 the Popular Front election program summed up in the slogan Pour un France forte, libre, et heureuse was published, and Thérèse struck a patriotic note: the United Front, the People's Front, the feeling of attachment to our country, the true unification of France. All these questions, already old or still quite new, had to be explained and interpreted by the Central Committee. We boldly deprived our enemies of the things they had stolen from us and trampled underfoot. We took back the Marseillaise and the Tricolore.